The arrival of the Infinite Realm game heralds a new era of universal traversal. Yet Su Mubai finds himself tragically betrayed by his beautiful school sweetheart, teetering on the brink of death. Although the Infinite Realm game preserves his life, the assessment of his physical state reveals a disheartening fate, with his maximum life force forever limited to a mere 1 point. The only solace lies in the awakening of a commendable talent, promotion. An exclusive grade talent skill, which consumes a portion of his lifespan, can permanently elevate any skill by 1 tier, with the potential to apply to grade. Skills, Chapter 1. The arrival of the Infinite Realm game and universal traversal. Beep, beep, beep. In the villa, Su Mubai lies quietly on the bed, an oxygen mask covering his face. The life support machine beside him emits a sporadic sound, with the lines representing his vitality showing little fluctuation. Mubai, if you die, don't come looking for me. This is for your own good. You're practically dead already. At the foot of the bed stands an exquisite beauty, her voice a soft whisper as she slowly reaches for the life support machine. Clearly, she intends to unplug him. Feeling the imminent approach of death, Su Mubai's heart races with desperation. A sudden car accident has reduced him to this state, possessing a fortune beyond measure, yet rendered a mere vegetable. Though he can hear the sounds of the world around him, his body remains unresponsive. Driven by an overwhelming will to survive, his finger twitches ever so slightly. Yet, no one witnesses this flicker of life. Lu Rian's attention is suddenly drawn by the creaking of the door as a young man enters, frowning. Rian, what are you hesitating for at a time like this? Is that Zhao Zu's voice? What is he doing here? What does he mean by that? Su Mubai feels a sinking sensation in his heart upon hearing Zhao Zu's words. Their ensuing dialogue ignites a fiery rage within him. This guy is an orphan once he's gone. You'll be the sole legitimate heir to his fortune. As he speaks, a glimmer of greed crosses Zhao Zu's eyes as he wraps an arm around Lu Rian's waist, grinning. I've waited 5 long years for this day. 5 years. Do you know how I've endured these 5 years? As Zhao Su continues, he starts to caress Lu Rian, who rolls her eyes and retorts, weren't you thrilled when you watched my videos with Su Mubai? Lu Rian, a college classmate of Su Mubai, is undeniably the belle of their university. Officially, she has been Su Mubai's girlfriend since their first year. However, in reality, Zhao Su was her first love. Everything they have done was to scheme for Su Mubai's substantial inheritance. To this end, Zhao Su even went so far as to create opportunities for Lu Rian, personally placing her in Su Mubai's bed. Now that they are married, the time for reaping the rewards has finally arrived. Thus, the car accident ensued. A little hobby, you enjoy it too, don't you? Zhao Su smirks, tilting Lu Rian's delicate chin and narrowing his eyes. What? You're not actually falling for this guy, are you? It's all because you fail to handle things properly. Lu Rian playfully pushes Zhao Su away, frowning. If you had just killed him outright, we wouldn't be in this mess. Who knew this guy would be so resilient, surviving such a severe accident? Zhao Su scoffs, his gaze sweeping over the unconscious Su Mubai, a glint of malice flashing in his eyes. However, even if the king of hell himself came today, he wouldn't save him. With those words, Zhao Su reaches out and removes the oxygen mask from Su Mubai's face. Lu Rian shows no intention of stopping him. She merely crosses her arms, silently observing the scene. Mission accomplished. From today onward, everything this guy has will be ours. Envisioning their forthcoming blissful life, Zhao Su lifts Lu Rian in excitement and kisses her passionately. What's the rush? Let's move to another room. You don't feel superstitious sharing space with a corpse? It's because you're too enticing, my dear. Their voices fade. An intense fury ignites within Su Mubai. He realizes that from the moment they met, they had been plotting against him. But in his current state, Su Mubai is powerless to act. With the oxygen removed, he feels an overwhelming sensation of suffocation, closing in mere moments. His consciousness begins to blur. At this critical juncture, a towering portal suddenly materializes in the skies above the blue star. Most astonishing is the fact that it is visible from every hemisphere. Even as Su Mubai hovers at the edge of consciousness, the image of the portal emerges vividly in his mind. Alarm bells resonate across nations as the world braces for an impending threat. Then, a mysterious voice emanates from the portal, echoing in the minds of all. Congratulations, Blue Star has been selected to participate in the Infinite Realm game. Universal Traversal will officially commence in 30 seconds. I can't believe the information about the Infinite Realm game is appearing in my mind. This is incredible. Universal Traversal? Everyone will enter the game world, starting from scratch? How exhilarating. I wonder what the Infinite Realm game entails. The ones who should be anxious are the wealthy and powerful. Haha, exactly. Once in the Infinite Realm game, status means nothing. After years of gaming, it's finally time for us players to stand up. Hey race, hoping I awaken a powerful talent skill. I don't need an SSS grade. At least an S grade would suffice. According to the information released by the Infinite Realm, the probability of awakening in grade talent is merely 1 in 10 million. Better not dream. In the villa, the two preparing for battle suddenly freeze in their tracks. I don't know how to play games. What do we do now? Lu Ruyan furrows her brows, her expression grim. Zhao Su erupts with anger. I've been scheming for 5 years, just on the cusp of becoming a billionaire. And you're telling me I have to start from scratch? The prospect of universal traversal into the game world is, for the two of them poised to inherit Su Mubai's fortune, a thunderbolt from a clear sky. The Infinite Realm game offers no recharge option. Everyone must begin anew. With the knowledge flooding their minds, they realize they hold no advantages whatsoever. As long as there's breath in his body, he can enter the Infinite Realm game. Recalling the information in her mind, Lu Ruyan suddenly lifts her head. Su Mubai can't possibly enter too, right? At this thought, a flicker of panic crosses her face. Zhao Su sneers. Given his current condition, even if he enters, hell, just be a useless waste. After traversing, the Infinite Realm game will scan each player's physical data, generating initial attributes with a maximum of 10 points. Given Su Mubai's current state, his attributes are all too predictable. Thus, Zhao Su doesn't concern himself with them at all. His sole hope now rests in awakening a powerful talent. In a haze, Su Mubai feels a surge of information entering his mind. The Infinite Realm game? Traversal. The suffocating sensation intensifies. Yet at this moment, Su Mubai clings to a glimmer of hope as if grasping at a lifeline. 30-second stretch like an eternity for him, fueled by boundless rage and deep-seated hatred for Lu Ruyan and Zhao Su. The events of the past replay in his mind like a revolving lantern during these 30 seconds. Just as Su Mubai hangs by a thread, the grand portal in the sky finally responds. With a hum, a radiant golden light bursts forth, and billions of beams of light descend from the heavens, enveloping every individual on the blue star. In the next moment, the beam of light dissipated, and the entirety of humanity on the blue planet vanished without a trace. Chapter 2. Since attributes are ineffective, I must resort to other means. In a dim and desolate world, a celestial hall floated amidst the void. Su Mubai lay within the hall, his eyes firmly shut. Welcome, Blue Star players, to the Multiverse Game. Commencing physical data scan. As the system's prompt resonated, a golden beam of light descended from above, sweeping across every inch of Su Mubai's skin. Scan complete. Initial panel generation in progress. In an instant, the golden beam dissipated, and Su Mubai's fingers twitched suddenly. He then opened his eyes wide, greedily inhaling the air around him. This is real. With a sense of euphoric relief, he surveyed his surroundings, his eyes brimming with the exhilaration of having survived a near-death experience. The suffocating sensation he had just felt still lingered in his mind. Lu Ruyan and Zhao Su. Thinking of those treacherous individuals, a wave of anger surged within Su Mubai. He had nearly met his demise at their hands, and his vast fortune would have been seized by them. However, with the advent of the Multiverse Game, a chance for vengeance had presented itself. Next comes the awakening of talents, I presume. Taking a deep breath, a glint of determination flickered in his gaze. He hoped his fortune would not be too dismal. Having not opened his eyes for too long, Su Mubai felt a momentary discomfort. Fortunately, the colors and radiance within the celestial hall were not blinding. The system prompt sounded once more without delay. Character panel generated. Commencing talent awakening. Every player entering the Multiverse Game would automatically awaken a talent within the celestial hall. There were a total of 9 ranks, ranging from the lowest to the highest. The game did not specify the criteria for talent awakening, but it was evident that a formidable talent was essential for one to rise in the Multiverse Game. Soon, the system prompt delivered a significant surprise to Su Mubai. Talent awakening complete. Congratulations, players successfully awakened the exclusive talent Ascension. Ascension, a look of astonishment filled Su Mubai's eyes. According to the information provided by the Multiverse Game, the probability of awakening an Ascension-level talent was merely 1 in 10 million. He could hardly believe he had awakened such a powerful talent. Talents below this level were collectively referred to as ordinary talents, meaning many players could awaken identical talents. However, those above this level were termed exclusive talents. This indicated that Ascension was a unique skill possessed solely by Su Mubai, one that no other player could awaken. Ascension, exclusive talent skill, consumes a portion of lifespan, can permanently elevate any skill by 1 rank, with the highest effect applicable to level skills. No consumption for the first 3 uses. Any skill? Su Mubai was momentarily taken aback, and before he could ponder further, the system prompt sounded again. Upon entering the game, your identity is that of a descendant. Please confirm your name within the game. In the Multiverse Game, All entities were manifestations of true life, with the inhabitants of Blue Star having traversed to this world and been digitized by the system. After a moment of contemplation, Su Mubai spoke. White Knight. Name successfully registered. Welcome player White Knight to the Multiverse Game. Please select your profession. Buzz. As the words fell, dozens of beams of light descended from the heavens. Each silhouette within the radiant columns bore an uncanny resemblance to Su Mubai, representing a myriad of distinct professions. These were the foundational classes from the myriad realms of the game, categorized into 4 primary types: physical, magical, defensive, and supportive. Warriors, archers, rogues, brawlers, sorcerers, and priests were all present. The game also featured a selection of hidden classes, which could not be chosen at the character's inception. Typically, players would select the profession that best aligned with their awakened talents. However, Su Mubai's talent was Ascension, applicable to any vocation. Warrior or mage? Su Mubai Bandith. Scrutinizing the differences among the various classes. Yet, he soon realized he was overthinking. The figures before him were gradually vanishing. Detected player Bayez's initial attributes do not meet the requirements. Incompatible classes are being eliminated. The system notification caused Su Mubai's expression to shift dramatically. Within mere moments, only one silhouette remained before him. Based on player Bayez's initial attributes, the sole selectable class is Undead Mage. Class selection successful. Without granting Su Mubai a chance to choose, the last remaining silhouette suddenly shimmered with brilliance, merging directly into his being. Simultaneously, his hospital gown slowly transformed into a tattered linen robe. A faint aura of death began to permeate the air. Open the attribute panel. Gazing at his new attire, Su Mubai's countenance turned ashen. It was not that he deemed the undead mage class inferior, but rather he was eager to ascertain just how low his initial attributes truly were. Attribute panel, player, Bai, level, 0, class, undead mage, strength, constitution, 1 dexterity, 1 mentality, 10 free attribute points, 5 free attribute points awarded with each level up. Health points, 11, permanently capped for unknown reasons. Magic points, 200,200. 1 point of mentality yields 20 points of magic. Attack power, 1. Spell power, 10. Physical defense, 1. Magical defense, 5. Different classes have varying attribute bonuses. Exclusive talent. Ascension, class skills, summon skeleton, level 1. Scorch, level 1. Summoning space, 1. Equipment, practice bone staff, tattered robe, lifespan, less than 1 year. Damn it, why is it like this? Staring at his dismal attribute panel, Su Mubai found it hard to accept. All 4 primary attributes, save for mentality, languished at a pitiful 1. It was no wonder that he could only transition into the undead mage. Other classes, even sorcerers and priests, required constitution and dexterity to exceed 2 points. Ordinarily, a common person's foundational attributes would fluctuate around 5 points. However, Su Mubai had become the epitome of extremity. His mental attributes were maximized, while all others lay in utter ruin. His life expectancy was inexplicably capped, rendering it permanently unenhanceable. With a mere drop of health, a casual touch could lead to his demise. How was one to navigate such a precarious existence? With less than a year to live, despair enveloped Su Mubai. 364 days amounted to less than a year. An hour, similarly, was insufficient. Who could fathom the possibility of a sudden, untimely death? Su Mubai could not help but exhale a sigh. Indeed, while the myriad realms of the game possessed such capabilities, they bore no obligation to employ them. Yet, he felt an undeniable sense of injustice, akin to having hope dangled before him only to have it snatched away. This stark contrast was far more unbearable than outright despair. A permanent drop of health? A lifespan of less than a year? Gazing at his attributes, Su Mubai gritted his teeth. Since it had come to this, he might as well take a gamble. If the highest tier of promotion could only apply to level skills, then would the subsequent promotion allow it to extend to higher tier skills? With this thought, Su Mubai inhaled deeply, his resolve solidifying. Grant me 3 consecutive promotions. Chapter 3, Addiction to Cards. Notice, consuming 3 consecutive promotions for exclusive talent skills requires a total of years of lifespan. Remaining lifespan insufficient. You possess 3 opportunities for no consumption. Do you confirm to expend all opportunities to elevate your exclusive talent skill to a higher tier? Good heavens! Does even the Myriad Realms game not know how many years of lifespan are required? It directly presented 3 question marks. Upon hearing the system's notification, Su Mubai was taken aback, but joy soon illuminated his face. Indeed, as he had surmised, exclusive talents could be promoted, Moreover, upon promotion, the targeted tier also ascended. A level talent, when promoted once, would reach level 2, twice, level 3. Would 3 consecutive promotions transcend level 3? The materials provided by the myriad realms did not encompass such a tier of talent skill. It was no wonder that the consumption was denoted by 3 question marks. Perhaps the myriad realms had never anticipated someone like Su Mubai, a gambler willing to wager it all. With a life expectancy capped at a single point and less than a year to live, Su Mubai chose to take a leap of faith. After all, the worst-case scenario was already laid bare. Should he win, the rewards could be monumental. With this thought, Su Mubai made his choice without hesitation. Confirm the consumption of all opportunities. Yet, the system's notification did not sound immediately, seemingly rendered momentarily incapacitated by this audacious maneuver. Su Mubai felt a surge of anxiety. Should this gamble fail, he would have to navigate his fate step by step. After a tense few minutes, Su Mubai suddenly felt a heart-stirring power erupting from within him. Boom! 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 Following this, 3 beams of light shot skyward, intertwining and agitating the dark expanse beyond the celestial hall. Amidst the interplay of lights, myriad colors danced in a vibrant display. When the brilliance finally dissipated, the long-awaited system notification emerged once more. Notice, exclusive talent skill promotion successful. Consecutive promotions to a higher tier have been achieved. Congratulations to player by Yi for obtaining the unique, forbidden level exclusive talent skill, Cataclysm. Having triumphed, Su Mubai clenched his fists, his excitement palpable. The designation of unique forbidden level is undoubtedly significant. An exclusive talent skill implies that it is solely possessed by oneself. Thus, does this uniqueness suggest that Cataclysm is the only forbidden level talent across the myriad realms of the game? With this thought, Su Mubai eagerly opened the talent description. Cataclysm. Unique forbidden level exclusive talent skill. Skill effects. 1. Promotion. Permanently elevate any entity by 1 tier with no cost. 2. Sublimation. At the expense of certain resources. Permanently elevate any entity by 2 tiers. 3. Cataclysm. At the cost of a portion of lifespan. Permanently elevate any entity by 3 tiers and bestow upon it the cataclysmic characteristics. Tier surpassing limitations. Undetectable. Non-replicable. Non-plunderable. The player by Yi will vanish upon complete death. The terrifying effects of Cataclysm left Su Mubai speechless. To elevate a tier without any consumption is astonishing. Moreover, the target of elevation has expanded from any skill to any entity. This is truly outrageous. In the game, currency, equipment, skills, these are all entities. Even professions and one's very self. After scrutinizing the skill description multiple times, Su Mubai inhaled sharply. Such a talent was so extraordinary that even he, the instigator, found it excessively overpowered. Wait, a tier elevation with no consumption? Suddenly, an idea struck him, and his pupils widened in astonishment, joy radiating from his face. With a mere thought, he activated Cataclysm. Target for elevation, Cataclysm. Engaging in such mechanics could become addictive. However, this time, his calculations fell short. The beam of light indicating skill elevation did not materialize, and a cold system notification echoed. Sorry, this skill tier has surpassed limitations and cannot undergo Cataclysm. It seems I was too greedy. Su Mubai smiled faintly, not surprised by the failure of elevation. If he were allowed to elevate infinitely, would the Myriad Realms game collapse entirely? He harbored a faint suspicion. The game must not have been created long ago. Otherwise, such evident limitations would not exist. Just as he prepared to examine his other skills, the system notification chimed once more. Notice, your unique forbidden level exclusive talent, Cataclysm, has acquired additional usage restrictions. Cataclysm, unique forbidden level exclusive talent skill. Usage restrictions cannot be applied to this talent, cannot affect the player's body, cannot influence cataclysmic characteristics. Repeated use on the same target will override previous elevation effects. Damn, Su Mubai was taken aback. It seems I've been left with nothing to show for my efforts. Not only did I fail to elevate, but I also incurred 4 additional usage restrictions. It appears the Myriad Realms game has already patched this. Nevertheless, he had not entirely emerged empty-handed. Upon reading the final line of the skill description, Su Mubai's eyes lit up. Can use cataclysmic effects once without cost. He was mentally prepared for the emergence of limitations on Cataclysm. If one could repeatedly utilize enhancements without the risk of overriding them, would it not be possible to effortlessly attain the highest levels of all lesser entities? Such a notion seems rather unrealistic. Presently, with the opportunity for a consumption-free activation of the Cataclysm effect, Su Mubai feels quite content. Aside from his innate talents and his essence, this is indeed the most worthy aspect to elevate. Gazing at his dismal attribute panel, Su Mubai concentrated his thoughts and activated the cataclysm once more. Notice, to promote the profession of necromancer by 3 tiers, a consumption of 100,000 years of lifespan is required. Insufficient remaining lifespan. You possess 1 opportunity for a consumption-free activation of the cataclysm effect. Do you wish to confirm the use of this opportunity to promote the profession of necromancer to a higher tier and imbue it with the cataclysm effect? 100,000 years of lifespan. This exaggerated cost caused Su Mubai's eyes to widen in disbelief. Nevertheless, the consumption-free usage is inherently more valuable. The tiers of a profession differ from skills. According to the knowledge within his mind, in the myriad realms of the game, there exist 3 classifications: ordinary professions, hidden professions, and unique hidden professions. It remains a mystery what the outcome of 3 consecutive promotions might be. Could it, like the Cataclysm talent, elevate to the level of a unique forbidden profession? Struggling to contain his excitement, Su Mubai took a deep breath and made his choice. Confirm the use of this opportunity. Buzz. As the Cataclysm talent activated, Su Mubai felt himself enveloped by a mysterious force. Subsequently, a series of system notifications rang in his ears. Notice, your profession necromancer has successfully promoted to a higher tier. Congratulations, player Bai Yi has transitioned to the exclusive hidden profession of Death Sovereign. Your attribute growth has undergone changes. You have acquired a new skill, Lifelink. You have acquired a new skill, Summoning Enhancement. You have obtained an exclusive item, Book of Death. Your exclusive hidden profession, Death Sovereign, has gained an additional cataclysm effect. Chapter 4. Entering the game. Skills of the Death Sovereign. The Myriad Realms game will officially commence in 10 seconds. Player Bai Yi, please prepare yourself. 10, 9, 8. Due to the time consumed by the promotion talent, Su Mubai had no opportunity to examine the newly acquired skills. However, it would not be too late to review them once the game commenced. With only a brief glance at his slightly altered attribute panel, Su Mubai readied himself to enter the game. His attributes had not increased significantly. However, his mana capacity had risen from 200 to 600. His spell power had also transformed to 30 points. Moreover, the free attribute points gained per level had escalated from 5 to 15. Thus, it appeared that the attribute enhancements and growth rate of the Death Sovereign were thrice that of an ordinary necromancer, excluding equipment attributes. That equates to 9 times that of an ordinary profession. Such strength is indeed worthy of the title of exclusive hidden profession. Lu Wayne, Zhao Su. The mere thought of these 2 contemptible individuals elicited a glimmer of cold light in the depths of Su Mubai's eyes. In the Myriad Realms game, death is a reality. Although the novice village possesses protective mechanisms, dying merely results in a loss of levels. Once one departs from the novice village, each demise results not only in a reduction of experience, but also incurs a loss of 10 years of lifespan, with a minimum penalty of a decade. This implies that should a player's remaining lifespan fall below 10 years, they will be unable to resurrect upon death. Nevertheless, within the realm of the 10,000 Worlds game, there exist treasures that can extend one's lifespan, though these must be discovered through personal exploration by the players. The 3 individuals, prior to their crossing, were not far apart. According to the information provided by the 10,000 Worlds game, they may not have emerged from the same novice village, yet upon exiting, they would undoubtedly converge in the same city. Su Mubai was eagerly anticipating reuniting with the 2, eager for them to experience the profound despair he once felt. As the countdown reached its conclusion, a radiant white light enveloped the starry sky hall, and Su Mubai found himself momentarily blinded, only to subsequently arrive in the novice village. Welcome, esteemed players of Blue Star, to the 10,000 Worlds game. This is the number 9527 novice village of the Divine Dragon Empire. We wish you a safe journey ahead. Echoed the system's voice above the village, as white light flickered and players began to materialize around Su Mubai. Wah, how does one play this game? Is there a kind gentleman to teach me? Haha, it's digitalized. The fantasies I once had while reading novels have finally come to fruition. We all start from the same line. This time, I shall ascend. Same starting line? My friend, you might be mistaken. Have you heard of advanced talents? I awakened a level talent right from the start. I'm destined to soar. Esteemed player, do you require any accessories for your legs? Brother, take me along. I'm a healing priest with ample healing power. Level talent, mage, seeking a group. Surrounding them was a cacophony of players engaged in conversation. The emergence of the 10,000 Worlds game was exceedingly abrupt, forcibly drawing everyone into this digitized realm. Some felt uneasy, others bewildered, while a few were exhilarated and others despaired. For those who were destitute and unanchored, the 10,000 Worlds game evidently represented a transformative opportunity. Players began to disperse from the arrival plaza, leveraging past gaming experiences to seek dialogue within the novice village, hoping to undertake quests. However, the situation proved more challenging than they had anticipated. Each entity within the 10,000 Worlds was genuinely existent and would not mechanically dispense quests as in the former games of Blue Star. Unlike his peers, Su Mubai chose not to follow the tide, but instead made his way directly towards the village exit. Time was of the essence. He was uncertain how long he could survive and needed to swiftly level up while seeking treasures to augment his lifespan. Rather than squander time in the novice village pursuing low-level tasks, he resolved to venture forth and slay monsters. As Su Mubai reached the entrance of the novice village, more than 10 minutes had elapsed. During this interval, numerous players had surpassed him and engaged with the wild creatures outside the village. As his agility attribute was a mere 1, rendering his movement speed rather lamentable. In the 10,000 Worlds game, identical attributes manifested disparate effects across various professions. For physical classes, enhancing agility would improve movement speed, attack speed, and critical hit rate, while professions such as archers and rogues would also see a slight increase in their attack power. In the realm of the legal profession, aside from enhancing mobility, one can also slightly accelerate casting speed. It is noteworthy that attributes such as evasion and accuracy are absent here. The myriad worlds of the game represent a data-driven reality. To strike an adversary or evade an assault, one must rely solely on one's reflexes. Naturally, an increase in agility will confer some benefits to one's reaction time. Hence, in the eyes of Su Mubai, agility is indispensable for any profession. Fortunately, the freedom attribute points for the Death Sovereign S upgrades are sufficiently high, allowing Su Mubai to catch up with the average player upon reaching level 1. Along his journey, Su Mubai has thoroughly reviewed all his skills. Summon Skeleton, level 1. Active skill. Summons a feeble skeleton to fight on your behalf. Casting time, 3 seconds. Cooldown, 30 seconds. Mana cost, 20 points. The skeleton's attributes are augmented by the player's mental prowess. Scorch, level 1. Active skill. Unleashes the fire of the soul to incinerate the target, dealing a total of 150 spell power in magical damage over 5 seconds. Attack range, 30 meters. Casting time, 2 seconds. Cooldown, 5 seconds. Mana cost, 10 points. This is a skill inherent to the Necromancer, representing the most rudimentary level of abilities. The skeleton summoned by the Necromancer can persist indefinitely, provided it remains alive. Before mastering the skill expansion, the summoning space is limited to 1 slot, meaning the Necromancer can only summon a single skeleton at any given time. Thus, in the early stages of the game, the Necromancer class is relatively weak. Typically, those who choose this profession are players endowed with talents that enhance summoning capabilities. However, Su Mubai is no ordinary Necromancer. He is the exclusive hidden class, the Death Sovereign. Life Link, level 1, active skill. You can link to one of your summoned undead creatures, sharing health points with it. Instantaneous release, cooldown, 10 seconds. This skill alleviates Su Mubai's concerns regarding his health point limit. As long as the summoned undead remains, he has no fear of sudden demise. Summoning augmentation, passive skill, no level. Skill effects, 1. Reduces casting time for summoning skills to 50. 2. Reduces cooldown time to 50. 3. Enhances summoned creatures' attributes by 50. 4. Increases the summoning space limit to 500. The second skill offers a noble percentage enhancement, growing in potency as the game progresses. Additionally, Su Mubai has acquired a unique item, Book of Death, class exclusive day and night. Offhand item, non droppable, indestructible, non tradable. Level, 0, follows the character. Attributes, unlocks after level 1. Special effect, unlocks after level 10. This is a tome of rules, accessible solely to you. Upon fulfilling certain criteria, you may learn exclusive skills of the Death Sovereign from its pages. Currently, the Book of Death possesses no attributes, yet its description suggests that this equipment is undoubtedly extraordinary. However, Su Mubai found himself lacking in level, unable to unleash his full potential. As his gaze fell upon the transformative characteristics of his newly advanced profession, his pupils widened in astonishment. Chapter 5. Some attacks appeared to be excruciating at a mere glance. Truly, it is no wonder that he possesses the sole forbidden level talent. It is utterly terrifying. Profession, Death Sovereign, exclusive hidden profession. Transformative characteristics. 1. All personal skill effects are doubled. 2. Insufficient level, not yet unlocked. The transformative characteristics effectively bestow upon Su Mubai's profession an additional 3 attributes. Although only one has been activated at present, it is already formidable enough. What does it mean for all skill effects to be doubled? Su Mubai could hardly contain his eagerness to test his newfound strength. While he still had the option to upgrade his existing skills without cost, he decided to wait until he had left the village entrance. After all, he was far from invincible, and there was no need to reveal too much in public. The exit from the village would not take long. With this thought in mind, Su Mubai wielded his practice bone staff and unleashed a skill. Summon Little Skeleton. In the next moment, a pale gray vortex suddenly appeared beside him. Subsequently, 2 skeletons, each standing at a height of 1.5 meters, emerged side by side from the vortex. Clack, clack. The faint flicker of soul flames danced in the pupils of the 2 skeletons as they stood quietly at Su Mubai's flanks. Given the low-level skill, the summoned skeletons were not particularly strong. Their bones were a ghastly white, marred by numerous cracks. Even the iron swords they bore were covered in rust and riddled with chips. Su Mubai even suspected that these 2 would fall apart at any moment. However, as the saying goes, one should not judge by appearances. While their looks might be unimpressive, the true essence lies in their attributes. Instant release. Su Mubai's eyes sparkled. The doubling effect of the transformative characteristics was even more perverse than he had anticipated. Not only did the number of summons double, but the original cooldown of 50 was also directly increased to 100. Likewise, for Su Mubai, the Summon Little Skeleton skill was now devoid of cooldown time. Surely, their attributes must have doubled as well. With a thought, Su Mubai opened the attribute panel of the Little Skeletons. Little Skeleton, Strength 20, Constitution 20, Agility 20, Spirit 20, Health 200, Attack Power 20, Physical Defense 10, Skills none. The most rudimentary skeleton, having been enhanced, barely qualifies as a skeleton warrior. The attributes of the 2 little skeletons were identical, epitomizing simplicity coupled with strength. Originally, based on Su Mubai's spirit attribute of 10, the summoned skeletons would only have a mere 5 points in each of their 4 core attributes. Such attributes, devoid of profession bonuses or skills, would be comparable to an ordinary player. Yet now, under the dual enhancement of summon amplification and the transformative characteristics of his profession, the attributes of the 2 little skeletons had quadrupled. Even more terrifying was the fact that as long as there was space in the summoning realm, Su Mubai could continue to summon these little skeletons indefinitely. His current summoning space allows him to conjure up to 10 little skeletons simultaneously, forming a legion of disaster that is imminent. My friend, your talent must be at least at level X, right? A voice echoed, causing Su Mubai to momentarily pause before turning to the source. A warrior player approached, wielding a long sword, his gaze fixated on the 2 little skeletons, contemplating their significance. Ah, an enhanced summon of level X. Su Mubai mused with a slight smile as he glanced at the player, Night Wanderer. At this early stage of the Myriad Realms game, few could conceal their abilities. The little skeletons he summoned not only outnumbered others, but also surpassed the standard minions of other necromancers in stature. It was only natural for someone to take notice. This was precisely why he refrained from hastily employing his disaster talent to augment skills and equipment. Enhancements would surely alter the effects of his skills and items, given that they had only just entered the game and the power disparities had yet to manifest. Revealing too many unique traits was unwise. Shall we form a party to level up together? I possess a level X talent as well. Our collaboration would expedite our progress. Night Wanderer proposed, raising his long sword in invitation. Not only he, but numerous players had gathered at the village entrance, all seeking companionship in their quests. Although the novice village was designed for players to acclimate to the game, the creatures within were by no means trivial. Even the lowest tier creatures, the ground chickens, possessed the capability to eliminate individual players. Ground chicken, level 1 health, 100 attack power, 10 physical defense, 5 magical defense, 2 surely. No one would falter against a chicken. Within mere seconds, Su Mubai observed several bright flashes of light outside. Evidently, some players had indeed succumbed, unable to best even a ground chicken. Without a card, a single attack from such a creature could fell Su Mubai tenfold. Yet for him, it presented no challenge whatsoever. Politely declining Night Wanderer's invitation, Su Mubai concentrated, promptly casting Life Link on one of his fully healthy little skeletons. After all, with only a single drop of health, carelessness could lead to its demise. To his astonishment, he discovered that he had simultaneously linked 2 little skeletons. Beneath his health bar, 2 faintly red health bars appeared, each representing double the health of the little skeletons. Health, 11, Life Link 1, 400. Lifelink 2. For 100-400. Remarkable. The targets connected also double? Raising an eyebrow. Su Mubai silently commended the unique traits of his disaster class. With the two little skeletons as his guardians, he stepped out of the novice village. Around him, the air was thick with the fervor of battle, as players bravely faced off against the ground chickens. Su Mubai noted that the standard skeletons summoned by other necromancers stood only about 2 meters tall, a full 30 centimeters shorter than his own, making them quite diminutive. Why did I choose a tank class? These chickens pecked so painfully. No more lamenting. It was time to slay the chickens. Grandmother, this chicken possesses a more formidable attack than I do. Alas, a level 0 player is outmatched by a mere level 1 chicken. Observe that white knight. How is it that the two skeletons he summoned surpass my own in strength? He must have awakened some exceptional talent. Another day of envying the luck of the fortunate. Su Mubai paid no heed to the discussions around him. The free-range chickens near the village had their own targets, and he had no intention of competing for monsters. He deftly directed his little skeletons towards the distance. After all the effort to create such formidable allies, why would he bother with level 1 monsters? The game features an integrated minimap, which players can summon at any time, appearing as a translucent panel floating in the upper right corner of their view without obstructing their sight. According to the map, Su Mubai swiftly departed from the territory of the free-range chickens, venturing into the realm of level 2 monsters. Red-eyed rabbit. Level 2, health, 150,150, attack power, 15, physical defense, 7, magical defense, 3, caution, it may leap to strike at sensitive areas. In this vicinity, the number of players had dwindled significantly, perhaps due to the red-eyed rabbit's penchant for targeting sensitive areas. Upon his arrival, Su Mubai witnessed 2 tank players curled up on the ground, having been struck. The myriad realms of the game mirrored a reality wherein pain was felt at a full intensity of 100. Just the sight of it made him involuntarily gasp. Any man would fear such an attack. With this method of assault, even Tyson would think twice about confronting it. Fortunately, he was spared from engaging directly in combat. With a slight twitch of his mouth, Su Mubai continued onward, controlling his 2 little skeletons to commence their assault on the monsters. With the absence of player swarms, his desire to enter more advanced maps would inevitably attract some red-eyed rabbits. In this game, there was no concept of green-named monsters. Once one stepped out of the village, the wilderness was rife with red-named foes. The gaze of the red-eyed rabbits, fixated on the player's vulnerable areas, indeed sent shivers down one's spine. However, the little skeletons, devoid of such vulnerabilities, brandished their rusted iron swords with fearless resolve and charged at the red-eyed rabbits. 13, 15. The red-eyed rabbit, in pain, let out a howl and lunged at one of the little skeletons. 11. Naturally, the little skeletons felt no pain and mechanically retaliated with sword strikes. For such low-level monsters, Su Mubai saw no need to meticulously maneuver his skeletons. In fact, it could be said he would never find such a necessity. What need was there for intricate tactics? A straightforward approach, overwhelming in both quantity and quality, was far more delightful. Chapter 6, Ascendant Currency. At this moment, having distanced himself from the novice village, Su Mubai once again wielded his bone staff. Summon little skeleton. A pale gray vortex appeared, and 2 more little skeletons emerged, ready to join the fray against the red-eyed rabbit. How could a mere level 2 monster withstand the onslaught of 4 skeletons with superior attributes? In mere seconds, the red-eyed rabbit met its demise, leaving behind a corpse and a shiny copper coin. A faint, imperceptible white light integrated into Su Mubai's being, accompanied by the system's notification. Defeated a level 2 red-eyed rabbit, received an additional 50 level-up bonus. Experience points. 3. It seemed that ascending to level 1 was not an arduous task. Su Mubai cast a fleeting glance at his attribute panel, noting that the experience value had slightly increased to 3. This indicated that he needed to vanquish 33 more red-eyed rabbits to achieve a level up. The 4 little skeletons pressed onward, relentlessly slaying the obstructive red-eyed rabbits. Rather than unleashing his burn skill, Su Mubai opted to reserve his mana entirely for the skeletons. The damage inflicted by burn was simply too meager, even with the enhancement from his class's disaster transformation trait. It could only deal 90 points of magical damage within 5 seconds, not accounting for the magical defenses of the minor foes. In terms of cost-effectiveness, this skill paled in comparison to Summon Skeleton. At that moment, the 4 skeletons had already dispatched several red-eyed rabbits, and Su Mubai's experience had risen to 21. However, the red-eyed rabbits were exceedingly stingy, dropping nothing but a few copper coins. The currency in the Wanjia game, akin to the online games of the past on Blue Star. was divided into gold, silver, and copper coins, with an exchange rate of 1,100 among them. According to the information stored in Su Mubai's mind about the Wanja game, there appear to be even higher-tier currencies, though they were evidently inaccessible in the early stages. Casting a glance at a few players not far away, Su Mubai suppressed the urge to use the disaster to elevate his copper coins and continued following the 4 skeletons forward. He refrained from summoning more skeletons to avoid drawing too much attention. The presence of 4 skeletons was already sufficient to intimidate those around him. It was not until Su Mubai's figure gradually faded from view that the player teams in the vicinity of the red-eyed rabbit territory began to converse among themselves. Look at him, casually leveling up while strolling. The necromancer has it so easy. Easy? Please compare my summoned skeletons to his. They are hardly comparable. Whose fault is it that you chose necromancer without any summoning-related talents? That by you must at least have a top-tier talent, right? How formidable. He likely rank among the best in our novice village. Given such leveling speed, he will surely make it onto the leaderboard. We'll know soon enough. By the way, when did the Wanja game say the level leaderboard would be released? Tomorrow. Congratulations to player by Yi for leveling up to level 1. With attributes of 1 across the board, 1 skill point, and 15 free attribute points. Not long after entering the area of level 3 monsters, a golden light flashed, signaling Su Mubai's ascension to level 1. The attributes of 1 and the 1 skill point were enhancements granted to every player upon leveling up. However, due to the class bonus of Death Ruler, Su Mubai received 3 times the amount of free attribute points compared to ordinary players with each level up. At this rate, even without utilizing the disaster skill, he would soon rise to prominence among players. After a moment of contemplation, Su Mubai allocated 4 points to agility, then assigned all remaining attribute points to spirit. Strength held no utility for him, and as for constitution, it was utterly pointless. After all, he could only have 1 hit point permanently. Who would invest in that? Finally, the area was devoid of players. Surveying his surroundings, Su Mubai broke into a grin. The path he chose deliberately avoided other players. At this juncture, Su Mubai had summoned 10 little skeletons, fully utilizing his summoning capacity. After allocating his points, his spirit attribute had risen to 22. The panels of all the little skeletons underwent a real-time transformation. The 4-dimensional attributes surged to a balanced and unpretentious total of 44 points. However, Su Mubai's journey of extraordinary prowess had merely commenced. Upon opening the 20-slot backpack that new players are equipped with, Su Mubai curled his lips in discontent. The drop rate of low-level monsters in the myriad worlds of the game was exceedingly low. Not a single piece of equipment had been acquired throughout his journey. Even copper coins were not guaranteed drops from every foe. He decided to test whether copper coins could be directly upgraded to silver coins. Extracting all 12 copper coins from his backpack, Su Mubai focused his mind. Cataclysm. Target, 12 copper coins. Prompt. Please select the tier for upgrade. Tier 1, Tier 2, Tier 3, Tier 2. Su Mubai wished to ascertain the resources required for the upgrade of copper coins to Tier 2. Prompt. A total of 1 silver and 20 copper coins is required to elevate 12 copper coins. Insufficient resources, upgrade fail. Such a minimal cost? Su Mubai raised an eyebrow. If the value of the upgraded copper coins aligned with his expectations, then this price was indeed remarkably low. The outcome would reveal itself upon the upgrade. Shaking his head, Su Mubai activated Cataclysm, once more targeting the 12 copper coins in his possession. Yet this time, he opted for a Tier 1 upgrade. Prompt. Do you confirm the upgrade of 12 copper coins to Tier 1 with no consumption? Confirm. With a thought. The copper coins in Su Mubai's hand shimmered with a soft glow. You have acquired 12 ancient copper coins. HM, shouldn't a Tier 1 upgrade yield silver coins? What on earth are ancient copper coins? Gazing at the slightly darker-hued coins in his grasp, Su Mubai found himself momentarily stunned. Ancient copper coin. A suspended currency with an unclear value, only sought after by collectors of ancient currency. Not only did the currency appreciation fail, but this item also occupied a slot in his backpack. Nevertheless, Su Mubai felt no overwhelming disappointment. With the Cataclysm talent at his disposal, earning money would be a trivial pursuit. Moreover, since ancient copper coins existed, they might prove useful in the future. The backpack could also be upgraded. Spotting the remaining 19 slots in his novice backpack, Su Mubai's eyes sparkled with excitement as he activated Cataclysm once again. Prompt. Please select the tier for upgrade. Tier 1, Tier 2, Tier 3. Tier 1. Prompt. Do you confirm the upgrade of the novice backpack to Tier 1 with no consumption? Confirm. You have acquired a large backpack. Large backpack. Contains 50 slots of space. Continuing on, Su Mubai's gaze fell upon the bone staff in his hand. Before officially embarking on his leveling journey, he intended to upgrade everything that could be enhanced. Not just equipment, but all skills as well. Chapter 7. Comprehensive Upgrade, the Death's Tome. As Su Mubai utilized Cataclysm to upgrade his equipment and skills, the movements of the 10 little skeletons remained uninterrupted. 5 formed a small team, relentlessly hunting the obstructive mountain cats. Employing Cataclysm did not necessitate halting his progress. With agility elevated to 6 points, Su Mubai's movement speed finally returned to normal. The skeleton squad continued to clear monsters while advancing further into the unknown. Continuously utilizing Cataclysm, Su Mubai promptly concealed the skill effects. Otherwise, when enhancing the advanced skills later, the soaring beam of light would be exceedingly conspicuous. You have obtained a common equipment, Bone Staff. You have acquired a common equipment, Linen Robe. In the realm of the myriad games, equipment is classified from low to high into 10 tiers. Inferior, common, black iron, bronze, silver, gold, dark gold, epic, legendary, and mythical. The gear that players initially possess is the most inferior quality, merely serving as ornamental. Its sole purpose is to prevent exposure and enable skill casting. For many skills cannot be executed without a weapon. Now, with the elevation of the 2 pieces of equipment to common quality, Su Mubai finally possessed some semblance of a stat sheet. However, its utility was minimal, merely enhancing his spell potency and physical defense by a few points. The true augmentation of his power lay in the advancement of his skills. Your level skill, Summon Skeleton, has successfully advanced to the level skill, Summon Skeleton. Summon Skeleton, level 1, active skill. Summons a skeleton to fight for you. Casting time, 3 seconds. Cooldown time, 30 seconds. Mana cost, 40 points. The skeleton stats are augmented by the player's mental attributes. This time, the 10 little skeletons in battle did not receive an immediate enhancement. It appears that upon skill advancement, they need to be re-summoned. Su Mubai did not hasten to summon them, but continued to use Cataclysm to elevate the remaining skills. Your level skill, Burn, has successfully advanced to the level skill, Scorch. The name of the skill remained unchanged, yet the damage escalated from 150 to 200, with the mana cost altered to 20 points. Next came the crux. A glimmer of excitement flickered in his eyes as Su Mubai selected the next skill. Your level skill, Life Link, has successfully advanced to the level skill, Life Share. Life Share, passive skill. No level. Skill effect. You share health points unidirectionally with all summoned undead creatures. Remarkable. Gazing at the straightforward description of Life Share, Su Mubai could not help but exclaim in astonishment. Not only had an active skill transformed into a passive one, but the shared targets had also expanded to encompass all summoned entities. Transitioning from level to level signifies a profound metamorphosis. Such a skill is tantamount to granting the player an additional level of innate talent, one that is virtually unattainable in the early stages of the game. Yet, Su Mubai's extraordinary prowess defies the norm. Coupled with the Cataclysm class characteristic and the skill, Summoning Amplification, the value of Life Share in his possession far surpasses that of an ordinary player's level talent. After all, players who awaken such talents in the early game cannot summon as many minions. Observing the newly displayed health bar beneath his health points, the staggering figure of 8,000 starkly contrasted with the meager 11 health points. At that moment, even Su Mubai felt somewhat monstrous. Permanently at 1 health point? So what? My secondary health bar approaches 9,000, and this is a magic-based class? This figure would surely lead a tank class player with level talent to weep and report themselves for hacking. Su Mubai's lips curled slightly as his gaze fell upon the final skill, Cataclysm. Target, Summon Amplification. Your skill Summon Amplification has successfully advanced to the advanced skill Death Summoning. Death Summoning is a passive skill with no levels. Skill effect. 1. The attributes of summoned creatures are enhanced by 100. 2. The limit of the summoning space is increased to 10-fold. The effects of Death Summoning have doubled in potency, leaving aside other matters. Su Mubai was now 1 step closer to achieving his goal of summoning the Plague Legion. Summoning space, 10-20. Unfortunately, the summoning space was merely an attribute, rather than a tangible entity, rendering it impossible to exploit Cataclysm for free benefits. With a mere thought, Su Mubai retrieved the Book of Death from his inventory. It was time to elevate this item. As his level rose to 1, the attributes of the Book of Death were also activated. However, it only unveiled a basic attribute of spell power at 10, which seemed utterly unworthy of its exclusive equipment status. Su Mubai promptly equipped the Book of Death in his offhand. Cloaked in a gray-black robe, gripping a skeletal staff in one hand and a time-worn tome emanating an aura of death in the other, he finally bore a semblance of a necromancer. Yet, the prestige of Death Sovereign remained completely unmanifested. After all, his level was still too low, which was only natural. Cataclysm. Target, Book of Death. This time, the activation of Cataclysm took noticeably longer than before. Although the special effects were obscured, Su Mubai could still sense a chilling aura. Just as he began to think the advancement had failed, the cold system notification echoed in his ears. Your exclusive item, the Book of Death, has successfully advanced to the Death Codex. Death Codex. Profession exclusive, day and night. Unique item. Cannot be dropped, damaged, or traded. May be summoned or retracted at will. Level 1. Follows character. Basic attributes. Spell power 15. Special effect. Unlocks after level 10. This is a tome of rules, which you alone may peruse upon meeting the requirements. You may learn exclusive skills of the Death Sovereign from it. Did it merely increase by 5 points of spell power? Su Mubai furrowed his brow, scrutinizing the panel of the Death Codex multiple times before finally noticing the subtle difference in the description. It had transformed from a tome of laws to a tome of rules. It seemed the true strength of the Death Codex would only reveal itself as his level increased. Observing the transition of the Death Codex from an offhand item to a unique item, Su Mubai concentrated, and the Death Codex shimmered with a faint light, transforming into an inscription that marked his left hand's back. To his delight, he found that the offhand slot in his equipment bar had miraculously become vacant. Yet, the spell power gained from the Death Codex remained intact. This meant that Su Mubai could equip an additional offhand item compared to others. Elated by this unexpected fortune, his spirit soared. After fully utilizing the Cataclysm, Su Mubai's power had transformed drastically from what it once was. The next step was to swiftly locate treasures that could prolong his lifespan. Grasping the staff in his hand, he declared that the leveling process had officially commenced. Chapter 8. The terrifying surge in power, allocating his soul skill point to summon skeletons. Su Mubai waved his bone staff. A slightly larger pale, gray vortex materialized, from which 2 skeletal soldiers emerged. Following the upgrade of his skill, the summoned skeletons appeared significantly more robust. Their bones no longer stark white, but imbued with a subtle sheen. The fissures on their surfaces had diminished, and their weapons were now whole. They finally exuded an aura of might. After 10 consecutive uses, he had expended merely 400 points of mana, a negligible cost for Su Mubai, whose mana cap reached an impressive 1320. Soon, a total of 20 skeletons stood in orderly formation beside him. The only drawback was the eclectic assortment of weapons they wielded: swords, daggers, spears, and staffs, lacking only ranged weapons, showcasing a delightful variety. Skeleton, strength, 87, vitality, 87, agility, 87, mentality, 87, health points, 870870, attack power, 87, physical defense, 44, skill, heavy strike, level 2, wielding a weapon to strike the target, inflicting 155 physical damage, with a cooldown of 30 seconds. The most ordinary skeleton, a fundamental creature among the undead. Were there a necromancer capable of summoning such a skeleton, it would undoubtedly become the object of many players' admiration. Yet, Su Mubai possessed a full 20 of them, due to the summoning space's limitation of 20. The previous 10 skeletons had automatically disintegrated. The summoning space not only determined the maximum number of summoned beings, but also allowed the necromancer to retract their summons at will. Health points, 11, health sharing, 348003, 4800, 87,020 profession cataclysm characteristics doubled. Glimpsing his health bar, Su Mubai couldn't suppress a slight smile. Now, he intended to explore another idea. Should it succeed, his combat prowess would ascend once more. The more he pondered, the more exhilarated he became, locking his gaze on the recently summoned 20 skeletons as he concentrated. Cataclysm. Target, 20 skeletons. First stage. Prompt. Do you wish to confirm the replacement of the previous effects and re-upgrade the skill to summon minor skeletons? Cancel. Disappointment flickered across Su Mubai's face as he shook his head. It appeared that within the judgment of the Cataclysm talent, these skeletons and the skill were intertwined. Although he couldn't exploit the skill further, Su Mubai remained quite pleased with his current power. Determining the direction on the map, Su Mubai waved his hand decisively. Let us set forth. With a cacophony of clattering bones, the skeletons autonomously divided into several squads, commencing their relentless slaughter. With an astonishing agility score of 87, their speed far surpasses that of the level 3 lynxes. The numbers 79, 82, and 126 are mere statistics. The few lynxes ahead did not even have the time to react before being instantly felled by a barrage of weapons. 3 skeletons attacking simultaneously can obliterate a single lynx in an instant. Following a comprehensive enhancement, Su Mubai's pace has significantly accelerated. Concurrently, the sound of system notifications indicating experience gains continues to flood the screen. Killed a level 3 lynx, awarded an additional 50 bonus for exceeding levels, gained 45 experience points. Killed a level 3 lynx, awarded an additional 50 bonus for exceeding levels, gained 45 experience points. While the majority of players are desperately battling the ground chickens, Su Mubai's leveling currently resembles a leisurely stroll. The only factor constraining his speed is his own agility. 20 skeletons roam this area as if it were a desolate wasteland. Observing his rapidly rising experience bar, Su Mubai silently calculates the experience required for leveling up. To ascend from level 0 to level 1 requires merely 100 points, while progressing from level 1 to level 2 demands an increase to 300 points. At present, the experience gained from low-level monsters corresponds directly to their level numbers. Clearly, advancing in levels will become increasingly arduous. However, Su Mubai feels no concern whatsoever, for his grinding mechanism is exceptionally formidable. Even without deliberately hunting monsters, as he exits the lynx territory, a golden light envelopes him. Congratulations to player by Yi for leveling up to level 2. Attributes increased by 1, skill points 1, free attribute points 15. Leveling up is this effortless. Throughout the entire process, apart from his initial summoning of skeletons, he has not lifted a finger. Even the copper coins dropped are collected by a skeleton, which then delivers them all to him. He continues to allocate 4 points to agility and the rest entirely to his intellect. Naturally, the newly acquired skill points are dedicated to enhancing the level of summoned skeletons. At this level, the summoned skeletons possess attributes equivalent to his 60 intellect. With each level increase in skill, the skeleton's attributes are further augmented by 10, coupled with a boost from intellect. The attributes of the skeleton's Su Mubai summons have now reached a terrifying total of 147 points. This remarkable enhancement is due to his current low level, which allows each level up to confer substantial benefits to the skeletons. Su Mubai opens the map, confirms his direction, and issues commands to the skeletons. This area is still not his destination. Beyond the territory of level 4 monsters lies the entrance to the first and only dungeon of the novice village. There, he aims to level up most effectively, navigating almost unscathed through the regions occupied by level 4 and 5 monsters. Su Mubai, accompanied by his legion of skeletons, swiftly arrives at the dungeon entrance. It manifests as a swirling vortex of 2 meters in width, nestled within a valley. Beside the portal stands a colossal stone tablet inscribed with 4 prominent characters, Misty Forest. This marks the first dungeon for players, irrespective of their novice village. Su Mubai's ambition, of course, is to achieve the first clear of this dungeon, not just for the novice village 9527, but for all novice villages. Su Mubai glanced at his experience points, which stood at 93, and refrained from rushing into action. Instead, he patiently waited in silence for 2 minutes. Soon, a golden light flashed once more. Congratulations, player by Yi. Your level has risen to 3, with attributes of 1 in all 4 dimensions, 1 skill point, and 15 free attribute points. Crackling sounds echoed as he allocated his points. Just after finishing, a skeleton approached, cradling over a dozen copper coins in its hands. Nestled among them was a pair of shoes. Finally, some equipment had dropped. Su Mubai raised an eyebrow, stowed the coins in his backpack, and after inspecting the attributes of this ordinary gear, he immediately activated the cataclysm. You have acquired the black iron grade equipment, double-layer cloth shoes. Double-layer cloth shoes, type, shoes material, cloth armor level, 5 grade. Black iron durability, 30-30 armor, 6 movement speed. 2. Note, double-layer protection, providing greater peace of mind. Although level 5 equipment was beyond Su Mubai's current capabilities, he could look forward to wearing the shoes once he reached that level. Indeed, the world of All Realms game was rather stingy. Aside from a tattered robe and a practice bone staff, the initial equipment was woefully inadequate. There was not even a pair of undergarments to be had. Su Mubai felt the cool breeze against his skin as he moved. Thankfully, melee players started with a set of clothing consisting of both a top and pants. Otherwise, he would have been exposed during combat. In the novice village, there should be a place to acquire undergarments, but with his life hanging by a thread, where would he find the time to search? He decided to embrace a carefree, free-spirited attitude instead. The existence of the Misty Forest served to help players acclimate further to the world of All Realms game. The requirements for entry were not stringent. One merely needed to arrive here and achieve level 3. dying in the dungeon would result in a loss of only 10 experience points. The difficulty of leveling up in the early stages was relatively low, and it was likely that player parties would soon arrive here. After all, there were some players with advanced talents. While their progress might not match Su Mubai's, they would certainly advance much faster than average players. Tip: treasures exist within the misty forest, yet it is fraught with peril. Are you sure you wish to challenge this alone? Certainly. This was a 5-person dungeon, typically requiring cooperation among various classes to succeed. However, it was clear that Su Mubai did not need such assistance. A party? Could it be more formidable than his 20 skeletons? Tip: please select the difficulty of a dungeon. In the world of all realms, small dungeons offered 4 levels of difficulty: normal, hard, nightmare, and hell. Naturally, with such significant advantages, Su Mubai intended to explore the highest difficulty. After all, dying would only cost him 10 experience points. Items that could extend life were evidently not ordinary. If the novice village truly had such items, the likelihood of obtaining them would be greatest through completing the hell level dungeon first. Su Mubai glanced at his exaggerated life-sharing health bar and suddenly felt that the hell level difficulty was not so daunting after all. A hum resonated as he made his choice, and the swirling portal instantly rippled with waves. The colors shifted continuously, transitioning from its initial white to an inky black. At this moment, the portal resembled a ravenous beast. Without a hint of hesitation, Su Mubai stepped boldly into it. A prompt appeared: you have entered the hell-level misty forest. As darkness enveloped him, he soon found himself in a forest shrouded in thick mist. The fog surrounding him significantly diminished his field of vision, reducing it to nearly a quarter of the outside world. The eerie silence of the forest was palpable, allowing him to hear the sound of his own breath with unsettling clarity. Yet, he sensed an overwhelming atmosphere of danger lurking all around. For an ordinary player team, the primary task upon entering the misty forest would be to navigate through it, and Su Mubai was no exception. However, he preferred not to undertake the search personally. With a mere thought, he summoned the space to open. In a flash of white light, 4 squads of skeletons appeared before him. The 40 ethereal blue flames flickered gently, adding an air of terror to the misty surroundings. Chapter 9. Breaking ground in the misty forest. The objectives were straightforward: navigate and eliminate foes. With another thought, the 4 squads of skeletons swiftly began their exploration in 4 distinct directions. The soft clattering of bones echoed conspicuously in the stillness of the misty forest. Following their level up, the skeletons' attributes had significantly improved. With an agility score soaring to 215, they moved with remarkable swiftness, watching their bones rattle as they dashed. Su Mubai feared they might inadvertently disassemble themselves. Fortunately, such an incident did not occur, and in the blink of an eye, the 4 squads of skeletons vanished from sight, the surrounding mist beginning to swirl ominously. Su Mubai narrowed his eyes, attuning his mind to the presence of the skeletons. Soon, a piece of information surfaced in his consciousness. Within 100 meters, he could freely manipulate the summoned undead beings. Exceeding this range would sever the connection. Currently, Su Mubai was uncertain how to enhance this ability. Whether it was the unique hidden class of Death Sovereign or the vast array of information within the myriad realms, his knowledge remained scant. The myriad realms dwarfed Blue Star in comparison. The novice village was merely a starting point. The future Cataclysm Legion would begin its ascent from the hell-level misty forest. Eureka! A response from the skeletons ignited a spark in Su Mubai's eyes, prompting him to command all the skeletons to head northward. As he approached, a system notification chimed in. You have killed an 8-level elite monster, the Mist Tree Demon, and received an additional 50 experience points for surpassing the level requirement, totaling 60 experience points. Did elite monsters yield 5 times the experience of ordinary ones? Watching his experience bar rise from 0 to 2, Su Mubai nodded in satisfaction. With only 50 monsters needed to level up, it should not take long. However, the experience required for each subsequent level was increasingly daunting. Upon arriving at the combat site, he found only 2 severed corpses of the tree demons. The skeletons had already resumed their exploration. Thanks to the passive skill of life sharing, he did not need to specifically safeguard his skeletons, bending down to retrieve the 3 fallen copper coins. Su Mubai leisurely admired the scenery as he ventured deeper into the misty forest. Having found the correct direction, he naturally encountered an increasing number of monsters. Defeated level 8 elite monster, Misty Treant, additional 50 level up bonus, experience point 60. Defeated level 8 elite monster, Misty Tree Python, additional 50 level up bonus, experience point 60. Almost every 10 seconds, Su Mubai's experience points surged. This was still due to the vastness of the misty forest, where the distribution of monsters was not particularly dense. At last, he caught up with the main group and glimpsed the elite monsters panels. Misty Treant, level 8, elite, health, 3,600, 3,600, attack, 74, physical defense, 60, magical defense, 40, skill, entangle. Beware of every tree around you. They may attack you at any moment. Misty Tree Python, level 8, elite, health, 3,000, 3,000, attack, 108, physical defense, 52, magical defense, 30, skill, strangle. It is said that the Misty Tree Python enjoys games of binding. I wonder if you can endure it. The Misty Forest is a level 5 dungeon, with the hellish difficulty elevating the monsters' levels by 3, all of them being elite. The health of these elite monsters even surpassed that of the skeletons summoned by Su Mubai. However, their attributes were far inferior. Although the coordination of the skeletons wasn't seamless, they posed little difficulty under siege. Fixing his gaze on a Misty Tree Python, Su Mubai wielded his bone staff and silently recited a spell. 2 seconds later, a wisp of azure flame shot forth, instantly merging with the body of the Misty Tree Python. Burn, 98, 101. Each second, a damage number of approximately 100 flickered above the python's head. After reaching level 3, Su Mubai's spell power had soared to 156 points, with 46 points of mental strength benefiting from the triple enhancement of the Death Overlord class, comprising the majority. An additional 18 points came from the Death Codex and the Bone Staff. In 5 seconds, Burn inflicted a total of just over 500 magical damage on the Misty Tree Python, though this was considerable compared to an ordinary player. It paled in comparison to the output of 20 skeletons. However, Su Mubai remained unfazed, continuously casting Burn to augment his damage. Although he lacked potions for replenishing mana, his current mental attributes allowed him to recover 46 mana points every 5 seconds during battle, a value 3 times that of an average necromancer. Defeated level 8 elite monster. Misty Tree Python, additional 50 level up bonus, experience point 60. Another system notification chimed, and Su Mubai suddenly smiled slightly. Something had dropped. The loot rate in the hellish dungeon was indeed much higher than outside. After defeating just over 10 monsters, he had already obtained a piece of equipment. Moreover, it is a piece of black iron-grade equipment, the Tree Python Belt. Belt, leather armor, level 5, black iron-grade, durability 30-30, armor 9, constitution 2. Imagine, adorned with a giant python. Alas, it is but a leather armor. Gazing at the equipment description, Su Mubai's lips twitched. One cannot help but ponder the peculiar sense of humor in the myriad worlds of gaming, where each piece of equipment bears such a soul-stirring description. In the game, equipment is categorized into cloth, leather, chain, and plate armor. Typically, lower-grade equipment has only level requirements. However, each class is limited to donning corresponding armor types. The Death Ruler is derived from the Necromancer, thus belonging to the cloth armor class as well, though it may not serve his purpose. It certainly holds potential value for sale. With a flicker of thought, Su Mubai activated Cataclysm on the Tree Python Belt. You have acquired the bronze-grade equipment. Tree Python Belt. The name remained unchanged, yet all attributes experienced an enhancement. In comparison, bronze-grade equipment of the same level surpassed black iron equipment by approximately 50. However, the increase in attributes was still limited to a single enhancement. Casually tossing it into his backpack, Su Mubai resumed assisting the skeletons in clearing the monsters. What he truly desired was not equipment, but skill books. The Misty Forest, as the inaugural dungeon of a novice village, serves as a venue for players to acquire both equipment and skill books. The drop rate in hell difficulty is significantly higher, and as golden light flashed, Su Mubai had already gathered 3 pieces of equipment and 2 skill books. Congratulations, player by Yi, you have leveled up to level 4. Gaining 1 in each of the 4 attributes, 1 skill point, and 15 free attribute points. You have obtained the black iron grade equipment, Wooden Magic Wand. You have obtained the black iron grade equipment, Snake Fang Dagger. You have obtained the black iron grade equipment, Tree Python Leather Armor. You have acquired the skill book, Entangle. You have acquired the skill book, Strangle. Among the 5 items, only the Wooden Magic Wand could be utilized once Su Mubai reached level 5. After using Cataclysm to upgrade all equipment and skill books by 1 tier, Su Mubai promptly stored them in his backpack. Once this dungeon run concluded, other players would likely begin their own runs, providing an opportunity to sell these items. Yet, Su Mubai harbored some concern that other players might lack funds. He was acutely aware of the drop rates in the myriad worlds of gaming. Even with his prowess, his total wealth barely exceeded 3 silver coins. Would the players forming teams for dungeon exploration manage to gather enough funds? Shaking his head, Su Mubai continued to direct the skeletons deeper into the misty forest. After leveling up, the skeletons' attributes soared to 292 points, further accelerating their monster-slaying efficiency. Were it not for the low density of monsters in the misty forest, Su Mubai's leveling speed could have increased even more. Upon encountering the first monster, his level finally ascended to level 5. During this time, his gains were substantial. Alongside the layered cloth shoes and wooden magic wand, he had acquired a total of 5 usable equipment pieces. Additionally, he possessed a skill book for the necromancer. However, this seemingly lowly skill book remarkably amplified his already formidable strength several-fold. Chapter 10. The Misty Tree Python King. Donning his gear, Su Mubai focused his thoughts, summoning forth his brand-new attribute panel. Attribute panel, player, Bai, level 5, 128, class, Death Sovereign, agility, 51, mentality, 108 health, 11, mana, 64806480, spell power, 409, exclusive talent, cataclysm, unique forbidden grade, class skills, summon skeleton, scorch, summon space expansion, life sharing, death summoning, summon space, 20,100 equipment, wooden wand, emerald robe, emerald belt, emerald pants, double-layered cloth shoes, class exclusive, death codex, lifespan, less than 1 year. The 5 pieces of equipment collectively enhanced his mental attributes by a mere 13 points. A negligible increment for Su Mubai. What astonished him the most, however, was that the most significant boost did not stem from the death codex, but rather from a low-level skill of the necromancer. The summon space expansion, originally a basic skill book, had been elevated to a higher tier after Su Mubai exploited it with cataclysm. Summon space expansion, passive skill, no level, summon space. 2. For an ordinary necromancer. This skill merely allowed the summoning of 2 additional skeletons. Yet for Su Mubai, its effect was akin to that of a high-tier skill. The unique attribute of his class, combined with its enhanced effects, expanded his summon space to 4. Furthermore, with the improvement of death summoning, Su Mubai's summon space limit soared to a staggering 100. This was indeed a path toward the extraordinary. Gazing at his formidable attribute panel, Su Mubai could not help but gasp in astonishment. Who would have imagined that a low-level skill could yield such a remarkable enhancement? Perhaps it could become even more extraordinary. Fixating on this summon space expansion skill, Su Mubai narrowed his eyes, a thought sparking within him that warranted exploration. After learning the skill book, could it still be considered the same entity? With this in mind, Su Mubai focused his thoughts. Cataclysm. Target, summon space expansion. Prompt, please select the promotion tier, 1st, 2nd, 3rd. Taking a deep breath, Su Mubai silently chanted, promote to 1st tier. However, the subsequent system prompt felt like a bucket of cold water, dousing his enthusiasm. Prompt, do you confirm to overwrite the previous promotion effect without consumption? Cancel. A flicker of disappointment crossed his eyes. It seemed that the game had effectively blocked any potential exploits. The inability to exploit felt rather frustrating. With a slight pout, Su Mubai turned his attention to the changes in the Death Codex. Death Codex, class exclusive, Bai. Special item cannot be dropped, cannot be damaged, cannot be traded, can be summoned or retracted at will. Level 5 follows the character. Base attributes, spell power, 75, all attributes. 25 damage dealt to undead creatures increased by 100. Your summoned entities also benefit from this enhancement. Special effects, unlocked after reaching level 10. This is a tome of rules, accessible only to you, upon meeting the requirements. You may learn the exclusive skills of the Master of Death from its pages. The 5th level, Death Codex, has already begun to reveal its potential. However, the damage multiplier against undead creatures holds little relevance at this moment, as the Novice Village number 9527 lacks any maps or dungeons inhabited by such entities. A shimmering inscription appeared on the back of Su Mubai's left hand, and the Death Codex materialized instantaneously. Despite his attempts, he remained unable to open it. Must one reach level 10 to peruse its contents? A pale gray vortex emerged, from which 2 skeletons emerged, swiftly joining the skeletal squad. Skeleton, Strength, 583. Constitution, 583. Agility, 583. Spirit, 583. Health points, 5830, 5830. Attack power, 583. Physical defense, 292. Skill, Heavy Strike. Heavy Strike, level 5. Swings the weapon to deal 175 physical damage to the target. with a cooldown of 30 seconds. An exceptionally robust individual, whose strength far exceeds that of an ordinary skeleton of the same level. Su Mubai gazed at the group of abnormally formidable skeletons surrounding him, and then glanced at the two subordinates of the large entity not far ahead. A peculiar expression crossed his face. Before him lay three massive tree pythons, the central one coiling nearby, resembling a small hill. Mist Tree Python King. Level 8. Silver Grade. Health points. 880-008-8000. Attack power. 327. Physical defense. 136. Magical defense. 98. Skills. Strangulation. Devour. Toxic Spray. Earthquake. Are you truly prepared to face this behemoth? It devours its prey without leaving a trace of bones. Mist Tree Python Guard. Level 8. Enhanced Elite. Health points. 8350-8350. Attack power. 198. Physical defense. 72. Magical defense. 60. Skill. Strangulation. A standout among the Mist Tree Pythons, tasked with security duties, also known as the Guard. In the myriad realms of the game, minor foes are classified into 4 tiers: normal, enhanced, elite, and enhanced elite. Enhanced elites, while possessing greater health and skills, do not significantly lag behind their lower-tier counterparts in other attributes. The ranks correspond to equipment levels, ranging from black iron to mythical, encompassing a total of 8 tiers. Beyond possessing greater health and skills, all tiered creatures can regenerate health during combat, although the recovery is minimal, at a rate of 1 health point every 5 seconds. This aspect can render the prospect of defeating them bleak if a player's damage output falls short. To vanquish the Mist Tree Python King, the team's damage per second must exceed 176 points, presenting a formidable challenge for a 5-member squad. Without members possessing exceptional talents, the likelihood of defeating the Mist Tree Python King is nearly non-existent. However, it is merely the first of the Misty Forest. The difficulty is akin to that of Hell itself. Nevertheless, for Su Mubai, it presents no challenge whatsoever. Aside from health points and skills, his summoned army of skeletons is more than capable of overwhelming the foe before him. Well then, let's proceed directly. With a mere thought, Su Mubai commanded the Skeleton Legion to surround their target. Simultaneously, he waved his wand, summoning 2 additional skeletons. Hiss! The Misty Tree Python Guardian reacted instantly, extending its long forked tongue and launching a fierce assault on the skeleton army. What awaited them was the relentless barrage from the skeletons. The 2 guardians, with their considerable bulk, absorbed the full brunt of the attacks. 892, 901, 1788. A flurry of damage numbers surged, interspersed with a couple of critical hits. How could their meager health withstand such devastation? By the time the Misty Tree Python King raised its head, the bodies of the 2 guardians had already stiffened. Chapter 11. Overwhelming Victory. Announcement triggered. Defeated Level 8 Elite Enhanced Creature. Misty Tree Python Guardian gained an additional 50 level up bonus, 180 experience points. Defeated Level 8 Elite Enhanced Creature. Misty Tree Python Guardian gained an additional 50 level up bonus, 180 experience points. 2 system notifications echoed, but Su Mubai remained unperturbed. As he waved his wand, a wisp of ethereal blue flame shot forth, striking the head of the Misty Tree Python King and heralding the commencement of the ensuing onslaught. 288. Faced with 24 skeletons, the Misty Tree Python King's pupils glimmered with a ghostly light as it emitted a warning hiss. Yet, it proved utterly futile. The skeleton army would only heed Su Mubai's commands, launching various weapons at their adversary. Hiss! The Misty Tree Python King, feeling the sting, opened its gaping maw and swallowed 1 skeleton whole. Simultaneously, its massive form coiled around another skeleton. However, such an assault was far from lethal for a skeleton boasting a health of 5,830 points. The remaining skeletons continued their relentless assault, each round stripping nearly 10,000 health points from the Misty Tree Python King. What deepened its despair was the sight of that human in the distance, casually waving his wand to summon 2 more skeletons. As the gatekeeper of a hellish 5-person dungeon, the Misty Tree Python King could never have dreamt that it would one day be besieged by over 20 skeletons. In fact, it should consider itself fortunate that it was not larger or possessed greater health, for otherwise, it would be facing 100 skeletons, with its health plummeting like a waterfall. The Misty Tree Python King unleashed its ultimate attack. It lifted its tail high and struck the ground in rapid succession. In the next moment, shockwaves radiated outward, leaving Su Mubai feeling as though the very earth was trembling, rendering all his skills uncastable. Concurrently, the Misty Tree Python King expelled a burst of green energy, aimed directly at Su Mubai. Being of silver rank, its intelligence was evidently not low. It understood that these skeletons were controlled by this human. If it could eliminate him, the crisis would be easily resolved. As the venom was poised to strike Su Mubai, a glimmer of cunning flickered in the eyes of the Mist Tree Python King. Foolish humans, once poisoned, your demise is inevitable. Yet, the outcome left the Mist Tree Python King astounded. The toxin did indeed hit Su Mubai, but he appeared unfazed. Numbers indicating damage, 938, 196, 196, emanated from above his head, accompanied by a lingering poison effect lasting 30 seconds. Such damage would be lethal for a level 5 player. However, to Su Mubai, it was trivial. He had summoned a total of 26 skeletons, and with sheer vitality, his health bar had surpassed 300,000. Even if he stood there allowing the Mist Tree Python to attack, he felt no pressure. A level 5 player possessed more than 3 times the health of an 8-level silver player. Who could contest this? Before the tremors settled, the Mist Tree Python King was overwhelmed and slain by the onslaught of over 20 skeletons. Even its initial devouring skill was still in progress. The skeletons that had been consumed emerged from the serpent's mouth, barely reducing its health bar by a fifth. Aside from leaving it drenched in saliva, it accomplished nothing. You have slain the level 8 silver Mist Tree Python King, receiving an additional experience bonus of 50, totaling 400 experience points. The generous experience reward propelled Su Mubai's experience bar, freshly upgraded, to a remarkable 73. After reaching level 5, the experience required for advancement surged significantly to a staggering 20,000. This level marked a minor watershed, as players began to diverge in their progress. Yet for Su Mubai, leveling up remained effortless. He could now summon 5 times the number of skeletons. The system notifications continued unabated. Congratulations! You are the first player in Newbie Village 9527 to achieve a solo kill, rewarded with a Novice Soul Stone X1, Gold X1. Congratulations! You are the first player in Newbie Village 9527 to achieve a solo kill of a silver level creature, rewarded with Novice Soul Stones X5, Gold X5. Notice, a public announcement for Newbie Village is imminent. Would you like to conceal your name? Absolutely not. Su Mubai raised an eyebrow and made a selection. The next moment, the mysterious voice that had once proclaimed Blue Star S selection resonated throughout Newbie Village 9527. Announcement from Newbie Village 9527. Congratulations to Bai Yi for becoming the first player to achieve a solo kill. We hereby announce this, encouraging all players to learn from him to obtain generous rewards. Announcement from Newbie Village 9527. Congratulations to Bai Yi for becoming the first player to achieve a solo kill of a silver level creature. We hereby announce this, encouraging all players to learn from him to obtain generous rewards. The system's announcements rang out 6 times in succession, igniting a fervor among all players in Newbie Village 9527. In an instant, the chat channel erupted with excitement. A solo kill of a silver level creature? What a jest! Faced with this sudden announcement, countless players were left speechless, unable to fathom that such a feat was possible. Was the disparity between players truly this vast? Observing the ground chickens and red-eyed rabbits before them, many players stood frozen, soon collapsing to the ground as corpses. Being slain by a ground chicken is a humiliation of the spirit. However, being vanquished by a red-eyed rabbit constitutes a dual assault on both body and psyche. Who is this white knight? I am eager to discern the nature of his awakened, perverse talent. At the very least, he must be of a certain caliber, perhaps even the highest tier. Otherwise, it would be inconceivable for him to have single-handedly defeated a silver rank so swiftly. The imbalance in this multi-universe game is staggering. I struggle to defeat even the smallest of creatures, while he effortlessly secures solo kills. Why is that? Fairness? Where's the absolute equity in this realm? One must resign themselves to fate. Toiling as a mere beast before my transmigration, I never envisioned that I would merely serve as cannon fodder in this new existence. Countless messages inundated the screen, revealing the shock surrounding this news. Numerous formidable teams have already begun devising strategies to locate Su Mubai, eager to recruit him. Many others are seizing this opportunity to recruit in the chat channels. In a level 4 monster zone, a small team adeptly dispatches lesser creatures. Their prowess is evidently superior to that of ordinary players. So, one must achieve a solo kill to trigger the announcement. Had I known, I would have let Maple Leaf handle that black iron rank alone. In the center of the team, a plump middle-aged man expressed his discontent. Who could have predicted this? Nevertheless, there will surely be more opportunities. Maple Leaf, with a swift thrust of his spear, instantaneously annihilated the wild beast before him. The damage exceeded 400 points, clearly indicating the awakening of an extraordinary talent. Bending down to gather the fallen copper coins, Maple Leaf handed them to the plump man, his expression grave. This white knight possesses strength beyond my own. He is silver rank, and I am certainly no match for him. Are you implying that his talent is of the highest tier? The affluent man accepted the coins, his eyes wide with astonishment. Maple Leaf had awakened a tier talent. Yet White Knight surpassed him. It is quite possible, Maple Leaf nodded. Moreover, it must be a combat-related tier talent. Uncle, do you think this White Knight would agree to join us? Another team member stepped forward to inquire of the affluent man. It appeared that the leader of this squad was not the one with the tier talent, Maple Leaf, but rather the unassuming affluent man. I shall extend an invitation and see, the affluent man replied with a slight nod, not fully articulating his thoughts. Yet, his expression suggested a considerable confidence in the outcome. Chapter 12. Soul Stones. Freebies bring joy. Ding ding ding. As soon as the announcement concluded, Su Mubai noticed his communicator ringing incessantly. The number of friend requests surged from 0 to an overwhelming 999. All declined, with a mere thought. Su Mubai rejected all friend requests and simultaneously adjusted his settings to prevent others from adding him via search. In comparison to these individuals, he was far more preoccupied with the rewards just bestowed by the system, summoning 2 new skeletons. Su Mubai controlled his skeletal army to continue exploring while he opened his inventory. Soon, a look of ecstatic joy spread across his face. The function of the Soul Stone was indeed as he had envisioned. Beginner Soul Stone. Special item. Absorbing it will extend one's life by 30 days. Note, regardless of whether the Beginner Soul Stone is placed in your inventory or storage, you will incur a loss of 1/10 upon death, with a minimum loss of 3 days. Is this the artifact that can extend one's lifespan? The primary Soul Stone, perfectly rounded and no larger than a baby's fist, emanates a soft white glow. The concept of longevity is of utmost concern to Su Mubai. He initially believed that such treasures would be difficult to acquire in the early stages, yet he has obtained one with remarkable ease. Merely defeating the Mist Tree Python King has rewarded him with 6 primary soul stones. This equates to a full 6 months of life. If the affluent and powerful of Blue Star were to learn of this, they would undoubtedly go into a frenzy. However, in this era of universal transmigration, the times have changed. Those individuals are now merely ordinary players among the masses in the myriad worlds of the game. In the early stages of the game, it is the strongest entities from various novice villages who are likely to obtain soul stones. Moreover, for me, this represents not merely an additional 6 months of life. Gazing at the primary soul stone in his hand, Su Mubai's lips curled into a slight smile. Cataclysm. Target, primary soul stone. Hint, please select the promotion tier. First, second, or third. Second tier. Although Su Mubai is aware that his funds are likely insufficient, he feels compelled to take a chance, having just acquired a substantial sum of 6 gold coins. What if? Hint, to elevate a primary soul stone to a higher tier requires a total of 10,000 soul coins. Insufficient resources, elevation failed. Well, there goes the what if, replaced with the stark reality of 10,000 and still in soul coins. Gold coins cannot even grant him the qualification to elevate the soul stone. Soul coins? Observing the system prompt, Su Mubai murmurs, a more advanced currency, perhaps? Such a commodity is unlikely to be found in the novice village unless one triggers a system announcement reward. Su Mubai shakes his head, his thoughts shifting as he activates Cataclysm once more. This time, he opts to promote the soul stone in his possession to the first tier. Having witnessed the transformation of copper coins to ancient bronze coins, he dares not elevate all primary soul stones at once. This treasure pertains to his lifespan. If something were to go awry, there would be no solace. Hint, do you confirm the elevation of a primary soul stone to the first tier without consumption? Confirm. You have acquired a medium soul stone. Medium soul stone. Special item. Upon absorption, it will increase lifespan by 120 days. Note, regardless of whether you store the medium soul stone in your backpack or warehouse, it will incur a loss of 1/10 upon your death, with a minimum loss of 12 days. From the 2 tiers of soul stones, it is evident that upon a player's demise, not only must they forfeit 1/10 of their lifespan, but they must also lose 1/10 of their soul stones. The thrill of gaining something for free is utterly addictive. Su Mubai follows suit and elevates all 5 remaining primary soul stones in his backpack to medium status. However, he only absorbs 1 initially to ensure he does not face an untimely death. The remaining 5 he intends to keep in reserve. Even if he were to absorb all of them, his lifespan would only extend by 2 years, still falling short of 10. Upon exiting the novice village, he would still be vulnerable to the penalties of death. It would be wiser to hold on to them for now. At the very least, when other players acquire theirs, he can exchange medium stones for low ones and continue to elevate them without cost, yielding even greater benefits. The soul stone in Su Mubai's hand gleamed with brilliance, transforming into a vibrant green light that infused his body with life. Although the lifespan section of his attribute panel still indicated less than a year, he could rest assured that he would not face the threat of sudden death for at least 120 days. The sound of clashing bones drew near as several skeletons approached, carrying the items dropped by the Mist Tree Anaconda King. With the hell-level difficulty in the first kill, the Mist Tree Anaconda King generously yielded a plethora of items. Aside from the system rewards, this was the first time Su Mubai witnessed a monster directly dropping silver coins, a total of 30 coins. Additionally, the Mist Tree Anaconda King also dropped 5 pieces of equipment and 2 skill books. Among them, 4 silver-grade gear, while 1 was a backpack. The remaining items consisted of various materials suitable for crafting in secondary professions. After a cursory glance, Su Mubai waved his hand and effortlessly upgraded all the items. Enhanced Snake Skin Backpack contains 100 slots. Venomous Ring. Ring accessory, level 5, gold grade, durability 100-100, spell power 30, agility 10, spirit 10. The spell skill has a certain chance to inflict 150 points of poison damage, triggering at most once every 10 seconds. If you can't defeat them, poison them. Each player can equip 5 backpacks, and upon equipping the Enhanced Snakeskin Backpack, Su Mubai expanded his stored capacity to 150 slots. Items like the Soul Stone can stack up to 100 per slot. Given the abysmally low drop rates in the Myriad Worlds game, this backpack would certainly suffice for the time being. Apart from the Venomous Ring, the remaining 3 pieces of equipment were physical-type gear, which Su Mubai immediately stowed in his backpack after upgrading them. He planned to sell anything unnecessary once he exited the dungeon. As for the 2 skill books, they were merely a tier 1 prior to the upgrade. The Mist Tree Anaconda King was silver grade, and its drops indicated that acquiring advanced skills in the Myriad Worlds game was no easy feat. Players who awakened advanced talents at the start indeed enjoyed a significant early advantage. Unfortunately, neither of the skill books pertained to the Necromancer class. Su Mubai grimaced and tossed the skill books into his backpack. Just as he was about to summon skeletons once more, he suddenly hesitated. Gazing at the summon skeleton skill, he concentrated his thoughts. Cataclysm. Target. Summon skeleton. Prompt. Please select the upgrade tier. Tier 1, Tier 2, Tier 3. Tier 2. Prompt. Do you confirm the expenditure of 5 gold coins to override the previous upgrade effect and elevate the summon skeleton skill to a higher tier? Quite expensive indeed. Su Mubai frowned at the 5 gold coin price. Money could be earned again. Gritting his teeth, he chose to confirm. With the Cataclysm talent, making money was a breeze for him, and the Summon Skeleton skill represented nearly all of his current combat power. With sufficient gold, it was only natural to elevate it. In the next moment, the icon for Summon Skeleton in his skill bar underwent a noticeable transformation. Chapter 13, Born Leader. The emblem that once displayed a solitary skull has now quietly transformed into 2. The 2 skulls stand side by side, with the one on the right remaining largely unchanged, while the left one boldly grasps a bow and arrow. Your advanced skill, Summon Minor Skeleton, has successfully evolved into the elite skill, Summon Skeleton Soldier. Summon Skeleton Soldier, level 6, active skill, summons a skeletal warrior or skeletal archer to fight on your behalf. Casting time is 3 seconds, cooldown is 30 seconds, and it consumes 200 mana points. The attributes of the skeletons are enhanced by the player's mental attributes. At last, there exists a ranged skeleton. Glancing at the skill description, Su Mubai felt an overwhelming joy. The investment of 5 gold coins was indeed worthwhile. Although the Skeletal Legion previously dispatched the Mist Tree Python King swiftly, it was primarily due to its considerable size. Had it been a smaller creature, the Skeletal Legion would not have achieved such rapid success. Each attempt to strike would require a queue. Now, with the addition of the Skeletal Archer, the variety of troops has finally expanded. Summon Skeleton Soldier. Su Mubai waved his wand and unleashed the skill. A hum resonated as a pale gray vortex materialized, from which a skeletal warrior and a skeletal archer emerged side by side. The bones of both figures glimmered with a sheen. The skeletal warrior wielding a bone sword that shimmered with a cold light, evidently a standard weapon. The skeletal archer carried a quiver and held a bone longbow nearly the height of a human, with azure flames flickering in its eye sockets. Skeletal warrior. Strength, 637. Constitution, 637. Agility, 637. Health points, 76, 447, 644. Attack power, 956. Physical defense, 319. Skill, heavy strike. Heavy strike, level 6. Swings the weapon to deliver a heavy blow to the target, inflicting 175 physical damage, with a cooldown of 30 seconds. The Skeletal Warrior's transformation as a fighter greatly enhances its strength. Skeletal Archer, strength, 637. Constitution, 637. Agility, 637. Health points, 63, 706, 370. Attack power, 764. Physical defense, 319. Skill, double shot. Double shot. Level 6. Instantly fires 2 arrows at the target, delivering a dual strike, each arrow inflicting 90 physical damage, with a cooldown of 30 seconds. The Skeletal Archer's transformation as an archer significantly boosts its agility. Su Mubai donned the Toxic Ring, increasing his mental attributes by 10 points. Compared to earlier, the attributes of the two types of skeletal soldiers remained unchanged. Even their inherent skills remained at level. However, with their new classes, both received attribute enhancements. The Skeletal Warrior's attack power increased by 50, and its health rose by 20. As for the Skeletal Archer, the panel did not display data for attack speed or movement speed. Yet, from the description, it was evident that the latter would undoubtedly be swifter than the former. Observing the panels of both, Su Mubai nodded in satisfaction. His army of the undead finally resembled something formidable. Autonomous combat. With a thought, he issued commands, and the two immediately sprang into action, one advancing ahead while the other followed. At the outset, the Skeletal Archer exhibited a markedly swifter pace. However, it soon deliberately slowed down, allowing the Skeletal Warriors to take the lead. Ahead of them, the previous 20 or so skeletons had already discerned the correct path and engaged with the monsters within the instance. Defeating the level 8 elite monster goblin grants an additional 50 bonus points, totaling 60 experience points. Before long, Su Mubai's experience bar began to fluctuate. He ambled toward the battlefield at a leisurely pace. Along the way, he remained active, summoning 2 skeletal soldiers with each wave of his wand. Despite depleting his substantial mana reserve of 7,080 points, he was unable to completely fill the summoning space. Without potions, Su Mubai could only await the automatic restoration of his mana. Fortunately, his mental attributes were sufficiently high, and soon enough, the original 20 skeletons were entirely replaced. Summoning space, 100-100. With 40 skeletal warriors and 60 skeletal archers, they formed a formidable legion, marching boldly into the goblin territory. Goblin, level 8. Elite, health, 2,800. Attack power, 96. Physical defense, 58. Magical defense, 45. Skill throw. These green-skinned diminutives are the indigenous inhabitants here. They will attack any creature that enters their domain. The goblins possessed lower health than the previous 2 monsters, yet their attack power was higher. Nevertheless, in the face of the skeletal army, they proved to be of little consequence. The skeletal warriors dispatched 3 with a single flurry, while the skeletal archers eliminated 1 with 4 arrows. The latter's attack speed was approximately 30 faster and ranged, thus achieving greater efficiency. Once they employed their skills, these goblins found themselves utterly defenseless. The dense fog that enveloped the forest had no effect against the vast legion of skeletons. Items that dropped were diligently collected by designated skeletons. Upon filling the summoning space, Su Mubai discovered to his astonishment that he had become a mere bystander, entirely devoid of tasks. In what was ostensibly a hellish difficulty instance, Su Mubai had inadvertently transformed it into a spring excursion. He decided to open the chat channel, perusing for noteworthy information while keeping pace with the main force. The chat channel was one of the fundamental features of the Wanjie game. Currently, Su Mubai could access only the nearby and the 9,527 novice village channels. If he formed a party, an additional team channel would become available. At that moment, the 9,527 novice village chat channel was still rife with discussions about Bai Yi. There were still individuals astonished by the announcement of Su Mubai single-handedly defeating a silver-level monster. Others speculated about the rewards he might have received. Swiftly skimming past this information, Su Mubai soon discovered some distinct messages. 1 sword to the throat, team recruiting, requiring talents above level 5 to explore the misty forest together. Great ambitions. I am preparing to establish a guild for ambitious endeavors. Those interested may contact me. Turtle's Blackhead. Wait, who are you, buddy? Upon entering the game, one might ponder the notion of recruiting others for labor. Grand ambition. Is the talent level sufficient? In response to skepticism, Grand Ambition promptly unveiled its talents. Innate Leader. This exclusive talent skill allows you to establish a guild free of charge. Guild members receive a 20 experience boost, a 20 increase in monster drop rates, and a 20 enhancement to attack power and spell intensity. The greater the overall strength of the guild, the more significant the benefits to you. Turtle's Blackhead. Brother, dear brother, I wish to join. Not a directionless wanderer, Grand Ambition. I have added you as a friend. Please accept my request promptly. The talent introduction shared by Grand Ambition did not elaborate on the comprehensive strength of the guild and its effects on enhancement. However, this talent possesses immense allure for other players, leading countless individuals to desire membership. Su Mubai was also somewhat astonished. Indeed, the myriad worlds harbored talents of all kinds. At that moment, a pinned message suddenly popped up in the chat channel, capturing everyone's attention. Chapter 14. Wealth and Generosity. Pinned message, wealthy beyond measure. Brother Bay, may I kindly request your acceptance of my friend application? There are urgent matters to discuss. Lurinjia. Who? Is this subordinate? How could they afford to pin a message? Lurini. I just checked. Pinning a message for a minute costs 1 gold coin. Is wealthy beyond measure truly this affluent? Onlookers. I have toiled relentlessly to defeat monsters, and I don't even possess 100 copper coins, yet this spendthrift dares to spend 1 gold coin on a pinned message? Grand Ambition. Wealthy beyond measure. Would you be interested in joining my Grand Ambition Guild? The position of Vice President is yours for the taking. The pinned message from Wealthy Beyond Measure instantly stirred a tempest in the Novice Village, channel 9527. In an instant, its popularity eclipsed that of the previously announced Bay. Even Grand Ambition sought to recruit him at the first opportunity, evidently captivated by the extravagant display of wealth. 1 gold coin may not hold significant value in the later stages, but how long has the Myriad Worlds game been open? Had it been Bay with such riches, no one would have been overly surprised, as system rewards likely included gold coins. However, the sudden emergence of Wealthy Beyond Measure suggested that his talent was likely linked to wealth. Such individuals are precisely the ones Grand Ambition wishes to attract. In his view, with the addition of Wealthy Beyond Measure, the Grand Ambition Guild is destined to rise swiftly within the Myriad Worlds. However, after posting this pinned message, Wealthy Beyond Measure fell silent. While grinding monsters, Grand Ambition furrowed his brow, a flicker of malice flashing his eyes as he coldly snorted. Humph, refusing to acknowledge me. Once we leave the Novice Village, do not fall into my hands. Furthermore, regarding Bay, I shall observe just how strong you can be, even with your level of talent. You are certainly no match for my Grand Ambition Guild. Watching both of his friend requests sink without a trace, Grand Ambition's expression soured. Once a mere drifter in Blue Star, he belonged to the lowest echelons of society, ever since awakening the level innate leader talent within the Starry Sky Hall. Hontu Bay regarded himself as the chosen one in the grand game of realms, the protagonist of this world. He had not fully disclosed the details of his innate talent in the chat channel. What everyone was oblivious to was that the talent of a natural leader could be enhanced. As long as the guild's overall strength was formidable enough, theoretically, his talent could eventually be elevated to a legendary level. Imagining the scene of his guild dominating the myriad realms, a smile involuntarily crept across Hontu Bay's face. In his eyes, whether it was by Yi or Fu Jiatianxia, they would ultimately either join the Bay Guild or face his relentless pursuit to their demise. There was no third option. Though he entertained such thoughts, Hontu Bay refrained from making bold claims in the chat channel. His powerful talent inflated his ego, yet he did not allow it to cloud his judgment entirely. He understood well that his talent required time to mature. With this in mind, Hontu Bay opened his friend request list and approved the requests en masse. The Bay Guild had no restrictions on recruitment. They welcomed all. The more members they had, the stronger the guild's overall power would be, and the greater the benefits he would reap. Once the guild reached full capacity, he could begin to filter through the members. The top player faction of the number 9527 Novice Village was rapidly emerging. Within the Misty Forest dungeon, Su Mubai glanced at the pinned message from Fu Jiatianxia, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes. Goodness. Spending 1 gold coin to pin a message truly demonstrated immense wealth. After enhancing his skills, even he could only pin a message once. Was there a talent that provided starting funds as well? Su Mubai's curiosity was piqued as he opened his friend request list and located the message from Fu Jiatianxia. Previously, he had opted to reject all requests, yet he could still see the accompanying information from the prior friend request. Fu Jiatianxia, brother Bai Yi, would you be interested in joining my team? If you join, I will cover all your equipment and skills, and I will even offer you a signing fee of 100 gold coins. 100 gold coins. Upon reading this message, Su Mubai's pupils dilated. This sum was undoubtedly a fortune in the novice village. His curiosity regarding Fu Jiatianxia's talent intensified. Wasn't this the perfect opportunity for collaboration? A slight smile appeared on Su Mubai's lips as he promptly sent a friend request to Fu Jiatianxia. Although he had no intention of joining the other S team, he was keenly interested in conducting transactions. With such a wealthy player in the novice village, he need not worry about being unable to sell valuable items at a good price. Fu Jiatianxia seemed to be attentively monitoring the friend request list, as he accepted Su Mubai's request almost instantaneously. Immediately after, a message arrived. Fu Jiatianxia, Brother Bai, what do you think? Our team already has a member with a legendary combat talent, so you won't be held back at all. Shortly thereafter, another message came in eagerly. Fu Jiatianxia, if you feel the signing fee is insufficient, how about 200 gold coins? However, I need to confirm that you possess a legendary talent. How wealthy could this individual possibly be? Su Mubai felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. He sensed that Fu Jiatianxia regarded money as though it were mere playthings. 200 gold coins were spoken of with the same nonchalance as 200 copper coins. Bai, is your talent related to money? Fu Jiatianxia, to be candid, money is merely a figure to me. As long as you sign a contract to join my team, feel free to request whatever catches your fancy. As he spoke, Fu Jiatianxia revealed part of his talent. God of Wealth, exclusive level talent skill. Skill effects, 1. Money tree. Once a day, you can shake the money tree to randomly acquire 1999 gold coins, with a certain probability of obtaining special treasures. 2. Abundant wealth. The currency you carry increases by 1 each day. 3. Inexhaustible. Upon your demise, you'll not drop any gold or items. 4. 5. Though the last two effects remained unseen, Fu Jiatianxia's talent left Su Mubai utterly astonished. He never anticipated that the seemingly humble 95-27 novice village harbored such hidden talents. Besides himself, a player with the monumental guild talent of Hong Tuba Yi had emerged, and now a player with an awakened level talent had surfaced, according to information provided by the Myriad Realms game. The probability of awakening a level talent is approximately 1 in a billion, even considering those talents capable of growth. The total number of Blue Star players with such abilities does not exceed 20. The odds of encountering one in the 95-27 novice village are, therefore, exceedingly slim. This was also Su Mubai's first encounter with the effects of talent, setting aside the guaranteed benefits of the money tree and special treasures. The abundant wealth talent is undeniably extraordinary. An increase of 1 may seem modest, but compounded over time, it becomes formidable. It is no wonder Fu Jiatianxia declared that money was merely a number to him. Possessing a talent such as God of Wealth grants him every right to make such a claim. However, much like the previous Hong Tubai, this fellow is likely unaware that within the Myriad Realms, talents exist that can replicate or even plunder others' abilities. Otherwise, they would not so carelessly reveal their talents, even partially. While seeking to recruit a skilled player like Su Mubai is understandable, such behavior is rather foolish. Nonetheless, this bears little consequence for Su Mubai, for he has no intention of engaging in such folly. What truly concerns him are the equipment and skills within his inventory. He has finally found a worthy buyer. Chapter 15. Mr. Why aren't you smiling anymore? In a level 5 monster area, Fu Jiatianxia's team had advanced to this position. Unlike Hong Tubai's ambition to form a colossal guild, Fu Jiatianxia aspired to cultivate a small yet elite team. Currently, although the squad comprised only 4 members, each was a top-tier expert. Besides Feng Yi Xiao, a holder of a level talent, the other 2 team members were also distinguished talents among their ranks. In Fu Jiatianxia's plan, once they exited the novice village, the baseline for team recruitment would elevate to level. At that time, combined with his formidable financial resources, he would undoubtedly forge one of the most elite teams in the Myriad Realms. All members joining the team must sign a contract. This contract is generated by the Multiverse Game and is binding for all players. Thus, the wealthy player spares no effort in investing in all team members. Although his talent is of a high level, it does not currently enhance his combat power. To establish oneself in the multiverse, one must form a team. The player, who triggered the system announcement, is the individual he most desires to recruit from the novice village 9527. After sharing a portion of his talent effects with, narrowed his eyes slightly, a smile gracing his lips. He was confident that revealing his talents would undoubtedly attract the other party. After all, regardless of how powerful a talent may be, financial resources are essential. With the same level of talent, Having one's own financial backing ensures a significantly faster growth rate. The only price to pay is to join his team. Who would refuse such a lucrative offer? However, in the next moment, S smile froze. Oh, I'm sorry, but I prefer to act independently. The youngest and only female member of the team tilted her head in confusion and asked, Uncle, why aren't you smiling anymore? Cotton candy, heel, the shield warrior said, shifting the topic. Nodded with a bitter smile. He simply could not comprehend why, having revealed his high-level talent. The other party still had reasons to decline. Just as he was about to press for more information, sent another message. Are you interested in making a deal? What kind of deal? Upon reading this, S' interest was piqued. He was currently left with little more than money. His first venture into the money tree yielded over 500 gold coins. While there were some shops in Novice Village 9527, they only sold ordinary-level equipment and common consumables. Since had single-handedly defeated a silver-level enemy, he was certain to have obtained some valuable items. I have a batch of unused equipment and skill books that your team should require. A batch? How many? I'll take them all. More than you might imagine. I will notify you when I am done. Great. I'll await your message. After closing the chat window, Or smiled once more. He could hardly believe that anyone could refuse money. Even in this digitized world of the Multiverse Game, money remained the most significant asset. Maple Leaf, soon you shall possess exceptional equipment, suddenly patted the shoulder of, who was momentarily taken aback. Before he could speak, a surprise shout from Cotton Candy interrupted. Brother Maple Leaf, quickly, one has respawned here. It's a bronze level, also exclaimed excitedly. Before them appeared a robust wild boar, its size towering over the surrounding monsters. Wild Boar Chief, level 5, bronze level, health 238002-3800, attack power 205, physical defense 81, magical defense 62, skills tier savage charge. Wild Trample, this fellow is not to be underestimated. Rich and Powerful's eyes suddenly lit up as he turned to Maple Leaf Whisper. Are you confident? It should be fine. A glimmer of excitement flickered in Maple Leaf Whisper's eyes, his gaze fixed intently on the Wild Boar Chief, eager to make his move. Having seen the spotlight on White Knight's television, he yearned for that sensation of being the center of attention. No matter what, this beast must be subdued. He traded all the life-restoring potions to Maple Leaf. To ensure safety, Rich and Powerful signaled the two to hand the potions over to Maple Leaf Whisper, then nodded at him. You should withdraw from the group. He then turned to Awe, his expression serious. Awe, keep a lookout. We cannot allow anyone to disturb Maple Leaf. This time, we must secure the system announcement. Rest assured, I understand. On nodded heavily, surveying the surroundings with his shield raised. Nearby, Cotton Candy tightened her grip on her staff, her expression tense. Bang! Maple Leaf Whisper transformed into a streak of light, his gun firing like a dragon as he engaged in battle with the Wild Boar Chief. 986. A massive critical hit appeared. The Wild Boar Chief, in pain, roared and lunged at Maple Leaf Whisper with its glimmering fangs. Unfazed by the counterattack, Maple Leaf Whisper deftly sidestepped the assault and retaliated with another shot. His prominence in Rich and Powerful S eyes stemmed not only from his awakened superior talent, but also from his extensive combat experience. The clash between man and beast erupted instantaneously, while the other three stood guard nearby. Simultaneously, a level 4 monster had respawned. In just a few minutes, the Dominance Guild had recruited hundreds of members, most of whom were still in the 1 to 3 level zones. However, Grand Ambition was unconcerned. He prioritized recruitment without restraint, eager to fill the ranks. President, there's one here, a member of the guild exclaimed, instantly capturing everyone's attention. Don't engage. Wait for me to arrive. A glimmer of excitement flashed in Grand Ambition's eyes as he rushed to the designated coordinates. Mountain Cat Chief, level 4, Black Iron Grade, health 105-001-0500, attack power 132, physical defense 63, magical defense 48, skills, Pounce Claw. Beware of its claws. The president has arrived. Upon seeing Grand Ambition, the guild members turned to him. Grand Ambition relished the feeling of being the center of attention, smiling as he greeted everyone. Brothers, guard the perimeter. I shall take this beast on alone. The system announcement triggered by White Knight can also be achieved by our Dominance Guild. Observing his significantly enhanced attributes, Grand Ambition drew his sword with confidence and charged at the Mountain Cat Chief. This battle would establish his authority. Chapter 16. What? He died without even seeing its face. Upon vanquishing the level 8 Silver Tier Goblin King, an additional experience bonus of 50 was granted, culminating in a total of 14,400 experience points. Congratulations to player by Yi for ascending to level 6, with attributes of 1 for each of the 4 dimensions, 1 skill point, and 15 free attribute points. The sudden system notification, accompanied by a fleeting flash of golden light, left Su Mubai momentarily bewildered by his unexpected elevation in rank. Did I not even know what my commander looked like before departing? He mused, contemplating the transformation brought about by a quantitative change leading to a qualitative leap. Moreover, the skeletons he summoned were no feeble adversaries. Each skeleton surpassed the silver tier in attributes, aside from health and skills. Based on the distribution of skeletons in his mind, Su Mubai was certain that less than half of those participating in the defeat of the Goblin King had been summoned. Ah, how solitary invincibility can be. With a sigh, Su Mubai was suddenly engulfed by a profound sense of isolation, recognizing that even the weakest skeleton could rival a player endowed with extraordinary talents. Such formidable combat strength rendered the prospect of finding a worthy opponent in the novice village exceedingly bleak. After all, this was the result of a unique hidden profession combined with tier and skill enhancements, a feat far beyond the reach of average tier talent players. The notifications of experience acquisition continued to proliferate. The elimination of the level 8 elite goblin warrior yielded an additional 50 experience points for surpassing the level threshold, accompanied by similar notifications for each conquest. The skeleton army, having dispatched the Goblin King, showed no signs of halting. Skeleton warriors advanced steadily, wielding bone swords, while a contingent of 60 skeleton archers unleashed a barrage of arrows, extinguishing the lives of all goblin warriors in a single volley. Su Mubai leisurely trailed behind the main force, continually receiving various items from the skeletons designated for loot collection. Upon entering the dungeon, aside from summoning skeletons, his most arduous task had been to reap the rewards from various dropped items. Now, he had grown indifferent to the spoils of lesser monsters, which, even when upgraded, amounted to little more than bronze tier. Such trifles were better left to be sold to the affluent. After upgrading all the items, Su Mubai finally turned his attention to the loot from the Goblin King. This adversary yielded a total of 6 pieces of equipment, all still silver tier, alongside 3 skill books and a variety of materials, as well as silver coins. The high drop rate of skill books in the Misty Forest clearly indicated an intention to equip players with a broader array of skills through this dungeon. Choosing the hellish difficulty level made such rewards entirely reasonable. However, all 3 skill books were of tier level skills, and the solitary book pertaining to necromancy held little significance for Su Mubai. Reinforced Bone Shield, level 1, active skill, summons a skeletal shield to mitigate damage. Shield value, 300/100 spell power. Instantaneous release, duration of 60 seconds, cooldown of 60 seconds, mana cost of 100 points. As for this skill, Su Mubai found it hardly worth his while to learn. In the early stages of the game, each player could master a maximum of 20 skills, which also included passive skills. With the existence of the skill, life sharing, how could he possibly regard the Reinforced Bone Shield with any esteem? Even with his nearly 500 points of spell power, this item merely offers a shield value of less than 800 points, rendering it utterly inconsequential to him. He did, however, come across 2 usable pieces of equipment, which Su Mubai promptly donned. The Mist Cloak, a cloak accessory, level 5 of golden quality. Durability, 100/100. Physical defense, 28. Magical defense, 20. Constitution, 10. Spirit, 10. When equipped, it reduces 1's presence, diminishing aggro effects. Wearing it, you become the most striking figure in the vicinity. This cloak is green, adorned with black stripes. Were it not for the added 10 points to Spirit, Su Mubai would have been reluctant to wear it. The equipment dropped from this dungeon predominantly features green as its primary hue. Fortunately, within the myriad of worlds, players can choose to conceal the appearance of headgear. Otherwise, the hats dropped here would fetch a meager price. Another item, also level 5 and of golden quality, boasts a durability of 100/100, health points, 200, mana points, 400, and a spell critical hit chance of 5. Upon achieving a spell critical hit, it grants Spirit 20, lasting for 10 seconds, non-stackable, a symbol of status. In the myriad of worlds, players can equip a total of 10 primary items, categorized into main hand weapon, offhand weapon, head, torso, shoulders, wrists, gloves, belt, pants, and shoes. Additionally, players may equip 6 accessories, which include 1 cloak, 1 necklace, 2 rings, and 2 other accessories. Those familiar with gaming mechanics are aware that the drop rate for ordinary armor is the highest, followed by weapons, while accessories are the most elusive. Truly, at the hellish difficulty level, 2 accessories dropped simultaneously would leave other players astounded. Attribute points continue to be allocated as 4 in agility and 11 in spirit, with skill points invested in Summon Skeleton Soldier. The dimensional attributes of both the Skeleton Warrior and Skeleton Archer have increased once more, with the acquisition of a class. These two types of skeletons have lost their spirit attribute, however, bolstered by class enhancements. The attacking power of the Skeleton Warrior has surpassed an impressive threshold of 1,000 points. The experience points required for leveling up are steadily increasing. Observing his experience bar, the daunting figure of 50,000 caused Su Mubai to frown. Though the skeleton army is formidable, the insufficient density of monsters here is a limitation. After all, it is merely a 5-person dungeon, and the number of monsters is not substantial. Fortunately, the monsters that follow are all of the enhanced elite level, and Su Mubai's leveling speed has not only been maintained, but has actually improved. This is largely due to solo play. Experience gained in a group is significantly diminished. Furthermore, the experience points lost upon death in the dungeon mean that average players often find themselves unable to level up and instead incur losses in experience. However, for the sake of equipment and skill books, the Misty Forest is an inevitable hurdle for all players. Half an hour later, Su Mubai noticed that his experience bar had ceased to rise as all the skeletons began to converge on a single coordinate. Meanwhile, a thunderous roar echoed from the depths of the Misty Forest. A horde of skeletons? How dare you intrude upon my domain? Have those wretched necromancers returned once more? The voice was imbued not only with fury, but also with an inexplicable hint of dread. In the next moment, a resounding crash reverberated, causing Su Mubai to constrict sharply. To his astonishment, he discovered that the health of all the skeletal warriors had suddenly plummeted by half. Swiftly, Su Mubai realized the implications. This must be a skill mechanism. Such exaggerated percentage damage could only occur in a dungeon setting. Otherwise, given the health and attributes of the skeletal warriors, even those of the highest Dark Gold tier would not sustain such a drastic decline. Without hesitation, Su Mubai rushed toward the designated coordinates, eager to witness the final moments. However, an unexpected system notification halted his steps. Chapter 17, The Finale. Notification. The exit of the Misty Forest is sealed. Only by defeating the Goblin King can one escape the dungeon. Notification. Defeating the Goblin King within 2 minutes will trigger the hidden storyline of the Misty Forest dungeon. As the last of the 4 system notifications echoed, the mist swirling within the forest began to tremble violently. A glimmer of light flickered in the air, revealing faint magical inscriptions. The exit of the dungeon had been barred. Su Mubai was momentarily taken aback. He had never anticipated that the Skeletal Legion could invoke a hidden storyline from the Goblin King's previous roar. It was evident that this scenario was linked to certain necromancers. A surge of excitement crossed his face upon this realization. If the hidden storyline involved necromancers, there must surely be valuable treasures to be found. Soon, Su Mubai arrived at the location of the Goblin King. Before him stood an exceptionally formidable goblin, towering several times larger than an ordinary goblin, nearly 3 meters in height. With a protruding belly, he wielded a battle axe and engaged in fierce combat with the Skeletal Legion. Bang, 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 whoosh. 862, 903, 1756, 666, 649, 1308. The Skeletal Legion displayed remarkable coordination, with frontline skeleton warriors alternating in their assault while the rear-line skeletal archers unleashed a deluge of arrows. To Su Mubai's astonishment, the creature was named Goblin King Reggie. Craze state, all attributes increased by 50. Level, 8, Gold tier, Health, 266, 218, 327, 000. Attack, 843. Physical defense, 312. Magical defense, 270. Skills, Thunder Strike. Stomp, Heroic Leap, Summon Goblin Warriors, Frenzy. With an astounding health pool of 327, 000, it meant he would regenerate 270 health every 5 seconds. If the damage per second fell below 654, it would be impossible to inflict any harm upon him. A 5-person team, burdened by a 3-level disadvantage and facing defenses around 300, would likely find themselves unable to vanquish this foe no matter how long they battled. You filthy, decaying pests. The mere whiff of your scent repulses me. All of you shall perish. Reggie howled to the heavens, his battle axe crashing violently against the ground. Boom! A flash of lightning erupted, instantly engulfing a vast area of 30 meters. 1580, 1580, 1580. A cascade of crimson numbers emerged, causing the health bars of all skeletal warriors to plummet. Even a level 5 tank class, donned in silver grade armor, would find it arduous to withstand the subsequent onslaught. Moreover, this was a terrifying area of effect damage capable of annihilating an entire squad. However, for the skeletal warriors with health exceeding 8,000 points, it was but a trifling setback. Su Mubai's gaze sharpened as he waved his wand, summoning 2 fully armed skeletal warriors once more. He then pointed forward, unleashing a wisp of ghostly blue flame. Burn! The burn damage was modest, yet it signified the commencement of a full-scale assault. The foremost 7 or 8 skeletal warriors brandished their bone swords, striking down upon Reggie with formidable force. Heavy strike, clang. The bone swords collided with armor, producing a cacophony of clanging metal as the skeletal warriors' might pushed Reggie back. 1,422. 1398. 2,880. In an instant, Reggie's health diminished by over 10,000 points. Yet, this was merely the beginning. The frontline skeletal warriors swiftly sheathed their swords, allowing another 7 or 8 to advance. Heavy strike, clang. Simultaneously, the skeletal archers in the rear moved in perfect unison, drawing their skeletal bows to their full moon. Double shot 60. Bang. All the skeletal archers released their taut bowstrings in near synchrony, sending shimmering arrows soaring into the sky. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The air was filled with the sound of piercing arrows, dispelling the mist that cloaked the battlefield. The torrential downpour of arrows traced elegant arcs in the air, instantly transforming Reggie into a pincushion. 444, 451, 502, 968. 120 damage figures flooded the screen, as this wave of double shot stripped Reggie of over 50,000 health points. The alternating, heavy strikes from 40 skeletal warriors had yet to conclude when the skeletal archers launched their second wave of attacks. Although lacking double shot, each arrow released now bore slightly enhanced damage. This entire sequence of assaults was orchestrated solely by Su Mubai, should he allow the skeletal legion to fight autonomously. Such seamless coordination would be unattainable. This was his inaugural experience commanding a grand army. Though it was mentally taxing, a thrill coursed through him. In a mere 10 seconds, Reggie's health was reduced to half. He swung his battle axe fiercely, driving back several skeletal warriors, then bellowed skyward, "My warriors, shatter these filthy bones to pieces." Buzz! As his words faded, a swirling portal opened, and 10 goblins, bearing weapons and resembling normal human stature, charged forth. These goblin warriors were notably different from their predecessors. Their pupils were suffused with blood vessels, and their arm muscles were bulging, resembling Reggie in a striking manner. Had the little monsters succumbed to madness as well? Su Mubai focused his gaze, and indeed it was true. Goblin warrior, madness state, all attributes increased by 50. Level 8, elite reinforcement. Health, 1, 350, 000. Attack power, 279. Physical defense, 105. Magical defense, 93. Skill, powerful strike. A rare warrior among the goblin tribe. They heed only the commands of the Goblin King. Reggie had certainly not lost the final display of a hellish dungeon. Summoning 10 elite reinforced monsters in the midst of battle would be enough to exhaust any player squad, even without the madness state. Moreover, his combat intelligence was not to be underestimated. Seizing the moment when the goblin warrior obstructed the skeleton warrior, Reggie abruptly turned his gaze towards Su Mubai, his pupils filled with resentment and madness. Damn necromancer! I have sought refuge with my kin in the misty forest. Why do you still pursue me? In that instant, Reggie leaped high into the air, crossing dozens of meters in a heartbeat, raising his battle axe high, and fiercely swung it down towards Su Mubai. Heroic leap. Since you have come, do not think of leaving. Warriors crush them. Chapter 18. Not a bro. Are you really solo killing? It was unclear why Reggie harbored such intense hatred for the necromancer, causing the skeleton warriors to be unable to hold his aggro. Perhaps it was the high combat intelligence within the multiverse game that led him to understand the principle of capturing the king before capturing the thieves. In any case, Reggie had fixated on Su Mubai, and with a heroic leap, he traversed several dozen meters, his battle axe coming down with tremendous force. Unfortunately, the outcome was entirely different from his expectations. Bang! The battle axe struck its target, forcing it to retreat repeatedly. 2,164. A critical hit damage of over 2,000 points appeared above the opponent's head. Yet, the health bar of this human showed not a single drop. Immediately, the nearest skeleton archer rushed forward, firmly blocking the path between Su Mubai and Reggie. 10 skeleton warriors hastily surrounded Reggie once more, denying him the opportunity to continue his assault on Su Mubai. That hurts. Su Mubai rubbed his shoulder, grimacing in pain. Although the damage of just over 2,000 was negligible in the context of shared health, the attack had indeed landed. The sensation of pain in the multiverse game was undeniably a solid 100. A swift resolution. Rubbing his right shoulder that had been struck, Su Mubai's gaze turned icy. Although there were no visible wounds due to the datification, he still felt a lingering ache. Clang! Clang! Reggie found himself in a dire struggle once more. Facing the onslaught of the skeleton warriors, even he found it difficult to contend against so many foes. The remaining skeleton warriors, with the assistance of the skeleton archer, swiftly dispatched the 10 goblin warriors and turned to assault Reggie. Such a multitude of skeletons in a 5-person dungeon was virtually akin to cheating. What the hellish difficulty! The golden level is but a mere trifling matter. In a fleeting span of 30 seconds, Reggie's health plummeted to 20. No, this king shall not be defeated. A look of terror spread across Reggie's face, soon followed by a crimson glow emanating from his body. In the next instant, his form swelled dramatically, his pupils transforming entirely into a blood-red hue. Notification. The Goblin King Reggie has entered a berserk state, increasing attack power by 50, attack speed by 50, while reducing both defenses by 50. Necromancer, I shall never again become your slave. In his furious state, Reggie's height surged to 5 meters, his attack power surpassing that of a skeletal warrior, reaching an astonishing 1265 points. Coupled with the 50 increase in attack speed, his overall damage soared by more than double. Faced with the dramatically enhanced Reggie, Su Mubai merely cast a casual glance. The battle had already reached its conclusion, for the skills of the skeletal army had completed their cooldown. Just as Su Mubai prepared to dispatch Reggie, a sudden announcement echoed in his ears. Announcement from Novice Village number 9527. Congratulations to Hongtu Bei for becoming the first player to achieve a solo kill of the iron level. This is a public notice, and all players are encouraged to learn from him to receive generous rewards. As soon as the announcement concluded, another resounded promptly. Announcement from Novice Village No. 9527. Congratulations to Fengye Xiao Xiao for becoming the first player to achieve a solo kill of the bronze level. This is a public notice, and all players are encouraged to learn from him to receive generous rewards. As expected, it had been claimed by others. Su Mubai felt no surprise. He had anticipated this when the system announcement triggered. He had little chance of securing the solo kill rewards for the iron and bronze levels. For players with advanced talents, achieving solo kills at these levels is not particularly challenging. Moreover, he found himself in the hell-level Misty Forest dungeon, where the lowest-tier opponents were silver level, making it impossible to compete with others. However, to withdraw from the dungeon solely for these 2 rewards would be a regrettable trade-off. Each hell-level dungeon can only be completed once a week, and the first solo kill rewards for iron and bronze levels pale in comparison to the rewards for completing a hell-level dungeon for the first time. After all, Su Mubai had not anticipated such a significant enhancement to his abilities before entering the dungeon. He had only aimed to secure the first completion of the hell-level dungeon promptly, hoping to discover if it would yield treasures that could extend one's lifespan. In the grand scheme of things, what do 2 low-level first kills amount to compare to life itself? With this thought in mind, Su Mubai regarded the struggling Reggie, a faint smile playing upon his lips, and with a mere thought, commanded the foremost skeletal warrior to raise its bone sword and strike down fiercely. Heavy strike, 1611, 1609, 3258. Simultaneously, the skeletal archers released the tension in their bows. Double shot, whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A torrential rain of arrows descended upon Reggie, impacting him with precision. 597, 601, 599, 1208. This barrage of assault obliterated Reggie's remaining health. His pupils fixated on Su Mubai, gradually losing their vibrancy. Upon vanquishing the level 8 Golden Goblin King, Reggie, an additional experience bonus of 50 points was awarded, bringing the total experience to 43,200. Congratulations to the player by Yi on ascending to level 7, with 1 skill point and 15 free attribute points. Furthermore, congratulations on becoming the first player in the 9527 Novice Village to single-handedly defeat a golden level foe, earning 12 Novice Soul Stones and 12 gold coins as a reward. A prompt appeared. An announcement for the Novice Village is forthcoming. Would you like to conceal your name? No need for concealment. Please refrain from asking in the future. Su Mubai raised an eyebrow. The reward of Novice Soul Stones for defeating a golden level enemy exceeded his expectations by 2. After allocating his attribute and skill points, Su Mubai's gaze fell upon Reggie's lifeless body, momentarily stunned. Norut? Could it be related to a hidden storyline? The subsequent system notification dispelled his confusion. In a level 4 monster zone, During the solitary battle against the Mountain Cat Chief, an increasing number of players had congregated there. However, they were all barred by members of the Dominance Guild to prevent any interference. Initially, these players had voiced their grievances in the chat channel. But upon learning that joining Dominance would confer various benefits, the majority opted to become part of the guild. When the announcement of Dominance's single defeat of a black iron-level enemy echoed, guild members lavished praise upon their leader. The guild leader is formidable. Surely, he is the preeminent expert of the 9,527 novice village. That Bai Yi merely had the fortune of being the first to discover a silver-level foe. Indeed, had the guild leader found it first, Bai Yi would not have triggered the announcement. Amidst the flattery, Dominance remained indifferent. He gazed excitedly at a novice soul stone in his inventory, nearly bursting into laughter. This was a treasure that would extend his lifespan. Without the Myriad Realms game, such an opportunity would have eluded him. In that moment, his resolve to dominate the Myriad Realms solidified further. He was convinced that this game represented a pivotal juncture in his life. However, this exhilaration was short-lived, as the next announcement caused his smile to falter. Announcement from a 9527 novice village. Congratulations to Feng Yi Xiao Xiao for becoming the first to single-handedly defeat a bronze-level enemy. That Feng Yi Xiao Xiao is merely fortunate. Guild leader, let us dispatch someone to seek out the golden level. Noticing the change in Dominance's expression, someone hurriedly offered consolation, yet their words only caused Dominance's lips to twitch. He was acutely aware of his capabilities. He might stand a chance against a bronze level, but a silver level was beyond his reach. As for a golden level, was that an invitation to his demise? Glaring at the speaker, Dominance opened his mouth to respond when yet another system announcement resounded. Announcement from a 9527 novice village. Congratulations to Bai Yi for becoming the first player to single-handedly defeat a golden level enemy. This is a formal announcement, and all players are encouraged to learn from him to reap substantial rewards. This time, all present exchanged glances, and a profound silence enveloped the scene. No way. We were merely jesting and flattering. Did you truly defeat it solo? Chapter 19. An unforeseen development. Bai Yi. The recurring system announcement caused Hong Tu-Bei to narrow his eyes slightly. He abruptly realized that he had previously underestimated this individual's combat prowess. How could he achieve a solo kill on a gold-tier opponent so swiftly? What kind of talent had awakened within him? As this thought crossed his mind, Hong Tu-Bei's pupils constricted sharply. His once inflated ego gradually deflated. Though he was loath to admit it, he understood that he was no match for Bai Yi at present. However, he was not alone. Observing his own talents and glancing at the guild members around him, Hong Tu-Bei reignited his fighting spirit. Brothers, let us level up quickly. Our next goal is to be the first to clear the initial dungeon. With that, he opened the guild member list and began meticulously selecting teammates. He aimed to assemble a formidable team to conquer the dungeon's first clear. Only then could the Bei Guild leverage the system announcement to establish a formidable reputation in Novice Village number 9527, attracting more players. When the guild's overall strength increased, so too would his own. What Bai Yi's might? Could one individual truly stand against an entire guild? Several members of the rich and powerful guild also heard the system announcement triggered by Su Mubai. Cotton Candy and Away were taken aback, momentarily at a loss for words. Fengye Xiao Xiao looked up at the sky, tightened her grip on her spear, and spoke slowly. His power is indeed terrifying. He just took on the wild boar boss and gave it his all, consuming over 10 health potions. I never expected him to be capable of a solo kill on a gold tier. It's all right. The Myriad Realms game has only just begun. There will be plenty of time to catch up to Bai Yi, rich and powerful said, patting Fengye Xiao Xiao on the shoulder with a smile. Besides, with me around, your rate of improvement will surely surpass his. This was indeed true. Remembering rich and powerful's extraordinary talent, Fengye Xiao Xiao couldn't help but smile. Let us go. It's time to check out the first dungeon. I just found a new teammate, and as soon as he arrives, we'll set off. What is his class? Fire Elemental Mage. Hint. You have defeated the Goblin King Reggie within 2 minutes, successfully triggering the hidden storyline Reggie's nightmare. Hint. The difficulty of the Misty Forest dungeon has been elevated to catastrophic level. Is catastrophic level above hell level? Su Mubai murmured to himself, summoning 2 fully intact skeletons to replace the previously damaged skeleton warrior. At that moment, Reggie's corpse began to change. Gray wisps of energy surged from his 7 orifices, rapidly coalescing into a small vortex. The mist within the entire Misty Forest began to converge towards the vortex, swirling into it. Simultaneously, scenes flickered through the mist. These images recounted the past of Reggie and the Goblin clan. They had once been slaves to a group of necromancers. All goblins, including Reggie, had been imprisoned in cages. Each day, many goblins were subjected to various experiments. The experiments conducted by the necromancers were, of course, related to death. Reggie watched helplessly as his kin perished one after another. Until one fateful day, these necromancers succeeded in summoning a skeletal being from the diminutive corpse of a goblin. A rather small skeleton. Was it not the very small skeleton that the necromancers had initially conjured? Su Mubai was momentarily taken aback. So, the tiny skeleton had once been a goblin? Images flashed rapidly through his mind, yet it seemed as though many details were missing. For reasons unknown, the necromancers abruptly vanished and had not reappeared for quite some time. Seizing the opportunity, Reggie led his kin to escape from their confines and sought refuge in the misty forest. The scene abruptly came to a halt, as all the mist was drawn into a swirling vortex. Bang! Reggie's corpse suddenly erupted, leaving behind only a skeletal frame. In the next instant, he rose again, the hollow sockets of his eyes igniting with an eerie blue flame of the soul. This goblin king had evaded his fate for so long. Yet he ultimately succumbed to the destiny of becoming undead. Skeleton King Reggie. Frenzied state. All attributes increased by 50. Level 10. Dark Gold Grade. Health. 1 800 0001. 800 000. Attack Power. 4 215. Physical Defense. 780. Magical Defense. 675. Skills. Summon Skeleton Warrior. Summon Skeleton Archer. Summon Skeleton Mage. Undead Aura. Thunderous Strike. Undead Stomp. Undead Leap. Frenzy. Ditlioha. One of the most successful creations of the ancient necromancers. He should not exist in this realm. Roar. The flame of the soul within Reggie's eyes flickered violently, his gaze piercing through the ranks of skeletons, fixated intently on Su Mubai. Boom! With a fierce grip, he clenched his hands, causing the 10 corpses of goblin warriors lying on the ground to shatter instantly. The remaining skeletal remains flew before him, swiftly rearranging and coalescing into a massive bone sword. The sword gleamed with a cold light, wisps of pale gray, deathly aura swirling around its blade, imparting an air of mystery and immense power. Gasp! Upon observing Reggie's newly revealed attributes, Su Mubai couldn't help but take a sharp breath. What a jest! Was this creature truly meant to appear in a novice village? With a staggering health of 1 800 000, this indicated an average recovery of 600 health points per second. Coupled with that terrifying attack and dual defenses, what could the players in the novice village possibly use to combat him? Even though level 10 is indeed a critical threshold, this enhancement is simply outrageous. Does the myriad of worlds gaming truly not consider whether anyone can contend with this foe? Then, the actions of the Skeleton King caused Su Mubai's pupils to constrict sharply. Roar! He raised the bone sword and howled to the heavens. In the next moment, 3 pale, gray vortices emerged simultaneously. Following that, 3 battalions of skeletons marched forth. Though they numbered only 15 in total, their overwhelming presence surpassed that of the 100 skeletons Su Mubai had summoned combined. Skeleton Warrior. Level 10. Summon Creature. Health. 600 000 600 000. Attack Power. 780. Physical Defense. 264. Magical Defense. 216. Skills. Heavy Strike 10. Brave Warrior. Empowered by the aura of the deceased. Attributes enhanced by 20. Skeleton Archer. Level 10. Summon Creature. Health. 360 003 6000. Attack Power. 624. Physical Defense. 160. Magical Defense. 120. Skill. Double Shot 10. Precise Archer. Empowered by the aura of the deceased. Attributes enhanced by 20. Skeleton Mage. Level 10. Summon Creature. Health. 240 002 4000. Spell Power. 840. Physical Defense. 100. Magical Defense. 240. Skill. Fireball 10. Powerful Mage. Empowered by the aura of the deceased. Attributes enhanced by 20. The Reggie Bone sword pointed menacingly at Su Mubai, emitting a raspy voice. Let all enemies become undead like us. Chapter 20. The Terrifying Reggie. Our sole hope. The 3 types of skeletons formed a legion, colliding with the skeleton army summoned by Su Mubai. However, their only advantage lay in their health. Even with the enhancement of the aura of the deceased, their attributes could not surpass Su Mubai's skeleton army. What troubled Su Mubai the most was Reggie himself. His statistics were utterly fearsome, and for the first time, Su Mubai felt uncertain. As soon as they engaged, Reggie cleaved through a skeleton warrior with less than half health. Su Mubai's expression turned grave as he waved his wand, summoning 2 more skeleton warriors to charge forward. The ensuing battle would hinge on whether he could summon faster than Reggie could slay. This foe's attack power was exceedingly high. Glancing at his mana, Su Mubai furrowed his brow. Just as he pondered, a sudden system announcement caused his countenance to change drastically. Notice, the hidden storyline Reggie's nightmare has officially commenced. The protection of a novice village is nullified. Upon death, you will lose 10 years of life, with a minimum loss of 10 years. The hidden storyline would also nullify the protection of the novice village. Su Mubai felt a sinking sensation in his heart, his expression darkening considerably. Even if he absorbed all the soul stones, he would not have enough lifespan to endure a single loss. Furthermore, the exit to the dungeon was already sealed. This meant that unless he defeated Reggie, Su Mubai's journey across the realms would end here. Crush them, Reggie roared, lifting his right leg high before bringing it down with tremendous force. Tread of the deceased. Boom! The ground trembled, and the skeleton warriors within 30 meters of him saw their health plummet by 50. It was a skill that deducted health by a percentage. Su Mubai breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, this skill had not been enhanced. In the next moment, the bone sword in Reggie's hand crackled with lightning as he unleashed a devastating blow. Thunderous strike. Boom! 95-27, 10086, 10001. This strike instantly annihilated 6 skeleton warriors. Damn it! Su Mubai's brow furrowed deeply as he commanded the skeleton army to retaliate. The skeleton warriors unleashed a heavy strike simultaneously, clashing with Reggie. The skeletal archer at the rear released the bowstring, but the target was not Reggie. Instead, it was the 15 summoned skeletons. These troublesome entities had to be dealt with before he could concentrate on the confrontation. Meanwhile, Su Mubai continuously retreated, distancing himself from the range of Reggie's leap of the dead. He then waved his wand to replenish the skeleton warriors. Next, he focused on controlling the frontline skeletons to buy himself more time. After reaching level 7, his mental attribute increased to 152 points. Each use of Summon Skeleton Soldier required 200 mana points, even with a regeneration of 152 mana points every 5 seconds during battle. He could summon at most 50 to 60 times. 60 times equated to 120 skeleton warriors. As the answer raced through his mind, Su Mubai couldn't help but furrow his brow. It was insufficient, far from enough. After becoming the Skeleton King, Reggie's defense was too formidable. Neither the skeleton warriors nor the skeletal archers could inflict substantial damage upon him. While maneuvering the frontline skeleton warriors to evade Reggie's attacks, Su Mubai thought rapidly. Yet, no matter how he calculated, the chances of victory in this battle seemed nearly non-existent, unless the skill Summon Skeleton Soldier could be upgraded once more. His only hope now rested on the strength of the skill's attached cataclysmic attribute. The effects of the profession's cataclysmic attribute were still fresh in his mind. With that thought, Su Mubai promptly opened his backpack. Intermediate Soul Stone X17. One stone increases lifespan by 120 days, and combined with the previously absorbed stone, it amounted to nearly 6 years of lifespan. However, before enhancing Summon Skeleton Soldier, Su Mubai decided to attempt something else. Cataclysm. Target, Intermediate Soul Stone. 3rd tier. Prompt. Do you confirm the consumption of 100 years of lifespan, overriding the previous enhancement effect, and advancing the primary Soul Stone to a higher tier? Cancel. A full 100 years of lifespan was beyond Su Mubai's reach. Even 10 years of lifespan was a luxury for him now. This terrifying consumption indicated that once the Soul Stone exceeded the advanced level, the enhancement would indeed be significant. He should first check how much lifespan was required for the cataclysmic skill. Hopefully, it would not exceed 6 years. Sighing, Su Mubai concentrated and activated Cataclysm once more. Target, Summon Skeleton Soldier. Prompt, please select the advancement tier. 1st, 2nd, 3rd. 3rd tier. Prompt, do you confirm a consumption of 5 years of lifespan, overriding the previous sublimation effect, and advancing the skill Summon Skeleton to a higher tier? Cancel. Phew. Thankfully, it was sufficient. Su Mubai breathed a sigh of relief. He hadn't absorbed the Soul Stone yet, so he naturally needed to cancel. Since advancing 3 times would add the cataclysmic attribute, he feared he wouldn't have enough lifespan. It seemed that even for low-level skills, the lifespan required for the cataclysmic attribute was not excessively demanding. Without hesitation, he directly absorbed 15 intermediate Soul Stones. The Soul Stones shimmered with light, transforming into a vibrant green glow that merged into Su Mubai's being. On the attribute panel, the lifespan section suddenly changed. Lifespan, less than 6 years. Subsequently, upon selecting Summon Skeleton Soldier, once more the Cataclysm talent was activated. Prompt. After the skill undergoes Cataclysm, three branches will emerge: Summon Skeleton Warrior, Summon Skeleton Archer, and Summon Skeleton Mage. Please choose the direction you wish to proceed with the Cataclysm. More branches? Su Mubai was momentarily taken aback. At level 1, he could choose to summon 2 types of skeletons, yet upon advancing to level 2, he found himself constrained to summon only 1. Nevertheless, he quickly made his decision. In the face of the terrifyingly high attack power of Reggie, selecting the low health and defense of the Archer or Mage would likely spell disaster. Thus, the Warrior was the most prudent choice. Summon Skeleton Warrior. In the next moment, Su Mubai felt as though something was draining from within him. Prompt: you have lost 5 years of lifespan. Lifespan: less than 1 year. The skill icon also transformed. The original 2 skeletons gradually coalesced into a noticeably sturdier skeleton. The bone sword in the skeleton's grasp shifted from a one-handed sword to a two-handed greatsword. Your level 1 skill Summon Small Skeleton has successfully undergone Cataclysm to become level 2 skill Summon Skeleton Warrior. Summon Skeleton Warrior. Level 8, active skill. Summons a Skeleton Warrior to fight for you. Casting time: 3 seconds. Cooldown time: 30 seconds. Mana cost: 300. The Skeleton Warrior's attributes are enhanced by the player's mental attributes. The skill retained its previous level, with a 50 increase in mana consumption. However, what Su Mubai valued most was the cataclysmic traits attached to this skill. Chapter 21. The Frightening Cataclysmic Traits. Cataclysmic trait. The Skeleton Warrior's maximum health is increased to 500, and attack power is boosted by 100. A mere line of description, yet left Su Mubai utterly astonished. Such an alarming enhancement appeared on a mere level 2 skill. Is this reasonable? Is the cost of 5 years of lifespan excessive? No, it is remarkably cheap. This level 2 skill now likely surpasses most level 3 talents and strength. Su Mubai couldn't help but exclaim, his gaze returning to the rampaging Reggie, a slight smile gracing his lips. In just a few seconds, Reggie had slain 7 skeleton warriors. His health had only diminished imperceptibly. Even among the 15 skeletons he summoned, only 2 skeleton warriors had perished. This was still the result of Su Mubai's summoned creatures being bolstered by Death's Tome, which enhanced damage to undead by 100. The terrifying nature of the dark gold level in a frenzied state was evident. Yet now, Su Mubai bore no trace of tension upon his face. Calmly waving his wand, a pale gray vortex, larger than before, swiftly took shape. In the next moment, 2 robust skeleton warriors wielding greatswords emerged. The sound of clashing echoed. The greatswords gleamed with a chilling light. The skeleton warriors donned standard armor, standing nearly 2 meters tall, their eye sockets flickering with ghostly blue flames, exuding an imposing presence far surpassing that of the previous skeleton warriors. Skeleton Warrior. Strength: 930. Constitution: 930. Agility: 930. Health points: 6, 975, 0, 69, 750. Attack power: 3, 720. Physical defense: 930. Skill: Heavy Strike level 8. Heavy Strike. Level 8 swings the weapon to strike the target, inflicting 185 physical damage, with a cooldown of 30 seconds. Cataclysmic trait: maximum health increased to 500, attack power enhanced by 100. The Valiant Warrior experiences a significant boost in all attributes. The magnificent panel of the Skeletal Warrior left Su Mubai momentarily stunned, despite his prior mental preparation. The former Silver Tier Mist Tree Python King had merely 88,000 health, yet the Skeletal Warrior he summoned boasted nearly 70,000. Even more astonishing was its attack power. Even Reggie, the Dark Gold Tier, could not match such heights without the boost from its frenzied state. With a plethora of formidable skills, coupled with the stacking of cataclysmic traits, such a terrifying skeletal warrior was born. Remarkably, he could now summon a full 100 of these skeletal beings. Su Mubai suddenly realized that what he had regarded as monstrous was merely the beginning. Since acquiring the unique tableau-level talent, Cataclysm, from Kaka, he had embarked on an invincible path. Eliminate that individual. With a thought, 2 skeletal warriors charged forth, dragging their enormous swords towards Reggie. The massive swords carved deep furrows into the ground of the misty forest. With an agility attribute of 930, even without any occupational bonuses, the skeletal warriors exhibited impressive speed. The foremost skeletal warrior swiftly repositioned as the 2 skeletal warriors raised their heavy swords, striking down towards Reggie. The latter felt an unmistakable threat, his pupils igniting with the flames of the soul as he swung his enormous bone sword in defense. Heavy strike, too. Clang, clang. The resounding clash of metal echoed through the misty forest, the overwhelming force pushing Reggie back several steps. A hint of astonishment flickered within the flames of his soul. His gaze fixated on the suddenly formidable skeletal figures. He had utterly failed to withstand their assault. 12, 504, 11, 988. Two damage figures exceeding 10,000 appeared, and they were not critical hits. The skeletal warrior's terrifying attack power, combined with the amplification from Death's Codex, resulted in such exaggerated damage. I am a skeleton king. Reggie steadied himself and roared in retaliation, a wisp of pale gray death energy enveloping him, swirling around his form. Alert! Skeleton King Reggie has activated Death's Embrace, increasing strength by 20 and reducing damage taken by 20, lasting for 10 minutes. The system notification sounded, and Su Mubai smirked. It was indeed different. Even a casual activation lasted for 10 minutes. If it were a player, such an effect could barely endure for a minute. Nevertheless, it was futile. With a cold smile, Su Mubai allowed the two skeletal warriors to engage, while leaving several skeletal soldiers to assist. The remaining skeletal legion unleashed their full firepower, swiftly annihilating the skeletal minions summoned by Reggie. Subsequently, Su Mubai wielded his wand once more, summoning two additional skeletal warriors to the battlefield. Just as Reggie had managed to suppress his opponents, he was met with two heavy strikes. 9764, 19,526. In no time, Su Mubai had summoned 10 skeletal warriors. United, they completely overwhelmed Reggie. Regardless of his desperate attempts to resist, he could not break free from the encirclement of the skeletal warriors. All of his summoned skeletons perished, and the 60 skeletal archers swiftly redirected their targets, unleashing a torrent of arrows. 672, 663, 681, 657. A flurry of damage figures erupted, swiftly depleting over 40,000 of Reggie's health points. Su Mubai continually summoned new skeletal warriors to replace those whose vitality had waned. For every 2 skeletal warriors summoned, Reggie received 2 crushing blows. Since Su Mubai had upgraded his skill, Cataclysm, Reggie's fate had become inevitable. Even if he unleashed all his skills, it would bear no significance. With merely 300 mana points, he could summon 2 skeletal warriors with nearly 70,000 health each. What could Reggie possibly contend with? Even if Reggie summoned an additional 15 skeletons, they would merely serve as playthings for the skeletal warriors. Soon, Reggie's health dwindled to a mere 360,000. Alert! The skeletal king Reggie has entered a berserk state, increasing attack power and speed by 50, while reducing both defenses by 50. Upon entering this frenzied state, Reggie succumbed to madness, utterly disregarding defense as he swung his massive bone sword with reckless abandon, relentlessly attacking the skeletal warriors besieging him. However, this reckless behavior only hastened his demise, serving no purpose whatsoever. The skeletal warriors summoned by Su Mubai could not fully participate in the battle. For each one that fell, another, fully intact, would take its place. Reggie's final frenzy was utterly futile, as his health bar dwindled at an alarming rate. Critical hit. Double shot. 10387, 10011, 1241, 1197, 2548. With the final wave of skills unleashed, a deluge of arrows ultimately extinguished Reggie's second life. Boom! In defiance, he drove his massive bone sword into the ground, the soul's fire in his eyes gradually fading. I will not accept this defeat. Bang! In the next instant, Reggie's colossal form crashed to the ground, scattering items across the area. A golden light ascended as Reggie's substantial experience points propelled the recently leveled Su Mubai to yet another level. Simultaneously, a series of system notifications rang in his ears. Chapter 22. What kind of monster is Bai Yi? Defeated the level 10 Dark Gold Skeleton King Reggie, receiving an additional 50 experience bonus, totaling 270,000 experience points. Congratulations, player Bai Yi. Your level has risen to 8, gaining 1 to all attributes, 1 skill point, and 15 free attribute points. A staggering 270,000 experience points propelled Su Mubai's experience bar straight to level 8, 92. As he approached level 10, the experience required for advancement in the Wanja game became increasingly demanding. From level 8 to 9, a full 200,000 experience points were required. Yet, Su Mubai remained unconcerned. For him, leveling up required no effort on his part. What he truly cared about were the forthcoming rewards. Congratulations on becoming the first player in Beginner Village 9527 to achieve a solo kill of an elite monster, earning 40 basic soul stones and 60 gold coins. A prompt followed. A village announcement is imminent. This time, the system did not inquire whether he wished to conceal his name. 40. A flicker of joy danced in Su Mubai's eyes, After utilizing Cataclysm, this represented over 13 years of lifespan. The higher the tier of the item, the greater the reward for a first solo kill. In comparison to 40 basic soul stones, the 60 gold coins seemed almost inconsequential. What might the rewards for an epic tier be? Su Mubai felt a sense of anticipation stir within him. Yet, he sensed that there were likely no lower-tier rewards for epic achievements. To secure the announcements for future solo kills, immense skill and a good measure of luck would be requisite. The system's notifications were far from over. Congratulations on conquering the Misty Forest dungeon in Beginner Village 9527 for the first time, earning a random selection of 5 level 1 attribute gems and 5 gold coins. Congratulations on achieving the first completion of the Hell difficulty Misty Forest dungeon in Beginner Village 9527, earning 20 basic soul stones and 20 gold coins. A village announcement is imminent. In the game of 10,000 realms, equipment for 10 major body parts could be embedded with gems. However, the minimum requirement for embedding was gold tier equipment. The higher the equipment tier, the more gems could be embedded. Level 1 attribute gems could enhance corresponding attributes by 10 points. For an average player, fully embedding gems could significantly augment their attributes. Yet, Su Mubai frowned slightly. Why was it listed as Hell difficulty? He had clearly passed through on Cataclysm difficulty. The system's prompt abruptly halted, seemingly frozen. In the valley beyond the Misty Forest, rapidly leveling players had congregated. With the population of Beginner Village 9527 reaching tens of thousands, those who made it here were the cream of the crop among players. A healer, level 4-1, ready to roll out. A tank warrior with exceptional shield skills seeks a party. Absolutely formidable. Selling a few mana potions, DM me with offers. Exchanging a spellcaster skill book for an equivalent rogue skill. Some sought teammates, while others prepared for their upcoming dungeon journey. The arrival of a team instantly drew everyone's attention. Were they from the Dominance Guild? The Guild of Grand Ambitions had also arrived, clearly intent on securing the first completion of the Misty Forest. Should we consider joining the Dominance Guild? The benefits of their talent enhancement are simply irresistible. Let us go. The Guild of Grand Ambitions strode confidently at the forefront, basking in the envious gazes of the crowd. As inquiries about joining the guild arose, he smiled slightly, signaling the newly appointed elder to handle recruitment. Meanwhile, he prepared to delve into the depths of the Misty Forest with his carefully selected quartet of experts. Just as they approached the dungeon's teleportation portal, the footsteps of the Guild of Grand Ambitions came to an abrupt halt, prompted by a chorus of astonished exclamations. Look, those guys are fully equipped. Even if acquired from the system's store, a complete set of level 5 equipment must surely come at a considerable cost. Have you not noticed who stands in the midst of the team? The one known as Rich Beyond Measure. How unsurprising it is that he is present. My curiosity regarding the extent of his wealth is piqued. Upon hearing the name, Hong Tubei halted, turning his gaze towards the source. Their eyes met in the air. Yet the anticipated tension was absent. A slight smile graced Hong Tubei's lips, seemingly dismissing the earlier embarrassment of being overlooked in the chat channel. I have long admired your reputation. Why not engage in a wager? Oh, what does President Hong Tu wish to wager with me? Rich Beyond Measure leisurely approached the dungeon's teleportation portal, regarding Hong Tubei with keen interest. He found this person's talent quite compelling. Though merely at level, it could significantly enhance a guild's overall strength. Such talent must be exceedingly rare. A glimmer of insight flashed in Hong Tubei's eyes. Let us wager on who can achieve the first completion of the Misty Forest, shall we? What are the stakes? Rich Beyond Measure narrowed his eyes slightly. Your talent combined with my financial resources is a match made in heaven. It would be a pity not to collaborate. Should I secure the first completion, your guild must join mine. And if we achieve it first? In that case, the Bay Guild will assist you in a singular endeavor. 3 endeavors. It is settled. Hong Tubei exuded confidence, believing that with an additional 20% boost to their attack power, victory was assured. Rich Beyond Measure had no intention of conceding defeat. Level talent encompassed more than mere wealth. Almost simultaneously, both placed their hands upon the teleportation portal. Yet before they could select the dungeon's difficulty, an unexpected system announcement caused their movements to falter. Announcement from Novice Village No. 9527. Congratulations to Bai Yi for achieving the first completion of the Misty Forest dungeon. This is hereby announced, and players are encouraged to learn from this to reap substantial rewards. Suddenly, Hong Tubei's expression darkened considerably. He had scarcely arrived at the dungeon entrance, and the first completion was already claimed. Had his wager become a mere jest? With this thought, he turned to Rich Beyond Measure and spoke gravely. Since the first completion on normal difficulty is lost, let us wager on the hard difficulty instead. Before he could finish, another 6 system announcements reverberated throughout the entire Novice Village. Announcement from Novice Village No. 9527. Congratulations to Bai Yi for achieving the first completion of the Hell difficulty Misty Forest dungeon. This is hereby announced, and players are encouraged to learn from this to reap substantial rewards. Announcement from Novice Village No. 9527. Congratulations to Bai Yi for becoming the first player to single-handedly defeat a Dark Gold level enemy. This is hereby announced, and players are encouraged to learn from this to reap substantial rewards. At this moment, silence enveloped the valley. In a flash of light, Su Mubai and his party vanished into the vortex without uttering a single word, akin to a hasty retreat. He felt confident about the hard-level dungeon. Had a slight chance with the nightmare level, but the hell level? What a farcical notion. Was this a difficulty that could be conquered on the very first day of the game? He could not even defeat the gold level, let alone the dark gold level. What manner of creature is this white knight? Uncle, shall we not venture inside? Listening to the fervent discussions of those around, Cotton Candy tilted her head to glance at the wealthy tycoon. Let's not rush. After all, the first clear has already been claimed. We shall wait a while longer. The wealthy tycoon slowly shook his head, opting to wait for Su Mubai to emerge from the dungeon. After the transaction, they would enter together. Having conquered the hell difficulty, the rewards in his possession must be plentiful. Provided they were adequately equipped, it was not beyond the realm of possibility for them to clear the nightmarish difficulty. As for the hell difficulty, best to refrain from that. The Dark Gold tier is not to be trifled with. Chapter 23. New Skill, Death Drain Feedback. After a full half-minute, the long-awaited system notification finally resounded once more for Su Mubai. Congratulations! You are the first player in the Blue Star region to complete a disaster-level dungeon solo. You are rewarded with 1 skill book of your class and 1 epic grade equipment of your class. Notice, an announcement for the Blue Star region is forthcoming. Su Mubai was taken aback. The magnitude of the rewards exceeded his wildest imagination. Yet, upon reflection, such rewards were indeed warranted. Had he not secured several first kills to accumulate the lifespan of the Cataclysm skill, even he would have struggled against Reggie, who had transformed into the Skeleton King. As the inaugural player in the Blue Star region to single-handedly conquer such a disastrous dungeon, he was entirely deserving of these accolades. With excitement coursing through him, Su Mubai opened his backpack to inspect the rewards he had garnered. Death Drain Feedback, Level 1, 05, Active Skill. Skill Effects, 1. Drain, absorb death energy from corpses and store it, with a maximum of 5 targets per use. Cooldown time, 30 seconds, no cost, maximum casting range, 50 meters. Death Energy Value, 0.80, Level 10. 2. Feedback, instantly restore one's own health or mana, and can also be used to enhance a summoned entity. Cooldown time, 30 seconds. Consumes 180 points of death energy. Each point of death energy restores either 100 health points or 100 mana points. 1 point of death energy enhances the target's primary attributes by 0.5 for 60 seconds. Learning requirement, Master Death. Su Mubai had observed the potion statistics shared in the chat channel. Currently, the most one could purchase in the Novice Village would restore a mere 500 mana points, with a usage time of 60 seconds. To him, this was utterly insufficient. Now, with this skill, Su Mubai would no longer need to fret over mana consumption. Moreover, this ability could also serve to enhance the primary attributes of his summoned creatures. This was undoubtedly a divine skill. Without hesitation, Su Mubai selected the skill book and activated the Cataclysm talent. Promotion to the first tier. Given Su Mubai's current financial status and lifespan, he could only opt for the free upgrade. Notice, do you confirm the consumption-free upgrade of the skill Book Death Drain Feedback to the first tier? Confirm. You have acquired the first tier skill Book Death Drain Feedback. Post-upgrade, the skill's name remained unchanged, yet its potency had increased twofold. No, it was more accurate to say it had quadrupled, for the cap on death energy had risen to level 20, and both feedback effects had similarly doubled. As a thought crossed his mind, the skill book in Su Mubai's hands transformed into a beam of golden light, soaring into his forehead. You have acquired the new skill, Death Drain Feedback. Upon mastering the skill, Su Mubai immediately turned his gaze towards the remains of Reggie, the Skeletal King, and concentrated. Notification: you have successfully siphoned 320 points of death energy from the corpse of the Dark Gold level Skeletal King Reggie. Notification: your stored death energy has reached its limit. Further consumption will allow continued siphoning. After the extraction, Reggie's remains visibly lost their luster, becoming pallid, with cracks appearing in the bones, as if they could shatter with the slightest touch. So much? Su Mubai was somewhat astonished. He had initially thought that a level 10 Dark Gold creature would provide a mere 100 points of death energy, and yet it had filled his capacity. Perhaps it was due to the fact that this creature was inherently undead, resulting in a richer essence of death. Su Mubai stroked his chin, pondering quietly. Mastering the skill activated his class's disaster mutation trait, which doubled his death energy limit to 320 points. Although the feedback description remained unchanged, the effects of usage would similarly be amplified. This meant that consuming a single point of death energy could now restore 400 points of mana. It could also be utilized to enhance the primary attributes of a summoned creature. If he were to expend 320 points of death energy in one go, the skeletal warrior could gain an astonishing 640 strength within 60 seconds. The combination of this skill and the class's disaster mutation trait was nothing short of terrifying. Su Mubai had gradually grown accustomed to his increasing prowess. With a slight smile, he shifted his focus to another reward. This should be the first epic-level equipment in the Blue Star region, he thought, as his eyes brightened upon seeing the robe quietly resting in his backpack. The robe was predominantly black, as deep as an endless night, adorned with faint gray inscriptions. These inscriptions emitted a soft glow, intertwining to form what appeared to be a mysterious magical array, exuding an aura of enigma and power. Robe of the Whispering Dead. Armor cloth. Level 1060, scales with player level, increasing every 5 levels, up to a maximum of 60 levels. Epic item. Unidentified. Unfortunately, it required identification. The cost for identifying an epic level item was certainly not insignificant. However, recalling the wealthy patron eagerly awaiting to purchase his items, he felt a sense of relief. He planned to wait until after the identification to utilize Disaster for free to avoid inflating the identification cost, which would be a grievous loss. After promoting the 5 level 1 gems and 60 primary soul stones, Su Mubai finally closed his backpack and approached Reggie's remains. He refrained from letting the skeleton perform the task, wanting to witness the outcome personally. The first dark gold creature in the Blue Star region. Along with the inaugural completion of a disaster-level dungeon, what treasures might it yield? Just as Su Mubai reveled in his bountiful harvest, players across the Blue Star region were greeted with their first district-wide announcement. Announcement from the Blue Star region. Congratulations to the player by Yi from the Divine Dragon Empire for becoming the first individual to conquer a disaster-level dungeon in the Blue Star region. This announcement serves as a call for all players to learn from him in pursuit of substantial rewards. The announcement had played 10 times, and after a brief moment of silence, the entire Blue Star region erupted in uproar. How could it be possible that we, in the novice village, have yet to complete a normal level dungeon, while he has already conquered a disaster level 1? Disaster level? Isn't the highest difficulty hell level? Has he perhaps discovered a hidden lower level dungeon? It must be so. Otherwise, how could a Huaxia player surpass us, the White Eagles? Cheating. This by Yi is undoubtedly cheating. This reflects the discussions among the White Eagle players, who belong to the Empire of the Holy Hall upon entering the Myriad Realms. This world is referred to as the Divine Forbidden Land, a place where deities are prohibited from entering. The Myriad Realms game encompasses more than just Blue Star players. It includes all races of the universe drawn into this game. The human race, in contrast to some powerful races, is evidently at a disadvantage, which is why they were placed in the Divine Forbidden Land. Only by enhancing their strength to a certain level can they escape the Divine Forbidden Land and participate in the true Myriad Realms game. The Divine Forbidden Land is surrounded by seas, with a vast continent at its center, where players from various nations reside, albeit under different national affiliations. Among the forces on this continent, the two most formidable are the Divine Dragon Empire and the Empire of the Holy Hall. Chapter 24. The shock of the top experts from various nations. Empire of the Holy Hall, Novice Village Number 1. Hell level difficulty, Misty Forest. Felix wielded his staff, and a basketball-sized fireball struck the Goblin Chief ahead in an instant. Boom! A critical hit of 1968 damage emerged. The Goblin Chief let out a piercing scream, collapsing to the ground. A flash of golden light signified Felix's level up to level 6. Silver tier, nothing remarkable. A confident smile graced Felix's lips. Next comes the final challenge. Surely no one can surpass my progress, right? Just as he was about to collect the fallen items, Felix's pupils widened in shock. Announcement from the Blue Star region. Congratulations to the player by Yi from the Divine Dragon Empire. Disaster level? What kind of difficulty is this? No, this is absolutely impossible. How could a Huaxia player be stronger than me? Felix shook his head in disbelief, unable to accept the continuous broadcast of the district announcement. He possessed the strongest innate talent. How could anyone possibly have such a significant lead? Yet, this was an announcement from the Myriad Realms game, undoubtedly a fact. Felix had no choice but to accept that someone had indeed surpassed him by leaps and bounds. Body, you will not remain ahead forever. A glint of coldness flashed in Felix's eyes as he collected the loot from the Goblin King and ventured deeper into the misty forest. Felix was confident that he would eventually surpass Bai Yi. After all, his talent grew increasingly formidable in the later stages. What? Is a Huaxia player this strong? They actually cleared a disaster-level dungeon, which is even more difficult than a hell-level dungeon. It's terrifying. We have never even heard of such difficulty. Will the people of Huaxia launch an attack on the kingdom of cherry blossoms in the future? What should we do? Fear not when the time comes. We shall unite with players from the White-Headed Eagle and other nations to first eradicate the Dragon Empire. Upon hearing the announcement, the players from Little Sakura were immediately filled with apprehension. Though they consistently denied it, they understood deep down that the animosity between the two nations could never be resolved. Even on Blue Star, after Huaxia's rise, retribution would surely follow. Moreover, this is a game of myriad realms. Should Huaxia players gain strength, the Kingdom of Cherry Blossoms would undoubtedly be their primary target. Here, there are no laws or international treaties. In the realm of gaming, might reign supreme. With a vast population, Huaxia would possess an advantage. Yet this could also incite the other players to band together against them. Their sole chance of survival lies in forming alliances with players from other nations once the borders open, striking against the Dragon Empire before it can grow stronger. In the Kingdom of Cherry Blossoms, Newbie Village 1414, the Inferno-level Misty Forest remained unchanged. Above the corpse of the Misty Tree Python King hung a bright moon, a clear indication that it was not a product of the Misty Land, but rather a manifestation of the talent of Tsukiyomi. He had chosen this name because he had awakened a relevant high-level talent. Upon hearing the announcement regarding the Dragon Empire, Tsukiyomi's pupils narrowed perceptibly. Bai Yi, you will not thrive. A saying from Huaxia goes, a tree that stands out will be blown down by the wind. And it seems you do not grasp this wisdom at all. Dare to be so ostentatious, and you shall await the targeting of all players. With a cold smile playing on his lips, Tsukiyomi appeared utterly unconcerned about Bai Yi posing a threat to the Kingdom of Cherry Blossoms. In his view, there is no need for him to intervene. Internal strife within the Dragon Empire would surely arise against Bai Yi. Sometimes, one must admit that while Little Sakura may be brutish, their understanding of Huaxia far surpasses that of surrounding nations. For instance, the Koreans know in the Forbidden Land, the realm where Korean players descend is called the Kingdom of Kyoria. Why should Bai Yi be the first to trigger the global announcement? In terms of gaming, our Korean nation is supreme. This Bai Yi is undoubtedly one of our own. He simply happened to be in Huaxia when the game of Myriad Realms descended. Yes, to be the first to trigger a global announcement, he must be from our Korean nation. Even in a world where everyone transmigrates, the Koreans remain hopelessly inclined to thievery. This time, they even attempt to steal Bai Yi's nationality. In the Kingdom of Kyoria, Newbie Village 444, the sun's descendant drew back his bowstring, instantly releasing 3 arrows. 672, 701, 1288. The 3 damage numbers appeared almost simultaneously, depleting the final health points of the Misty Tree Python King, who collapsed to the ground. However, the sun's descendant did not rush to collect the dropped items. Instead, he slowly raised his gaze towards the misty sky. Bai Yi, having cleared a disaster-level dungeon, you have now earned the right to be my rival. Compared to overseas, the chat channels of the various newbie villages in the Dragon Empire were far more vibrant. Although the Empire channel has yet to be activated, it does not deter players from engaging in fervent discussions within their respective novice villages. The illustrious Bai Yi has astounded all by swiftly conquering the catastrophic-level dungeon, while I remain oblivious to the very entrance. I wager 5 coins that Bai Yi's talent must be extraordinary. Alas, he is rather ostentatious, seemingly unaware of the need to conceal his name. This will undoubtedly bring misfortune upon our divine Dragon Empire. Brace yourselves, for we shall surely be targeted by other nations in unison. We're the so-called rationalists. Even if he were to hide his name, would the system cease to acknowledge the divine Dragon Empire? You fail to understand. There will undoubtedly be those among us who will set their sights on him. With Bai Yi's prowess, does he truly need to fear such scrutiny? Indeed, if one possesses the capability, they should strive to conquer the catastrophic-level dungeon themselves instead of merely sulking here. Bai Yi is the first to secure a global announcement for the Divine Dragon Empire, and I assert that should anyone dare to target him, I shall be the first to oppose it. But who are you, my friend? Your dissent holds no weight. The discussions across the novice villages are fervent, with some supporting Su Mubai, while others criticize his apparent arrogance for not concealing his name. Such is human nature. It is impossible to please everyone. Nevertheless, the opinions of these individuals bear little significance. In the Divine Dragon Empire, Novice Village number 8888, a thunderous roar emanates as the Golden Goblin King, Reggie, swings his battle axe, infused with furious lightning, in a ferocious strike. Yet, astonishingly, his attack inflicts no damage. The sword of San Chi Ching Feng, wielded with singular grace, perfectly parries the assault. Were there other players present, they would undoubtedly exclaim in disbelief. However, for San Chi Ching Feng, this is merely routine. Reggie's attack is riddled with flaws in his eyes. Were it not for the considerable thickness of his health bar, this encounter would not have drawn out for so long. With a swift counterattack, he thrusts his sword, diminishing Reggie's health by over 1,000 points, as San Chi Ching Feng narrows his eyes. Bai Yi, what kind of talent have you awakened to possess such strength? After battling Reggie for several minutes, he is acutely aware of his own limits. Faced with a dark gold level opponent, he recognizes there is no possibility of victory. While combat skills hold value in the myriad realms of the game, this is ultimately a data-driven world where attributes reign supreme. With San Chi Ching Feng's current damage output, even a dark gold level adversary, standing idle, would be beyond his reach. Even with a top-tier talent, it would be futile. Thus, San Chi Ching Feng is profoundly astonished. What kind of talent could possibly enable Bai Yi to achieve such terrifying combat prowess in such a short span of time? Chapter 25, The Fated Pair. In the Divine Dragon Empire, Novice Village number 9526. When the Myriad Realm game descended, Lu Ruyin and Zhao Su found themselves fortuitously close, thus being assigned to the same Novice Village. Even more fortunate was the revelation that both had awakened a formidable top-tier talent. Spoiler alert. These two will meet their demise upon leaving the Novice Village, without any lingering attachments. At this moment, the pair has just vanquished a goblin chief of ordinary difficulty, a black iron level foe. As I prepared to make a decisive push to conquer the Novice Village, number 9526, I was abruptly stunned by an unexpected announcement that echoed throughout the entire region. This white knight was indeed remarkable. Zhao Su expressed his astonishment at the pace of this achievement, his words laced with envy. White knight? Why does that name sound so familiar? Beside him, Lu Rian furrowed her brow slightly, deep in thought. Familiar? Zhao Su's eyes lit up at her words. Rian, think carefully. Could it be someone who pursued you in the past? If that is the case, what? Are you planning to cast me aside? Lu Rian shot Zhao Su a scornful glance, clearly understanding his implications. The two shared an affinity for peculiar games. One was prone to infidelity, while the other had a penchant for cuckoldry. They were indeed a match made in heaven, or perhaps hell. In their midst, Su Mubai had merely been a pawn. What of it? Zhao Su remarked, utterly unperturbed, even chuckling shamelessly. You weren't exactly wronged, were you? When you were with Su Mubai, you relished several years of grandeur. At this juncture, a flicker of anger crossed his face. It's all the fault of this damned multiverse game. Just as I was about to reach the pinnacle of my life, I have to start all over again. Su Mubai. Lu Rian murmured the name, as if recalling something, suddenly covering her mouth with her hand and exclaiming tremulously. That was the name he always used while gaming. What? Zhao Su's expression shifted, but he quickly regained his composure, shaking his head. That's impossible. Su Mubai should be dead. I was the one who pulled the plug. There must be others who could take on the name White Knight. It's surely just a coincidence. Lu Rian nodded at his words. Yet a hint of concern lingered as she inquired. What if it truly is him? What if that scoundrel Su Mubai has returned? Zhao Su furrowed his brow, his mind racing, then suddenly burst into laughter. Isn't that a good thing? A good thing? We conspired against him. If he finds out, it will be the end of us. Lu Ruyan was somewhat perplexed. Are you foolish? At that time, he was already in a vegetative state. How could he possibly know? Zhao Su Vito. Only we are privy to this matter. As long as you don't speak of it, and I keep silent, that fellow will remain in the dark for a lifetime. With that, Zhao Su's smile widened, and he pulled Lu Ruyan into his embrace. If this white knight, isn't Su Mubai, you must find a way to entice him. If it is indeed Su Mubai, then it will be all the more convenient. Given how much he adores you, a mere beckoning of your finger would surely bring him to your feet. You pervert, Lu Ruyan teased, though a glimmer of intrigue sparkled in her eyes, clearly having accepted Zhao Su's proposal. Ha! With Rian's charm, regardless of who he is, he will be easily ensnared. The two exchanged knowing smiles, a silent agreement forming between them. Once they exited the Novice Village, they would immediately seek out White Knight. Little did they know that Su Mubai was already aware of everything. While they sought White Knight, Su Mubai was equally intent on locating them. Their intentions aligned perfectly, setting the stage for an exhilarating and reciprocal pursuit. In the Dragon Empire, at the novice village numbered 9527, the pervasive mists that enveloped the forest were wholly absorbed by Reggie, ushering in a long-awaited radiance. Dappled sunlight filtered through the dense foliage, cascading onto the earth and bestowing a modicum of vitality upon this once lifeless woodland. Unperturbed by the system announcement, Su Mubai busied himself with collecting the items dropped by Reggie. Given his increasingly formidable prowess, triggering announcements was destined to become a regular occurrence. Merely a district-wide announcement, it was hardly worthy of excessive astonishment. After all, to have killed you twice without yielding anything worthwhile would be quite unreasonable. Rubbing his hands together, Su Mubai gradually extended his hand towards Reggie's corpse. With a series of cracking sounds, it became evident that the excessive accumulation of deathly energy had rendered the creature's bones fragile. Upon the slightest touch, they disintegrated into a multitude of fragments, revealing a plethora of dropped items. A bountiful haul, as he beheld the scattered treasures. Su Mubai's eyes sparkled with excitement as he began to collect. You have obtained 10 gold and 38 silver coins. You have acquired a level 1 attribute gem, X10. You have acquired a level 1 critical hit gem, X3. You have obtained 5 pieces of level 5 equipment. Why was everything level 5? Glancing at the equipment's levels, Su Mubai furrowed his brow slightly. Logically, level 10 should have drop level 10 gear. Casting a quick look at the attributes of the 5 pieces, he promptly stowed them away in his backpack. The subsequent items, however, eased his furrowed brow. You have obtained dark gold level equipment, Necklace of the Fallen. You have obtained dark gold level equipment, Shadow Boots. You have acquired dark gold level equipment, Skeletal Greatsword. You have obtained dark gold level equipment, Skeletal Heavy Armor. A total of 4 pieces of dark gold level equipment, all of which were level 10. It seemed that the earlier level 5 equipment had originally been dropped by Reggie before his transformation into a being of the undead. However, these pieces required identification to unveil their attributes. Thus, Su Mubai refrained from hastily utilizing Cataclysm for free gain, opting instead to securely store them in his backpack. Currently, he found his acquisitions somewhat unsatisfactory. Although the 4 pieces of equipment remained unidentified, their types were discernible. Aside from the Necklace of the Fallen, which was an accessory, the other 3 were plate armor, which he could not utilize. Surely, something of higher quality must be forthcoming. Gazing at the remaining 5 ancient tomes and a glistening crystal orb on the ground, Su Mubai inhaled deeply and commenced his examination of the final treasures. You have obtained a skill book, Summon Skeleton Warrior. You have acquired a skill book, Summon Skeleton Archer. You have obtained a skill book, Summon Skeleton Mage. You have acquired a skill book, Aura of the Fallen. You have obtained a skill book, Thunderous Strike. What a remarkable bounty. It was as if he had nearly secured all of Reggie's skills. Among the 5 skill books, Su Mubai could learn 4. However, he felt a twinge of indecision. 3 summoning spells for skeletons would occupy 3 skill slots, which seemed somewhat wasteful. Yet, these 3 skills were indispensable for a necromancer. Just as Su Mubai grappled with his dilemma, the system prompt resonated in his ears. Prompt: you possess skill books for summoning skeleton warriors, skeleton archers, and skeleton mages. Will you fuse all 3 into a summon advanced skeleton? Fusion. Su Mubai's eyes gleamed with excitement as he decisively chose to fuse. The 3 skill books transformed into radiant light, merging into one. Soon, a brand new skill book materialized in Su Mubai's hand. Chapter 26, Harlan's Crystal Ball. You have acquired the skill book, Summon Advanced Skeleton. After the fusion of the 3 skill books, it remained a skill of the same level, albeit allowing the selection of the type of skeleton summoned each time. The casting time, mana consumption, and cooldown period mirrored those of Su Mubai's Summon Skeleton Warrior, showing no alterations. In contrast, the skill fusion did not enhance the ability, it had slightly weakened. Originally, within a 30-second time frame, 3 high-level skeletons could be summoned using the 3 skills, but now only 1 could be summoned. The sole advantage was that it occupied only 1 skill slot. Su Mubai was unperturbed. With the level of Death Summon, his summoning skills had no cooldown time. With a mere thought, he chose to learn it. Notice, you have learned the new skill, Summon Advanced Skeleton. The original skill in your skill slot, Summon Skeleton Warrior, will be overwritten. Oh no. Upon hearing the system notification, Su Mubai's expression shifted. Summon Skeleton Warrior was overwritten? Was the cataclysmic trait still intact? Before he could check the skill, another system notification followed promptly. Detected an unknown entry surpassing limits within the skill. Complete overwrite failed. Unknown entry retained. Summon Advanced Skeleton, Level 1, Active Skill. Summons a Skeleton Warrior, Skeleton Archer, or Skeleton Mage to fight on your behalf. Casting time, 3 seconds. Cooldown time, 30 seconds. Mana cost, 300. Cataclysmic Trait, 1. Skeleton Warrior's health cap increased to 500 and attack power boosted by 100. 2. Not activated. 3. Not activated. Advanced Skeleton stats benefit from the player's mental attributes. Fortunately, it was preserved. Observing the skill description, Su Mubai let out a sigh of relief. As expected of a talent surpassing limits, even the system could not fully override it. The 2 unactivated cataclysmic traits were likely related to the Skeleton Archer and Skeleton Mage. To activate them, one must utilize Cataclysm on the Summon Advanced Skeleton skill. Overriding the original skill meant that Su Mubai could benefit from it once again. Selecting the new skill, Su Mubai focused his thoughts. Cataclysm. Target. Summon Advanced Skeleton. Notice, please select a promotion tier. Tier 1, Tier 2, Tier 3. The Infinite World game seemed to be in a state of continual refinement. The notification after using Cataclysm now included an additional detail option. Option 1. Promote to level skill Summon Advanced Skeleton, no cost. Option 2. Elevate to level skill Summon Elite Skeleton, cost 10,000 gold. Option 3. Cataclysm to level skill Summon Skeleton Legion, cost 1,000 years of life. Tier 1. There is simply no choice to be made. Regardless of whether it is 10,000 gold coins or millennium of lifespan, Su Mubai possesses neither. What alleviates his woes is nothing but the art of exploitation. Your skill to summon advanced skeletons has successfully ascended to a higher level. The name remains unchanged. The summoned skeletons are still the same 3 types, but the summoning capacity has increased from 1 to 3 at a time. The cost has also risen to a substantial 1,000 points of mana. Even a low-level necromancer, despite acquiring this skill, can hardly utilize it more than a few times. For not everyone possesses Su Mubai's formidable reservoir of mana. After the original skill was replaced, all skill points were refunded, and Su Mubai promptly allocated all 8 skill points to summon advanced skeletons. This skill was instantly elevated to level 9, with an emblem appearing in the skill icon, indicating that this skill can be enhanced only to level 9. In the Myriad games, players receive 1 skill point with each level increase. However, the required skill points for leveling differ according to the tier of the skill, as does the maximum level attainable. According to Su Mubai's observations, skills below level 5 require only 1 skill point for each upgrade, while level 5 necessitates 2 points and level 6 demands 5 points. Upon ascending Death Drain Feedback to level 6, the required skill points for further upgrades increase from 5 to 10. As for skills of higher tiers, Su Mubai remains uncertain, but it is presumed that advancing even 1 level requires at least 20 skill points. Given the substantial consumption of skill points for upgrades, it stands to reason that alternative means of acquiring skill points must exist. The effects of Tier 6 skills are not to be compared with those of Tier 5 skills. Among the skill books dropped by Reggie, 2 remain. Thunderstrike, a skill for warrior classes which Su Mubai cannot learn, and the other, Aura of the Fallen, presents a significant enhancement for him. You have acquired the new skill, Aura of the Fallen. The skill book transformed into a stream of light and entered Su Mubai's mind, manifesting a faint gray circle beneath his feet. With a mere thought, the circle vanished instantaneously, yet the effect persisted. This is a passive aura skill akin to the effects employed by Reggie, capable of augmenting the attributes of allied undead creatures by 20. After reviewing the skill description, Su Mubai focused his thoughts. Cataclysm. Target. Aura of the Fallen. Prompt. Please select the tier for Ascension. First tier, second tier, third tier. First tier. Without the need to deliberate, Su Mubai understood his limitations and decisively chose to ascend. Your level 6 skill, Aura of the Fallen, has successfully ascended to a level 7 skill. Advanced Aura of the Fallen. Advanced Aura of the Fallen, a passive skill. All allied undead creatures receive a 30-point enhancement to all attributes. Range of effect, 500 meters. Although the attribute enhancement has only increased by 10 points, the range has surged from 100 meters to 500 meters. Surpassing the maximum distance, Su Mubai can currently control his summons. Furthermore, with the amplification of the Cataclysm class feature, this range has been exaggeratedly extended to 1,000 meters. With a hum, Su Mubai waved his wand, and a 3-meter-high, faint gray vortex materialized beside him. His mana instantly diminished by 1,000, and 6 skeletons emerged sequentially from the swirling portal. The 6 figures are identical in shape to those summoned by Reggie, and their aura even surpasses his. However, Su Mubai did not hasten to inspect the attributes of the skeletons. Once the transformation is complete, the panel attributes of the 3 types of skeletons will undergo a significant enhancement. Observing them now holds no value. His current objective is to fill the summoning space. Given that the characteristics of the catastrophe are not entirely realized, the skeletal warriors are evidently much stronger. Yet, Su Mubai cannot solely summon skeletal warriors. The limitation of unit volume collisions means that an excess of skeletal warriors would inhibit their full combat potential. Ultimately, Su Mubai decided to adopt a 4-3-3 ratio for his configuration. Next, the items dropped by Reggie consisted solely of several materials, and, most importantly, to Su Mubai, a crystal ball. You have obtained the dark gold-gray material, Deathly Bone X10. You have obtained the dark gold-grade material, Soul Residue X10. Su Mubai did not rush to upgrade these 2 materials. Instead, he directly placed them into his backpack. His full attention was on the final crystal ball. In a faint glimpse, Su Mubai seemed to perceive a spectral shadow within the crystal ball. You have obtained the quest item, Harlan's Crystal Ball. The moment he acquired the crystal ball, a system notification echoed in Su Mubai's ears. Notice, Chapter 27. Can quest items be upgraded? Notice, do you accept the quest Harlan's Legacy? Please note, this is an epic-level quest of considerable difficulty. Proceed with caution. Accept, Harlan's Crystal Ball will lift some seals and temporarily become your equipment. Decline. Harlan's Crystal Ball will vanish into the void, seeking its next destined bearer. Is this the reward of a hidden storyline? Su Mubai gazed at the crystal ball in his hand. The spectral shadow he had just glimpsed felt like an illusion, completely devoid of any peculiarities. Yet, concerning an epic-level quest, it certainly would not be a mere piece of equipment. Naturally, Su Mubai was not inclined to let an opportunity for a free piece of equipment slip away. If an epic-level quest were beyond his reach, who else could accomplish it? Just as Su Mubai was poised to accept the quest, a thought suddenly emerged in his mind. Could the catastrophe affect quest items? If so, what changes might the quest undergo? Once this notion took root, it began to flourish uncontrollably in his mind. Why not give it a try? Epic-level quests could arise again, but if he did not attempt this, he would feel a sense of regret. Taking a deep breath, Su Mubai focused his thoughts. Catastrophe. Target, Harlan's Crystal Ball. Notice, please select the upgrade tier. Tier 1, Tier 2, Tier 3. It truly works. Su Mubai's eyes lit up. The catastrophe talent is astonishingly powerful, capable of forcibly enhancing even quest items. Eagerly, he examined the details. Option 1. Upgrade to the quest item, Dylan's Crystal Ball, no cost. Option 2. Ascend to the quest item, Crone's Crystal Ball, cost of 100 million soul coins. Option 3. Cataclysm to quest item, Eli's Crystal Ball, consuming 100,000 years of lifespan. Has the quest itself been altered? Su Mubai stared at the 3 distinctly different quest items, momentarily taken aback. He had anticipated that Cataclysm would forcibly elevate the grade of Harlan's Crystal Ball, yet he never envisioned such a scenario. Moreover, was that final option to be taken seriously? Following the epic-level promotion, the next tier is Legendary, and upon transcendence, it becomes mythical. If Cataclysm enhances 3 tiers, does that not surpass the mythical level? What rank would that even be? A full 100,000 years of lifespan, identical to the consumption during the initial Cataclysm profession. This implies that the Death Sovereign class is also an existence that transcends the mythical level. A flicker of excitement gleamed in Su Mubai's eyes. He looked forward even more to the special effects of Death's Holy Scripture after reaching level 10, as well as the new skills he could acquire from it. However, before that, he needed to accept the quest. First tier. As Su Mubai made his choice, the crystal ball in his hand suddenly twisted. In the next moment, the entire crystal ball blurred for an instant. When it regained clarity, subtle changes had occurred. This time, he could distinctly see a phantom within the crystal ball. It was a fearsome frost giant dragon. You have obtained the quest item Dylan's Crystal Ball. With the transformation of the quest item, the system notification chimed once more. Notice, do you accept the quest Dylan's Grief? Please be aware that this is a legendary level quest, with difficulty beyond imagination. Consider wisely. Accept. Dylan's Crystal Ball will lift a portion of the seal and temporarily become your equipment. Decline. Dylan's Crystal Ball will soar away, seeking its next destined bearer. Accept. Su Mubai was intent on the legendary level quest, decisively choosing to accept. Notice, you have accepted the legendary level quest Dylan's Grief. Please note, if you fail to initiate the quest in a timely manner, you will lose Dylan's Crystal Ball. Buzz. The moment the system notification concluded, the crystal ball in Su Mubai's hand suddenly erupted with a brilliant radiance. Several minutes passed, and the light gradually subsided, leaving wisps of faint gray death energy swirling around the crystal ball. Dylan's crystal ball. The true name of the item will be revealed once the seal is lifted. Gem. Offhand. Level. 0-200. Legendary level item. Durability. 1000. Equipment requirement. Quest Dylan's grief must be present in the taskbar. Basic attributes. Level 5. Spell power. 50. All attributes. 20. Health points. 1000. Mana. 2000. Affixes. 1. Spell critical hit. 30. Critical damage. 50. 2. Sealed state. Effect unknown. 3. Sealed state. Effect unknown. Skills. Sealed state. Quest item. Automatically disappears upon quest failure. Aside from the basic attributes and the first affix, all others remain in a sealed state. Yet, even these attributes surpass those of similarly ranked dark gold level equipment. Moreover, it was acquired without expense, and Su Mubai expressed no disdain. Upon his promotion, the Death Codex transformed into a unique piece of equipment that did not occupy an inventory slot. Su Mubai promptly equipped the crystal ball in his offhand. In the next moment, Dylan's crystal ball diminished in size, gracefully orbiting around Su Mubai's left hand, observing the plethora of unverified gear in his backpack. Su Mubai nodded in satisfaction. This expedition yielded results beyond his expectations. After summoning 100 high-level skeletons, Su Mubai waved his hand, drawing them all into the summoning space before turning to step through the portal that led out of the dungeon. It is Bai Yi. At last, I have encountered the real person, though he is not as impressive as I imagined. I had thought he possessed 3 heads and 6 arms. The experience required after reaching level 5 is immense. How has he managed to level up so swiftly to level 8? If one could conquer a calamity-level dungeon alone, they too could ascend at such a pace. He is even more dashing than I anticipated. I wish to be his girlfriend. You are daydreaming. Bai Yi is mine. I wonder if the esteemed Bai Yi will establish a guild. With his prowess, a mere call would surely attract many followers. I doubt it. He lacks the ambition of a grand architect. What purpose would establishing a guild serve, other than to hinder progress? A flash of white light signaled Su Mubai's appearance before the dungeon portal. Gasps of astonishment erupted from the surrounding players, filled with awe, envy, and a hint of bitterness. Yet, none dared to approach too closely. The continuous system announcements underscored Su Mubai's formidable strength. While dying in a novice village incurs no loss of life, the penalties of demotion and pain are very real. No one comprehends Su Mubai's temperament. Provoking him could lead to unwarranted demise, resulting in great loss. Brother Bai Yi, you have finally emerged, echoed the voice of Rich beyond measure, prompting Su Mubai to turn with a slight smile. An offer of financial support has arrived. Chapter 28. It appears your funds are indeed insufficient. No wonder the team led by Rich beyond measure has refrained from entering the dungeon. They were awaiting the esteemed Bai Yi. With these two titans collaborating, it seems the hard mode first clear of the dominance guild may soon be lost. That is uncertain. The Grand Ambition Guild has been inside for quite some time. Can Rich Beyond Measure's team catch up? Is it possible that Rich Beyond Measure's objective is the Nightmare level dungeon? As the recognized, strongest, and wealthiest individuals from Novice Village number 9527 interacted, the surrounding players began to murmur. Have you all been waiting for me? Su Mubai raised an eyebrow. Rich Beyond Measure waved his hand dismissively, smiling. We haven't waited long. He then glanced at the growing number of players surrounding the dungeon, his brow furrowing slightly. Shall we find another location for our transaction? No need, Su Mubai replied, conjuring 10 skeletal warriors to create a clear space beside the dungeon portal. Let us conduct our business here. I am pressed for time. Gulp. The moment the skeletal warriors materialized, a chorus of gasps filled the air. All present were taken aback, many rubbing their eyes in disbelief as they beheld the 10 towering skeletons that had suddenly appeared. Immediately, everyone, including Maple Leaf, gazed at Su Mubai as if he were a monster. Although they could not discern the specific attributes of the skeletal warriors, they could see the health bar. A 6-digit health value. Did he summon 10? The impact of 10 skeletal warriors was no less than the previous district-wide announcement. This realization struck the players present, reminding them that the Wanjia game was a realm of reality. The disparities among players mirrored those in the real world, entering the game simultaneously, yet possessing vastly different strengths. Some lost their fighting spirit, yet many others yearned to grow stronger. The latter group did not linger, swiftly forming teams to delve into dungeons. A lack of talent did not equate to an absolute inability to become top-tier experts. The game held myriad opportunities, even without superior talent. One could still seize the chance to reverse their fate. Brother Bay, Your strength is indeed formidable. Observing the imposing skeletal warriors surrounding him, Fu Jiatianxia cast a meaningful glance at Su Mubai. He was certain that the latter's talent was of the highest caliber, otherwise he could not possibly be so powerful. Simultaneously, a flicker of doubt arose in Fu Jiatianxia's mind. How could such a modest 95-27 novice village harbor two players with supreme talent? Was there something extraordinary about this place? It was not unfounded for him to speculate. Who could have guessed that Su Mubai's talent was merely a facade? Initially, he was just of average skill, with the true supreme talent in a 95-27 novice village belonging solely to Fu Jiatianxia. If one were to speak of uniqueness, the number of supreme talent players in 95-27 novice village was indeed considerable. Including Su Mubai, there were a total of 4. It is your talent that inspires envy. Su Mubai smiled, vividly recalling the god of wealth's supreme talent. If combined with his own ascension, it would be utterly invincible. Nevertheless, Su Mubai had no intention of forming a team. In his view, as long as the mechanism of free ascension existed, regardless of Fu Jiatianxia's wealth, it would ultimately find its way into his own pockets. The two, each with their own thoughts, exchanged knowing smiles, and Su Mubai straightforwardly inquired, I have quite a few items. Are you certain you can handle them all? Rest assured, absolutely no problem. Upon the mention of money, Fu Jiatianxia confidently pounded his chest. He was left with nothing but wealth. Then let us begin directly. Su Mubai remained non-committal, retrieving a plethora of equipment and skills from his backpack. These were merely the spoils dropped by minor monsters. After utilizing disaster for free acquisition, they amounted to mere black iron and bronze-grade equipment and skills. Upon reviewing the specifics of the equipment and skill books, Fu Jiatianxia understood that the other party undoubtedly possessed even better items yet to be revealed. However, he refrained from further comment, simply stating, Brother Bay, name your price. I shall take them all. The current 5-person team was just the beginning. He aspired to establish an elite team of around 100 members. These equipment and skill books were precisely what he urgently needed. Black iron-grade equipment for 5 silver coins, bronze-grade equipment for 20 silver coins, and advanced skill books for 20 gold coins. Su Mubai perused some information in the chat channel and proposed a price he deemed reasonable. Since these were merely low-tier equipment, which lacked value retention, he did not bother to dwell on it. However, skill books were a different matter altogether. In non-first clear scenarios, the Hell-level dungeons Reggie dropped only skill books of this caliber. Unlike equipment, skills of any level would always prove useful. Thus, the affluent player, rich beyond measure, nodded without hesitation and initiated a trade with Su Mubai. 10 pieces of black iron-level equipment, 6 pieces of bronze-level equipment, and 4 skill books, totaling 81 gold and 70 silver. Negotiating? Out of the question. To him, the primary objective was to facilitate this transaction and bring Bai Yi online. The difference of a few gold coins was trivial in comparison. Su Mubai was taken aback by rich beyond measure's promptness and cast a surprised glance his way. The latter completed the transaction and cheerfully remarked, Brother Bai Yi, surely it's time for you to unveil the real treasures? After all, Bai Yi was the first to conquer the disaster-level dungeon. How could his spoils be so meager? Rest assured, I possess valuable items. Though you may not be able to afford them just yet, Su Mubai replied, a knowing smile gracing his lips as he retrieved a batch of equipment from his inventory. In terms of strength, I may not match you, but when it comes to wealth, Rich beyond measure began to speak, but abruptly halted. Beside him, Away's eyes widened in astonishment, exclaiming, A-level skill books, and so many gold-tier equipment. The cotton candy player and the newly joined fire element mage, who struggled to rise, were equally speechless. They had yet to even glimpse silver-tier equipment, let alone gold-tier items. The sheer number of exceptional items Bai Yi laid out was staggering. 7 pieces of gold-tier equipment and 5 skill books. With these, their chances of succeeding in the nightmare-level dungeon would significantly increase. Even Maple Leaf Whisper was taken aback. 2 pieces of equipment and 1 skill book were suitable for him. After the initial shock, his expression shifted strangely as he gently tugged at Rich beyond measure and whispered, It seems your funds may indeed be insufficient. Rich beyond measure's lips twitched. Though he was reluctant to admit it, he could not deny the truth. A moment of awkwardness crossed his face as he looked at Su Mubai, unsure of how to articulate his thoughts. Noticing this, Su Mubai smiled gently and waved his hand, saying, No worries, you can take these items for now. You may settle the remaining balance tomorrow. Players could forge contracts through the system. So Su Mubai was untroubled by the prospect of the other party defaulting on payment. Upon hearing this, Rich beyond measure and the others displayed expressions of joy, their admiration for Su Mubai soaring. However, Su Mubai's intentions extended beyond this. This was merely the beginning. Chapter 29. Are you certain you can clear it faster than me? The equipment and skill books he had just revealed were but 2 items dropped from silver tier levels. The true treasures lay quietly resting within his inventory. The level 10 dark gold equipment and the skill book dropped by Reggie are certainly not for sale by Su Mubai at this moment. Such items can only fetch a good price once one has departed from the novice village. However, the several pieces of level 5 golden equipment upon promotion can be sold to the affluent. Yet, Su Mubai's aspirations extend beyond mere gold coins. Given that Brother Bai Yi is so straightforward, I shall not be coy either. How much do you propose? Upon learning that any insufficient funds could be supplemented the following day, the affluent player regained his confidence. The weapon is priced at 30 gold coins, the plate armor at 40 gold coins, and the other equipment at 20 gold coins each, while the 4 skill books are 100 gold coins apiece. As for this particular one, Su Mubai drew forth a skill book and remarked, I shall offer you a preferential price of 500 gold coins. Such an exorbitant sum? Even the wealthy player, despite his affluence, was taken aback by Su Mubai's quotation. Level 5 golden grade equipment and elite skill books would typically command a premium only in his possession. Other players would scarcely be able to muster such an amount. However, this transaction hinges on the principles of supply and demand. They are precisely in need of this batch of equipment and skills. So it cannot be said that anyone is unfairly taking advantage. Experienced gamers understand that acquiring exceptional equipment and skills early on confers a significant advantage. All players entered the game simultaneously, and there would be no new players in the future. He could accept the prices of the other items. Yet the final book seemed rather steep. 500 gold coins? And that is a discounted price? Is he truly considering me a fool? Yet, this notion swiftly altered upon seeing the skill description. Revival, no level, active skill, can resurrect target players in a non-combat state, reducing their death penalty by 50. Excluding lifespan. Casting range is 50 meters, casting time is 5 seconds, cooldown time is 60 seconds, and mana consumption is 300 points. Learning requirements. Priest class. This is the revival skill. Even though it cannot resurrect in combat, it is still a resurrection. Is 500 gold coins too much? It is a remarkable bargain. After level 5, leveling up becomes increasingly arduous, and dying results in a loss of a level. With the revival skill, losses become significantly mitigated. Cotton Candy gazed at this skill with gleaming eyes. As a priest, mastering this skill would undoubtedly elevate her status within the team. The affluent player waved his hand. In total, that amounts to 1080 gold coins, correct? I shall take it all. He then initiated the trade with Su Mubai, placing 580 gold coins on the table. Brother Bai Yi, I will pay 580 gold coins now, with the remaining 500 to be settled tomorrow. Is that agreeable? Buzz. A contract materialized between the two parties, and Su Mubai glanced at it, nodding slightly. Notification. You have successfully entered into a contract with player. The other party commits to completing the subsequent transaction within 24 hours. Should the other party default, they will incur a penalty interest of 10 of the contract amount daily until fulfillment of the contract. The penalty interest will be directly deducted from the player's inventory, with the system taking half as a handling fee. With the transaction complete, immediately began distributing the equipment and skill books. His actions were deliberately intended for Su Mubai to witness, ensuring that joining his team would yield no disadvantages. Su Mubai cast an intrigued glance at Rich beyond measure. If memory serves correctly, the first effect of the god of wealth, talent allows one to shake the money tree once daily, randomly obtaining 999 gold coins. Is he so certain that he will acquire over 500 gold coins tomorrow? It must be the confidence derived from the remaining 2 effects of the god of wealth, talent. Before long, the group obtained equipment and skills suited to them, their excitement palpable. With his signature smile, Rich beyond measure turned to Su Mubai and expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Brother Bai Yi. With these items, our chances of conquering the nightmare-level Misty Forest have significantly increased. Oh, is that so? Su Mubai replied, a knowing smile gracing his lips. Are you certain you can surpass me in clearing it? This remark instantly froze the smiles on the faces of Rich beyond measure and his companions. Just a moment ago, they were gleeful. Now, their expressions soured. How could they have overlooked this detail? Although Bai Yi had secured first clears for Hell and Catastrophe levels, he could very well achieve the first clear for the Nightmare level as well. What could they possibly offer to compete for that first clear? Realizing this, the faces of Rich beyond measure and his companions darkened, feeling as though they had been outmaneuvered. The hot-tempered individual among them glared at Su Mubai, ready to speak, but was restrained by Maple Leaf's gentle intervention, who shook his head. Rich beyond measure quickly regained his composure and fixed his gaze on Su Mubai, forcing a smile as he remarked, "Brother Bai Yi, this jest is hardly amusing. Please, share your terms." Hooked. Su Mubai had no intention of re-entering the misty forest. Having reached level 8, he knew that the nightmare-level monsters were only level 7. Not only would he not gain experience from battling them, he would actually incur a 50-point penalty. Instead of wasting time in this instance, he would rather level up. Nevertheless, he did not wish to relinquish the primary soul stone awarded for the first clear. The terms were simple. All primary soul stones awarded for the first clear belong to me. Maple Leaf, having triggered a system announcement previously, surely understood the significance of the soul stones. Upon hearing this, the group suddenly grasped his intent. It turned out the soul stones were Bai Ye's true objective. A moment of hesitation swept over Rich beyond measure and his companions. The primary soul stones, for anyone other than Su Mubai, would only extend their lifespan by 30 days. The wealthiest among them, rich beyond measure, appeared to be around 40. In the short term, their need for the soul stones was not as urgent as Su Mubai's. Yet, they were aware that this was an item that could prolong life, even though they wouldn't receive the first clear reward without agreeing. If all the awarded soul stones went to Su Mubai, how much value would they derive from securing that first clear? Su Mubai anticipated this dilemma, his gaze settling on Maple Leaf as he suddenly inquired, "By the way, how many soul stones were awarded for the first kill at the bronze level? Have you absorbed them yet?" "Not yet." I see Su Mubai's eyes sparkled as he pinched his chin, continuing to speak. "Let us engage in another transaction, and I assure you that you shall undoubtedly secure the first clear of the nightmarish misty forest, with the capability to tackle the hellish difficulty as well. The condition is the addition of those 2 soul stones. What say you?" In the face of Su Mubai's escalating demands, Fu Jia Tianxia and Feng Yi Xiao Xiao, far from being angered, eagerly responded, "Deal." This was prompted by Su Mubai's unveiling of 5 pieces of equipment, 5 items of level 5, dark gold quality. Chapter 30, The Resurgence of Cataclysm. In the novice village 9527 on the verdant plains, Su Mubai reclined with his hands behind his head, a blade of grass between his lips, lazily lying upon the ground, rejuvenating in tranquility. A gentle breeze swept through, stirring the clouds above, while the warm sunlight cascaded upon him, enveloping him in serenity. It appeared as though Su Mubai was idle, yet in truth he was diligently leveling up, his efficiency surpassing that of all other players. Dozens of meters away, a horde of skeletons surged across the prairie like a bulldozer, relentlessly sweeping through various wild beasts. Although their movements slightly marred the idyllic scenery, they incessantly contributed to the rise of Su Mubai's experience bar. Defeated a level 10 wild bull, receiving an additional 50 level over bonus, experience gained, 30 points. Defeated a level 10 elite creature, prairie wolf, receiving an additional 50 level over bonus, experience gained, 150 points. Defeated a level 10 enhanced elite creature, prairie evil wolf, receiving an additional 50 level over bonus, experience gained, 450 points. This was the domain of level 10 monsters, one of the few high-level wilderness maps in the novice village. At every moment, wild beasts fell to the skeleton army, transforming into experience for Su Mubai. Although the majority were ordinary creatures, their sheer numbers compensated for it. This entire high-level map was essentially monopolized by Su Mubai. If other players were to witness this scene, they would surely be incensed to the point of bloodshed. Why should everyone else toil so hard to level up, constantly fearing retaliation from wild beasts, while he reclined and progressed so swiftly? Was it fair? Su Mubai remained oblivious to such concerns. He only knew that he was on the brink of reaching level 9. 40 skeleton warriors ceaselessly attracted foes, while the remaining skeleton archers and mages unleashed their attacks, slaying monsters with the ease of slicing through vegetables. Before long, a golden light ascended from Su Mubai's form. "Congratulations, player Bai Yi. Your level has risen to 9, gaining 1 in all attributes, 1 skill point, and 15 free attribute points. Just 1 more level, and he could depart from the novice village." Su Mubai opened his eyes, gradually sitting up, and allocated his free attribute points as usual. As for the skill points, he chose to reserve them, primarily because he had no skills to enhance at present. The few passive skills he possessed did not require any points, as they were not leveled. Death Drain Feedback required 10 skill points for a level up, making it futile to invest. The damage from burn was too minimal to warrant such an investment, and this low-tier skill might soon be replaced. Thus, Su Mubai opted to keep his skill points for the time being. He pondered the whereabouts of the appraiser, glancing at the 758 gold coins in his backpack, a frown creasing his brow. The primary objective of returning to the city was undoubtedly to appraise his equipment. However, he was utterly taken aback to find that the appraisal shop in the Novice Village, number 9527, was inexplicably closed. After inquiring at nearby shops, he learned that the appraiser deemed the Novice Village devoid of anyone capable of possessing items requiring appraisal, and had thus ventured out to seek inspiration. This individual, in addition to being an appraiser, was also an artist, and his destination for inspiration was none other than the verdant grasslands. As for the other items sold in the village, they held no value to him. The grasslands were vast, and who could possibly know where the appraiser had wandered off to for his artistic musings? With a slight grimace, Su Mubai rose from his resting place. The primary reason for his movement was that the nearby wild monsters had all been vanquished by the skeletal army, and none had yet respawned. He had no intention of deliberately searching for the appraiser. It would suffice to wait until he left the Novice Village to have his items appraised. After all, they were all level 10 pieces of equipment that he could not equip at present. Transitioning from level 9 to level 10 lacked any dungeons for players to conquer. Thus, the only way to level up was to vanquish a multitude of monsters in the wild. Finding a location abundant with monsters, Su Mubai reclined on a flat boulder, nonchalantly crossing his legs as he continued his leisurely leveling journey. The skeletal horde instantly engaged in battle, with 40 skeletal warriors adeptly drawing aggro, ensuring that not a single wild monster could breach their defenses. However, the pace of leveling felt somewhat sluggish. Observing the frequency of the experience bar's fluctuations, Su Mubai contemplated, his gaze settling upon the skill summoning space expansion. With a sufficient amount of currency and a notable stock of soul stones, he pondered whether he had enough to ascend or transform. With this thought in mind, Su Mubai focused his mind. Transformation. Target. Summoning space expansion. Prompt. Please select the tier for advancement. Tier 1, Tier 2, Tier 3. Option 1. Override the original advancement effect and re-advance the skill summoning space expansion without cost. Option 2. Override the original advancement effect and elevate to the skill summoning space expansion with a cost of 100 gold coins. Option 3. Override the original advancement effect and transform to the skill summoning space expansion at the cost of 20 years of lifespan. 20 years. Observing the cost required for transformation, Su Mubai felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. A skill of this level certainly could not be worth such a significant portion of his lifespan, but the transformative attributes were indeed valuable. If his lifespan permitted, he would undoubtedly choose transformation. Quietly calculating his soul stones, Su Mubai's eyes brightened. It seemed he truly had enough, including the 2 he had exchanged with Feng Yixiao. He now possessed a total of 64 soul stones. After a complementary advancement, each intermediate soul stone granted an additional 120 days of lifespan, amounting to 7,680 days from 64 stones, just surpassing 21 years. Although the level of the skill summoning space expansion was not particularly high, the enhancement it provided to Su Mubai was immense. Without further deliberation, he absorbed all the soul stones, extending his lifespan to just under 22 years. The influx of life energy from the 64 intermediate soul stones was palpable, leaving Su Mubai feeling refreshingly invigorated, unable to suppress a contented hum. This sensation was, in fact, 1,000 times more delightful than any fleeting moment he had ever experienced. The sensation of prolonging one's lifespan is indeed intoxicating. With a sigh, Su Mubai decisively made his choice. Cataclysm Level 3. Prompt. Do you confirm the consumption of 20 years of lifespan, overriding the previous promotion effects, and expanding the summoning space of the Cataclysm to a higher tier? Confirmed. The vitality recently gained had yet to be fully savored before it swiftly faded away. Prompt. You have lost 20 years of lifespan. Lifespan. Less than 2 years. Your advanced skill, Summoning Space Expansion, has successfully transformed into a higher tier skill. Chapter 31. The Beginner Skill Book, An Unexpected Occurrence. Summoning Space Expansion, Passive Skill, No Level, Summoning Space 8. After being elevated to a higher tier, the description of Summoning Space Expansion remains succinct and clear. Ascending 2 tiers merely increased the summoning space by 8. Yet for Su Mubai, this enhancement was nothing short of extraordinary. Firstly, the professional Cataclysm characteristics doubled the skill's effectiveness, increasing from 8 to 16. Subsequently, with the augmentation from Death Summoning, Su Mubai's upper limit for summoning space reached an astonishing figure. Summoning space, 100,340. But that was not the end. What intrigued Su Mubai even more were the additional Cataclysm characteristics. Cataclysm characteristics. This marked the third time Su Mubai encountered Cataclysm characteristics. And it was the third time he was astounded. 2 traits, each one remarkable in its own right. The first trait exponentially increased his control over skeletons, expanding their range to a radius of 500 meters. In terms of coverage, this was not a mere 5-fold increase, but a staggering 25-fold. The second trait effectively augmented the number of skeletons in Su Mubai's army. With his Cataclysm characteristic, he no longer needed to fear certain lethal area of effect skills. Even if they were to be obliterated all at once, he could instantly activate the summoning space, replenishing his forces in an instant. Unless a multitude of skeletons perished twice within an hour, his combat prowess would remain unaffected. This significantly accelerated his leveling speed. A glimmer of joy flashed in Su Mubai's eyes as he waved his wand to begin summoning skeletons. A hum resonated as a pale, gray vortex opened, and 6 skeletal warriors stepped forth, their movements synchronized. Draw aggro and farm monsters. Inform me once you locate humans. Upon receiving Su Mubai's command, the soul flames in the eye sockets of the skeletal warriors flickered as they brandished their greatswords and joined the outer ranks of the farming army. Following the enhancement of the control range, the operational area of the skeletal army expanded significantly, alleviating the need for Su Mubai to change locations for the time being. He continuously waved his wand, summoning 6 high-level skeletons each time. After consecutively utilizing Death Drain feedback 3 times, consuming 75 points of death energy to restore mana, he finally filled the summoning space. This time, he did not adhere to the 4-3-3 ratio for summoning, as too many skeletal warriors would hinder maneuverability. Ultimately, Su Mubai summoned 100 skeletal warriors, distributing the remaining 240 spaces evenly between skeletal archers and skeletal mages. Following its elevation to a higher tier, the maximum casting range of the Death Drain feedback skill also increased to 100 meters. As for Su Mubai, he was able to draw upon the death energy from the corpses of wild monsters from a distance of 200 meters. Even lying still, he could siphon off the death energy, targeting as many as 20 entities at once. However, the ordinary creatures yielded only a modest amount of death energy. Notification: you have successfully extracted 2 points of death energy from the corpses of 20 ordinary wild buffaloes. Notification: you have successfully drawn 2 points of death energy from the corpses of 18 ordinary buffaloes and 2 elite prairie wolves. Regardless of whether they were elite or enhanced elite creatures, the amount of death energy they provided was similar to that of the ordinary ones. Yet, the area was abundant with corpses, allowing Su Mubai to replenish his death energy within 30 seconds. Every 10 minutes or so, 2 skeletons would arrive, delivering items dropped by the wild monsters. Paying little heed to these trifles, Su Mubai would promptly upgrade them and stow them away in his bag to gather dust. According to the information in his mind, the imperial city housing the novice village possessed an auction house. When the time came, he intended to sell everything there for a substantial profit. A legion of 340 skeletons, bolstered by their formidable attributes, executed a decisive strike against the wild monsters on the verdant plains. Not even a ripple was stirred in the face of Su Mubai's skeleton army. Upon defeating the level 10 Black Iron Grade Buffalo Chief, you receive an additional experience bonus of 50, totaling 1950 experience points. Upon defeating the level 10 Bronze Grade Prairie Wolf Leader, you receive an additional experience bonus of 50, totaling 6,000 experience points. The equipment and skill books dropped by these 2 foes were rather mundane and lacked anything of interest to a necromancer. However, one book caught Su Mubai's attention. Beginner Skill Book. Using it will increase your skill points by 1. Is this item only dropped in the wild? After receiving the Beginner Skill Book from the Skeleton Archer, Su Mubai pondered briefly and arrived at a realization. If it could also drop in dungeons, its value would be significantly diminished, as ordinary difficulty dungeons could be repeated numerous times each day. In that case, it wouldn't be long before this item flooded the market. Conversely, in the wild, such treasures were rare and elusive. This Beginner Skill Book was dropped by the Bronze Grade Prairie Wolf Leader, indicating it was of the lowest tier. Su Mubai picked up the skill book, and with a thought, he initiated the upgrade. Cataclysm. Target: Beginner Skill Book. Notification: please select Upgrade Tier, Tier 1, Tier 2, Tier 3. Option 1. Upgrade to Intermediate Skill Book, no cost. Option 2. Ascend to Advanced Skill Book, requires 2,000 gold coins. Option 3. Transform to Perfect Skill Book, requires the sacrifice of 1,000 years of lifespan. Wait, does this thing demand such a hefty cost? The requirements for upgrading the Beginner Skill Book genuinely astonished Su Mubai. Particularly the perfect skill book, which astonishingly required the sacrifice of 1,000 years of lifespan. How many skill points would one need to compensate for such an expense? Though curious, Su Mubai could not afford it. Shaking his head, he decisively opted for the upgrade. Upon confirmation, the book in his hand became somewhat exquisite. You have acquired Intermediate Skill Book 1. Intermediate Skill Book. Upon use, it grants an increase of 5 skill points. After taking advantage of it, the effect multiplied 5-fold. In the next moment, the skill book transformed into a golden light, merging into Su Mubai's brow. You have used Intermediate Skill Book 1. Skill points gained, 5. Current available skill points, 6. Still insufficient for leveling up. Death Drain Feedback. Su Mubai closed the panel and continued to revel in the exhilarating sensation of rapidly accumulating experience points. However, the feedback echoing in his mind compelled him to rise. A skeletal warrior conveyed a message. He had encountered the human Su Mubai mentioned. This human was likely the appraiser of the novice village, number 9527. Quite a distance traveled. What could possibly be worth the journey in this desolate place? Sensing the direction of the skeletal warrior, Su Mubai curled his lip and turned to walk that way. He was nearing the edge of his controllable range. After taking just a few steps, Su Mubai suddenly halted, a serious expression crossing his face. Notice, your skeletal warrior has perished. Notice, cataclysmic trait triggered. Your skeletal warrior has been fully revived in the summoning space. This skeletal warrior cannot trigger the revival effect again within 60 minutes. Chapter 32. The Peculiar Appraiser. Instantly slain, Su Mubai's pupils constricted sharply. One moment, the skeletal warrior's health was nearly full, and the next, it was utterly depleted. How could such an exaggerated force exist in a place like the novice village? With the Dylan's crystal ball equipped, his mental attribute soared to an impressive 196 points. Coupled with the enhancement from the aura of the undead, the skeletal warrior's health exceeded a terrifying 150,000. Such vitality, so casually obliterated, though he did not witness the demise of the skeletal warrior. The feedback in his mind made it clear that the warrior had no chance to retaliate when it fell. Couldn't a praiser be this formidable? A flicker of astonishment crossed his eyes. Su Mubai began to doubt whether this was truly the appraiser he sought. He halted his steps, refraining from advancing further. Who could discern if the entity ahead was friend or foe? Previously, in the dungeon, the protective measures of the novice village had failed. What they failed again? The enemy possessed the power to annihilate skeletal warriors. No matter how numerous his legion, it would be of no consequence. In that moment, Su Mubai found himself regretting the skill, expansion of summoning space. Had he more than a decade of remaining life, he would not be so hesitant now. The sudden death of the skeletal warrior served as a wake-up call for Su Mubai. This unforeseen occurrence struck him like a heavy hammer upon his heart, tempering his increasingly inflated mindset. Su Mubai suddenly realized that he was merely invincible at the player level. This did not equate to invincibility within the multiverse of the game. Merely within the sacred forbidden land, there existed numerous entities capable of effortlessly crushing him. Upon reflecting on this, Su Mubai decisively turned and headed in the opposite direction. Simultaneously, the skeletal legion under his command began to swiftly retreat from that designated location. He resolved to preserve at least 10 more years of life, a decision born from lingering trepidation. The talent known as Cataclysm was undeniably extraordinary, yet his foremost priority remained his own survival. The soul stones he acquired henceforth must be utilized to extend his lifespan, while enhancements to equipment and skills could momentarily be set aside. After all, life itself is of utmost importance. However, Murphy's Law imparted a lesson to Su Mubai. The more he wished to avoid a confrontation, the more inevitable it became. Not long after his departure, a languid voice echoed from behind him. "Kid, not bad at all, managing to summon so many broken bones." Su Mubai halted in his tracks. Not by choice, but because the figure had already positioned himself directly in front of him. Before him stood a middle-aged man with a mane of silver hair, sharp brows, and eyes that sparkled like stars, clad in a tattered silver robe adorned with an eye motif crafted from inscriptions. Could it truly be an appraiser? Su Mubai recognized the emblem from a previous visit to an appraisal shop, though he had not anticipated such a flamboyant entrance. What kind of novice village appraiser could fly? The man had seemingly glided through the air, and before his words had even settled, he was already blocking Su Mubai's path. I rarely find myself in high spirits, venturing out to enjoy the breeze, and now you've ruined it all. The middle-aged man glared at Su Mubai before continuing. Now, tell me, how do you intend to compensate? Was he not the one being robbed? Su Mubai paused momentarily, then tentatively proposed. Would monetary compensation suffice? As he spoke, he retrieved 100 gold coins from his backpack. Do I appear to be someone in need of such paltry sums? The middle-aged man scoffed, and without any visible motion, the 100 coins vanished without a trace. Su Mubai felt a sudden lightness in his hand, casting a glance at the man's tattered robe, his lips twitching involuntarily. Was this not a fitting description? He might as well have broke inscribed on his forehead. Nevertheless, after the man accepted the coins, Su Mubai felt a wave of relief wash over him. Losing money was certainly preferable to losing his life, and his desire to extend his lifespan deepened. What kind of look is that, kid? The middle-aged man followed Su Mubai's gaze to his own robe, his face flushing with embarrassment as he retorted. This damage was incurred while I was out enjoying the breeze. I truly do not lack for money. As he spoke, he waved his hand, and his robe instantly transformed into a pristine garment, clearly a new one. Noticing the apparent lack of hostility from the man, Su Mubai took the opportunity to scrutinize him closely. Huai Jian, appraiser number 9527 from the novice village, a painter, level, health. A true swordsman does not wish to be merely an appraiser. The information was scant, but the final description led Su Mubai to surmise that Huai Jian bore the identity of a swordsman as well. I am not unreasonable. If I take 100 gold coins from you, I shall gift you this painting. As he spoke, a canvas materialized in Huai Jian's hands. He casually drew out the topmost painting and handed it to Su Mubai. My work is not something just anyone can possess. You can relish your little joy. Is there more to gain? Upon hearing this, Su Mubai hastily reached out to accept the scroll. You have acquired Huai Jian's painting one. However, after merely casting a glance, he dared not look again and decisively stowed it away in his backpack. He feared that if he continued to gaze upon it, he would succumb to laughter. Good heavens, even a 3-year-old could paint better than this. The soul of the wolf pouncing on the cow, the artist Huai Jian. Why not take a moment to appreciate it? Huai Jian frowned at the sight. You can't possibly lack the appreciation for my wolf pouncing on the cow, can you? Senior, you have misunderstood. I intend to savor it gradually. Only when one calms the mind can they truly comprehend the state of mind during your creation, Su Mubai said, suppressing his laughter, uttering disingenuous words. Appreciation? He wished never to lay eyes on this abomination again. Ha ha, you lad possessed discernment. Upon hearing this, Huai Jian felt a surge of joy, extending his hand. Today, I am in high spirits. Do you have anything that requires appraisal? Present it, and I shall evaluate it free of charge. In truth, this was merely a casual remark. Only equipment of dark gold grade or higher required appraisal. Even if this young man possessed such prowess, acquiring such high-tier items in the novice village was implausible. Really? Su Mubai's eyes sparkled, unexpectedly delighted by this serendipitous opportunity. Without hesitation, he produced the 4 pieces of level 10 dark gold gear dropped by Reggie. At this moment, he suddenly widened his eyes and snatched the gear from Su Mubai's hands. No way, you actually have them? Let me see. Realizing it was the little skeleton draped in green from the misty forest, Huai Jian's understanding dawned as he scrutinized Su Mubai. Not bad. You possess both strength and luck. Su Mubai initially assumed there would be an incantation for appraisal, but upon listening closely, he could not help but roll his eyes. 100 gold coins to appraise 4 pieces of equipment. This time, I have truly suffered a loss. Chapter 33. Bone Set, Necklace of the Dead. As Huai Jian muttered, the shadow boots erupted with a dark golden glow. Gradually, the entire pair of boots appeared shrouded in a veil of shadows, lending them an ethereal quality. Normally, this piece of equipment would cost you 100 gold coins. Huai Jian waved his hand, and the shadow boots floated into Su Mubai's grasp. Shadow boots. Shoes. Plate armor. Level 10. Dark gold grade item. Durability. 200. Equipment requirements. Strength 80. Constitution 50. Physical defense 75. Magical defense 50. Health 800. Strength 20. Constitution 20. Agility 10. Movement speed 10. Attached skill. Shadow step. Enter the shadows, increasing movement speed by 60, reducing damage taken by 10, lasting for 30 seconds, cool down time 10 minutes. Wearing it automatically grants the skill Ghostly Dance. Indeed, the attributes of this level 10 dark gold equipment are undeniably impressive. Regrettably, it is a piece of plate armor, which Su Mubai is unable to don. These 2 pieces of equipment possess commendable attributes and form a modest set. As the voice of Huai Jian echoed, while Su Mubai examined the properties of the shadow boots, he identified 2 additional pieces of equipment. Bone heavy armor. Upper body plate armor. Level 10. Upgradable 33. Dark gold rated item. Durability 200. Equipment requirements: Strength 100, Constitution 80. Physical defense 180. Magical defense 120. Health points 1200. Strength 25. Constitution 25. Physical damage reduction of 100 points. Melee damage reflection of 100 points. Additional skill: Bone armor, summon skeletal reinforcements. Enhancing the damage reduction and reflection effects of the bone heavy armor by 300 for 30 seconds, with a cooldown of 10 minutes. Bone set 12. Set effect: Attack power 10, physical defense 10, not activated. Exposed bone spurs render enemies defenseless. The bone heavy armor features an additional upgradable attribute. Once players gather sufficient materials, they can seek out a blacksmith for enhancement. Each upgrade elevates the equipment's level by 5, meaning this exceptional dark gold piece can be upgraded to level 25. Simultaneously equipping the bone heavy armor and bone heavy sword activates the set effect. Bone heavy sword, two-handed sword, level 10, upgradable, 33. Dark gold rated item, durability, 200. Equipment requirements: Strength 120. Attack power, 288. Strength 50. Attack includes an additional 30 splash damage. Additional skill: Power Strike, a chance to inflict triple damage upon attack. Bone set 12. Brutality is the pinnacle of aesthetics. The attributes of this heavy sword are singular yet formidable. With an attack power reaching 288 and an added 50 points of strength, its enhancement for a level 10 player is undeniably substantial. Moreover, it boasts a splash effect of 30 and the passive Power Strike, categorizing it as an exceptionally rare piece of equipment. Su Mubai could already envision the uproar these three pieces of equipment would cause in the auction house once he exited the novice village. This is without considering the upgraded attributes. Should he utilize Disaster to acquire them, they would transform into three pieces of epic-level equipment. However, Su Mubai refrained from hastening the upgrades, opting instead to assess the situation after leaving the novice village. The decision to upgrade would depend on the financial capabilities of other players. In this regard, Su Mubai placed his hopes on the wealthy and ambitious factions. The former is self-evident, while the latter's talent for rapidly assembling a formidable guild should also facilitate the gathering of considerable funds. Here, this piece of equipment is quite suitable for you. Huaijian stretched lazily, tossing the final piece of equipment to Su Mubai. It was a necklace composed of small bones, adorned with a pendant shaped like a miniature skull. Necklace of the deceased. Necklace, accessory. Level 10. Dark gold rated item. Durability, 200. Equipment requirements: Spirit 100, Spell Power 80. Health 500, Mana 1000, Spirit 30, Constitution 10, Agility 10. The attack inflicts a curse effect, reducing the target's dual defenses by 100 points. Summons can also trigger this effect. Attached skill: The Undead, reduces the impact of fear-based negative states on you by 50. The dead fear nothing. At long last, a piece of outstanding equipment has been found. Though it is not upgradable, the attributes of the Necklace of the Undead are certainly impressive. Su Mubai's eyes glimmered as he discreetly stowed the Necklace of the Undead into his backpack. He intended to exploit the opportunity, but would wait until Huaijian had departed. All players in the myriad worlds are real individuals. Su Mubai did not wish to reveal his ability to upgrade equipment in front of others. Well, you're fortunate indeed to find 4 pieces of dark gold level equipment here. As Huaijian spoke, he prepared to turn and leave, advising Su Mubai to keep his pile of bones in check and not disturb his quest for resources. Su Mubai hastily interjected, "Senior, please wait a moment." "What is it? Do you still have dark gold level equipment needing identification?" Huaijian glanced at Su Mubai, a flicker of regret crossing his face. "Damn it, I shouldn't have agreed to provide this kid with free identification. It was a significant loss. Hand it over, I'll honor my word. Today, all your identifications are on the house. But there are no dark gold level items left." "I knew it. How could there be so many dark gold level items in this wretched place?" Upon hearing this, Huaijian laughed. "Since there are no items, what do you want to do? Speak quickly, do not delay my quest." Although there are no dark gold level items, there is still one piece requiring identification." Su Mubai sheepishly scratched the back of his head and retrieved a robe from his backpack. "Not dark gold. What is there to identify? Though I'm merely a part-time identifier, I am aware of items below dark gold." At this point, Huaijian suddenly fell silent. He seized the robe, examined it closely, and then looked up at Su Mubai with astonishment, as if gazing at a monster. This wretched place actually has epic-level equipment. The robe Su Mubai had just produced was, in fact, the reward for completing a disaster-level dungeon solo, the Robe of the Whispering Undead. Had it not triggered the Blue Star Zone announcement, such equipment would be utterly impossible to find in a novice village. What luck, what luck? Su Mubai chuckled, eagerly gazing at Huaijian, Sr. This one is also free for identification, right? From Huaijian's earlier muttering. It was evident that the cost of identifying equipment was not trivial. Dark gold level items required 100 gold. Surely, epic level would be in the thousands? I said it would be free, so I will not charge you. Upon hearing this, Su Mubai's face lit up with joy. Yet in the next moment, his smile froze. Su Mubai was utterly dumbfounded. So, you can only identify dark gold level equipment? I am merely here in the novice village as a part-time worker. Is it unreasonable that I cannot identify epic level items? Huaijian gazed at Su Mubai, shrugging his shoulders. Su Mubai suddenly felt a sense of being rendered speechless, as if what was said held undeniable truth. Noticing the hint of disappointment on Su Mubai's face, Huaijian contemplated before speaking. Young man, would you like to learn the art of appraisal? Chapter 34. Senior, please hold on. Is there such a delightful opportunity? Su Mubai's eyes brightened at the words, and he immediately nodded, exclaiming, absolutely. Once I master the appraisal skill, I can directly assess epic-grade equipment without needing to rely on anyone else. Learning is possible, but there is a tuition fee. Huaijian raised an eyebrow, looking at Su Mubai with a bemused expression. How much? Su Mubai inquired, glancing at the 658 gold coins in his backpack, feeling somewhat hesitant. Appraising a piece of dark gold equipment costs 100 gold coins. How much would it be to learn the appraisal skill? Huaijian gradually raised his palm, revealing it. 500? Su Mubai asked tentatively, harboring little hope. Players can have a primary profession and a secondary profession, such as blacksmith, alchemist, tailor, etc. Appraiser is also a secondary profession, but is classified as a hidden profession. Though he didn't expect it to be so inexpensive, he had only that much money in his bag, and any more would be beyond his means. To his surprise, Huaijian nodded affirmatively. Correct, 500. He then flipped his hand, revealing an ancient coin inscribed with archaic runes, continuing, however, this is not an ordinary coin, but rather this ancient gold coin. Ancient gold coin. The first batch ever minted, no longer in circulation, devoid of monetary value. Yet in the eyes of certain collectors of ancient currency, its worth far exceeds that of regular gold coins. Gather 500 of these ancient gold coins and then contact me. At that time, I shall teach you the art of appraisal. With that, Huaijian turned to leave, adding, best not to disturb me while I'm gathering inspiration. Notification. Huaijian has added you as a friend. You have accepted the hidden quest to collect ancient gold coins. Quest details. Collect 500 ancient gold coins for Huaijian. Quest reward. Acquire the secondary profession skill, basic appraisal. Ancient gold coins? This term sounded oddly familiar. Suddenly, he recalled something and promptly opened his backpack, quickly spotting the ancient copper coin in the first slot. Ancient copper coin. A ceased circulation copper coin with uncertain value. In the eyes of certain collectors, it should be worth 10 copper coins. What is this? To tread through iron shoes without finding a place, yet to obtain it without effort. The copper coin had evolved into an ancient copper coin. Thus, the gold coin must naturally evolve into an ancient gold coin. Watching Huaijian's departing figure, a glimmer of joy crossed Su Mubai's eyes, and he quickly called out, Senior, please hold on. Simultaneously, he focused his thoughts. Cataclysm. Target. 500 gold coins in your backpack. Evolving to the next tier. You have obtained 500 ancient gold coins. In the next moment, an ancient gold coin identical to the one Huaijian had just produced appeared in Su Mubai's backpack, marked with a 500 in the lower right corner. What are you up to now, young man? Do you truly believe? With a hint of impatience, Huaijian turned around, but his words were abruptly silenced. In the next moment, he appeared instantly before Su Mubai, seizing the ancient coins cradled in his hands for meticulous examination. After confirming that they were all indeed ancient coins, Huaijian found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Painting and collecting ancient currency were his two greatest passions. While these items may not be of great value, their quantity was quite limited. To his astonishment, this young lad had produced a staggering 500 coins all at once, and in such a decrepit place as the novice village no less. Su Mubai handed over all 500 ancient coins with a slight smile. Senior, can you now teach me the art of appraisal? Huaijian, having pocketed the ancient coins, took a moment to scrutinize the young man before him. While he could understand the presence of epic-grade equipment, the existence of ancient coins was far beyond what a novice village could offer. Nevertheless, he refrained from inquiring about Su Mubai's source of these coins, instead casting him a knowing glance. You truly have surprised me, my boy. Take them. You have completed the hidden task of collecting ancient coins, earning the skill book for basic appraisal. This time, Huai Jian did not linger. He stepped forward and soared into the air, leaving behind a single remark. Boy, contact me again when you have amassed 10,000 ancient coins. I will have a surprise for you then. You have accepted the hidden task of collecting ancient coins too. Task content: collect 10,000 ancient coins for Huai Jian. Task reward: unknown. In the blink of an eye, Huai Jian's figure vanished from Su Mubai's sight. It was unclear whether he had recalled some urgent matter, as he departed without even gathering the wind. Gazing at Huai Jian's avatar on his friend list, Su Mubai couldn't help but smile. It seemed he had forged a connection with a local. He had a nagging feeling that Huai Jian was no ordinary individual. Whether it was his ability to fly or his swift defeat of the skeletal warrior, both attested to Huai Jian's formidable strength. How could such a person merely be a part-time appraiser in Novice Village 9527? When would he attain such power? Shaking his head with a smile, Su Mubai picked up the basic appraisal skill book, his mind focused. Cataclysm. Target: basic appraisal. Hint: please select the promotion tier: Tier 1, Tier 2, Tier 3. Option 1. Promote to intermediate appraisal, no cost. Option 2. Elevate to advanced appraisal, cost 50,000 coins. Option 3. Transform to master appraisal, cost 500 years of lifespan. He chose Tier 1. You have acquired intermediate appraisal. Intermediate appraisal. Upon learning, you gain the subprofession of intermediate appraiser. Upon promotion, the silver eyes in the book appeared significantly more intricate. Without hesitation, Su Mubai began his studies. In the next instant, the book in his hands transformed into a beam of silver light, merging into his brow. Congratulations, you have transitioned to the hidden subprofession of intermediate appraiser. You have learned the new skill, intermediate appraisal. With the subprofession acquired, Su Mubai's secondary panel was activated. Subprofession panel. Player, by Yi. Secondary profession, intermediate appraiser. Skill, intermediate appraisal. Intermediate appraisal, 010000. As proficiency in the skill increases, the success rate of appraisal will experience a slight enhancement. Success rate for identifying dark gold items, 60. Success rate for identifying epic items, 10. Casting time, 5 seconds. Cooldown time, 60 seconds. Mana cost, 1,000 points. The secondary profession skill will not occupy the player's skill slot. Su Mubai retrieved the robe of the Whispering Dead and commenced the appraisal. A hum resonated as his palm emanated a silvery glow, gradually enveloping the robe of the Whispering Dead. After 5 seconds, a system notification chimed. Notification: appraisal failed. Failure was anticipated. Su Mubai remained unperturbed, for he need not exert effort to level up. The former verdant pastures of Huai had entirely transformed into Su Mubai's private garden. After a minute of waiting, he once again employed the appraisal skill on the robe of the Whispering Dead. Chapter 35. The Necklace of Undead Will and the Robe of the Whisperer. Defeating a level 10 Wild Ox grants an additional 50 level over bonus, awarding 30 experience points. Defeating a level 10 Elite Monster, the Prairie Wolf, grants an additional 50 level over bonus, awarding 150 experience points. Defeating a level 10 Enhanced Elite Monster, the Prairie Evil Wolf, grants an additional 50 level over bonus, awarding 450 experience points. The Skeletal Legion toiled tirelessly, and Su Mubai's experience bar steadily ascended, drawing ever closer to level 10. After 4 consecutive appraisals, consuming a total of 4,000 mana points, he still failed to achieve success. This wretched appraisal skill, Su Mubai muttered in exasperation. Nevertheless, he understood that with only a 10 success rate, achieving a successful appraisal would undoubtedly prove challenging. There was no safety net in place for this endeavor. While waiting for the skill to cool down, Su Mubai produced the Necklace of the Dead, focusing his thoughts. Cataclysm. Target: Necklace of the Dead. Notification: please select the tier for promotion. Tier 1, Tier 2, Tier 3. Promote to Tier 1. He could hardly be bothered to review the details, as he could only afford to scavenge. You have obtained the epic item, Necklace of Undead Will. Necklace of Undead Will. Necklace. Accessory. Level: 1060, scales with player level, increasing every 5 levels, up to a maximum of level 60. Epic item. Durability: 500. Equipment requirements: Spirit 150. Base attributes: level 10. Spell power: 120. Health: 800. Mana: 1500. Spirit: 50. Constitution: 15. Agility: 15. Attributes: 1. Spell power increase of 10. 2. Attacks inflict multiple curse effects, reducing the target's dual defenses by 10. Attack speed by 10, casting speed by 10, and movement speed by 10. Summons can also trigger this effect. Skill: Undead Will. Passive effect: Reduces the impact of charm, fear, and hypnosis negative states by 80. Active effect. Dispel one's own negative states of charm, fear, and hypnosis, rendering oneself immune to these three afflictions for the subsequent 5 seconds. Instant release, with a cooldown period of 120 seconds. Will of the Undead, unyielding. The epic tier is remarkably potent. Will of the legendary and mythical tiers. Upon encountering the full attributes of an epic item for the first time, even Su Mubai could not help but marvel. The transition from Dark Gold to Epic, though merely an elevation of one tier, has resulted in a significant enhancement of overall strength, exceeding a mere doubling, while the increase in base attributes is only marginal. The enhancement of the attributes and skills is profoundly substantial. Just 50 experience points remain. The minimum level required for this equipment is 10, rendering it currently unusable. However, given the Skeletal Legion's rapid spawn rate, it will not be long before it can be equipped. With the cooldown of the appraisal skill concluded, Su Mubai endeavored once more to identify the robe of the Whispering Dead. After witnessing the attributes of the Necklace of the Will of the Undead, his anticipation for his first complete legendary grade equipment grew immensely. Although Dylan's Crystal Ball is also a legendary item, it remains sealed. Appraisal failed. Once more, appraisal failed. With a mere 10 success rate, Su Mubai exhausted his mana without achieving success. Had his luck run dry? This time, he distinctly felt a change. A silver glimmering hand gently brushed over, and the robe gradually illuminated with radiance. Buzz! In the next instant, the robe erupted with a tricolored brilliance, causing the surrounding magical elements to quiver slightly. Successfully identified an epic item. Appraisal skill proficiency, 10. Only 10 points. The advancement of this appraisal skill is indeed arduous. 1,000 proficiency points are required to upgrade to advanced appraisal, implying the successful identification of 1,000 epic items. Su Mubai estimated that identifying Dark Gold equipment would only contribute 1 point to proficiency. However, he did not intend to rely on proficiency to upgrade this skill. Why not take advantage of it? In the future, acquiring an intermediate appraisal book would allow him to directly obtain the advanced version. As for spending 50,000 gold coins to transcend, is there an abundance of wealth to squander? Cataclysm. Target. Robe of the Whispering Dead. Prompt. Please select the tier for promotion. First, second, or third. Promote to first tier. You have acquired the legendary item, Robe of the Whispering Dead. A flash of multicolored brilliance marked the arrival of his first complete legendary grade equipment, Robe of the Whispering Dead. Upper garment, cloth armor. Level, 10, 120. Legendary item. Durability, 1, 0001000. Equipment requirement. Undead Mage class, Spirit 300. Base attributes, level 10. Physical defense, 150. Magical defense, 300. Health, 500. Mana, 3000. All attributes, 50. Attributes, skills. You are not hallucinating. This is indeed the Whisper of the Undead. Dual casting? As Su Mubai gazed upon the skill, Whisper of the Undead, a flicker of curiosity crossed his eyes. Does this mean the ability to utilize 2 skills simultaneously? As for the Guardian of the Undead, it was promptly disregarded by him. While it is indeed a commendable passive skill for other necromancers, for him, it merely resets a 3-point shield every 30 minutes. What utility does that hold? It pales in comparison to a single point from life sharing. Nonetheless, the Deathspeaker's robe remains exceptionally potent, and the complete attributes of this legendary equipment did not disappoint Su Mubai. However, the requirements for equipping it are rather stringent. Although it can be worn at level 10, it necessitates a player's spirit attribute to reach 300 points. This figure is one that the vast majority of players may not attain even by level 20. Even for Su Mubai, his current spirit attribute is merely 196 points. Yet, he harbors no substantial concerns, as donning a full set of level 10 gear will easily allow him to meet this criterion. Presently, the only issue is the scarcity of high-quality level 10 equipment available to him. Surely, there must be shops in the city that sell gear? Su Mubai sighed, reluctantly shifting his focus to the stores. His rapid progression in the game has made acquiring equipment from other players exceedingly difficult. If all else fails, he can always embed gems. With the completion of the instance dungeon and the contribution from Reggie, Su Mubai has amassed 15 level 1 attribute gems and 3 level 1 critical strike gems. Although he possesses only 3 spirit gems, he can acquire them at no cost. Prompt, please select the promotion tier. Level 1, Level 2, Level 3. Option 1. Upgrade to Level 2 Spirit Gem. no cost. Option 2. Sublimate to level 3 spirit gem, consuming 100 gold per gem. Option 3. Cataclysm to level 4 spirit gem, consuming 120 days of life per gem. Chapter 36. The possibility of acquiring 2 for free. This marks the first time Su Mubai has encountered a life consumption measured in days. Nevertheless, he still deems 120 days of life to be excessively costly. Gems can be synthesized by locating a jeweler. 3 gems can be combined to create a gem of a higher grade, though a small processing fee applies. Naturally, the higher the grade of the gem, the lower the success rate of synthesis, which is also influenced by the jeweler's skill level. The substantial cost for Cataclysm to reach level 4 can only be attributed to its catastrophic nature. After some contemplation, Su Mubai ultimately chose to acquire the gems at no cost. Having learned from his prior experience of effortlessly dispatching the skeletal warriors, he resolved to preserve his life for over 10 years before proceeding. As for gold, having provided Huaijian with 600, Su Mubai is left with only 158, which he must reserve for unforeseen needs. You have obtained 3 level 2 spirit gems. Level 2 spirit gem, Spirit 20, can only be embedded in armor. Additionally, Su Mubai also upgraded all the remaining gems for free. Although they may not be useful, they can certainly be sold. Critical strike gems are evidently rarer than attribute gems, with the cost for sublimation and cataclysm multiplied 5-fold. Level 2 critical strike gem. Critical strike spell Critical Strike 2 can only be embedded in the main weapon, and only 1 gem of the same type may be embedded in a single piece of equipment. 3 level 2 spirit gems provide a total of 60 points of spirit. Combined with the upgrades and the necklace of undead will, it is sufficient. Having met the equipment requirements for the robe of the Death Speaker, Su Mubai's spirits soared with delight. His gaze fell upon the corpses of wild beasts lying several dozen meters away, and with a mere thought, he drew forth energy from them. Notification. You have successfully absorbed 2 points of death energy from the corpses of 20 ordinary wild bulls. As he leisurely replenished his death energy, Su Mubai prepared to continue relaxing and leveling up when suddenly, a message resonated in his mind. Approximately 500 meters to his right, a skeleton had discovered a treasure chest in the wild. Now that was more like it. Su Mubai rose with a smile and made his way toward the coordinates. In an uncharted wild map, how could there possibly be no treasure chests? At long last, he had found one. Wild treasure chests are immobile and cannot be taken away. They must be opened on sight. Such chests are either concealed in hidden locales or guarded by formidable monsters. The higher the chest's level, the more powerful the guardians. Clearly, they're not easily obtained by players. The treasure chest found by the skeleton warrior belonged to the latter category. Surrounded by a pack of over 10 prairie wolves and a wolf king larger than a wild bull, this silver-grade creature, if encountered by other players, would undoubtedly lead to a fierce battle. However, against Su Mubai's army of skeletons, this solitary silver-grade creature accompanied by a handful of elite monsters proved utterly inadequate. As Su Mubai approached, he scarcely had time to assess the Wolf King's attributes before several skeleton warriors surged forward. Critical hit. 15195, 15236, 30,410. A series of terrifying damage numbers erupted forth, and the Wolf King's health bar vanished in an instant, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Simultaneously, dozens of fireballs and hundreds of arrows descended upon the remaining prairie wolves, unleashing a torrent of firepower. 2937, 2908, 6002, 6096, 5981, 12,108. In a heartbeat, the pack of wolves guarding the treasure chest succumbed to the overwhelming output of the Skeleton Legion. The astounding damage dealt was closely tied to the advanced Death Speaker's aura contributed by Reggie. This skill, enhanced by vocational traits, elevated the skeleton army's attributes by 60. Killing a level 10 elite monster, the Prairie Wolf, grants an additional 50 level-up bonus, yielding 450 experience points. Killing a level 10 Silver-Grade Wolf King grants an additional 50 level-up bonus, yielding 36,000 experience points. Observing the flood of system notifications and the experience bar that surged nearly 10 points, Su Mubai was taken aback by his own prowess. A dignified silver-grade creature had been dispatched in such a manner? If he were to find a few more treasure chests like this, would he not be on the verge of reaching level 10? Regrettably, silver-grade creatures were evidently rare in the novice village. Dismissing this impractical thought, Su Mubai stepped forward with measured strides. You have obtained 1 gold and 38 silver coins. You have acquired 1 level agility gem. You have received 1 beginner skill book. You have obtained 5 silver-grade materials, Wolf King's Fangs. You have acquired silver-grade equipment, Wolf King's leather pants. You have obtained silver-grade equipment, Wolf King's leather armor. You have acquired the silver-grade equipment, the Wolf Fong dagger, and the silver-grade equipment, the brutal pauldrons. Aside from materials and negligible coins, the spoils dropped by the Prairie Wolf King are rather meager. For Su Mubai, there is only one piece of equipment and a basic skill book that he could utilize. With a mere thought, Su Mubai swiftly upgraded all these items to gold grade and also acquired a mid-level skill book at no cost. Brutal Pauldron's shoulder armor, cloth type, level 10. Gold grade durability, 100 physical defense, 28 magical defense, 35 spirit, 15 constitution, 15 spell power, 20 after witnessing legendary grade equipment. Su Mubai felt indifferent toward gold grade items. He tossed everything into his backpack, intending to equip them or sell them once he reached level 10. With another thought, the mid-level skill book transformed into a beam of golden light, merging into his forehead. You have used the mid-level skill book 1, skill points 5, current available skill points, 11 points. After a moment's hesitation, Su Mubai refrained from immediately upgrading the skill Death Drain Feedback. Primarily, he was on the verge of reaching level 10 and wished to ascertain whether he could learn new skills from Death's Codex. It would not be too late to upgrade once he reached that level. Having made his decision, Su Mubai's gaze fell upon the treasure chest before him. The chest was not large, gleaming in a silvery hue, adorned with intricate engravings. You have discovered an unsealed silver-grade treasure chest. Would you like to open it? The system prompted him, yet Su Mubai resolutely selected no. He wished to test his hypothesis. Could the talent, Cataclysm, be applied to items not belonging to him? With this thought, Su Mubai took a deep breath, fixating his gaze on the silver-grade chest, and focused his mind. Cataclysm. Target, silver-grade treasure chest. Prompt, please select the upgrade tier, first, second, or third. Indeed, it was possible. A look of sheer ecstasy illuminated Su Mubai's face. The ability to upgrade the chest implied that he could reap the rewards from within it twice. After all, the chest and its contents were not the same entity. Suppressing his excitement, Su Mubai opened the details to examine further. Option 1. Upgrade to gold grade treasure chest, no cost. Option 2. Sublimate to dark gold grade treasure chest. Cost 2,000 gold coins. Option 3. Cataclysm to epic grade treasure chest. Cost 200 years of life. Although he was eager to discover the cataclysmic traits that Cataclysm would impart to the chest, Su Mubai could not afford the cost. Reluctantly, he chose the free upgrade. In the next moment, the chest before him radiated a blinding golden light, its surface flowing like water as the silvery hue gradually faded, revealing a hint of golden brilliance. Moments later, the silver-grade treasure chest underwent a complete transformation. You have discovered an unsealed gold-grade treasure chest. Would you like to open it? Open. This time, Su Mubai firmly placed his hand upon the chest. The chest slowly opened amidst the golden glow, revealing 2 items nestled within. Beneath a staff crafted from unknown materials lay a yellowed parchment scroll. What could this be? Su Mubai, with a hint of curiosity, picked up 2 items. Chapter 37. The Ultimate Matryoshka. You have obtained a golden level equipment, Withered with Staff. You have acquired a golden level treasure map 1. A treasure map. Su Mubai's eyes lit up, eagerly examining it. Golden level treasure map. Following the map's guidance, you shall discover a golden level treasure chest. Hint. Do you wish to use the treasure map? Using it will mark the treasure-seeking route on the system map. Please note, the final coordinates of this treasure map are located outside the novice village. Goodness, is this a nested doll? Su Mubai rolled his eyes. Who could have anticipated that a golden level treasure chest could reveal the coordinates of yet another golden level treasure chest? If a player toiled to defeat the Guardian, only to uncover such a trinket, would they not be infuriated? However, this treasure map held a different significance for Su Mubai. If his assumptions proved correct, the eventual gains from this treasure map would be legendary. With this thought, Su Mubai's eyes sparkled brighter, and he instinctively tightened his grip on the treasure map. Cataclysm. Target, golden level treasure map. Ascend 1 tier. You have obtained a dark gold level treasure map 1. Success. Su Mubai could not help but clench his fist, transforming a golden level treasure map into a dark gold level map, and subsequently turning the dark gold level treasure chest into an epic level 1. After opening the treasure chest, he might even convert the items within into legendary level treasures. 3 wins in succession. Now this is what one would call the ultimate nesting doll. Before opening the treasure chest, Su Mubai never imagined that a mere silver level chest could ultimately yield legendary level rewards. In comparison to this treasure map, the golden level Withered with Staff seemed utterly inconsequential. Nevertheless, Su Mubai decided to elevate the staff to dark gold level first. After all, he was still wielding a level 5 bronze equipment, wooden wand. And the dark gold level, Withered Staff, was far more appealing in contrast. Withered Staff. Staff. Level 10. Dark gold level item. Durability. 200. Equipment requirements. Spirit 100. Spell power 280. Spirit 30. Agility 10. Constitution 10. Upon triggering a spell critical hit, the casting time of the next skill is reduced by 1 second. Attached skill. Withered Spring. Restores health equivalent to your 100 spell power to the target. Instant cast. Cooldown time 120 seconds. Even Withered Wood has its spring. While this equipment may not be particularly suited for Su Mubai's use, having it is certainly better than having none. After all, it also increases his spirit by 30 points. What more could one desire? Casually placing the Withered Staff into his backpack, Su Mubai took hold of the dark gold level treasure map and chose to use it. In the next moment, the yellowed parchment slowly dissipated, merging into the system map. Immediately thereafter, the smile on Su Mubai's face vanished. Hint: the route has been marked, and the final coordinates are located in the wilds of Jingli City in the Cherry Blossom Kingdom. Please proceed to Jingli City in the Cherry Blossom Kingdom to embark on your treasure-seeking journey. What on earth? Su Mubai instantly transformed from a state of levity to one of solemnity. This wretched treasure map, upon its upgrade, had unexpectedly led him abroad. According to the information provided by the Myriad Worlds game, national borders would not be open for the time being. The specific time of activation would depend on the progress of the players from Blue Star within the game. In other words, the legendary rewards were temporarily unattainable. The anticipated ultimate nesting doll had barely taken its first step before it came to a standstill. His momentary joy dissipated, gazing at the slowly vanishing empty treasure chest. Su Mubai smirked slightly, settled down, and continued to level up. After more than an hour, a golden light ascended. Congratulations, player Bai Yi. Your level has increased to 10. With attributes, 1 in all dimensions, 1 skill point, and 15 free attribute points. Notice, you have reached the level cap for the Novice Village. Please find the village chief to be teleported to city associated with Novice Village 9527, where you will no longer be able to gain experience. Congratulations on becoming the first player in the Blue Star region of the Myriad Worlds game to reach level 10, earning the title leading ahead. Notice, an announcement for the Blue Star region is forthcoming. Due to your reaching level 10, the leaderboard for Novice Village 9527 has been activated ahead of schedule. Notice, an announcement for the Novice Village is forthcoming. A series of notifications rang out, causing Su Mubai to momentarily pause. Could being the first to reach level 10 trigger a regional announcement? What a delightful surprise. Leading ahead, while equipped with this title, experience gained from all sources is increased by 20. Each player can possess multiple titles, but only one can take effect at a time. Each title switch requires a cooldown of 30 minutes to become effective. Su Mubai's immediate reaction was to utilize Cataclysm for free gains. However, much to his disappointment, this ability, like summoning space, was merely a stat, not a tangible entity, rendering it incapable of advancement. Nevertheless, a 20 boost in experience was still commendable. With a flash of white light, Su Mubai vanished from the verdant plains, leaving behind a ground littered with unrespawned monster corpses. Meanwhile, the system announcement echoed throughout the realm, though it was not triggered by Su Mubai. Announcement from Novice Village 9527. Congratulations to the Bai Yi Guild for achieving the first successful completion of the Misty Land Dungeon on hard difficulty. We encourage all players to learn from their example to reap generous rewards. At the entrance of the Misty Forest, Hongtu Bei and his team members emerged from the dungeon. The sound of the system announcement brought him great delight. At last, he could breathe a sigh of relief. While he was engaged in the dungeon, the Bai Yi Guild had not ceased recruiting. 3,000 members. This number constituted nearly 1/10 of the entire Novice Village 9527. It was evident how formidable the Bai Yi Guild's influence had become. Although the strength of these players was not particularly high, they significantly bolstered Hongtu Bei's standing. Now, having successfully completed the hard mode of the Misty Forest, his spirits soared. Preparations were underway to tackle the nightmare difficulty. Hongtu Bei, basking in the admiring gazes of surrounding players, called out with intent. Just then, 5 beams of white light flashed as Fu Jiatianxia and Feng Yishaoxiao, among others, stepped through the dungeon's teleportation portal. The system announcement that followed rendered the countenance of Hongtu Bei rather grim. Announcement from Novice Village No. 9527. Congratulations to the player Fu Jiatianxia for leading his team to achieve the first completion of the nightmare difficulty dungeon, the Misty Land. This notice is issued with the hope that all players will learn from him to reap substantial rewards. In that moment, Honta Bei felt as though he had been reduced to a mere jester. He gazed incredulously at Fuxia Tianxia and the others, his voice low and heavy with disbelief. How could you possibly clear the nightmare difficulty so swiftly? Luck, perhaps, Fuxia Tianxia replied with a slight smile. Observing this, Honta Bei let out a cold scoff, his gaze turning icy. He had already learned from a guild chat why they had managed such a rapid completion of the nightmare difficulty in the Misty Forest, thanks to Bei. The thought of having lost the opportunity for the first completion of the nightmare level ignited a fierce anger within Honta Bei. You, Bei, with your equipment and skills, why only offer them to Fuxia Tianxia? Do you think the illustrious president of the Bei Guild lacks funds? The memory of his friend request being rejected by Bei flashed through his mind, and a glint of malice crossed his eyes as he mentally noted this slight. Observing Honta Bei's demeanor, Fuxia Tianxia and his companions frowned and turned to continue their dungeon runs. With the first completion already lost, their next challenge awaited. Hell difficulty. Honta Bei too prepared to re-enter the dungeon, aiming for the same hell difficulty. Yet, the next announcement caused both to halt their actions. Chapter 38, Level Leaderboard. A commanding lead. Announcement from the Blue Star region. Congratulations to the player Bei of the Divine Dragon Empire for being the first player in the Blue Star region to reach level 10. This notice is issued with the hope that all players will learn from him to reap substantial rewards. The system announcement echoed 10 times, resounding through every novice village in the Forbidden Land. The uproar it generated was no less than that of the previous announcement. Players from various nations engaged in fervent discussions. How on earth did he level up so quickly? How is it possible to reach such heights in so little time? The game has barely begun, and he is already at level 10 while I'm still languishing at level 4. Is this correct? After level 5, the required experience to level up increases significantly. Is Bei cheating? Dude, do you even hear what you're saying? What cheats could exist in the myriad realms of this game? Is it possible to report Bei? I feel he is undermining the balance of the game. Balance? What balance? The same monsters take me ages to defeat, while the fortunate with awakened talents can dispatch them with a single blow. Even if Bei possesses a high-level talent, what of other players with awakened talents? Why is it that every announcement features Bei? The players from various nations, who were the subjects of discussion in the chat channels, were equally bewildered. Felix from the Eagle Empire, Tsukuyami from the Sakura Kingdom, and the descendants of the Sun from the Kaoria Kingdom, including Sanchi Qingfeng from the Divine Dragon Empire, all found themselves astonished by this announcement. These top-tier experts glanced at their own levels, and a singular thought arose in their minds. How did Bei manage to level up so swiftly? What enabled him to surpass them by such a margin? Their levels are uniformly set at level 7. According to the experience increment beyond level 5, it will require at least half a day's time to ascend to level 10. Previously, after successfully clearing the disaster level difficulty dungeon, they could console themselves with the notion that they merely suffered from bad luck in not triggering such a challenging instance. However, the rapid advancement of Bai Yi has genuinely astonished them. With the same level of talent, why is Bai Yi so far ahead? Is this reasonable? In the Dragon Empire, at Novice Village number 9526, Zhao Su and Lu Ruyin have successfully achieved the first clear of the ordinary difficulty level and are currently navigating the challenging Misted Forest. It is evident that there are no stronger awakened talents in this Novice Village. Otherwise, the first clear would undoubtedly not belong to the two of them. It's him again. Upon hearing the system announcement, Zhao Su narrowed his eyes slightly. Ruyin, what do you think the odds are that he is Su Mubai? How would I know? Lu Ruyin rolled her eyes, then tucked her hair behind her ear. This seemingly simple action exuded an undeniable allure, prompting Zhao Su to slightly bow his head. Regardless of whether he is Su Mubai, if I set my mind to it, I am certain I can succeed, Lu Ruyin said with a charming smile, her voice brimming with confidence. Ha ha, I wholeheartedly believe in your charm, darling. Zhao Su nodded in agreement with a smile, adding, however, I do hope he is Su Mubai. It will make things much simpler. If it is that fellow, he will surely heed your every word. Why dwell on this? Let us focus on leveling up and discuss things further once we leave the Novice Village, with aspirations for the future. The two continued their journey of dungeon, grinding, and leveling. In comparison to other Novice Villages, Novice Village number 9527 had an additional announcement. Announcement from Novice Village No. 9527. Due to player Bai Yi reaching level 10, the level leaderboard of this Novice Village has been activated ahead of schedule. Novice Village No. 9527 level leaderboard first, Bai Yi, level 10, no faction. Second, Maple Leaf Whispers, level 5, no faction. Third, Away, level 5, no faction. Fourth, Difficulty Getting Out of Bed, level 5, no faction. Fifth, Wealthy beyond compare, level 5, no faction. 6th, Cotton Candy, level 5, no faction. 7th, Grand Ambitions, level 5, Ambition Guild. 8th, A Sword to the Throat, level 5, Ambition Guild. 9th, Turkey-flavored rice crackers, level 5, Ambition Guild. 10th, Milky White Snowflake, level 5, Ambition Guild. The Novice Village leaderboard displays only the top 10, and aside from Baiyi, all others are at level 5. Accumulating 20,000 experience points isn't an easy feat for them. The experience gained from lower difficulty dungeons is not particularly high, and experience is divided among team members. Naturally, without forming a party, they would also struggle to clear the dungeons. The appearance of the level leaderboard instantly sparked fervent discussions among players. The chat channel of Novice Village number 9527 was once again inundated with messages. Baiyi is simply extraordinary, boasting a level that is double that of the others on the leaderboard. This is no trivial matter. The experience required to ascend from level 5 to level 6 surpasses the total experience needed to progress from level 0 to level 5. It's utterly astonishing. By the time I emerge from the Novice Village, I suspect Baiyi will have already reached level 20. How narrow-minded. Level 30 is not beyond the realm of possibility. The team of Rich and Powerful is impressively strong, their leveling pace outstripping that of the Dominance Guild, despite the latter possessing a 20% experience boost. Of course, it's only natural. They have just cleared the Nightmare level Misty Realm, so it's expected they would be ahead, though they will likely soon be surpassed by Dominance. I've heard that the talent One Sword to the Throat is also at level 6. I never imagined he would join the Dominance Guild. What does it matter? He still lags behind Baiyi by half a level. Outside the portal to the Misty Realm instance, the expression of home to dominance darkened as he closed the level leaderboard. It was one thing for Baiyi to reach level 10 so swiftly, but to see his own team with a 20% experience boost being outpaced by Rich and Powerful was utterly preposterous. His gaze swept over the members of Rich and Powerful as he silently activated the instance. Brother Baiyi is leveling up at an astonishing rate, exclaimed Cotton Candy. Indeed, it's as if he's riding a rocket. Wayne nodded in agreement. During their previous trade, the other party was at level 8 while they were at level 5. Now, after merely completing one instance, they remained at level 5, while Baiyi had already reached level 10. Is leveling up that effortless for him? He had initially intended to wait before giving those soul stones to Baiyi. However, the continuous system announcements prompted him to reconsider. A player of Baiyi's caliber must be befriended, even if he does not join their team. A good relationship could yield access to valuable items. Unbeknownst to him, the mindset of Rich and Powerful had subtly shifted, a change he had not even noticed himself. A flash of white light heralded the arrival of Su Mubai at the teleportation square of Novice Village 9527. Hearing the announcement of Rich and Powerful and Dominance Guild clearing the instance first, a slight smile graced his lips. More soul stones are in store. The next moment, a beam of light flared beside Su Mubai, revealing the rotund figure of Rich and Powerful before him. Brother Baiyi, here are 10 beginner soul stones as a reward for the first clear. Don't forget your old brother when you come across good items in the future. Rich and Powerful said with a beaming smile as he traded the soul stones to Su Mubai. Rest assured, the pricing will surely satisfy you. Notification. Your contract with Rich and Powerful has been established. Su Mubai nodded slightly. As long as you have the coin, good items will naturally follow. Contact me once you leave the Novice Village. With a wave of his hand, he turned and made his way toward the village chief's house. Neither the skeleton set nor the level skill book Thunderous Strike were within Rich and Powerful's current financial reach. In a few days, the time will be ripe for selling these items. For now, the priority is to be the first player to exit the Novice Village. Chapter 39, Donghai City. Unveiling the Death's Holy Scripture. The layout of Novice Village 9527 is quite simple, and Su Mubai easily located the village chief's home using the map. The house bore little distinction from other structures, and the village chief appeared to be an unremarkable elder, whose very name was so commonplace that it was easily forgotten. Li Shan. The village chief of Novice Village number 9527. Level 10. Health points, 2,000. To his surprise, it seemed that a newcomer had ascended to level 10 so swiftly. Upon meeting Su Mubai, a flicker of astonishment crossed Li Shan's face. Chief, I wish to leave the Novice Village, Su Mubai stated directly, laying bare his intention. Go ahead. This sacred realm shall ultimately become the domain of you newcomers, Li Shan replied, his expression a blend of complexity. Before turning to lead Su Mubai into the courtyard. Follow me. Before long, he guided Su Mubai to a teleportation array. Our village is part of East Sea City, one of the 10 primary first-tier cities within the Divine Dragon Empire. and it is also the most prosperous coastal city in the empire. Li Shan gestured toward the teleportation array, explaining Su Mubai's imminent destination. Step inside. Arriving at East Sea City is merely the beginning. Thank you, Chief, Su Mubai nodded, stepping into the array. Contrary to expectations, there were no preliminary tasks or transportation fees. Li Shan activated the teleportation array directly. A radiant light enveloped him, and Su Mubai vanished within the array. The tumultuous era of the Sacred Realm was about to commence, and it was uncertain how many lives would be claimed this time. As village chief, Li Shan had no missions to issue. His sole duty was to escort the newcomers out of the novice village. Meanwhile, the rankings of novice village No. 9527 experienced a shift. The name Bai Yi faded away, and Feng Yishao ascended to the top position, igniting discussions among players. The individual who activated the ranking had evidently exited the novice village. A true pioneer had stepped into the Sacred Realm. You have entered the first-tier city, East Sea City. Your respawn point has been switched to the East Sea City Resurrection Hall. This was a magnificent city, with towering edifices surrounding the teleportation square, stretching endlessly into the distance. In the streets beyond, pedestrians and horse-drawn carriages flowed incessantly, with many powerful individuals astride their mounts. Although Su Mubai was the sole player to have entered the city thus far, it still exuded a vibrant and bustling atmosphere. This scene served as a reminder to Su Mubai that the Sacred Realm was a tangible world. The locals here were not fewer than the humans from Blue Star, who had traversed dimensions. If the Blue Star denizens were considered newcomers in a genuine game world, then for the locals of the Sacred Realm, they merely perceived their world as having been digitized. From the name Myriad Realms Game, it was evident that neither party was adversarial, but rather poised to become allies. Stepping into the Sacred Realm was merely the beginning, not the conclusion. The myriad races of the universe were the true foes. In the expansive teleportation square, Su Mubai stood alone at the center. After waiting for a moment, the anticipated system notification failed to sound again. Su Mubai could not help but murmur, "Is this all there is?" He had originally believed that being the first to exit the novice village would yield rewards. However, it now appeared that such expectations were unfounded. Disappointed, Su Mubai shook his head and donned all the equipment he could wear. To his astonishment, he discovered that even without gemstones embedded, his mental attributes had already surpassed the requirements of the robe of the undead. Upon reaching level 10, 2 pieces of equipment on him underwent changes in attributes. First was the Dylan's Crystal Ball. Upon elevating to level 10, the item S-affix remained unchanged, yet its fundamental attributes experienced a significant enhancement. Basic attributes, level 10. Spell power, 150. All attributes, 50. Health points, 2,000. Mana points, 4,000. In terms of health and mana, it even surpassed the robe of the undead. The other item, naturally, was the Grimoire of Death. With a mere thought, the runes on the back of Su Mubai's left hand shimmered with a faint glow, and the Grimoire of Death materialized. The swirling, Dylan's crystal ball on his wrist instantly dimmed, as if subdued. Grimoire of Death. Class exclusive Twilight. Special item. Indestructible. Non-tradable. Cannot be dropped. Can be summoned or retracted at will. Level 10 follows the character. Basic attributes. Spell power. 300. All attributes. 100. Damage to undead creatures is increased by 100. Your summoned creatures also benefit from this enhancement. Special effects. 1. Soul Drain. Your summons, and your contracted creatures will absorb a portion of the soul power from the targets you vanquish. Upon slaying a wild creature, the respawn time will be doubled. If a player is killed by you, they will incur double penalties, including a deduction of lifespan. Current soul points. 0. Spending 1,000 soul points grants you a second opportunity to open the Grimoire of Death. The second special effect unlocks at level 30. This is a tome of rules, which only you can peruse. Upon meeting requirements, you may learn exclusive skills of the Lord of Death from it. The Grimoire of Death, at level 10, was a stark contrast to its level 5 counterpart. The magnitude of the enhancement in basic attributes exceeded Su Mubai's expectations. Even more astonishing were the newly unlocked special effects. The penalties of death had doubled. Henceforth, players slain by him would face severe repercussions. Losing 2 levels was merely a trifle. The more crucial aspect was the immediate loss of 20 years of lifespan. It could be said that those 2 unfortunate souls were in for a steep price. A glint of cold light flashed in Su Mubai's eyes. This special effect could not be turned off, thus having the number of times he could eliminate Lu Ruyin and Zhao Su. With 80 years of lifespan at stake, it was conceivable they might even owe him. According to the description following the soul points, Su Mubai understood that he now possessed an opportunity to peruse the Grimoire of Death. Currently, He was the only player in the city. The desolate teleportation plaza was devoid of any figures. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Mubai reached out and opened the grimoire of death. The pages that unfolded were similarly a shade of grayish-white, inscribed with ancient and enigmatic runes. Su Mubai could not comprehend a single character. Yet in the next moment, the inscriptions began to stir gently. They floated from the book, transforming into a stream of information that surged into Su Mubai's pupils. In that fleeting instant, he felt an overwhelming force that sent shivers down his spine. Although he could not fathom its nature, he instinctively sensed that this force was known as death. After a considerable pause, the tome of death automatically closed, reconstituting itself as a luminescent flow that adhered to the back of Su Mubai's left hand. Simultaneously, a system notification echoed in his ears. You have acquired a new skill, Death Gaze. Chapter 40. Will I be banned for being this overpowered? Death Gaze, Level 1. 050. Active skill. Gaze upon a target and incinerate their soul. Skill effects. 1. Inflicts 500 points of true damage per second for a duration of 10 seconds. 2. The target will be subjected to a lasting effect of fear. 3. All beings with a life level lower than yours will experience a forced reduction of 20 in all attributes upon being gazed at. This effect is determined solely by life level and cannot be mitigated by any form of resistance. 4. Creatures slain by Death Gaze will endure excruciating torment, and upon resurrection, they will enter a weakened state, suffering a 40-point reduction in all attributes for 12 hours. Instant release, cooldown time of 60 seconds, consuming 5 points of maximum mana. No sustained guidance is required after release, with a maximum attack range of 100 meters. Wherever your gaze falls, death follows closely behind. The description of the Death Gaze skill left Su Mubai utterly astonished. Was this truly a first-tier skill? 500 points of true damage per second. Persistent fear, a forced reduction of 20 in all attributes, and a 12-hour weakened state upon resurrection. Each of these effects alone constituted a formidable skill. Moreover, this ability could be released instantly without the need for continuous guidance. It was simply extraordinary to think that merely gazing upon an opponent could render such effects. Su Mubai could not help but murmur. Was this not a divine technique that ensured death upon a mere glance? He found it hard to imagine any player could withstand 500 points of true damage from him. Even more terrifying was the small mark located in the lower right corner of the skill image, depicting a human-shaped shadow, signifying that Su Mubai's class had been influenced by the catastrophic characteristics of his profession. The effects were doubled, 10 times the true damage per second and an attack range of 200 meters. At that moment, Su Mubai could only exclaim, "Is there anyone left to challenge me?" With the acquisition of Death Gaze, he was no longer reliant solely on his skeletal army to inflict damage. The only lingering uncertainty was regarding the description of the third skill effect. How was life level determined? Su Mubai stroked his chin, a flicker of puzzlement crossing his eyes. However, he quickly shook his head. It was evident that one could not discern such details at a glance. Experience would reveal all in due time. Furthermore, this was not the final form of Death Gaze. Taking a deep breath, Su Mubai felt a tinge of nervousness. This was his first time obtaining an upgraded skill through sheer luck, and his anticipation rivaled that of when he initially established his character and embraced the cataclysmic profession. Cataclysm. Objective, Death Gaze. Yet this time, the system notification that echoed in Su Mubai's ears was markedly different from before. Apologies. This skill has reached the limits of the divine prohibition realm and cannot undergo cataclysm. He had actually failed since acquiring the cataclysm level talent. This was Su Mubai's second encounter with such a situation. The first instance occurred when he attempted to ascend to cataclysm once more, only to have the Multiverse Game rectify it directly. He still remembered the system notification from that time. Apologies. The tier of this skill has surpassed the limits and cannot undergo cataclysm. Although both instances resulted in failure, the descriptions were worlds apart. The limits of the divine prohibition realm? He scrutinized each word in the system notification, and a faint speculation began to form in his mind. It appeared that to elevate a skill beyond a certain level, one must step outside the confines of the divine prohibition realm. Simultaneously, another question arose in his thoughts. Previously, when he utilized Cataclysm on the Harlan's crystal ball, in the Misty Realm, 3 options had indeed appeared. He had chosen to exploit the upgrade, enhancing the quest item from Epic to Legendary. Thus, the second option must pertain to the so-called highest tier, the Mythic level. In that case, what about the 3 options? Items that transcend the Mythic level? What tier would that be? Why could equipment surpass the Mythic level while skills could not exceed their current tier? Did the tier of skills actually exceed that of mythic by one level? A multitude of thoughts flashed through his mind, and Su Mubai could only make vague conjectures. However, these speculations were of little consequence. The ultimate outcome was that the current limit for skills was indeed that level. Unable to exploit the situation any further, Su Mubai had no choice but to acquiesce. Nevertheless, due to the unique characteristics of his class, even with skills of the same nature, his effects were twice as potent as those of other players. Ascending from level 9 to 10, though it was merely a single level increase, Su Mubai's power underwent a dramatic transformation. Meeting the mental attribute requirements, he donned the Death Speaker's robe. The deep black robe enveloped his form, adorned with subtle gray runes that added an air of mystery to Su Mubai. A faint aura of death lingered around him, evoking an impression of danger to the living. Su Mubai summoned his attribute panel to examine his now extraordinary attributes. Attribute panel. Player. Bai. Level 10. Class. Death Sovereign. Exclusive hidden class. Secondary profession. Intermediate appraiser. Mentality. 490. Agility. 286. Constitution. 261. Strength. 211. Health points. 11. Permanently unable to elevate due to unknown reasons. Life sharing. 100 million. Specific value 100. 584000. Total health points of all skeletons combined and then doubled. Mana points. 389003. 8900. 1 point of mentality grants 60 points of mana. Spell power. 2497. 1 point of mentality grants 3 points of spell power. Spell critical rate. 35. Critical damage. 250. Physical defense. 467. Magical defense. 1825. Elemental resistance. All attributes 10. Exclusive talent. Cataclysm. Unique forbidden level. Class skills. Scorch. Summon advanced skeleton. Summon spatial expansion. Advanced undead aura. Life sharing. Death summon. Death drain feedback. Death gaze. Summoning space. 340,340. Equipment. Slightly mentioned. Class exclusive. Book of Death 10. Lifespan. Less than 3 years. Su Mubai trembled slightly as he closed the attribute panel, utterly astonished by his exaggerated stats, rendered speechless. What manner of world is this? Is this truly the panel of a level 10 player? He had yet to fully equip himself. Merely the Book of Death and 2 legendary pieces of equipment had already granted him an astonishing boost of 200 to all attributes. Starting from a mere 1 point, aside from the 4-dimensional enhancement gained through leveling up, his strength had never improved until now standing at 211 points. His spell power soared to nearly 2,500 points, while his mana exceeded an outrageous 30,000. Yet, all of this paled in comparison to the terrifying number on the life-sharing health bar. The figure exceeding 100 million lingered in Su Mubai's mind, impossible to erase. The interplay of qualitative and quantitative changes ultimately forged a being of formidable existence. All of this was attributed to the 2 cataclysmic traits. Compared to the skills within the myriad realms of the game, the cataclysmic attributes were simply unparalleled. He even harbored a suspicion that if there existed a level 10 mythical tier, could his health bar possibly extend indefinitely? If this trajectory continued, would I be bestowed with an undesired title by the Myriad Realms game? As this thought surfaced, Su Mubai's pupils constricted sharply. A flash of white light flickered before him, and a figure emerged from the brilliance. To his astonishment, one among the arrivals possessed the power of awakening. Little one, you are both fortunate and unfortunate. Chapter 41. Situji. The suddenly appearing elder was clad in a robe, possessing a youthful visage despite his white hair. He grasped an unremarkable staff that resembled a mere twig, devoid of any embellishments. The mere presence of this individual standing there exerted immense pressure upon Su Mubai. This sensation was akin to an ordinary person confronted by an endless ocean, vast and unfathomable. Situyi. Lord of East Sea City. Elder of the Divine Dragon Palace. Level. Health points. The highest-ranking individual in East Sea City. Having encountered the city lord before, upon seeing Situji's information, Su Mubai hastily inclined his body in a respectful bow. This was the second individual whose identity he could only perceive through information. The first was Huaijian. However, why would a dignified city lord suddenly appear before him? The Divine Dragon Empire boasted a singular imperial capital, 10 level 1 main cities, 81 level 2 cities, and 1,080 level 3 cities. Aside from the imperial capital, all Chinese players were distributed among these cities, with East Sea City being one of the 10 level 1 main cities. As the Lord of East Sea City, the status of Situji is self-evident. His second identity, however, is entirely unknown to Su Mubai. The Dragon Temple remains a mystery, with no records available in the materials provided by the Myriad Realms game. Yet, Su Mubai is certain that Situji possesses a terrifying strength. From the recent exchange of words, it is apparent that the other party has come specifically to seek him out. Was it the chilling power that emanated from the opening of the Book of Death that drew him here? A flurry of thoughts raced through Su Mubai's mind as he speculated on the intentions of his visitor. Situji remained silent, merely surveying Su Mubai with an inscrutable expression, making it impossible to discern his thoughts. After a considerable pause, his gaze fell upon the back of Su Mubai's left hand, observing the inscriptions formed by the Book of Death, and he nodded slightly, acknowledging, indeed, it is the power of death. Simultaneously, Su Mubai felt an overwhelming pressure dissipate, allowing him to relax significantly. The presence of Situji transformed into that of an ordinary elder, devoid of the previously unfathomable aura. Lord, what is the power of death? Su Mubai promptly inquired, following up on Situji's statement. It is a force of law, yet you remain too weak to comprehend it, even if I were to explain. Situji responded with a smile, shaking his head as the staff in his hand dissipated into specks of golden light. Upon hearing this, Su Mubai's heart jolted. Law. He recalled vividly that prior to its ascension, the Book of Death was described as such. However, the current Book of Death clearly describes it as the Book of Rules. It appears that Situji has not fully grasped all of his information. With this thought, Su Mubai felt a wave of relief wash over him. The phenomena brought about by the cataclysm evidently transcend the understanding of the divine forbidden land. Little one, your emergence has truly taken us old fellows by surprise. I wonder if you are fortunate or unfortunate, Situji remarked with a meaningful glance at Su Mubai, followed by a faint sigh. Why do you say that? Su Mubai inquired, his brow furrowed. This sentiment had been expressed by Situji upon his arrival, and now it was reiterated. You are fortunate to have transitioned into a dominator-level profession, a role that should not exist in the divine forbidden land. At this point, Situji paused, shook his head, and continued, alas, being the dominator of death, the path you tread will be far more arduous than that of other dominator professions. That step? Su Mubai questioned. It remains distant for you. Situji waved his hand dismissively, his voice gradually lowering as if he were speaking to himself. Perhaps there will be a turning point by then. He then looked up at the sky, his gaze profound, as if the cosmos itself were reflected in his eyes. Su Mubai, perplexed, followed his gaze only to see the sun gradually setting. Little one, grow swiftly, for time is of the essence for you newcomers. With that, a radiant beam of light enveloped him, and Situji's figure vanished from sight. His visit seemed to be solely for the purpose of meeting Su Mubai, leaving behind only a few enigmatic words without any further action. What is this? In the next moment, the voice of Situji echoed directly in his ear. Little one, consider this as my trial. Should you succeed, I shall impart some knowledge regarding the Death Sovereign. You have accepted the epic quest, Situji's trial. Quest objective, traverse the land of oblivion and achieve 100 exploration points. Quest reward, unknown. Failure penalty, none. An epic quest acquired without effort. He still could not comprehend Situji's true intentions. The presence of another sovereign occupation in the realm indicated that the land of the divine prohibition was not devoid of other dominions. Was the advancement to death sovereign more arduous than that of other sovereigns? Did other sovereigns possess cataclysm? Su Mubai raised an eyebrow, a glimmer of brilliance flashing in his eyes. Although he was a death sovereign, he bore the unique trait of cataclysm. Furthermore, the Sovereign of Death's Codex surpassed the original exclusive equipment of the Death Sovereign, the Book of Death, by a tier. With unwavering confidence, Su Mubai envisioned his future. At merely level 10, his attributes were already extraordinary. They would only grow more formidable with time. Unbeknownst to him, he had already left other Blue Star players far behind, beginning to engage with the elite of the land of the divine prohibition. His arrival was destined to stir up tremendous waves in this realm. Yet, he remained oblivious to this fact. His immediate goal was to enhance his strength and swiftly locate those two traitors, seeking vengeance before all else. The mere thought of Lu Ruyan and Zhao Su still drawing breath filled Su Mubai with discontent. However, his rapid ascension meant that, for the time being, no one could exit the novice village. If the traitors lacked advanced talents, it would be uncertain how long it would take. This interval was perfectly suited for the completion of the quest. Quest item. Upon usage, you will be transported to the land of oblivion. Can only be used once. Will automatically disintegrate after 4 minutes and 52 seconds. The description was straightforward, and the countdown continued to tick away. Not even a moment for preparation. Su Mubai was momentarily taken aback, as he had initially intended to embed some gems. Now it seemed time was of the essence. Donghai City was vast, and even with a carriage, over 4 minutes was insufficient. Situ Ji's trial necessitated traversing the land of oblivion. Who could predict where this entity would transport him upon advancement? If the task were to fail due to the Ascension, it would be a regrettable loss. Su Mubai remained intrigued by the information regarding the Death Sovereign that Situ Ji had mentioned. As the white light of teleportation enveloped him, his figure vanished from the teleportation square of Donghai City. The first player to arrive in Donghai City, having scarcely explored the bustling primary metropolis, departed in haste. Chapter 42. The Skeleton Sea of the Land of Oblivion. Notification. You have entered the Land of Oblivion. Notification. The epic quest, Situ Ji's Trial, has officially commenced. Please traverse the Land of Oblivion and achieve 100 exploration points within 1 week. 1 week? Hearing the system's notification, Su Mubai frowned. Situ Ji undoubtedly understood the immense power of sovereign-level professions. Despite this, he had granted a week's time. In other words, with the catastrophic features considered, it would take 2 to 3 days to traverse this place. Although this time frame slightly exceeds the plan, it remains within the realm of acceptability. He did not hastily summon the skeletal army, but instead took a moment to scrutinize his surroundings. This area once appeared to be a quaint village, yet now it lay in utter ruin, suffused with a miasma of decay. The desolation was palpable, as if the world had forsaken it. Numerous grave mounds loomed, exuding an eerie ambience. Scattered across the ground were numerous desiccated bones, instilling a sense of chill. Within his line of sight, no living creature existed. The entire environment exuded an extraordinary silence and barrenness. In the past, if Su Mubai found himself alone in such an environment, he would undoubtedly feel a twinge of trepidation. However, after his transformation into the Sovereign of Death, he felt no aversion to this place. Coupled with his constant companionship with skeletons since entering the game, Su Mubai found this setting utterly devoid of stress. The sole concern was the absence of sunlight, casting the surroundings into dimness and reducing his visibility by approximately 50%. Current exploration level, 0. Glancing at the exploration level, Su Mubai lightly pointed with his gnarled wooden staff. A 6-meter-wide portal of pale gray materialized. The robust and valiant skeletal warriors led the charge, brandishing their standard greatswords, followed by a regiment of skeletal archers and mages, all marching in unison. The sound of bones clattering in perfect harmony resonated as 340 skeletons emerged into the Forgotten Land. Their arrival did not breathe life into the area. Instead, it intensified the already thick atmosphere of death. In the next moment, Su Mubai witnessed a scene that left him awestruck. The emergence of the skeletal army seemed to disturb the souls dwelling here, causing the nearby grave mounds to tremble in unison. Pale skeletal hands clawed their way out of the earth, followed by heads, torsos, and lower limbs. Within mere seconds, Su Mubai and his legion found themselves encircled. As far as the eye could see, it was a veritable sea of skeletons, densely populated with flickering flames of spectral light. Surely, the entire town had not transformed into skeletons to this extent. Su Mubai cannot suppress a gasp. It was not an overreaction. The sheer number was staggering. A glance revealed an endless expanse. Skeleton, level 20. Common. Health, 5,000. Attack, 210. Physical defense, 120. Magical defense, 80. A common sight in the Forgotten Land. Although these skeletons were merely ordinary creatures with lackluster stats, their overwhelming numbers surged forth, their diminutive forms accentuated by the ethereal blue flames flickering within their eye sockets, sending shivers down one's spine. Throughout his experience, Su Mubai had always been the one to pummel others. Now, for the first time, he was on the receiving end of such an assault. Yet, it was merely a matter of visual impact. As soon as contact was made, the sea of skeletons in the Forgotten Land began to falter. The towering and robust skeletal warrior stood a head taller than its counterparts, wielding a colossal sword that shattered a skeleton into fragments with each swing. The damage numbers displayed were staggering. 40580, 40,326, 81,220. An instant kill, nothing but instant kills. No skeleton could withstand a single strike, even with the Death S Codex, enhancing his capabilities, allowing Su Mu White and his summoned entities to inflict double damage upon the undead. The sheer magnitude of the skeletal warrior's output still left him wide-eyed. A mere basic attack dealt 40,000 damage. With one strike, the slain skeleton still owed 7 lives. Although Su Mubai was aware of his own extraordinary prowess, he had not anticipated such overwhelming results. Upon leveling up, it felt as if he had ascended to a new realm. Murmuring to himself, Su Mubai examined the skeletal warrior's attributes for the first time post-level up. Skeletal warrior. Advanced undead aura grants double enhancement, increasing all attributes by 60. Below are the improved statistics. Strength, 5,080. Vitality, 5,080. Dexterity, 5,080. Health points, 381,000. Attack power, 20,320. Physical defense, 5,080. Skill, Heavy Strike 9. Heavy Strike. Level 9. Swings weapon to deliver a heavy blow to the target, dealing 190 physical damage. Cooldown of 30 seconds. No wonder my shared health bar could surpass 100 million, Su Mubai realized. Just these 100 skeletal warriors contributed 38 million. And with the profession's disaster trait doubling that, it amounted to a staggering 76 million shared health points. This figure was so extraordinary that even he, with his exceptional abilities, found it nearly unfathomable. 100 skeletal warriors formed an impenetrable wall, swiftly encircling the skeletal horde, preventing any stragglers from breaching their defenses. Whoosh, whoosh, boom. Following this, the skeletal archers and mages at the center of the formation launched their own assaults. 15008, 15214, 15196, 30,888, 20102, 20096, 40,324. They still refrained from using skills, relying solely on regular attacks. Without the disaster traits enhancement, their output was nearly half that of the skeletal warriors. However, they were still impressively formidable. The skeletal archers dealt slightly less damage, but compensated with rapid fire. The skeletal mages, when not casting fireball spells, unleashed spheres of necrotic energy with their bone staffs, with an attack frequency of approximately 12 seconds, slower than the archers but faster than the skeletal warriors. Skeletal archer. Strength, 5,080. Vitality, 5,080. Dexterity, 5,080. Health points, 60,960. Attack power, 7,620. Physical defense, 2,540. Skill, double shot. Double shot. Level 9, instantly fires 2 arrows, delivering a double strike to the target, each arrow inflicting 99 physical damage. Cooldown of 30 seconds. Skeletal mage. Mentality, 5,080. Agility, 5080. Constitution, 5080. Health points, 40640. Spell power, 10160. Physical defense, 1693. Skill, fireball. Fireball. Level 9. Unleashes a fireball to attack the target, dealing 220 spell power and fire magic damage. Casting time of 15 seconds, cooldown time of 30 seconds. The legion commanded by Su Mubai faced the sea of skeletons in the Forgotten Land with overwhelming force. These level 20 ordinary creatures were utterly incapable of breaching the defenses of the skeletal warriors. Their bone swords struck with no effect, their damage figures completely nullified. There was no need to move. With each skeleton that fell, more rushed forth eagerly to take its place. Like moths drawn to a flame soon, the ground beyond the encirclement was littered with heaps of bone fragments. Su Mubai's system notification began to flash rapidly, yet his brow furrowed in concern. Kill level 20 skeleton. Gain an additional 50 level up bonus. Experience points 30. Remote collection effective. Gain an additional 6 experience points. Clearly, these were level 20 monsters. Yet the experience yielded was equivalent to that of a level 10 buffalo. This discrepancy likely stemmed from the skeleton's inherent weakness. In terms of individual strength, they bore little resemblance to true level 20 foes. Their only true advantage lay in their overwhelming numbers, which allowed for a swift accumulation of experience. The experience required to advance from level 10 to 11 had decreased slightly, now necessitating only 1,000,000 experience points. Su Mubai estimated that the skeleton sea here was more than sufficient for him to gain a level. One could only imagine the sheer quantity of skeletons. In the distance, flickers of soul flames danced in the shadows, poised to fill the void left by any fallen skeletons. Su Mubai's skeletal legion operated like a well-oiled machine, ceaselessly vanquishing foes and providing him with a continuous stream of experience. His frown deepened primarily because the newly activated effect of the Death Codex, namely Soul Drain, had inexplicably failed to take effect. Having already dispatched hundreds of skeletons, not a single point of soul energy had been siphoned. Was it possible that these skeletons lacked souls? A flicker of doubt crossed Su Mubai's eyes, and then he focused intently on a skeleton beyond the encirclement. Death Gaze. With his gaze fixated, the skill activated instantaneously. His demeanor transformed dramatically, an aura of terror and authority rising around him. Although he appeared unchanged, there was an undeniable sensation of an unknown entity descending upon them. 49,940. The soul flame in the skeleton's eye sockets twisted grotesquely, and a terrifying grayish number erupted from above its head. Upon vanquishing a level 20 skeleton, an additional 50 bonus experience was granted, alongside 30 experience points, with a lingering effect that provided an extra 6 experience points. His corporeal form remained unblemished, devoid of any scars. Yet he had become nothing more than an empty shell. This pallid skeleton, under the relentless trampling of its brethren, swiftly disintegrated into a scattered array of fragments. Yet this was not the end. The skill Death Gaze inflicted damage once per second, enduring for a total of 10 seconds. Although the initial target had perished, the skill continued unabated. As Su Mubai's gaze shifted, the soul fire within the pupils of each skeleton warped instantaneously, causing them to collapse in cacophony. 124,850. 49,940. 124,850. It was not until the 10th skeleton succumbed that the effect of Death Gaze concluded. This skill was nothing short of extraordinary. Having personally experienced the release of Death Gaze, Su Mubai felt an exhilarating rush that penetrated his very soul. At the moment the skill was activated, he sensed an ineffable power to command everything around him. The fate of these skeletons lay entirely within the realm of his thoughts. Prior to its use, he had anticipated the damage, yet upon witnessing those terrifying numbers, he was momentarily taken aback. Remarkably, it surpassed the damage inflicted by the skeleton warriors endowed with disaster traits. Images of his own data flashed rapidly in his mind. With 2,497 points of spell power, Death Gaze, under the auspices of his class characteristics, dealt damage at 10 times the rate per second. Coupled with the 100 damage enhancement against undead creatures from Death Codex, it precisely equated to the figure of 49,940. This was genuine damage, devoid of any need to calculate resistances or defenses, stark in its simplicity. Furthermore, his spell critical hit rate soared to 35, with critical damage elevated to 250 under the influence of Dylan's crystal ball. Among 10 targets, for had incurred devastating critical damage exceeding 120,000. This was merely the foundational damage effect of Death Gaze. The skill's true potency lay in its additional effects. Skills augmented by class disaster traits were fearsome indeed. Regrettably, these skeletons were too feeble, perishing the moment Su Mubai's gaze fell upon them, leaving no opportunity to explore the remaining effects of his skills. Subsequently, his attention turned to the scattered skeletal fragments. Absorb death energy. Notification. You have successfully absorbed 4 points of death energy from the corpses of 20 ordinary wild skeletons. Notification. Your stored death energy has reached its limit. Consumption will allow for further absorption. Indeed, the death energy from undead creatures proved to be more abundant. Su Mubai's eyes brightened. He had only consumed 4 points of death energy, indicating that this was not necessarily the maximum he could absorb. Nevertheless, this amount was double what he had acquired from the carcasses of wild bulls. At that moment, Su Mubai suddenly recalled that he still had 11 skill points unspent. He had initially intended to reserve them until reaching level 10 to see what new skills he might learn. However, upgrading Death Gaze required a full 50 skill points, rendering it unattainable in the near future. Should he consider upgrading Death Drain Feedback first? After contemplation, Su Mubai decided to wait a while longer. The Land of Oblivion is teeming with the undead, undoubtedly yielding the spell books of necromancers. Perhaps here one might even encounter a low-tier, yet exceptional skill akin to Summon Space Expansion. With this thought in mind, Su Mubai resolved to reserve his skill points for the time being. After all, upgrading skills does not equate to elevating their rank. A mere 10-point enhancement accompanies each level gained. There is no need for haste. The Skeletal Legion continued its relentless carnage, and within just a few minutes, Su Mubai's experience points surged from 0 to 27. The pace of advancement felt akin to a rocket launch, exponentially faster than his previous pace on the verdant plains. Here, there was no need to seek out monsters. The Skeletal Legion merely needed to stand in place, executing their grim tasks with mechanical efficiency. Upon entering the Land of Oblivion, Su Mubai was struck by a sensation reminiscent of playing a mowing game. Despite the numerous foes slain, the sea of skeletons showed no sign of diminishing, remaining as densely packed as ever. However, the questions swirling in Su Mubai's mind remained unresolved. Death's gaze is a skill that incinerates souls. And if these skeletons can be harmed by such a skill, it implies they possess souls. Moreover, the ethereal flames of soul fire are undeniably genuine. Yet, why is Death's Codex unable to siphon soul points? What could possibly be amiss? This is the land of oblivion, a place where we were cursed in life, with our souls long since bound here. As Su Mubai pondered these mysteries, an ethereal voice suddenly resonated in his ear. Who? A chill ran down his spine. He had not sensed the presence of this being at all. Me? Merely a forgotten one. Let me think. Ah, yes. Rod. That was my name in another life. You may refer to me as such. The voice, hauntingly melodic, felt both close and yet distant, as if it were carried by the winds of time. Whirling around, Su Mubai was astonished to discover that the voice emanated from spectral entity. The figure retained a human semblance, yet was translucent and devoid of substance, floating effortlessly in midair. The Forgotten One Rod. Special Elite. Soul Entity. Level 20. Health points 100. 0, 0, 0. Soul entities are immune to physical damage. Current exploration degree 10. In that instant, as Rod's spirit materialized, Su Mubai was taken aback to find his exploration degree had surged to 10. The being was merely a special elite, which was utterly remarkable. Despite vanquishing countless skeletons, his exploration degree had remained static, yet now it had increased so dramatically, it seemed Rod was a pivotal figure in the land of oblivion. With this realization, Su Mubai inquired, "What is the curse you speak of? How can one unlock the binding of souls?" Cursed, yes, cursed. It is a dreadful curse, a terrifying curse. The mention of this topic seemed to trigger a switch within Rod. His expression twisted in agony as he clasped his head, as if enduring immense torment, repeatedly uttering those words. Su Mubai was momentarily rendered speechless. Not my friend. You could have just said it without hesitation. Why does it become so complicated when I inquire? For a moment, he felt utterly at a loss, merely standing still, observing Rod's performance art. After a brief interval, Rod finally regained his composure, his eyes brimming with despair. And he shook his head at Su Mubai, saying, "I forgot. You asked me to think carefully, to ponder." As he spoke, he transformed into a mere echo of his previous self. Su Mubai, exasperated, tapped his forehead, patiently awaiting further developments. Fortunately, he did not need to engage in the battle himself. If it had been another player, managing the onslaught of skeletons while safeguarding this fellow would have undoubtedly been overwhelming. Based on his extensive gaming experience, he knew that Rod would likely attract the attention of the skeletal forces. Although this individual was immune to physical attacks, one could never predict the potential emergence of skeletal mages. This time, Rod took significantly longer to contemplate, and it was not until Su Mubai's experience bar reached 43 that he suddenly pointed towards the north. I recalled something. Over there. West over there. Su Mubai followed the direction of his gesture, only to hear Rod mutter, "I forgot. Enough. I shan't ask further." Su Mubai interjected with an eye roll, raising his hand to interrupt Rod's repetitive musings, fearing he might revert to being a mere echo. In any case, there was only this single lead. They would first proceed to investigate. They moved collectively towards the northern expanse. With a mere thought, Su Mubai commanded the skeletal legion. Instantly, the meat grinder formed by the skeletal army sprang into action. The outer circle of 100 skeletal warriors maintained their formation and began advancing northward. Although the number of skeletons was formidable, their strength paled in comparison to that of the skeletal warriors, who could not be deterred in their march. The skeletal archers and mages within the encirclement also commenced their movements, while Su Mubai strolled leisurely at the center. After being interrupted, Rod floated silently beside Su Mubai, evidently intending to accompany him to their destination. Chapter 44. The Soul Requiem Coffin Half-Lich. As the Legion pressed onward, the remnants of the fallen skeletons gradually blanketed the ground. Defeated a level 20 skeleton, earning an additional 50 level-up bonus, 30 experience points, and a distant leader effect granting an extra 6 experience points. Defeated a level 20 skeleton, earning an additional 50 level-up bonus, 30 experience points, and a distant leader effect granting an extra 6 experience points. The pace of experience acquisition remained undiminished, thanks to the protective circle formed by the outer skeletal warriors, allowing the 2 primary damage dealers within to remain unaffected. With every 2 steps taken, they would halt in unison to unleash a volley of attacks before continuing their advance. The only source of annoyance for Su Mubai was that these skeletons dropped nothing at all. They were, without a doubt, the stingiest creatures he had ever encountered. Low experience points were one thing, but not even a single copper coin? Soon, Su Mubai realized that his previous estimations had been erroneous. glancing at the experience bar, which was nearing 80, and then at the seemingly endless sea of skeletons, he couldn't help but sigh. At this moment, a skill would have been delightful. Unfortunately, there were no ifs in reality, and he possessed no skills. Since the inception of the game, experience points have been painstakingly accrued through the relentless onslaught of the Skeletal Legion. Is it not yet time? Unable to contain his impatience, Su Mubai turned to inquire. As if he had not spoken, Su Mubai's brow twitched slightly, and he resumed, directing the skeletal horde forward. Congratulations, player Bai Yi has leveled up to level 11, gaining attributes. 1 in all 4 dimensions, 1 skill point, and 15 free attribute points. Even after the golden light signaled his advancement, the destination mentioned by Rod remained elusive. Su Mubai furrowed his brow, scrutinizing Rod with a discerning gaze. Surely, this fellow was not merely pointing aimlessly, yet his ability to provide a discovery rate of 10 indicated his significance. At that moment, Rod's eyes suddenly sparkled with excitement as he raised a finger to point ahead. Right there, Su Mubai instinctively followed his gaze, and there stood an enormous coffin. It appeared to have been positioned for quite some time, its exterior marred by decay, with the lid half-rotted, revealing glimpses of a corpse within. What was most peculiar was the conspicuous absence of any skeletons in the vicinity of the coffin. The relentless tide of skeletal creatures seemed to deliberately avoid that area. Su Mubai's eyes gleamed with determination as he decisively commanded his legion to advance. Such an anomaly could not be ignored. Something was certainly amiss. Whether it be a clue or something more, he was prepared to accept whatever awaited him. As the skeletal legion neared the coffin, the surrounding sea of skeletons receded like a tide, swiftly vanishing into the encroaching darkness of the night, even the glow of their soul flames extinguished. So fearful of this place? Su Mubai raised an eyebrow and deliberately maneuvered a skeletal warrior to retreat a step away from the coffin's vicinity. In the next instant, skeletons re-emerged from afar, charging towards this direction. I shall play with you later. Indeed, the skeletal tide withdrew once more. Let me see what you truly are. Su Mubai turned his gaze back to the imposing coffin, directing a skeletal warrior to approach. Before he could draw near, a multitude of chains suddenly materialized behind the coffin. The skeletal warrior instinctively raised its colossal sword, ready for any unforeseen circumstances. Yet, in the blink of an eye, those chains ensnared the coffin tightly. Alert! You have discovered a soul-locking coffin. Exploration rate 2. Destroying the soul-locking coffin will further enhance your exploration by 3. Alert! Upon destruction of the soul-locking coffin, a formidable entity will be unleashed. Proceed with caution. This is the place. Destroy it. Destroy it. As the system's alert resonated, Rod became increasingly animated, gesturing towards the soul-locking coffin, urging Su Mubai to obliterate it. Should you command me to turn and leave? Do you think I would heed? Su Mubai shot a glare at Rod, who surprisingly fell silent. Only then did he meticulously examine the upright coffin before him. Even without Rod's prodding, he was resolute in his intent to dismantle this object, for his goal was an exploration rate of 100. Soul-locking coffin shield value, 1000. 000 physical defense, 1000 magical defense, 1000. This value may require half a day's effort for other players, yet before Su Mubai is hardly noteworthy. Due to the size of the collision volume, despite the coffin appearing substantial to Su Mubai, only 8 skeletal warriors are able to engage. At this juncture, the significance of ranged firepower becomes evident. Heavy strike, double shot, fireball, 36708. 35999, 36123, 6558, 13,240, 6,613, 21352, 20987, 42,638. As 8 colossal swords struck the chains, a torrential rain of arrows and fireballs descended upon a massive coffin. The number of arrows clearly surpassed that of the fireballs by more than double. In an instant, the 1 million health points of the soul-calming coffin plummeted to 0. Boom! The entire coffin erupted, revealing the corpse within. To Su Mubai's astonishment, the chains remained unscathed, tightly coiling around the body. This corpse, long entombed, had become nothing but skin and bones, its face completely sunken, allowing the skull's outline to be distinctly seen. It is here. It is about to emerge. Run! Run! Su Mubai released his hands from his ears, showing no intention of retreating. What a joke! Had he not come to offer warmth? As the chains tightened further, the corpse finally reacted. Its eyes flew open, yet the gaze was hollow. Soon after, 2 flickers of soul fire ignited, and the body stirred. The very chains that once bound it now appeared as its weapons. floating ominously around it. A chill enveloped the air, and frost began to coat the ground. "Intruder, you have disrupted my transformation." The corpse's mouth opened, emitting a raspy voice. Its eerie blue eyes fixated on Su Mubai. In the next moment, the anger etched on its face vanished without a trace, replaced by a sinister smile. "Oh, what a rich aura of death. Having absorbed your energy, my transformation shall surely succeed. What gives you such confidence?" Su Mubai rolled his eyes, waving his hand lightly. In an instant, several skeletal warriors advanced, and the rear ranks unleashed their full firepower. The Forgotten One, Neil. Half Frost Lich. Level 20. Dark Gold Grade. Health. 3000. 0003 Spell Power. 12. 800. Physical Defense. 1. 500. Magical Defense. 2. 100. Elemental Resistance. Ice 20. Skills. Frost Series Spells. Undead Summoning Series Spells. Shadow Curse Series Spells. It seems he attempted to transform into a Lich, but has evidently failed halfway. Despite both being of Dark Gold grade, the oppressive presence of Neil, this half-Lich, far exceeded that of Reggie. Even the skills he commanded spanned 3 major series. However, it proved utterly ineffective. In the face of the current Su Mubai, his performance was even inferior to that of Reggie back in the day. Even though his physique was slightly smaller than that of a coffin, the Skeletal Legion was unable to unleash a simultaneous assault upon him. Nevertheless, the initial wave of attack still managed to strip away nearly 1,000,000 of his health points. As he made his entrance, before he could even don his full armor, a third of his health bar had already vanished. In that moment, Neil was utterly bewildered, realizing with terror that he had been surrounded by the enemy. All around him were foes. For a fleeting instant, he found it difficult to discern who was closer to the Lich. Chapter 45. The Terrifying Effect of Death's Gaze. Who are you? How can you summon such a multitude of formidable undead creatures? Neil's voice was laced with shock and dread, and the chains around him quivered. He was acutely aware of the power these chains possessed, yet against the skeletal warriors before him, he found himself utterly impotent. This implied that the strength of these skeletal warriors surpassed his own mental prowess. How could this be? He was a half-Lich, although only partially transformed. He was certainly not comparable to ordinary undead. Moreover, these were the most rudimentary of skeletons. As he prepared for the impending wave of assault, panic seized Neil. He raised his hand to conjure an ice shield, enveloping his entire form, while the flames of his soul flickered violently in his eyes as he chanted an obscure incantation. "Arise, my minions." In the next instant, a pale, gray vortex materialized, from which a multitude of undead beings surged forth. Of course, this multitude was relative to Neil. In reality, it amounted to merely 20 ghouls and 5 grotesquely rotund abominations. Ghouls. Level 20. Summon Creature. Health. 150,000. Attack Power. 1. 580. Physical Defense. 500. Magical Defense. 420. Skill Gnaw. These undead creatures always emanate a stench of decay. Abomination. Level 20. Summon Creature. Health. 800,000. Attack Power. 1. 960. Physical Defense. 800. Magical Defense. 700. Skills. Hook Strike Cloud of Disease. This hideous creature is stitched together from various corpses. The emergence of 25 summoned entities instantly provided the remaining skeletons, unable to reach Neil with targets for their assault. In the next moment, a torrential rain of arrows and fireballs descended, mercilessly reducing Neil's summoned minions to mere sieves. Given Su Mubai's current prowess, a mere level 20 Dark Gold creature was hardly noteworthy. "You are but a mere human. What right do you have?" Before Neil could finish his sentence, Su Mubai's gaze sharpened, abruptly interrupting his words. Death's Gaze. In an instant, the flames of the soul in Neil's eyes twisted violently. "Alert! You have used Death Gaze on the Forgotten One, Neil. Your life level is deemed superior to his." The system notification echoed, and Neil's attributes plummeted by 40 in an instant. Originally, it was supposed to be 20, but Su Mubai was a formidable player, enhanced by his profession's catastrophic traits, which resulted in a direct and tremendous doubling. Neil's previously staggering life limit of 3 million was suddenly reduced to a mere 8 million. Not only that, an expression of sheer terror manifested on his face as the azure light in his hand dissipated in an instant. His spell casting interrupted. It was as if he had glimpsed a horrifying entity, and he emitted continuous, fearful shrieks, scurrying like a headless fly amidst the skeletal legion. 50740 126850 50740 Numbers in shades of gray and white continuously sprang forth, and upon reaching level 11, Su Mubay's spell power surged by 40 points, causing the damage of Death Gaze to exceed 50,000. He paused his assault. Observing the frenzied Neil, Su Mubay raised his hand to halt the skeleton's onslaught. He wished to witness the fear effect of Death Gaze and whether it would yield any mitigation when confronted. The recent system notification had clarified that his life level surpassed that of a half-lich. However, the information provided by the Multiverse Game explicitly stated that humans are a notably frail race within the realms. Otherwise, individuals like Neil would not aspire to transform into liches. Thus, Su Mubay could only deduce one possibility, that the profession of Death Sovereign had elevated his life level. How could death not be terrifying? From Neil's incoherent ramblings, it was evident that even now, his body quaked with trepidation. The impact of soul incineration was evidently more profound than described in the skills text. At the very least, it was beyond what a dark gold-tier entity could endure for an extended period. After a full 3 seconds, Neil managed to regain control of his emotions. Casting a fearful glance at Su Mubay. As a player, he found himself intimidated to the point of inaction. Eliminate him. Su Mubay had no intention of sparing him. With a casual wave of his hand, the Skeletal Legion unleashed their full might. With less than 1,000,000 life points remaining, Neil was swiftly vanquished. You have slain the level 20 Dark Gold tier Forsaken Neil, earning an additional 50 experience bonus for a total of 750,000 experience points. The early bird bonus grants an extra 150,000 experience points. As Neil fell, the experience bar of Su Mubay, who had just leveled up, skyrocketed to 47. The experience required to ascend from level 11 to level 12 had risen to 2 million. The flame of the soul in Neil's eyes was extinguished completely, and the chains binding him gradually shattered, scattering in the wind. As Su Mubay surveyed the items that had dropped, he couldn't help but voice his disdain. It would be one thing if minor foes didn't drop loot, but to be so miserly? Despite his slight repulsion, he picked up the only item Neil had dropped. It was an irregular metal shard, intricately engraved with complex runes, emanating an inexplicable sense of foreboding. You have obtained one dark gold tier item, Fragment of the Cursed Crown. A fragment? Su Mubay paused momentarily, then proceeded to examine the shard's attributes. Fragment of the Cursed Crown. 17. Dark gold tier item. Collecting all fragments will automatically restore the Cursed Crown. The bearer shall suffer a curse, perpetually enduring the erosion of death energy. The moment Su Mubai picked up the shards, he felt an almost imperceptible energy surge into his body. However, this trace of death energy was inconsequential before him, hardly more significant than nothing. It was even less than the death energy absorbed through the death absorption feedback. The latter, after all, was a skill of a higher tier, presumably corresponding to mythic-level equipment. How could a mere dark gold shard be compared to such? Moreover, his vocation was that of the Lord of Death. Death energy was merely a plaything. Yet, Su Mubai found himself quite intrigued by the Cursed Crown. With 7 shards, all of dark gold quality, its restoration would likely yield an epic-level piece of equipment. The prospect of acquiring yet another legendary artifact for free filled him with delight, causing him to dismiss the earlier complaints about the lack of loot in the Land of Oblivion. He wondered where that fellow Rod was. As he commanded his skeletal legion to exit this area, the sea of skeletons closed in once more. Just as Su Mubai was about to search for Rod, the latter reappeared on his own. Wonderful, you've liberated Neil. Let us swiftly eliminate, no, rather, rescue the next individual. Chapter 46. I possess the skill you mentioned. Observing Rod's inexplicable excitement, Su Mubai chose to remain silent, casting a meaningful glance in his direction. Where's the next soul-locking coffin? In the next moment, Rod transformed into a mere echo of his previous self. Let me think with a sigh. Su Mubai lightly tapped his forehead, opting to ignore Rod and directly commanding the Skeletal Legion to move out of the area. It seemed Rod took an eternity to ponder, and rather than waiting idly, it was more prudent to engage in combat and level up. After all, they would inevitably face the sea of skeletons. Although these common foes yielded no loot, their sheer numbers provided substantial experience points. Furthermore, Su Mubai was curious about the true extent of the skeletal presence here. Crack, crack, crack. As expected, once the skeletal warriors stepped out of the area, the sound of bones clashing echoed nearby. Soon after, swathes of ethereal blue soul flames emerged, and the vanishing sea of skeletons surged forth once more. Adopting the previous strategy, Su Mubai's skeletal legion formed a circle, becoming an inexhaustible machine of slaughter. Kill 20 level skeletons. Receive an additional 50 level bonus. 30 experience points. Long distance bonus activated. Receive an additional 6 experience points. Kill 20 level skeletons. Receive an additional 50 level bonus. 30 experience points. Long distance bonus activated. Receive an additional 6 experience points. Moments later, Rod silently drifted beside Su Mubai, pointing in a particular direction as he suddenly exclaimed, "I remember now, it's over there." Su Mubai nodded, and with a mere thought, the skeletal legion began to advance. As he observed the seemingly endless sea of skeletons, he sighed, "Ah, how I wish I had skill." "What skill?" Rod suddenly leaned in curiously from beside him. Su Mubai was momentarily taken aback. This fellow was actually asking questions of his own accord. He had always assumed that Rod was a fool, or perhaps one whose soul was somewhat fractured. With nothing better to do, Su Mubai decided to enlighten Rod. A skill is one that can simultaneously affect multiple targets. After speaking, he couldn't help but shake his head, questioning why he even bothered to explain this to him. However, Rod's subsequent words brought him unexpected joy. "I think I know where to find such a skill book." "Where?" Su Mubai abruptly halted, turning to look at Rod with a gleam of excitement on his face. What he lacked the most at present was indeed a skill. Rod's eyes once again lost their spark, murmuring, "Where could it be?" This time, Su Mubai exhibited great patience, quietly awaiting Rod's contemplation. Minutes later, Rod's words nearly broke Su Mubai's composure. "Oh, I know that skill you mentioned." "Really? You mean you actually need to think that long about something you already know?" Su Mubai's brow twitched slightly, suspecting that this fellow was intentionally toying with him. Yet he found no evidence to support his suspicion. Resisting the urge to glare at Rod with lethal intent, Su Mubai managed to muster a faint smile. "Can you teach me?" "Of course," Rod immediately replied. Su Mubai felt a surge of elation. Perhaps he had misjudged this fellow. He might just be somewhat simple-minded. "Then please teach me quickly, so we can save others." Facing Su Mubai's eager expression, Rod solemnly nodded, then slowly raised his hand. Finally, he would possess a skill. Su Mubai's eyes brightened, his heart brimming with joy. Yet moments later, he did not receive the anticipated system notification. He observed Rod's hand halting mid-air, tilting his head in confusion, and earnestly asking, "How do I teach you?" Death gaze. Su Mubai was infuriated, turning to unleash his frustration upon the skeletal horde surrounding them. Numbers flashed before his eyes. 50, 740, 126, 850, 50, 740. He could not eliminate this fool. He still needed him for the upcoming exploration. Repeating this mantra in his mind, Su Mubai ultimately restrained his impulse to retaliate against Rod. "I'll figure it out myself." Yet, he no longer held any hope for the skill, leaving a remark behind as he commanded the skeletal legion to advance toward the next coordinate. However, many things come to fruition when one ceases to pursue them with fervor. After more than 10 minutes, Rod suddenly floated in front of Su Mubai, blocking his path, and excitedly exclaimed, "I know how to teach you now." In the next moment, his right hand glowed with a gray-white luminescence, extending a finger to touch Su Mubai's forehead. Su Mubai felt no fear of any malicious intent, standing still and allowing Rod to proceed. A shared health bar exceeding 100 million was no trifling matter. Ultimately, it was proven that Rod harbored no ulterior motives. His finger failed to breach even the most minuscule shield surrounding Su Mubai. This was the passive skill Undead Guardian that came with the Necromancer's robe, and on Su Mubai, the shield value was a mere 3 points. In the next moment, the long-anticipated system notification finally resonated in Su Mubai's ears. "You have acquired a new skill, Corpse Explosion Technique." Corpse Explosion Technique, Level 1, active skill, detonates the target's corpse or remains, inflicting magical damage on all enemies within a 5-meter radius. Cannot be used on corpses. Damage, 10 of the target's maximum health before death, 100 spell power. Casting range, 30 meters, instant release, cooldown, 30 seconds, mana cost, 300 points. The damage of this skill is not particularly formidable. Its only advantage lies in its instantaneous activation. However, for Su Mubai, this was the sole skill available to him at present. Moreover, he could exploit it without cost. A smile crept onto Su Mubai's lips as he concentrated his thoughts. Cataclysm. Target, Corpse Explosion Technique. Note, please select the tier for promotion. Tier 1, Tier 2, Tier 3. Option 1, promote to the advanced skill, Advanced Corpse Explosion Technique, no cost. Option 2, ascend to the tiered skill, Chain Corpse Explosion Technique, cost 10,000 gold coins. Option 3, Cataclysm to the ultimate skill, Annihilation of Corpses, cost 1,000 years of lifespan. He opted for Tier 1. Spending money was out of the question. Su Mubai lacked sufficient funds and could only exploit the opportunity. Your level skill Corpse Explosion Technique has successfully been upgraded to the Advanced skill. Advanced Corpse Explosion Technique. Advanced Corpse Explosion Technique. Level 1 active skill. Detonates the target's corpse or remains, inflicting magical damage on all enemies within a 10-meter radius. Cannot be used on corpses. Damage. 15 of the target's maximum health before death. 150 spell power. Casting range. 50 meters. Instant release. Cooldown. 30 seconds. Mana cost. 600 points. Although the damage increase of the Advanced Corpse Explosion Technique is not substantial, the explosion radius has seen a significant enhancement. It has expanded from a 5-meter radius to a 10-meter radius, quadrupling the area of effect. Su Mubai promptly allocated the skill points he had reserved to Advanced Corpse Explosion Technique, maxing it out. Immediately thereafter, the gnarled wooden staff in his hand glimmered with light. Concurrently, a dull explosion resonated amidst the sea of skeletons. Boom! Chapter 47. Level Surge. The reunification of the Cursed Crown. The skeletal warriors stood at the outermost perimeter, relentlessly slaying the relentless tide of skeletons. In the next moment, not far ahead, a recently fallen skeleton suddenly emanated a pale gray glow, which was soon followed by a resounding explosion. Boom! Crackle! The shattered bone fragments flew forth like bullets, instantly sweeping across a vast area of 30 meters. 18, 062, 17. 998, 36, 984. A flurry of damage numbers flooded the screen, as a significant portion of the front line of skeletons was instantly cleared, with broken remains scattered everywhere. Kill level 20 skeleton. Receive an additional 50 level up bonus, 30 experience points. Remote collection effective. Receive an additional 6 experience points. Kill level 20 skeleton. Receive an additional 50 level up bonus, 30 experience points. Remote collection effective. Receive an additional 6 experience points. With just a single skill, Su Mubai was astonished to find his experience bar surging by nearly 4 levels. In other words, that recent cast of the Advanced Corpse Explosion instantly obliterated over 2,000 skeletons. Even Su Mubai, aware of his own eccentricity, was taken aback by the outcome. He had just expended 10 skill points to elevate the Advanced Corpse Explosion to its maximum level. After the upgrade, the damage enhancement and cooldown duration remained unchanged. The sole improvement was the skill's range. With each level gained, the explosion radius increased by 0.5 meters, and the casting distance extended by 2.5 meters. At maximum level, the Advanced Corpse Explosion reached an explosion radius of 15 meters and a casting distance of 75 meters. Coupled with the effects of his class-specific disaster trait, this resulted in a staggering impact radius of 30 meters. Even without accounting for the damage amplification from the Deathbed tome, it was sufficient to annihilate these skeletons. White Knight, you are truly formidable. Every half-minute, a muffled thud resonated ahead, and Su Mubai's experience points surged at an exponentially accelerated rate compared to before. He even contemplated remaining in this spot to farm monsters, as it would be challenging to find such densely populated foes outside. However, after some contemplation, Su Mubai decided to first complete the exploration of the Forgotten Land. Leveling up had never posed a challenge for him. With the Advanced Corpse Explosion, the speed of the skeleton army's advance markedly increased. Before he could level up, Su Mubai arrived at the location of the second soul-locking coffin. The entity within was, aside from a name, practically a perfect replica of Neil, a half-lich as well. Su Mubai, unwilling to waste time, fixed a piercing gaze upon the creature without waiting for any grandiose proclamations. Hint, you have used Death Gaze on the Forgotten Carlos. Determining your life level exceeds that of your opponent. 1-200-000. What is this? A terrifying grayish-white number appeared, and Carlos instantly recoiled, trembling and emitting anguish howls. His attributes were forcibly reduced by 40, and his maximum health plummeted to a mere 1.8 million. The skeleton army unleashed their full firepower. Before the effects of Death Gaze could dissipate, this half-lich was rendered completely lifeless. You have slain the level 20 Dark Gold tier Forgotten Carlos, receiving an additional 50 experience bonus, totaling 750,000 experience points, with an additional 150,000 experience points from the Distant Lead effect. Congratulations, player White Knight. Your level has risen to 12, gaining 1 in all attributes, 1 skill point, and 15 free attribute points. As golden light flickered, Su Mubai leveled up once more. He reached out to accept the Cursed Crown fragment obtained from the skeleton warrior and cast a glance at his experience bar. Level 12, 2167. To his surprise, the experience required to reach level 13 did not double, but instead increased by just 1 million, consistent with the previous increments. It seemed that prior to level 19, the increase was consistently 1 million. Su Mubai speculated this due to the nature of leveling, where every 10 levels typically represented a significant threshold. Manipulating the skeleton army to once again summon the tide of skeletons, Su Mubai turned to observe the returning Rod. Indeed, this fellow had fled in a panic when the soul-locking coffin shattered. Where shall the next destination be? Let me ponder. The land of oblivion is perpetually shrouded in darkness, yet the system's time serves as a reliable reference. The skeletal sea here is not as boundless as one might envision. After vanquishing the fourth foe, Su Mubai annihilated the skeletal horde entirely. At this moment, the land of oblivion lay strewn with shattered bones. Each step Su Mubai took eliciting a crackling sound. Unbeknownst to him, these fragments were slowly sinking into the earth. The realm of oblivion remains in eternal gloom, obscuring the sun and rendering the passage of time easily overlooked. Upon defeating the level 20 Dark Gold Grade Forgotten One, Walter, he received an additional experience bonus of 50, totaling 750,000 experience points, with an extra 150,000 points from the remote lead effect. When Su Mubai received the 7th Cursed Crown fragment from the skeletal warrior and glanced at the system time, he was astonished to realize he had lingered there for over 10 hours. His level had risen from a mere 10 upon entry to a commendable 15. Throughout this duration, he had not rested for even a moment. Yet, he felt no fatigue whatsoever, primarily because he had exerted little effort, especially after the skeletal sea had been fully eradicated. He found no need to employ advanced corpse explosion. He merely strolled leisurely behind the skeletal legion. Ah, this map of oblivion is indeed vast. As he picked up the final shard, Su Mubai could not help but exclaim. It was no wonder that Situ Ji granted himself a week to explore. Had it not been for the occupational cataclysmic traits, he would have struggled to completely resolve the skeletal sea. Such a challenging map surely harbors valuable attributes. Gazing at the fragment in his hand, a glimmer of determination flashed in Su Mubai's eyes as he retrieved the other 6 shards from his inventory. At that moment, Rod floated back from distance. Upon witnessing Su Mubai's actions, his pupils constricted sharply, as if recalling something dreadfully terrifying. He suddenly clasped his head with both hands, and his entire spectral form began to contort. After a brief moment, Rod regained his composure, his face contorted with fear as he shouted towards Su Mubai. No, you will be consumed by it. Yet, his warning came too late. The 7 fragments had already converged in Su Mubai's grasp. With a hum, a tricolored radiance flickered, and the deathly cursed crown manifested in Su Mubai's hands. It is done. The terror on Rod's face intensified. At this juncture, the system notification resounded. Chapter 48. The Forgotten Franklin. You have acquired the legendary item, Cursed Crown. Indeed, it is of legendary status, not merely epic. Su Mubai had successfully upgraded all fragments without exerting any cost. Though the likelihood of nesting further upgrades was slim, it was worth a try, was it not? Naturally, he only proceeded with this endeavor after confirming that the name had not altered post-upgrade. Notification. Successfully repaired the Cursed Crown, current exploration degree, 50. Instead of immediately inspecting the attributes of Cursed Crown, Su Mubai gazed thoughtfully at Rod. Among the exploration points, 35 were derived from the 7 soul-locking coffins, while 5 came from the Cursed Crown. Neither the overwhelming sea of skeletons nor the 7 coffins contributed a single point to the exploration. However, the appearance of Rod increased the total by a remarkable 10. Judging by his previous performance, this individual seemed nothing more than a mere guide, incapable of providing such a significant amount of exploration points. Unless, of course, his significance extended beyond mere guidance. With this thought in mind, Su Mubai narrowed his eyes slightly, fixing his gaze on Rod. At that moment, Rod's expression twisted, his eyes fixed in terror upon the Cursed Crown in Su Mubai's hand. No, this is impossible. How could its power have increased so dramatically? I can sense the thick aura of death. Hey, you must discard it quickly, or you'll be consumed by the death aura and ultimately become a mindless husk like them. He yearned to uncover what made Rod so special. If his assumptions were correct, this fellow might very well be the ultimate key. ISNT, that how narratives typically unfold. As for being eroded by the death aura, Su Mubai had never been concerned. The instant that Cursed Crown was restored, 2 system notifications echoed in his ears. Notification: you have been affected by the death aura of the Cursed Crown. Notification. Your stored death aura value has reached its limit. You may continue to absorb more upon consumption, and any excess will not affect you. Death aura erosion? Merely a supplement for my skills. With this, perhaps I will no longer need to siphon death aura from the corpses of lesser creatures. Hey, why are you still hesitating? Quickly discard it. Su Mubai raised an eyebrow at the remark. Why the sudden pretense of ignorance? Pretense of ignorance? Rod was momentarily taken aback, hastily replying, I have never pretended to be ignorant. Some matters are truly. Boom! Before Rod could finish his sentence, the entire Forsaken Land began to tremble violently. Su Mubai's expression hardened as the skeleton army swiftly assembled. Rod appeared to be startled by this scene, his pupils clouding over. In the next moment, a large portion of the ground ahead suddenly collapsed, a dense aura of death emanating from the opening. Notification. The aura of the cursed crown has awakened the Lich Franklin, who slumbers beneath the Forgotten Land. As the system notification sounded, an exquisite coffin flew from the opening, hovering steadily in midair. This coffin, forged from an unknown metal, was engraved with incomprehensible magical runes, sending shivers down one's spine. It is he. Indeed, it is him. Rod, who had already been somewhat disoriented, widened his eyes in shock upon seeing the coffin. He trembled, pointing at it, his body quaking involuntarily as he retreated to Su Mubai's side. He is the one who cursed us. He transformed this place into the Forsaken Land. I remember now. I remember everything. Rod gradually overcame his fear, his expression contorting into one of rage as he bellowed with a strained voice. My family, my friends, my kin, all perished at his hands. As these words escaped his lips, Rod's spectral form began to radiate a faint glow, and his status panel transformed in that very moment. Rod, the remnant soul of Sunset Town. Special Elite. Soul Form. Level 20. Health points 100,000. Skills. Soul Possession. Enhances the target's primary attributes by 20. Soul Form is immune to physical damage. Rod recalled everything. He was once the mayor of Sunset Town, now reduced to the sole surviving remnant of his former self. Bye. I beseech you to aid me in vanquishing that beast, Franklin. For this, I am willing to sacrifice everything. Rod's voice, filled with desperation, coupled with the sudden emergence of a quest prompt, left Su Mubai momentarily taken aback. This narrative defies all logic. Could this individual truly be an ally? Will you accept the unique hidden quest of Rod's request? Quest objective, eliminate the Lich Franklin. Quest reward, unknown. Failure penalty, none. Regardless of whether he accepted the quest, Su Mubai could not allow this opportunity to slip away. He gazed deeply at Rod, nodding slightly, and replied, very well. Thank you. Gratitude filled Rod's eyes, and his form became increasingly translucent. Franklin is terrifyingly powerful. I shall do my utmost to assist you. As he spoke, Rod's spectral essence transformed into a beam of light. Merging with Su Mubai, you have accepted the unique hidden quest of Rod's request. You have received the enhancement of soul possession. Your mental attributes have increased by 20. At that moment, the coffin suspended in midair creaked open, and two flames of the soul ignited fiercely within Franklin's eyes. The intensity of those flames was unlike anything Su Mubai had ever witnessed. The Forgotten One, Franklin. Frostlich. Level 20, injured state, level reduced. Epic. Health points, 35. 000,000. Spell power, 48,000. Physical defense, 5,000. Magical defense, 8,000. Elemental resistances, ice 35, shadow 30, death 25. Skills, Frost series spells, Shadow series spells, Death series spells. Before you stands a true Lich. Although his soul is severely wounded, he should not be underestimated. Franklin appeared to exude a power several times greater than the previous 7.5 Liches. Beneath his elegant robes, all flesh had vanished, leaving only a skeletal form. Chains coiled around his exterior, and he wielded a pitch-black staff, enveloped by the combined forces of death, frost, and shadow. That fellow somehow managed to survive? The flames of the soul in Franklin's eye sockets flickered as a raspy voice emerged. He was clearly referring to Rod. I sensed the power restored by the cursed crown, yet this power. At this moment, Franklin's voice faltered, and he suddenly fixed his gaze upon Su Mubai, the flames in his pupils surging violently. Legendary level? Ha ha! At long last, there emerged a glimmer of hope for recovery. Franklin regarded Su Mubai with utter disdain, casually gesturing with his hand. In an instant, his expression shifted dramatically, shock evident in his voice. Impossible. How did you achieve this? Chapter 49. The epic level is indeed formidable, yet it proves futile. Franklin attempted to summon forth the cursed diadem, but remained unresponsive in Su Mubai's grasp. Just as confusion and astonishment enveloped him, he witnessed this human audaciously donning the cursed diadem upon his head. This is inconceivable. It belongs to me. How could it be under your control? Franklin was engulfed in disbelief, clearly perplexed by the diadem's lack of response to his summoning. What falls in my possession is inherently mine. A glint of ferocity flashed in Su Mubai's eyes as he commanded the Skeletal Legion to launch an assault against Franklin. Cursed diadem, headgear level, 10120 legendary item durability, 10001000 equipment requirement. Forgotten 1 Franklin, Death Sovereign may ignore this requirement, forcibly equip it, and upon vanquishing the opponent, the equipment requirement returns to normal. Base attributes, level 15, physical defense, 100 magical defense, 200 health, 2000 mana, 4000 all attributes, 75 affixes, 1, spirit, 10-2. Curse resistance, 33. The wearer of this item will be incessantly eroded by the essence of death. Skills, cursed power, passive skill. All your spells carry a curse effect, randomly inflicting 2 curses on the target, lasting for 5 seconds, with a cooldown of 5 seconds. Cursed aura, an aura skill, upon activation. All enemies within a 100-meter radius will experience a 30 reduction in speed, including but not limited to attack speed, movement speed, and casting speed. Consumes 200 mana per second, with no cooldown time. Cursing is an art. This was precisely the reason behind Franklin's profound astonishment. You wretched thief. Faced with Su Mubai's Skeletal Legion, Franklin's eyes blazed with fury as his staff erupted with light. Buzz. 3 pale gray portals materialized, and Franklin's undead army was summoned forth. It must be said, the epic level display certainly surpassed that of the Dark Gold tier. The legion he conjured was nearly equal in number to Su Mubai's. In addition to 3 types of skeletons, each numbering 100, there was a squad of knights clad in black armor. Shadow Knight. Level 20. Summon creature. Health 1,000,000. Attack power 9. 800. Physical defense 1. 800. Magical defense 1. 800. Skills. Shadow Charge, Shadow Power, Shadow Shield. A powerful undead creature, adept in both charging and defense. These knights, aside from their health, boasted attributes nearly on par with the Dark Gold tier. Remarkably, Franklin summoned 10 Shadow Knights in a single instance. The epic intensity far surpasses that of the Dark Gold tier. It is as if they exist on entirely different planes. I shall forge you into an entity akin to theirs. The flicker of soul fire danced in Franklin's eyes as the Shadow Knight surged forward with 100 skeletal warriors towards Su Mubai. In the next moment, 2 skeletal legions collided with a thunderous impact. However, the outcome was starkly different from Franklin's expectations. A pale blue halo materialized beneath Su Mubai's feet, swiftly engulfing a radius of 100 meters. Cursed Halo. The charging Shadow Knight's speed plummeted by 30, while Su Mubai's 100 skeletal warriors stood resolutely at the forefront, their colossal swords crashing down, meeting the Shadow Knight's charge without yielding an inch. Immediately following, a torrential deluge of arrows and fireballs descended upon them. With the casting and attack speeds diminished, the movements of Franklin's summoned legion noticeably lagged. Heavy Strike, Double Shot, Fireball Spell, 83594, 83071, 168,126, 13509, 27,274, 13622, 27,658, 43,985, 43233, 87,834. The horrifying damage figures flickered, and nearly a quarter of Franklin's summoned skeletal legion was obliterated in an instant. Even several of the Shadow Knights fell. The reason for such a significant increase in damage was not solely attributed to an additional legendary piece of equipment. It was also linked to Su Mubai's elevated level. Upon reaching level 15, both of his legendary items and the attributes of the Tome of Death had been enhanced. The overall attribute bonuses from the 2 legendary items provided an additional 25 points each, while the Tome of Death contributed an extra 50 points. Coupled with the Cursed Crown and Rod Soul Possession, Su Mubai's mental attribute soared to an impressive 980 points, precisely double what it had been upon entering the land of oblivion. Thus, the Skeletal Legion, bolstered by his mental attributes, naturally experienced a corresponding doubling of their own stats. Regrettably, the Cursed Crown, once repaired, could not be nested. It was regarded as a singular entity by the Cataclysm, talent, similar to its previous fragments. Nevertheless, Su Mubai had mentally prepared for this outcome and did not dwell on it excessively. The matter at hand was to first eliminate Franklin, the epic tier foe. Crush. Annihilate. The moment the two forces collided, Franklin sensed something was amiss. He raised his hand, intent on casting a supportive spell. But Su Mubai clearly would not afford him that opportunity. Before the first incantation could escape his lips, Franklin was suddenly overwhelmed by a disquieting force. At that moment, as a lich, he experienced an involuntary urge to kneel in submission. This was impossible, absolutely impossible. Before he could finish his thought, Su Mubai's gaze locked onto him. Death gaze. The soul fire within Franklin's pupils twisted grotesquely, causing him to release his staff and clutch his head in terror. Trembling as he plummeted from the air, notification. You have used Death Gaze on the forgotten Franklin, and it has been determined that your life level exceeds his. 14 million. As the system notification echoed, a grayish-white 8-digit damage indicator suddenly appeared above Franklin's head, reducing his maximum health to a mere 21 million. Each passing second, a new figure exceeding 100,000 in true damage emerged, with occasional critical hits soaring close to 300,000. Furthermore, 2 curses were simultaneously inflicted upon Franklin by Su Mubai's Death Gaze. Notification. You have inflicted the Curse of Torment on the Forgotten One, Franklin, dealing 100 spell power in shadow damage every second for 5 seconds. Notification. You have inflicted the Curse of Calamity on the Forgotten One, increasing the chance of critical hits by 30 for 5 seconds. Damage numbers erupted from above Franklin's head, leaving him utterly defenseless. The fear induced by Death Gaze was an affliction that even this epic being could not withstand, rendering him like a headless fly, flailing about in panic. This skill required no continuous guidance from Su Mubai. As long as he desired, the effects of Death Gaze would persist regardless of where his gaze wandered. With a mere glance at Franklin, Su Mubai then turned his attention to the corpse of the first fallen Shadow Knight. In the next instant, the Shadow Knight's body exploded, engulfing an area of 30 meters. Boom! Advanced Corpse Explosion. Chapter 50. The Skeleton Crushes the Bone Dragon. Is this reasonable? Advanced Corpse Explosion. Boom! 610,000, 15, 525, 000, 15, 525, 000. Thanks to the Shadow Knight's staggering health of over 1 million, Su Mubai's Advanced Corpse Explosion, enhanced by the profession's catastrophic traits, inflicted devastating damage upon all skeletons within a radius. Had the 2 types of ranged skeletons summoned by Franklin not been rather dispersed, this onslaught could have resulted in a total annihilation. Nevertheless, the majority of Franklin's summoned legion perished in the explosion, leaving fewer than 50 ranged skeletons remaining. As the effects of Death Gaze dissipated, Franklin regained his senses, the suffocating dread that had gripped him moments ago vanishing entirely. Yet now, he found himself utterly isolated. Even his own health had been diminished by nearly 10 million at the hands of the skeleton army. Franklin, health, 11, 982, 121, 000. Who exactly are you? Franklin glared fiercely at Su Mubai, the fire of his soul flickering violently in his eyes. The sensation that had made his very soul tremble was undoubtedly the essence of death. Yet here stood a mere human, commanding a force of death more refined than that of his own lich. I am your father. Su Mubai scoffed, then shook his head in dismissal. Forget it. I have no son as ugly as you. Amidst the banter, the skeleton army showed no signs of halting their assault. Over a dozen skeletal warriors relentlessly restrained Franklin, while the skeletal archers and mages unleashed their full might. Although their size prevented them from all targeting Franklin simultaneously, each wave of their attacks still managed to strip away nearly 1 million of his health. Human, dare you insult the Great Lich? Buzz, I shield value, 5 million. In relation to his health, a shield value of 5 million may seem modest, yet it possesses the capability to withstand several assaults from the Skeletal Legion. More importantly, with this shield in place, he now has ample time to unleash even more formidable spells. Regardless of your identity, today you shall be interred in the realm of oblivion. The soul fire within Franklin's pupils blazed fiercely, and his aura surged dramatically. He then began to levitate slowly, a terrifying wave of energy erupting from within him, engulfing the entire Forgotten Land. Thunderous roars echoed. Just as when he first appeared, the Forgotten Land trembled once more. The fragments of the skeletal sea, once shattered by Su Mubai, seemed to respond to a call, soaring into the air. In that instant, the entire Forgotten Land transformed into an ocean of bones. Countless skeletal fragments converged, a dense aura of death emanating from Franklin and infusing these bone shards. Soon after, these fragments coalesced beneath Franklin's feet. A skeletal dragon of considerable length, born from the essence of death, emerged with a thunderous roar. Roar! Carcass, eliminate this human. The power within him will be our opportunity for restoration. Skeletal dragon carcass. Intermediate undead creature. Level 20, injured state level reduced. Epic, health, 80 million. Attack power, 42,000. Physical defense, 10,000. Magical defense, 6,000. Elemental resistance, death 30. Skills, skeletal cage, bone spike hell, death storm. Do not be alarmed. This creature is not a true dragon, but do not underestimate it either. For the power of the skeletal dragon is not significantly inferior to that of dragons of the same tier. Skeletal dragon carcass has appeared. Current exploration level 90. At this moment, the system prompt sounded and Su Mubai's gaze sharpened. Previously, when Franklin had appeared, he had wondered why only a 20 exploration level increase occurred. He had thought that defeating it would allow for further enhancement. Little did he expect a second epic creature to emerge. Truly, the trial given by the Lord of East Sea City is exceedingly challenging. Observing the colossal skeletal dragon diving toward him, Su Mubai sighed inwardly. Yet, his expression remained unperturbed. Crack, crack, crack. Carcass's dragon claws descended with unparalleled force. However, in the next moment, both he and Franklin were left astounded. Bang! With a tremendous sound, a skeletal warrior beside Su Mubai stepped forward, its form doubling in size in an instant. With a mighty swing of its colossal sword, it forcefully blocked Carcass's strike. Not only that, this skeletal warrior summoned its strength, directly sending the massive Carcass flying. Critical hit. 11,028,000. A critical damage exceeding 1,000,000 erupted above Carcass's head as his body uncontrollably soared into the air. What? This is impossible. A skeletal warrior. How could its strength possibly overpower my Carcass? Franklin was utterly bewildered, the soul fire within his skull pulsating erratically. Such an occurrence was unprecedented for him. Are there any more treasures to behold? Present them to me, Su Mubai said, arms crossed, a smile gracing his face as he gazed at Franklin. Meanwhile, the onslaught of the skeletal legion continued unabated, with the opposing shield's durability dwindling to less than half. The skeletal warrior's ability to withstand Carcass was undeniably attributed to Su Mubai's enhancement. Death Drain Feedback. Notice, you have consumed all necrotic energy, enhancing the target's skeletal warrior's primary attributes by 640. The source of Su Mubai's elation stemmed from the forthcoming system notification. Notice, you are being afflicted by the necrotic erosion of the Cursed Crown. Necrotic energy 10. Necrotic energy 10. A subtle wave of necrotic energy emanated from the Cursed Crown, merging with Su Mubai's essence. With each passing second, the necrotic energy accumulated, increasing by 10 points due to the death drain feedback. A curse? Necrotic erosion? Was this not a splendid mobile power bank? The effect of the feedback enhancement could persist for 60 seconds, with a mere 30 seconds of cooldown. Ordinarily, Su Mubai could only siphon necrotic energy from corpses twice within that time frame. Without corpses, the accumulation of necrotic energy was negligible. However, with the Cursed Crown, everything had changed. Now, within 60 seconds, he could effortlessly restore 600 points of necrotic energy. This meant Su Mubai could maintain a permanent enhancement of 600 primary attributes for 2 skeletal warriors. At this moment, the skeletal warrior was enjoying the full extent of this enhancement. With an increase of 640 in strength, it had reached a terrifying total of 75. 184 points. Its attack power soared beyond 150,000. When combined with critical strikes, devastating damage, and the death scriptures, inflicting double damage to undead entities, it delivered a single blow exceeding 1,000,000 in value. Chapter 51. The Flaw of Shared Life. The enhanced skeletal warrior leapt high, seizing the airborne bone dragon with force. In an instant, the massive bone dragon was hurled to the ground by the skeletal warrior, whose claws were yet smaller than its own. Thud! The earth was indented deeply, as the skeletal warrior descended with its formidable strength, firmly subduing Carcass. Whenever the dragon attempted to soar once more, the skeletal warrior would relentlessly drive it back down with a swift strike. The battlefield had been effectively divided into 2 distinct realms. Crack. On the other side, Franklin watched in dismay as cracks began to form in his ice shield, on the verge of shattering. He had no choice but to descend to avoid becoming a living target for the undead legion. Observing this, Su Mubai pointed his gnarled staff. Scorch. 2,568. The level 1 scorch damage was trivial, yet Su Mubai sought not merely damage, but the effects of the curse crown. Notice, you have inflicted a doom curse upon the Forgotten One, Franklin. After 5 seconds, it will deal 800 magic damage and has a chance to summon a Doomsday Guardian. Lasting 5 seconds. Note, you have inflicted the blood curse of forgetfulness upon Franklin, rendering the target's life recovery effects ineffective for 5 seconds. Damn, this is my curse crown. Franklin must be the first to be cursed by his own equipment. After all, although Su Mubai now dons the curse crown, this piece of gear was forcibly requisitioned before he could slay Franklin. The instant the ice shield shattered, Franklin's staff struck the ground with force. In the next moment, a surge of ice blue energy erupted, enveloping a radius of 100 meters around him. Ice Hell. Note, you are affected by Ice Hell. Your movement speed is reduced by 30. Immediately, the soul fire within Franklin's pupils reignited with fervor. A jet of pitch-black light erupted from the tip of his staff, striking Su Mubai's body in an instant. Death Ray, 960,000. Ha ha ha, you were careless. With this fatal strike, your fragile human body is doomed. Franklin, witnessing the efficacy of his attack, let out a raspy laugh, only to be left dumbfounded moments later. What? How much health do you possess? That human's health bar did not diminish in the slightest. How is this possible? Su Mubai glanced at the shared life bar. A mere 960,000 damage barely registered a decrease. Epic level, is this it? Life sharing. You have mastered such a rare skill. Franklin recalled something, clearly seeing the astonishment reflected in Su Mubai's flickering soul fire. Such a high-level skill, is it really worthy of such amazement? It appears he has not encountered much in his epic existence. It seems there is nothing left. Shaking his head, Su Mubai gently gestured, eliminate him. The Skeletal Legion immediately launched a fierce assault. Franklin, sensing the ebbing of his life, hastily wielded his staff, a glint of menace flashing in his eyes. Though life-sharing is formidable, it is not without its vulnerabilities. With a defiant stand against the Skeletal Legion's onslaught, Franklin finally unleashed his ultimate move after losing several million health. A tremendous wave of energy reverberated, and a blood-red rose pattern flickered into existence, enveloping the entire battlefield. Simultaneously, Carcass roared to the heavens, flapping his bony wings. Bone cage! Crack! 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 A bone prison ascended from the ground, ensnaring the skeletal warriors. Immediately thereafter, a flurry of bone spikes surged toward all targets on the battlefield. Bone spike hell. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Boom. In an instant, bone spike hell and death decay erupted simultaneously. 48,000, 48,000, 39, 500, 31, 862, 37, 003, 38, 987. Waves of damage erupted from above all the Skeletal Legion's heads. Su Mubai's pupils constricted sharply as he realized that his shared health bar had plummeted by a quarter in an instant. It is worth noting that his current shared life total was a staggering 200 million points. At this moment, Su Mubai was abruptly awakened. Though life sharing is powerful, it remains merely a high-level skill, far from invincibility. If one were capable of annihilating all skeletons with formidable prowess in a single strike, it would undoubtedly lead to their own demise. Although the shared life bar, enhanced by the characteristics of occupational cataclysm, has doubled, this applies solely to the damage sustained by oneself. In other words, when he suffers harm and the shared life bar diminishes, the connected Skeletal Legion merely receives half of that damage. Conversely, when a skeleton is injured, the shared life value experiences a reduction that is double. Observing the skeletal mage teetering on the brink of death, Su Mubai broke into a cold sweat. Had it not been for his augmented strength, the life force of the Skeletal Legion, now doubled, would have rendered this combined assault from the two entities lethal to all but the Skeletal Warrior. While the presence of the Skeletal Warrior offers some assurance, the dual epic entities still pose a significant threat to Su Mubai's life, ringing alarm bells in his mind. The catastrophe characteristic of summoning space expansion, while allowing all undead summons to resurrect once every hour, would render him helpless should all the undead be vanquished instantly. He would not survive long enough to witness their revival. Henceforth, he must exercise greater caution. This, then, is a temporary solution to counter the large-scale threat. The skeletons within the summoning space can likewise provide him with shared life value, yet they remain impervious to enemy attacks. To eliminate the skeletons within the summoning space, One must direct their assault towards Su Mubai, depleting his shared life bar entirely. With 20 skeletal warriors at his disposal, he can muster an impressive 30 for 180,000 shared life points, coupled with a single resurrection that totals 60,960,000, ample to contend with the two before him. For the time being, Su Mubai must resort to this method to compensate for the vulnerabilities in life-sharing. He has resolved that upon completing his exploration of the Forgotten Lands, his first course of action will be to accumulate sufficient funds to elevate life-sharing to a higher echelon. Should his lifespan permit, then he may embrace the cataclysm. In his heart, Su Mubai has already begun to formulate a plan. Although he cannot afford the third tier of cataclysm, there are ways to gather the necessary funds. More astonished than Su Mubai is Franklin, who stands nearby, dumbfounded by the scene before him, a loss for words. How could he and Carcass, in collaboration, fail to eliminate even the summoned skeletal mage? What manner of being is this human? Meanwhile, the skeletal warrior, wielding its terrifying strength, shatters the bony confines, once again suppressing Carcass. Simultaneously, Su Mubai's frigid gaze turns toward them, heralding the return of that heart-stopping energy. Death gaze. In an instant, Carcass emitted a terrified shriek, his wings flailing as if confronted by some horrific entity. Notification: you have used Death Gaze on the undead bone dragon Carcass, determining that your life level exceeds that of the target. 32,000,000. The ashen 8-digit figure appeared, and Carcass's life limit was abruptly diminished by 40. 2 additional curse effects were also affixed to him. Over on Franklin's side, he too found himself in dire straits, horrified to witness the skeletal warrior before him swell to twice its size. Death drained feedback. This time, neither side possessed the strength to retaliate. However, as the system notification echoed, Su Mubai furrowed his brow. Chapter 52, Epic Kill Rewards. You have destroyed the body of the forgotten Franklin, receiving an additional experience bonus of 70, totaling 12,750,000 experience points. The effects of the level up title will no longer be listed separately. Congratulations, player by Yi. You have leveled up to level 16, gaining 1 in all 4 attributes, 1 skill point, and 15 free attribute points. Congratulations, player by Yi. You have leveled up to level 17, gaining 1 in all 4 attributes, 1 skill point, and 15 free attribute points. With 2 flashes of golden light, Su Mubai's level surged directly to 17. Yet, he remained troubled, murmuring in confusion, body? The recent notification did not indicate the slaying of Franklin, but merely the destruction of his corporeal form. In Su Mubai's view, the experience gained did not align with the epic difficulty level. It was essential to note that the skeletons and shadow knights summoned earlier had yielded no experience. Furthermore, the announcement for a first-time epic kill had not been triggered. This indicated that Franklin had not been entirely vanquished. Possessing considerable gaming experience, Su Mubai soon deduced that Franklin was a lich, and his soul was likely contained within a phylactery. Only by locating and destroying the phylactery could one truly eliminate a lich. Where could this phylactery be hidden? Su Mubai gazed at the lifeless body from which nothing had dropped, stroking his chin thoughtfully. The final 10 exploration chance would likely lead to the discovery of Franklin's phylactery. Roar. Not far away, the undead bone dragon Carcass suddenly let out a roar, interrupting Su Mubai's contemplation. His gaze turned icy as he spun around. It turned out that the first enhanced skeleton warrior had returned to its original state. Soon after, the system notification chimed again. Notice, your stored death energy has reached its limit. Consumption will allow continued absorption. It appeared that the first epic kill could only belong to you. Observing Carcass rejuvenated, Su Mubai narrowed his eyes slightly, a thought crossing his mind. The second enhanced skeleton warrior immediately charged at Carcass, once again suppressing it. Concurrently, Su Mubai activated his skill once more. Death drained feedback. Notice, you have consumed all death energy, enhancing target skeleton warrior's main attributes by 640. This time, the resurgence belonged to the skeleton warrior. Its size swelled once more, and its massive sword struck fiercely at Carcass. Critical hit. Simultaneously, the second skeleton warrior arrived. Critical hit. 2 damage figures of 1 million surfaced. Although Carcass lacked the sensation of pain, it was still overwhelmed by the fearsome strength of the 2 skeleton warriors, letting out furious roars. Originally, it was no match for a one-on-one confrontation, and now facing 2 opponents, it was utterly devoid of the capacity to resist. Moreover, given its considerable size, It not only had to endure the assault from the two enhanced skeleton warriors, but also the entire skeleton army's onslaught. Certainly, it only had to withstand the assault of 320 skeletons, as there were still 20 skeletal warriors residing in Su Mubai's summoning realm. Nevertheless, Carcass was utterly defenseless. On the surface, he seemed nearly equal to Franklin, even boasting nearly 50% more health. Yet in truth, the latter proved to be far more formidable, for apart from his bone spikes, Carcass could rely solely on physical damage, and his ultimate skill, Deathstorm, was merely an alternate manifestation of his bone spikes. A minute later, Su Mubai once again fixed his gaze upon Carcass, instilling a profound terror within this epic-level foe. Upon defeating the level 20 epic undead bone dragon Carcass, an additional experience bonus of 70 was granted, amounting to 25 million experience points. Congratulations to player by Yi for leveling up to level 18, gaining 1 in all attributes, 1 skill point, and 15 free attribute points. The accolades continued as player by Yi ascended to level 19, receiving the same rewards. 2 golden beams of light flashed once more, and the substantial experience propelled Su Mubai to an impressive level 19 with a total of 3,228 experience points. Indeed, the transition from level 19 to 20 was a minor hurdle. Observing the experience required to reach level 20, Su Mubai wore an expression of realization. Since level 10, the experience required for each subsequent level had only increased by 1 million. From 1819, it was merely 9 million. However, the leap to level 20 demanded a staggering 20 million experience. It appeared that in this multiverse game, players awakening lower-tier talents were hardly even qualified to serve as cannon fodder. Gazing at his experience bar, Su Mubai narrowed his eyes slightly. The disparity in levels within the multiverse game was undoubtedly more pronounced than anticipated. Players with lower-tier talents, unless they encountered extraordinary opportunities, would likely end up as full-time life players. To keep pace with the mainstream audience's leveling speed, one would need at least a Tier 2 talent or higher. The multiverse game proved to be even more ruthless than the real world. Carcass's experience points were precisely double that of Franklin's, affirming Su Mubai's hypothesis. The other half of the experience and loot could only be acquired by obliterating the life box. After allocating his free attribute points, the long-awaited system notification finally chimed. Congratulations on becoming the first player in the Blue Star region to achieve a solo kill of an epic-level foe, earning a reward of 100 in main attributes, 50 skill points, and 50 intermediate soul stones. A prompt followed, indicating an imminent announcement for the Blue Star region. The difficulty of epic-level challenges was indeed exponential, and the rewards for achieving the first solo kill far surpassed those of Dark Gold tier. Whether it was 100 main attribute points or 50 skill points, these were invaluable treasures for any player. Yet, what truly captivated Su Mubai's attention were the 50 intermediate soul stones. Although he had accumulated such a quantity through clever means, beginning with them at an intermediate level was a different matter altogether. As he beheld the intermediate soul stones in his inventory, Su Mubai's thoughts crystallized. Disaster. Target, 50 intermediate soul stones. A prompt appeared. Please select the tier for Ascension. First, second, or third. Option 1. Promote to Advanced Soul Stone. No consumption required. Option 2. Sublimate to Soul Crystal, consuming 1 million soul coins per unit. Option 3. Catastrophically transform to Soul Essence, consuming 1,000 years of lifespan per unit. Gazing at the Soul Crystal and Soul Essence options, Su Mubai felt a burning desire, yet remained unable to proceed. Setting aside the 1,000 years of lifespan, he was utterly oblivious to the nature of soul coins. With a helpless shake of his head, Su Mubai reluctantly opted for the free choice. Promotion to the first tier. You have obtained 50 Advanced Soul Stones. Chapter 53, Advanced Soul Stones. Su Mubai had already lingered in the land of oblivion for over 10 hours, a duration significantly longer than his stay in the novice village. Now, it was the second day since the Blue Star humans entered the multiverse game. The excitement of data transformation coupled with the thrill of exploring a new world had left most players sleepless, eager to level up and escape the novice village. However, they had greatly underestimated the difficulty of leveling in the multiverse game. Particularly after reaching level 5, the experience points required for advancement left everyone astounded. Even the wealthiest and most ambitious players had only managed to reach level 8, still far from level 9. They were among the strongest players in Novice Village, number 9527, aside from Su Mubai, but it seemed they would need to grind for most of the day to leave the Novice Village. Nonetheless, there were certainly players whose leveling speed surpassed theirs, having already arrived at their respective cities. Yet, Such individuals were destined to be exceedingly rare. Among them were the likes of San Chi Ching Feng from the Huaxia Empire and Felix from the White Eagle Empire, all possessing exceptional talents. At this juncture, only a few dozen players across the Blue Star had managed to enter a city. On average, a city barely had room for a single individual. These players were all at least of exceptional talent. Currently, these top-tier players who were the first to exit the novice village were exploring their respective cities. They aimed to leverage their early advantage to acquire more information than ordinary players, while also seeking hidden quests within the cities. Once outside the novice village, dungeon markers would no longer appear on the minimap. This meant that the Multiverse game did not feature common dungeons. First-tier players seeking to engage in dungeons must first locate their entrances. Of course, those not in the first tier could wait for the dungeon coordinates to be revealed before attempting. However, a single misstep could lead to a cascade of failures. Those who merely waited for ready-made opportunities would find themselves increasingly left behind. Just as these elite players were delving into the cities, a series of system announcements echoed throughout. Blue Star Region announcement. Congratulations to the player Bai Yi from the Dragon Empire for becoming the first player in the Blue Star region to single-handedly defeat an epic-level foe. This notice is issued in hopes that all players will learn from him to obtain generous rewards. The announcement repeated 10 times, leaving all Blue Star players in shock. Especially those top-tier experts who had just entered the city began to doubt their own capabilities. Whether it was San Chi Ching Feng or Felix, all players of exceptional talent stood frozen in disbelief. Epic level. How had Bai Yi accomplished such a feat? Let's not dwell on the strength of this rank. The most pressing question is, where did they find it? They explored every possible avenue in the novice village, yet could not uncover even a whisper of dark gold level clues. Seriously, my friend? We are still in the dark about how to trigger a disaster level dungeon or where to find dark gold items. And you have already single-handedly defeated an epic level foe. This recent announcement has stirred an impulse among these players with exceptional talents to report the matter. They even began to question whether the world of 10,000 realms truly harbors cheats. Isn't the high-level talent supposed to be the most formidable? How could Bai Yi be so far ahead? In contrast to these elite players, those who have yet to leave the novice village maintain a much calmer demeanor. Truly, Bai Yi is remarkable. Another announcement triggered. It felt rather strange not hearing from Bai Yi for an entire night, but now it feels much better. Will future announcements be monopolized by Bai Yi? It seems quite likely. Haha, regardless of who triggers it, it matters not to me. Forging equipment will still yield experience. I plan to become a full-time blacksmith, so please contact me privately if you need anything. What? Forging equipment also grants experience? How was I unaware of this? Not just forging. As long as one chooses to pursue a full-time crafting profession, successfully creating items will also grant experience. Far more efficient than grinding monsters. Is this really the case? Whoever wishes to train at this level may do so. I shall not cater to them any longer. In the Dragon Empire, at Novice Village number 9526, level 8 Zhao Su and Lu Ruyan are diligently battling monsters. Both possess high-level talents, making them quite renowned players within this novice village. However, their primary objective now is to swiftly exit the novice village and ascertain whether Bai Yi is indeed Su Mubai. Following the system announcement, Zhao Su, invigorated as if by a shot of adrenaline, has significantly increased his monster hunting efficiency. He has begun to envision the scene of standing at the pinnacle of the world of 10,000 realms in the future, much like when he claimed Su Mubai's inheritance back on Blue Star. In their eyes, regardless of whether this Bai Yi is Su Mubai, as long as he is a man, he will ultimately bow before Lu Ruyan's alluring charm, becoming a new part of their circle, unless, of course, he is uninterested in women. In the land of forgotten, Su Mubai gazes at the 50 advanced soul stones in his backpack, a slight smile gracing his lips. Advanced soul stone, special item. Upon absorption, it will increase one's lifespan by 1 year. Note, regardless of whether you place the advanced soul stone in your backpack or warehouse, you will lose 1/10 of it upon death, with a minimum loss of 365 days. With these 50 advanced soul stones, Su Mubai's life-threatening crisis has finally been resolved. With no leads on soul coins, and considering that elevating one requires a staggering 1 million, it is not something to contemplate in the short term. Thus, without hesitation, Su Mubai directly absorbs all the advanced soul stones. In an instant, these stones shimmered and transformed into a rich green light that merged into Su Mubai's being. You have absorbed 50 advanced soul stones. Your lifespan has increased by 50 years. Lifespan, over 51 years. The significant extension of life brought a sudden sense of relaxation to Su Mubai. At least he no longer had to worry about unexpected demise. As for the players, he remained indifferent. His greatest fear lay with the locals of the divine, forbidden land. The experience of being instantly vanquished by a skeletal warrior was still fresh in his memory. After all, this was a tangible world, and who could predict when misfortune might strike? At that moment, a circle of ethereal blue luminescence enveloped Su Mubai's body, and Rod's soul emerged from within him, freeing itself from its possessing state. Lord Bai, thank you for avenging Sunsetting Town. Rod reverently bowed to Su Mubai, even his manner of address transformed. Just moments ago, while in possession, he had witnessed firsthand the terror embodied by this human. The Lich Franklin, who had annihilated the entirety of Sunsetting Town, was utterly powerless in the face of his might. Su Mubai waved his hand, directly inquiring, "Do you know the whereabouts of Franklin's life box?" Upon hearing this, Rod's eyes lit up, and he hastily replied, "I can attempt to sense his soul's fluctuations, but it will require some time. Notify me once you feel something." Su Mubai nodded slightly and turned to the corpse of Carcass. The first epic level encounter promised to yield a bountiful harvest. Chapter 54, My Apologies. I retract my previous statement. After a fierce battle, the land lay in disarray. The enhanced power of the skeletal warriors astonished even Su Mubai. The colossal corpse of the undead bone dragon Carcass lay upon the ground, the soul fire in its eyes extinguished. Beside its massive head, a small pile of dropped items awaited. With the cursed crown in his possession, Su Mubai had no need for the death energy. Thus he refrained from utilizing death-absorbed feedback to siphon from Carcass's remains. He approached Carcass's head and began to inspect his spoils. You have gained 800 gold. You have acquired 20 level 5 attribute gems. You have obtained 10 epic material bone dragon bones. You have received 24 primary soul stones. 4 notifications echoed in his mind, causing Su Mubai to pause momentarily. So it was only from epic level creatures that one could acquire primary soul stones? Killing a level 20 epic creature only extended his lifespan by 2 years. Was that correct? The difficulty of a multiverse game was truly astounding. Though Su Mubai appeared to fight with ease, this was only due to his exceptional skills. Even players endowed with extraordinary talents would face considerable losses when confronting Carcass alone at the same level. Once leaving the novice village, a single death could cost a minimum of 10 years of life. Su Mubai surmised that within the multiverse game, it would be rare to witness a multitude of players assaulting higher-tier foes. In past games, one could rely on sheer numbers to overwhelm their enemies. But in the multiverse game, players must engage in extensive preparation and diligently research relevant materials, only embarking on high-level expeditions when they possess substantial confidence. However, for Su Mubai, this was indeed a fortuitous circumstance. What others dared not confront, he would. After storing the items in his bag, Su Mubai continued to examine his acquisitions. Immediately, he was taken aback. Is it true that the Forgotten Lands are this impoverished? After collecting the previous 4 items, all that remained on the ground was a fist-sized dragon skull. Regardless of what kind of equipment this was, it fell far short of Su Mubai's expectations. The 7 dark gold-level half-liches were one thing. Collectively, they had at least contributed an epic-level piece of equipment. The value of a single epic item far surpasses that of a dozen dark gold-level items. Yet Carcass, an epic-level being, yielded nothing of the sort. Su Mubai felt a twinge of disappointment as he picked up the miniature dragon skull, but his disappointment vanished in an instant. What replaced it was sheer astonishment. Brother Dragon, perhaps I spoke too loudly before. You have obtained the epic special item, Dragon Skull Pendant. Dragon Skull Pendant, epic special item. Upon use, you will receive the epic mount, the Undead Bone Dragon. Though the Undead Bone Dragon is not a true dragon, it can indeed fly. Yes, Carcass dropped no equipment. Yet he bestowed upon all players the coveted flying mount. Is this truly something that should drop at level 20? Holding the Dragon Skull Pendant, Su Mubai's eyes shimmered with joy, tinged with a hint of doubt. It must be related to this creature's severe injuries. He recalled the stats of the 2 entities. They were not of this level, but rather only at level 20 due to their grievous wounds. Nevertheless, that was inconsequential. What mattered was that he now possessed a legendary flying mount. Su Mubai stifled his excitement, focusing his thoughts. Cataclysm. Target, Dragon Skull Pendant. Prompt, please select the promotion tier. Tier 1, Tier 2, Tier 3. Promotion to Tier 1. Since he couldn't upgrade any further, Su Mubai decided against scrutinizing the details and made his choice without hesitation. As Cataclysm took effect, he felt an inexplicable chill emanating from the Dragon Skull Pendant in his hand. Subsequently, enveloped in a kaleidoscope of colors, the pendant gradually transformed into a palm-sized black and blue horn. The horn radiated an icy aura and a palpable sense of death, evoking an instinctive desire to keep one's distance. Yet, inexplicably, Su Mubai felt a sense of familiarity. You have obtained the legendary special item, Frosthorn. Frosthorn, legendary special item. When blown, you will summon a legendary mount, the Frost Dragon, from the realm of the undead. As a true high-tier undead, its power is beyond question. The joy of obtaining something for free can only be understood by those who have experienced it. With excitement glimmering in his eyes, Su Mubai brought the Frosthorn to his lips, took a deep breath, and suddenly blew into the horn. A resounding sound echoed. Soon after, Su Mubai noticed his mana depleting at a staggering rate of 2,000 points per second. However, he paid it no heed. Although he no longer had the 20 primary attribute boost from Soul Possession, his mana pool was still close to 70,000 points. Could this horn be blown for over 30 seconds? Before long, Su Mubai found himself proven wrong as he watched his mana dwindle rapidly, prompting him to focus his thoughts. The mournful toll of the horn continued unabated, a testament to the expenditure of mana rather than the breath of Su Mubai himself. Were it otherwise, he might have succumbed to breathlessness. Who could have anticipated that this instrument could resonate for a full 10 minutes? Such an endeavor consumed an astonishing 120,000 points of mana. Were it not for the Cursed Crown, his automatic source of replenishment, Su Mubai could only speculate as to when he might successfully activate the Frosthorn. After all, in the absence of a corpse, each siphoning would yield but a meager amount of death energy. Fortunately, there was no need for hypotheticals. The Cursed Crown had proven itself invaluable in this moment. As the final 1,000 points of mana surged into the Frosthorn, the instrument in Su Mubai's grasp erupted with radiant light. In the next instant, a formidable power surged forth as the Frosthorn began to disintegrate, transforming into a torrent of terrifying energy that shot skyward, reaching a height of 100 meters. The space where the energy dissipated warped abruptly. Soon after, a faint gray portal began to unfurl, rapidly expanding to several dozen meters in length and width. This energy? Su Mubai squinted slightly, feeling a familiar aura of death emanating from the portal, reminiscent of the sensation he experienced when he learned Death Gaze through the Death Codex. Yet, it was evident that a barrier existed within the portal, indicating it was a one-way passage. A deep, resonant roar echoed from beyond the portal, causing Su Mubai's eyes to gleam with excitement. His legendary mount was arriving. Chapter 55, a terrifying legendary creature. With a resounding roar, a massive head, black and blue in hue, emerged from the portal, followed by two dragon claws that grasped the edges. In an awe-inspiring display, a frost giant dragon, nearly 100 meters in length, fully emerged from the portal. Its form was composed of countless black and blue bones, radiating an intense chill that lowered the surrounding temperature. Its wings unfurled, darkening the sky. This frost giant dragon was far larger than the skeletal dragon carcass. From its roaring maw, a terrifying amalgamation of frost energy and deathly essence threatened to erupt. As the portal began to close behind it, the frost giant dragon's gaze fell upon Su Mubai. With a powerful flap of its wings, it dove downwards. Frost giant dragon. Human, I never expected the one to summon me would be such a weakling. The dragon's voice dripped with disdain and barely contained fury. Yet, the flame of souls within its pupils flickered violently. What? You are? In the next moment, a beam of light descended from the heavens, enveloping the frost giant dragon entirely. Its voice was abruptly silenced, as if this inexplicable force had erased its intelligence. This scene left Su Mubai in profound astonishment. So this is how mounts are summoned from the realm of the dead in the world of 10,000 realms, forcibly binding them to one will? How utterly domineering. Su Mubai could sense that this frost giant dragon surpassed him by leaps and bounds. Yet, within the confines of the game's rules, it was rendered powerless, akin to an insignificant insect. Yesterday, the entire human populace of Blue Star was transported into the game. Was it not so? The Multiverse Game, who truly orchestrates it all. Su Mubai narrowed his eyes slightly, lost in contemplation. Yet, he soon chuckled and shook his head, pondering what right he had, given his current prowess, to seek such knowledge. Overthinking would only serve to exacerbate his troubles. At the very least, the Multiverse Game had bestowed upon him a second chance at life. That alone sufficed. With this thought, a glint of determination flashed in Su Mubai's eyes as two figures materialized in his mind, and a cold smile graced his lips. I hope you emerge from the novice village soon. At that moment, the luminous column in the air gradually dissipated, and the size of the frost dragon diminished significantly, transforming into a dark blue light that merged into Su Mubai's being. The notification sound of the Multiverse Game echoed in Su Mubai's ears. Your mount space has been unlocked. You have obtained the legendary mount, the Frost Dragon, due to acquiring an epic grade mount or higher. The Blue Star region's mount leaderboard has been activated ahead of schedule. Notice, a public announcement for the Blue Star region is forthcoming. Blue Star region announcement. Congratulations to the player by Yi of the Divine Dragon Empire for acquiring a mount. The Blue Star region's mount leaderboard has been activated ahead of schedule. The shock from the first kill of an epic grade monster had barely subsided when the Blue Star region announcement rang out once more. This time, all players erupted in excitement. What? Why is it Bai Yi again? Have all the experts from our Sakura Empire perished? Damn. Is this Bai Yi the illegitimate child of the gods? I'm only level 5, and he has already acquired a mount? Bai Yi is truly impressive. May he soon unlock all the leaderboards. When players opened the prematurely activated mount leaderboard, the chat channels in the novice village fell silent for several seconds. Blue Star region mount leaderboard. First place, Bai Yi's Frost Dragon legendary mount. Second place, none. Third place, none. 100th place, none. Upon seeing the term legendary, everyone gasped in disbelief, their eyes wide with incredulity. They had anticipated Bai Yi's strength and presumed his mount would be extraordinary, possibly even epic grade. Given that he had just single-handedly slain an epic grade creature, that seemed reasonable. But what on earth is a legendary mount? Is such a rank attainable on the second day of the game? The top players who had already entered the city, after the conclusion of the previous all-region announcement, hurriedly chose to venture outside to level up. Fueled with determination, they aimed to catch up to Bai Yi. However, little did they expect that before they could even step out of the city gates, this individual triggered another all-region announcement and activated the mount leaderboard ahead of schedule. How were they to compete now? Would the leaderboard even be worth it? If the second-place mount were merely dark gold or even gold grade, would appearing on the leaderboard bring glory or humiliation? That indeed poses a question. The expressions of the elite players varied, yet they instinctively quickened their pace as they exited the city. They had already fallen too far behind Bai Yi and needed to hasten their pursuit. Unbeknownst to them, Su Mubai's progress in the game was something they would never be able to catch up to. Please name your mount. Frost. Su Mubai casually chose a name and eagerly opened his panel to inspect Frost's attributes. Mount Space 11. Frost. Base panel without aura. Legendary mount. Frost Dragon. High-level undead creature. Level 0. Cannot exceed player level 5. Loyalty 100. Influenced by the Death Master profession, loyalty never diminishes. Movement speed bonus. Ground 100. Air 500. Mountable after level 10. Health points 12 million. Mana points 10 million. Attack power 12,000. Spell power 10,000. Physical defense 10,000. Magical defense 8,000. Elemental resistances Ice 60, Death 50, Shadow 40, Others 20. Skill Frost Dragon Breath automatically comprehends more skills as level increases. Frost Dragon Breath deals 200 points of ice damage with spell power in a 3-meter radius around the target per second, inflicting severe injury and burning effects, lasting up to 10 seconds. Attack range, attack distance, and size are related. Attack range 30 meters, cooldown time 120 seconds, consuming 1,000 mana points per second. Although the level had been reset to 0 by the Multiverse Game, Frost's luxurious attributes still left Su Mubai astounded. Is it truly the case that a legendary creature at level 0 could be this remarkable? Compared to such a level 0 panel, the maximum 10 points in 4 attributes for a human player upon entering the game is practically insignificant. No wonder the Multiverse Game stated that humans are at a considerable disadvantage compared to other races. This statement does not belittle humanity. Rather, it underplays the situation. This is not merely a disadvantage. It is utterly incomparable. Of course, the Frost Dragon is also a formidable presence among the undead. Such high-level undead creatures are likely scarce, akin to players possessing advanced talents. However, the latter requires time to develop. Levels, equipment, skills, and professions all need to grow before one can truly contend with powerful beings. With a thought, Su Mubai summoned Frost from the Mount Space. Chapter 56. Previously, the experience was limited. Buzz. The space beside Su Mubai slightly distorted as the Mount Space opened, and a miniature Frost Dragon flew out from the portal. Roar. Its roar, though slightly juvenile compared to before, carried the authority of a high-level creature. After being reset by the Multiverse Game, the Frost Dragon's size had diminished considerably. Su Mubai estimated its length to be around 3 meters. Frost, come here. Su Mubai gently called out to Frost, who was soaring like a wild stallion in the air. In the next moment, The little creature descended to the ground, lowered its neck, and affectionately nudged Su Mubai's outstretched hand with its head. He clearly could not speak, only able to emit soft hums to express his affection for his master. The aura surrounding Su Mubai instinctively drew him closer. After Frost had shrunk in size, its appearance did not change significantly. It still exuded an imposing presence. The blue-black bones radiated a chilling, icy blue aura that sent shivers down one's spine. Though it was merely level 0, its combat prowess far surpassed that of the former Skeleton King, Reggie. This exemplifies the terrifying nature of high-tier, undead beings. Must one reach level 10 to ride? Su Mubai gently caressed Frost's head, a slight smile gracing his lips as he murmured, "I wonder if this means I can ride?" Frost tilted its head in confusion, clearly perplexed by what its master intended. Yet in the next moment, the soul flame within its pupils surged vigorously, as if sensing an immense power suddenly descending. Cataclysm. Target Frost. Notice, please select a promotion tier, first or second. Option 1. Promote to Mythical Mount Frost Dragon King, no cost. Option 2. Ascend to Holy Annihilation Mount, Oblivion Dragon Emperor, consuming 10,000 soul crystals. Upon hearing the system prompt, Su Mubai's face lit up with ecstatic joy. Indeed, it was possible. Frost had been summoned from the realm of the undead by the Frosthorn, clearly a different entity altogether. He had approached this with a trial-and-error mindset, and it truly allowed for another opportunity to reap rewards without cost. As he gazed at the words Holy Annihilation in Option 2, Su Mubai's eyes narrowed. Was this the tier that transcended the mythical level, existing on par with tiered talents? However, he was still bewildered by soul coins, let alone the newly introduced soul crystals. This item evidently held a value far surpassing that of soul coins. With only 2 options available, Su Mubai had anticipated this. The third tier of Cataclysm would undoubtedly exceed the limitations imposed by the Forbidden God realm, making it impossible to undergo Cataclysm. Thus, he chose the first tier. Given the inherently high status of this existence, Su Mubai had no choice but to take advantage of the opportunity. As he made his decision, Frost immediately sensed a terrifying power descending upon it. This force was rapidly elevating its being. A deep rumble resonated as a dense black-blue light coalesced into a massive cocoon, enveloping Frost entirely. Thump! Thump! The cocoon pulsated with terrifying energy, resonating sounds that echoed throughout the Forgotten Lands. Even Rod, who had been with his eyes closed, attuning to Franklin's soul presence, turned in shock. The next moment, he witnessed an unforgettable scene. A roar that struck the very essence of the soul erupted, as the blue-black cocoon shattered instantaneously. Following this, Frost's form expanded to over 5 meters in length, its wings unfurling as it soared straight into the sky. Its overall appearance remained largely unchanged, yet its bones appeared increasingly profound, shimmering with a metallic luster, and the chill emanating from its surface intensified. An aura of dragonic majesty radiated forth, causing Rod, a soul entity, to tremble uncontrollably, stammering in awe. The Frost, giant dragon of the Dragon King level. How did Lord Baiyi achieve this? Frost seems to be adapting to its new form. With a sudden dive, it plummets straight down, nearing the ground in the blink of an eye. Immediately, it raises its head, its entire body aligning parallel to the earth, soaring swiftly just above the ground. As its icy skeletal wings vibrate, the areas it traverses are instantaneously frozen, creating an elongated path of frost. Thank you, Master, for elevating Frost's existence. Perform well, and further opportunities shall follow. Su Mubai nodded slightly, promptly painting a vivid and enticing vision for his first employee. Yes, Master. Frost, having just tasted the sweetness of allegiance, was naturally convinced, its eyes sparkling with excitement, repeatedly expressing loyalty. Its voice sounded youthful, yet devoid of any childishness. Su Mubai reopened Frost's panel, eager to ascertain the true strength of a mythic creature. Mount Space 11. Frost, base panel without aura. Mythic Mount, Frost Giant Dragon King. High tier, undead creature. Level, 0, cannot exceed the player's level by more than 10. Loyalty, 100, influenced by the Deathmaster profession, loyalty never diminishes. Movement speed bonus, 800 on land, sea, and air. Health points, 4 billion. Mana points, 200 million. Attack power, 120,000. Spell power, 100,000. Physical defense, 100,000. Magical defense, 80,000. Elemental resistance, Ice 80, Death 70, Shadow 60, Others 40. Skills, Frost Dragon Breath, Dragon Might, size reduction upon reaching certain levels. Additional skills will be automatically comprehended. Frost Dragon Breath inflicts 500 spell power of ice damage within a 5-meter radius around the target every second, accompanied by severe injury and burning effects, lasting up to 30 seconds. Attack range is 50 meters, cooldown of 120 seconds, consuming 2,000 mana points per second. Attack range. Attack distance is proportional to size. Dragon Might. The aura of a Dragon King intimidates all beings within a 1,000-meter radius, reducing all attributes of those with a life level lower than the Frost Dragon King by 1050. The lower the life level, the stronger the intimidation effect. The effect of Dragon Might is diminished when the level difference between the two parties is too great. Size reduction allows for a certain degree of size reduction, facilitating combat or access to otherwise inaccessible areas. Is this what a mythic creature embodies? Even Su Mubai, a player with extraordinary abilities, was astonished by Frost's newly revealed panel. Its attack power and other attributes surged tenfold, while health and mana values escalated a staggering 20-fold. Observing that Frost possessed 4 billion health points at level 0, Su Mubai suddenly found amusement in his previous notions. He had underestimated the realm of possibilities, once believing that a level 10 character with a shared health bar of 100 million was excessively formidable. He even harbored concerns about potentially being banned from the myriad worlds of the game. In retrospect, compared to legendary beings like Frost, I find myself merely at the beginning of my journey. Su Mubai naturally noticed the absence of level restrictions for riding. He turned to Rod and said, "Do not be anxious, continue to immerse yourself." Upon finishing his words, Su Mubai lightly pressed with his toes and leapt on a Frost's back. "Little one, let us soar and take a look around." Chapter 57. The Indestructible Lifebox. "Master, hold on tight," Frost exclaimed, as the chill emanating from his body swiftly converged to form a black-blue throne of solid ice, adorned with bone-like armrests on either side. "You certainly know how to impress." Su Mubai raised an eyebrow and seated himself upon the throne. Although it appeared to radiate icy temperatures, he felt no chill upon sitting down. Hearing the master's praise, a glimmer of joy sparkled in Frost's eyes. Upon sensing Su Mubai's weight, it suddenly flapped its wings vigorously and ascended into the sky. Flight has always been a cherished dream of humanity. Riding a colossal dragon is an entirely different sensation compared to boarding an airplane. Through the skeletal gaps of Frost, Su Mubai gazed at the rapidly passing scenery below, filled with awe. "I wonder if I will one day ride a true divine dragon." While Frost the dragon looked quite impressive, it paled in comparison to the majestic divine dragons of legend. During the flight, Su Mubai felt enveloped by a thin shield that perfectly insulated him from the wind. No matter how fast Frost soared, he felt no pressure from the rushing air. Alas, the land of oblivion was shrouded by barriers, preventing Frost from flying beyond its confines. "Look quickly. Baiye's mount has transformed. What does it mean that it has changed? We're still in a novice village, and he has already switched mounts? Am I seeing things? Just moments ago, it was a legendary Frost Dragon, and now it has suddenly become a mythic Frost Dragon King. Has his mount advanced so swiftly? I seriously suspect we're not playing the same game as Baiye. Indeed, if we are playing on hellish difficulty, then Baiye appears to be on a hacked version. Alas, it is unfortunate that hellish difficulty and hacked versions share the same server. Please, spare me your words. I shall go level up now. Is that not sufficient? Do not compare yourself to Baiye. Think of something uplifting. I just saw our former boss. He is still level 3 and has reportedly awakened a tier 1 talent. Haha, it is utterly hilarious. Now that you mention it, I suddenly feel much better. If I cannot rival Baiye, can I not at least surpass those unscrupulous capitalists? Here, their wealth is of no use. Su Mubai remained oblivious to the player's reactions, but even if he were aware, he would not be concerned. Especially after witnessing Frost's brand new attribute panel, his perspective had significantly broadened. After experiencing a few minutes of flight, Su Mubai curbed his curiosity and commanded Frost to descend. Upon returning to the ground, Rod was still with his eyes closed, attuning to Franklin's soul energy. Have you not yet sensed it? Su Mubai asked, furrowing his brow. Meanwhile, Frost's body shimmered with an icy blue light, shrinking to the size of a palm, and flew to perch on Su Mubai's shoulder, tilting its head in inquiry. Master, what is he doing? Please help me find a lich's life box. A lich? I can sense it. Where is it? Upon hearing this, Su Mubai's eyes sparkled, and Rhodes also opened his eyes, looking at Frost with a face of resentment. Goodness, if you could sense it, why didn't you say so earlier? Current exploration level, 95. Franklin's life box. Epic item. Durability, 1000000. This is a life-saving artifact crafted during Franklin's prime, containing the essence of his soul's fire. As long as the life box remains intact, the lich shall not perish. Incredible, a durability of 1,000,000. Su Mubai was somewhat astonished. The durability of this life box is extraordinarily high. Even legendary equipment only boasts a durability of 1,000. After grinding here for so long, his few pieces of legendary equipment had only lost 1 durability point. How long would it take to destroy such an item? Moreover, the life box is quite small, merely 30 centimeters in length and width, making it impossible for the skeletal army to maneuver effectively. After some contemplation, Su Mubai spoke. "Frost, can you destroy this thing?" "I'll give it a try." Mini Frost nodded, gathering frost dragon breath in its mouth. It opened wide and unleashed it towards the life box. Boom! The terrifying coldness intertwined with the searing dragon breath. The two opposing forces perfectly merged, washing over Franklin's life box. However, this seemingly unremarkable life box remained utterly unaffected, its durability not diminished in the slightest. I refuse to believe this. A flicker of anger crossed Frost's face, its miniature form transforming into a streak of blue-black lightning. Dragon claws striking towards the life box. Bang! Frost shook its somewhat numb claws, looking at Su Mubai with a face of grievance. "I'm sorry, Master. My level is too low. I cannot destroy it." The initial setback clearly took a toll on its spirits. As a mythical creature, being unable to contend with an epic lich's life box was indeed embarrassing. Oh no, a disgrace to dragons. So resilient? Death Gaze. Yet, the infallible Death Gaze failed to take effect this time. The life box is a closed vessel, although it harbors the essence of Franklin's soul's fire. It is merely a box, rendering Death Gaze ineffective. At this moment, Franklin's raspy, mocking voice echoed from within the life box. "Human, give up with your current strength. You cannot destroy my life box." Franklin's voice brimmed with confidence. During his prime, he was still an epic creature, but had reached an astounding level of 200. Although astonished by how Su Mubai managed to contract with the Frost Dragon King, this Dragon King was evidently in a nascent state and posed no threat to the life box meticulously crafted during Franklin's peak. "My lord, allow me to take a shot at it." Rhodes suddenly spoke. He had not uttered a word since arriving here and now seemed to have made a decision. "Just you? A mere wisp of a lingering soul. What can you possibly achieve?" Franklin's derisive voice rang out, but Su Mubai understood the implications. The ensuing events were likely to lead to a narrative climax, elucidating why such a formidable life box existed. As anticipated, a glimmer of resolution flashed in Rod's eyes as he spoke in a somber tone. "You shall soon discover what I am capable of." No sooner had the words left his lips than a haunting blue radiance erupted from his being. In the next moment, the soul box began to tremble violently, and Franklin's voice, laced with terror, resonated. "What have you done, you mere insect?" Rod chuckled darkly. "I have merely awakened those kin whom you devoured. Franklin, your time of reckoning has arrived." His voice brimmed with fury, intertwined with the elation of impending vengeance. As the brilliance intensified, his ethereal form became unrecognizable, transmuting into a mass of energy that enveloped the entire soul box. "Lord Baiyi, we are grateful for all you have done." Rod's final words echoed as the once impregnable soul box inexplicably opened. Inside, a flickering flame of soul quivered, seemingly seeking an opportunity to flee. Yet, before Frost and Su Mubai could react, the back of Su Mubai's left hand suddenly glowed with a pale gray light, and the Death Codex materialized of its own accord. "What is this?" "No." Franklin's desperate cries echoed as his soul flame was utterly consumed by the Death Codex. Chapter 58, The Picky Frost. Notification. You have gained 1,000 soul points. By vanquishing the level 20 epic Forgotten One, Franklin, you receive an additional 70 experience bonus, totaling 12,750,000 experience points. Congratulations, player Baiyi. You have leveled up to level 20, gaining 1 to all attributes, 1 skill point, and 15 free attribute points. Before Su Mubai and Frost could fully comprehend the situation, Franklin's soul flame had already been devoured by the Death Codex. He stowed the Death Codex away, his expression tinged with curiosity. "Isn't soul absorption supposed to occur only with creatures I have slain? I have yet to engage in combat, yet it absorbed it directly. Moreover, why was the undead bone dragon unable to yield soul power?" Su Mubai stroked his chin, finding himself puzzled. However, he soon cast this matter aside. His journey across the myriad worlds had only just commenced, and he would surely uncover the answers in due time. What mattered most now was that he could once again peruse the Death Codex. Su Mubai did not hasten to open the Death Codex, for the system notification had yet to conclude. You have completed the hidden task of Rod's request, earning 10 million experience points and 1,000 gold. Notification. Current exploration level at 100. Rod's request could be deemed merely a prelude. The rewards were simple, consisting solely of experience points and gold. Regardless of this task, Franklin was always destined to be Su Mubai's target. Any additional gains were indeed fortuitous. Yet, Rod's lingering soul had dissipated entirely to unlock the soul box. For him, perhaps death was the ultimate liberation. Most importantly, the true architect behind the devastation of Sunset Town had also perished. Rod and the inhabitants of Sunset Town could find solace, their vengeance fulfilled. As the system notification concluded, the experience bar of Su Mubai, newly leveled, surged significantly, rising to 46. The experience required to elevate from level 20 to level 21 has only increased by 2 million, totaling 22 million. Meanwhile, a portal opened beside him, accompanied by a 10-minute countdown. 10 minutes? That is ample time. Su Mubai glanced at Frost, who perched on his shoulder. Previously, to reach level 20, he had allocated his experience acquisition to himself. Now that he had attained level 20, he wondered how long he had been ahead of other players. And it was time to enhance this creature's level as well. A mythical being, once matured, would become a formidable force. However, when he beheld the experience required for Frost to level up, he was taken aback. Frost, level 0, experience, 010, 000. Experience can also be increased by devouring various materials. Ice-type materials have the highest conversion efficiency, followed by Death-type. 100 times. He vaguely recalled that players required only 100 experience points to ascend from level 0 to 1. Yet, contemplating Frost's terrifying attributes, Su Mubai suddenly felt that the 100-fold experience requirement might still be somewhat low. Originally, he intended to distribute experience evenly in the future, but it seemed that would no longer be necessary. Su Mubai resolved that he would continue to monopolize the experience, allowing Frost to level up solely through consuming materials. After all, he could effortlessly acquire materials of varying levels, and with a steady supply of high-grade materials, Frost's leveling speed would undoubtedly remain swift. This way, his own progression would not be hindered. Although he had significantly outpaced other players, Su Mubai never regarded them as rivals. His objective was to elevate his level at the fastest pace possible, gaining the strength to establish himself in this forbidden land of the gods. With this thought, Su Mubai retrieved the materials dropped by Reggie from his backpack. Deathly Bones 10, Soul Remnants 10. Both were dark gold tier materials, which Su Mubai had yet to exploit for upgrades. Frost merely glanced at the two materials before speaking. Master, these materials are far too low tier. They are of no use to me. Picky are we? Su Mubai raised an eyebrow. The discerning eye of a mythical being indeed found even dark gold materials unworthy. What about epic tier? Su Mubai pondered. Cataclysm. Target, Deathly Bones. Hint, please select upgrade tier. First, second, or third. Su Mubai examined the cost for enhancement. Each Deathly Bone required 10,000 soul coins, which he did not possess. Reluctantly, he decided to exploit the soul remnants as well. You have acquired epic tier material bone dragon skeleton 10. You have acquired epic tier material large soul remnants 10. Not stopping there, Su Mubai once more retrieved 10 bone dragon skeletons dropped by Carcass. Cataclysm. You have acquired legendary tier material giant dragon skeleton 10. Frost, witnessing this astonishing scene, widened his eyes in disbelief as the flames of souls within his gaze flickered wildly. Was this the kind of power his master had harnessed for his enhancement? It was simply marvelous. Were these materials of any use? Su Mubai pointed at a pile of materials, and Bing Shuang nodded eagerly. Useful. Master, are these all for me? Don't worry, there will be plenty more. Just as Su Mubai's smile began to blossom, he witnessed Bing Shuang revert to her original form and swiftly devour all the materials in a single gulp. This spectacle transpired in less than a second. In the next moment, Bing Shuang shrank again, curling up on Su Mubai's shoulder and letting out a contented burp. Thank you, Master. I will need some time to digest. Was that action a tad too swift? Su Mubai's lips twitched slightly. All right, take your time to digest. Gazing at the experience bar that was incessantly filling, Su Mubai turned his attention to the location of the fateful box. After Franklin's soul fire was absorbed by the death scripture, the box appeared to have lost its power and disintegrated. In its place lay a heap of gold coins and items, which were the spoils dropped by Franklin. Su Mubai's eyes immediately fell upon a pitch-black staff and a corner of a finely crafted skill book peeking out from the pile of coins. Chapter 59, Abundant Gains. You have acquired 1,200 gold coins. You have obtained 20 level 5 attribute gems. You have received 3 level 5 critical hit gems. You have gained 3 level 5 explosive damage gems. You have acquired 10 epic materials. Millennium Ice Crystal. You have obtained 24 Novice Soul Stones. Together, Franklin and Kaku's contributed a total of 2,000 gold coins to Su Mubai. However, the coins could only be considered the least valuable of their drops. Perhaps due to Franklin's affiliation with magic, the majority of the attribute gems he dropped were of the mental attribute. This news was rather pleasing to Su Mubai. Nonetheless, his primary interest lay in the subsequent items. After collecting the mound of gold coins, 3 final items remained on the ground. Besides the initially spotted pitch-black staff and the exquisite skill book, there was also a pair of ice blue trousers. Finally, he could replace his emerald green trousers. Su Mubai felt a flicker of joy. The trousers he currently wore were still those dropped by minor monsters in the Misty Forest. The rapid pace of his leveling posed the drawback of his equipment lagging behind. He had originally planned to find a shop and purchase a set of gear upon entering the city. But the trial given by Sidhu Ji had left him no time to prepare. However, this did not have a significant impact, as low-level equipment provided minimal enhancement for Su Mubai. His greatest improvements stem from the Death Scripture and several pieces of epic gear or better. Moreover, in the myriad realms of the game, equipment of epic quality or higher would increase their base attributes in tandem with the player's level every 5 levels. Thus, for Su Mubai, gear of epic quality or above remained the most cost-effective option. You have acquired the epic item, Ice Blue Magical Trousers. You have obtained the epic item, Forgotten One Staff. You have received the skill book, Summon Shadow Knight. Regrettably, he did not receive the Death's Decay. Su Mubai felt a twinge of disappointment. He had indeed coveted that ultimate move of Franklin's. Both skills, regardless of their prestige or effectiveness, appear significantly more formidable than Advanced Corpse Explosion. However, he felt immensely gratified with the bountiful rewards from this mission. Carcass had generously provided a mount, and he had managed to acquire it twice for free, resulting in a mythical steed. Franklin was not to be outdone. With the inclusion of the Curse Crown, he contributed 3 pieces of epic equipment. Following his demise, the equipment requirements for the Curse Crown underwent a transformation, aligning closely with those of the Necromancer's robe. Even the equipment level elevated from 10,120 to 10,200. The skill Summon Shadow Knight was also commendable, enriching the array of units that Su Mubai could summon. This unit was far more suited to tanking than the Skeletal Warrior. Curiously, the 2 pieces of equipment dropped by Franklin required no identification. Nevertheless, this was not viewed negatively by Su Mubai, who paid little mind to it. After casting a glance at the requirements and general attributes of the 2 new items, he decided to seize the opportunity. Cataclysm. Target, Frosty Blue Magic Pants. Promotion to the next tier. You have acquired the legendary item, Frost Guardian. Frost Guardian. Pants, Cloth Armor. Level, 10200. Legendary item. Durability, 1000. Equipment requirements. Undead Mage Profession, Spirit 300. Basic attributes, level 20 Physical Defense 240, Magic Defense 440, Health 2400, Mana 5600. All attributes 100. Affix, skills, instant release, lasting up to 10 seconds, cooldown of 10 minutes. Frost Guardian, trustworthy. Gazing upon the opulent attributes of Frost Guardian, a glimmer of delight flickered in Su Mubai's eyes. Although this legendary equipment bore only 1 skill, it was an exceedingly rare invulnerability skill. While it was merely relatively invulnerable, it could indeed be a lifesaver in critical moments. According to the information provided by the Infinite Realm game, there were no skills of absolute invincibility in the Forbidden Lands. The invulnerability limit of Frost Guardian was capable of perfectly withstanding the full force of a level 200 legendary creature's attack. Should the assault exceed this threshold, Frost Guardian risked being breached. The greater the excess, the quicker the potential failure. However, since Su Mubai was only at level 20, this skill would suffice for the foreseeable future. Replacing the Emerald Pants with Frost Guardian, Su Mubai then turned his attention to the Forgotten Staff. This was a weapon utilized by liches and was undoubtedly more suitable for him than the Witheredwood Staff. Cataclysm. Target Forgotten Staff. Promotion to the next tier. You have acquired the legendary item Remnants of the Forgotten. Remnants of the Forgotten. Staff. Level 10200. Legendary item. Durability 1000. Equipment requirements. Advanced Hidden Profession of Undead Mage. Spirit 500. Basic attributes. Level 20 Spell Power 2400. spell crit 10, crit damage 20, all attributes 100. Affix, accompanying skills, the grief of the forgotten, a proactive skill that inflicts a blend of frost, death, and shadow elemental damage amounting to 1,000 spell power within a radius of 100 meters around the target, causing all enemies within range to forget their skills for the subsequent 5 seconds. The casting time is 3 seconds, and the cooldown period lasts for 10 minutes. To forget is the most complete form of liberation. The term summon space 50 immediately captivated Su Mubai's attention, his excitement evident. In the myriad realms of the game, calculations are performed in a sequential manner. First addition and subtraction, followed by percentages. Hence, this singular attribute alone could amplify Su Mubai's skeletal legion by 1,000. With this attribute in play, the significance of other stats diminishes. Even if this staff contributed nothing else, Su Mubai would resolutely equip it. The only aspect worthy of note is the equipment requirement for the grief of the forgotten. An advanced hidden class? This was yet another novel term, prompting Su Mubai to stroke his chin contemplatively. It appears that hidden classes also possess levels. However, the specifics of this classification remain unclear. Is the Death Sovereign, this exclusive hidden class, the pinnacle of all? When the myriad realms of the game materialized, although a plethora of foundational data and information was provided, numerous details still necessitated player exploration within the game. Su Mubai committed this information to memory before adorning himself with a staff that was better suited to him. As for the Witheredwood staff, it was due for retirement. Now, the focus shifted to the skill book, a glimmer of anticipation flickering in Su Mubai's eyes. Compared to equipment, the value of advanced skills was evidently higher. Cataclysm. Target. Summon Shadow Knight. Chapter 60. Summon the Headless Horseman. Prompt. Please select the promotion tier. First, second, or third. Just as he was preparing to delve into further details, Su Mubai suddenly recalled something and promptly declared, cancel. He almost forgot about this aspect. Opening his attributes panel, he surveyed his remaining skill points. Regrettably, neither Carcass nor Franklin had dropped intermediate skill books. Su Mubai grimaced, having initially anticipated gaining some skill points from those two foes. However, with the addition of the 50 points from the solo first kill epic reward, he currently possessed a total of 62 skill points. That was ample. If allocated to upgrading the Death Drain feedback, he could ascend at 6 levels, whereas the Death Gaze could only be elevated by 1. Clearly, it would be more advantageous to enhance the Summon Shadow Knight instead. Advancing from a lower tier to a higher tier would indeed increase the skill points required for subsequent upgrades. Thus, upgrading first while retaining the skill level was the most optimal choice. Your profession far exceeds the learning requirements of this skill. You have acquired the new skill, Summon Shadow Knight. Su Mubai, disinterested in scrutinizing the skill details, swiftly elevated this skill to its maximum level. Cataclysm. Target. Summon Shadow Knight. Prompt. Please select the promotion tier. First, second, or third. Option 1. Promote to the skill level of Summon Headless Horseman, with no consumption. Option 2. Upgrade to the level of skill Summon Abyss Knight, costing 100 million soul coins. Option 3. Cataclysm level skill Summon Death Knight, costing 10,000 years of life. Although tempted by the formidable Abyss Knight and the terrifying Death Knight, Su Mubai ultimately found himself reluctantly compelled to make a choice, to advance to the next tier. This painful dilemma of desiring what is visible yet unattainable, always forced to choose the path of the free. Who can truly comprehend such anguish? Your level skill Summon Shadow Knight has been upgraded to level skill Summon Headless Knight. Before he could examine the attributes of his newfound skill, an unexpected system notification chimed in. Notification. The Headless Knight is a high-ranking commander unit. Your summoning space branch has been activated. Initial Commander Space 1. Commander unit? Branch activation? Commander Space? This brief notification contained a wealth of information. Su Mubai momentarily paused, then opened his attribute panel, directing his gaze towards the summoning space section. He noticed that beneath the original summoning space, an additional summoning space had appeared, albeit with a differing suffix. Summoning space 340-1340 ordinary. Summoning space 020 commander. HM. Was it the initial space supposed to be 1? Gazing at the newly added commander summoning space, Su Mubai's eyes brimmed with confusion. The ordinary summoning space had increased by 1,000 due to the entry of remnants of the forgotten. So the commander space must be due to Death Summon. Su Mubai immediately recalled this profession's accompanying skill. He swiftly began to examine the equipment and skills that could enhance his summoning space. As expected, with the activation of the summoning space branch, the descriptions of these items and skills had undergone slight alterations. In both Summoning Space Expansion and Remnants of the Forgotten, The term ordinary had been appended. Only the skill, Death Summon, remained unchanged. Death Summon, passive skill, no level. Skill effect, it was precisely the fourth effect of Death Summon, compounded with Su Mubai's profession's cataclysmic characteristics that granted him a staggering 20 commander summoning spaces. Truly a remarkable skill. Having identified the reason, Su Mubai then turned his attention to the newly acquired skill. Commander Unit. Such a designation alone suggests a far greater prowess than ordinary units. Summon Headless Knight. Level 905. Active skill. Summon a Headless Knight to fight on your behalf. Casting time. 5 seconds. Cooldown time. 10 minutes. Mana consumption. 5,000 points. The Headless Knight's panel is influenced by the player's mental attributes. I shall see what distinguishes commander units from the rest. With a raised brow, Su Mubai brandished his staff. Summon Headless Knight. A faint gray portal materialized beside him. The frost, currently digesting materials upon his shoulder, glanced up briefly before resuming its repose. Tap, tap, tap. 2 Headless Knights appeared side by side, clad in black heavy armor. Their armor bore the scars of time and battle. One hand gripped the reins tightly, while the other wielded a conical knight's lance. The skeletal warhorse beneath him stood tall and imposing, clad in heavy armor, its hooves igniting with emerald flames, while flickers of ghostly fire glimmered within its eyes, exuding an aura of chilling death. Although referred to as the Headless Knight, it bore a metallic helmet upon its neck. It was only when 2 Headless Knights casually removed their helmets and respectfully bowed to Su Mubai that he realized beneath their helmets lay merely 2 flickering flames of soul fire, devoid of any skull. The presence they commanded was indeed significantly more formidable than that of ordinary skeletons. Observing the majestic Headless Knights, Su Mubai nodded in satisfaction. However, he did not rush to inspect their data. Instead, a thought crossed his mind. Cataclysm. Target, Headless Knight. Prompt. Do you wish to confirm the override of the previous effect and promote the skill Summon Shadow Knight? Cancel. Receiving the same response as when he attempted to summon skeletal minions, Su Mubai furrowed his brow and glanced at Frost, who was meditating. Both were summoned beings. Why could Frost enjoy a second free promotion while the skeletons and Headless Knights could not? Was it merely because the latter 2 were summoned through a skill? Or perhaps the beings summoned through skills were not true entities? This thought sparked a hint of speculation within Su Mubai. This distinction became evident from the panels of the 3 entities. Frost possessed a life level, whereas the skeleton and Headless Knight did not. Regardless of their attribute strength, they were merely summoned creatures. Much like the Shadow Knights and Skeleton Legion, summoned by Franklin, their panels consistently displayed them as summoned beings, and defeating them yielded no experience points. Although he could not successfully exploit this situation, Su Mubai's understanding of the Multiverse Game had advanced further. How could he upgrade again? Su Mubai suddenly noticed that upon promoting the skill Summon Headless Knight, he could allocate points once more. Glancing at the Headless Knight's attribute panel, he expended 5 skill points to elevate this skill to level 10. Remarkably, the skill's level could still be enhanced. After comparing the changes post-upgrade, Su Mubai wore an expression of enlightenment and allocated all remaining skill points to this skill. Summon Headless Knight, level 17. Chapter 61, Commander of Troops. Headless Knight. No aura attributes. Strength, 16,556. Vitality, 16,556. Agility, 16,556. Mentality, 16,556. Health, 1655600. Attack power, 16,556. Physical defense, 33,112. Magical defense, 33,112. Elemental resistance, Death 20, Shadow 20. Skills, Death Charge 9, Headless Immunity 9. Death Charge, level 9, charges towards the target at a speed of 900, dealing 900 damage to all enemies in its path. During the charge, strength effects are enhanced by 900, and it is unstoppable, unaffected by control skills. Charge distance, 10,200 meters. Cooldown time, 60 seconds. Headless Exemption. This exemption nullifies all negative effects targeting the head, such as blindness and dizziness. Legion. Summon Shadow Knights to join the Legion. With a maximum summoning capacity equivalent to 425 of the player's commanding space, discarding decimals, and a minimum of 2 can be summoned. Dominion. Within a defensive aura of 17. 340 meters, all allied units receive a boost to both defenses by 17, with effects that do not stack. Without a head, dizziness is naturally not an issue. So this is what constitutes the commanding units. Su Mubai gazed in astonishment at the attributes of the Headless Knight. As a summoned entity, The Headless Knight received a slightly greater spiritual attribute boost compared to the skeletons. Upon reaching level 20, Su Mubay's high-level equipment had all seen enhancements, and his spiritual attribute had now soared to 1533 points. The skeletons received a bonus of 0.6, while the Headless Knight received a bonus of 1. Each level increase in skill similarly boosts the attributes of the summoned creatures by 10. However, beyond level 9, additional points will no longer enhance the Headless Knight's 4-dimensional attributes and skill level. Instead, they will increase the quantity of Legion and the level of the Dominion. With each level gained, the former summons increase by 25, while the latter enhances the dual defense effect by 1. Goodness, it even comes with a squad of Shadow Knights? Su Mubai did not anticipate that this skill could indeed be nested. He had originally thought that the first summoning entity capable of nesting should be the Necromancer. Grabbing 160 Shadow Knights was splendid. Nodding in satisfaction, Su Mubai glanced at the countdown of the teleportation portal and waved his hand to initiate consecutive summons. Soon, 20 Headless Knights lined up before him, with an orderly formation of 160 Shadow Knights behind them. Although these Shadow Knights possessed only half the attributes of the Headless Knights and lacked elemental resistance and 2 major skills, they compensated with a singular skill. Shadow Charge. Level 9. Charges toward the target at a speed of 300, dealing 300 damage to all enemies in its path, with strength effects increased by 300 during the charge. Charge distance. 100 meters. Cooldown time of 60 seconds. It remains uncertain how high the skill, Summon Headless Knight, can be leveled. Observing his Knight Legion, Su Mubai waved his hand, recalling them all into the command space. The Shadow Knights, existing alongside the Headless Knights, do not occupy the command space. While summoning the Headless Knights, Su Mubai also filled the summoning space once again. With the Curse Crown as a power bank, he hardly needed to worry about mana issues. 340 skeletons, 540 skeleton warriors, and 400 archers and mages each. Among them, 40 skeleton warriors were intended to remain in the summoning space until the flaw of life sharing was resolved. It increasingly resembled the appearance of a plague legion. Looking at the dense army before him, a glimmer of excitement flashed in Su Mubai's eyes. The entire expanse of the Forgotten Lands was suddenly left with only Su Mubai and Frost, surrounded by an eerie silence. Su Mubai turned to glance at Frost, smiling slightly. "Little one, you digest quite rapidly, don't you? After all, I am a Dragon King." Frost proudly raised his head, and within a few fleeting moments, his level had ascended to 6. "Master, may I also have that Millennium Ice Crystal?" A glimmer of desire flickered in Frost's eyes. Ice-related materials were his utmost passion. "No problem, but please wait a moment." Su Mubai nodded slightly, using Cataclysm to elevate the epic Millennium Ice Crystal into the legendary Aeon Ice Crystal. A potent chill immediately emanated, and Frost's eyes sparkled, akin to a shark sensing blood, eagerly exclaiming, "Master, I want it." At these words, Su Mubai couldn't help but shiver. Hastily tossing the Aeon Ice Crystal to Frost, who eagerly consumed it in one gulp, subsequently closing his eyes once more. A flash of white light enveloped him, and Su Mubai found himself once again upon the land of EC City. It was still the same teleportation square, even the coordinates mirroring those at the moment of his departure. The vast square remained deserted, with only him present. The affluent position still resided in the novice village number 9527. If even this fellow hadn't reached level 10, it was hardly likely that any other players had. With no players around, who would he earn money from? He wondered if he could directly trade with the locals of the Forbidden Lands. Would this fellow be penalized for being unable to leave the novice village? Amused at the thought of the firm contract he had signed with the wealthy beyond measure, Su Mubai chuckled. However, after a trip to the Land of Forgetfulness, he realized that he need not wait for the 500 gold coins to commence his next plan. Observing the 3,160 gold coins nestled in his bag, Su Mubai summoned Frost with a wave of his hand. Frost quickly regained his form, once again manifesting the Frost throne upon his back. At this moment, his level had risen to 7. With a roar, Frost soared into the sky, carrying Su Mubai aloft. Chapter 62. The Forbidden Lands also require a sense of propriety. Quiet down. Su Mubai gently tapped his foot, opening the map of EC City, preparing to seek out the nearest jewelry shop. He had a plethora of gems in his backpack awaiting setting. In the game of 10,000 worlds, golden and dark gold equipment could accommodate 1 gem, epic gear could hold 2, legendary 3, and mythical 4. The undead Bone Dragon Caicus and the Forgotten Franklin had collectively provided Su Mubai with 40 level 5 gems, nearly half of which were the mental attribute, totaling 18. However, Su Mubai did not hasten to upgrade these gems, intending instead to first assess the situation at the jewelry shop. Unfortunately, fate had other plans. As soon as Frost took flight, they encountered an obstacle. In the distance, a squadron of griffins approached rapidly, each carrying a rider, and upon observing their standard equipment, Su Mubai instantly understood. He had stumbled upon the guard forces of East Sea City, yet he had committed no offense. Could it be that Sidu Ji sensed the teleportation fluctuations and specifically sent them to escort him? Su Mubai murmured to himself, signaling Frost to halt. However, he was soon left dumbfounded. The leading captain gestured towards Su Mubai with a forbidding sign and exclaimed, "Are you unaware that flying without permission is prohibited in Donghai City? Do you not know this rule?" Su Mubai furrowed his brow but complied, controlling the Frost to descend to the ground. What could he do? After all, this fellow's level was obscured by 3 question marks. Not only could Su Mubai not discern the captain's level, but the levels of the 5 team members behind him remained a mystery as well. In the realm of the myriad worlds, the ability to probe into a target's panel information is solely contingent on one's strength. If strengths are comparable, one could glean information even with a 20-level difference. Conversely, the greater the disparity, the less information could be obtained. In front of him, Su Mubai could only see their names, revealing that Donghai City, as one of the 10 primary first-tier cities, held considerable power. The squad leader swiftly followed Su Mubai's descent, dismounting from his griffin and approaching him with haste. However, he failed to notice that his griffin, upon landing, immediately lowered its head and trembled uncontrollably. The griffins, still airborne, exhibited signs of restlessness, prompting the city guards to tighten their grip on the reins to soothe their mounts. Despite their high levels and overall strength, these griffins were still subdued in the presence of Frost. This was the terrifying power of a Dragon King's might. Nevertheless, given the significant gap in strength, the griffins soon acclimated. Although fear lingered within, their bodies ceased to quiver. A frost dragon? The squad leader cast a surprised glance at Su Mubai's eyes, a flicker of astonishment crossing his eyes. Yet, recalling his duties, he handed Su Mubai a fine. "Why is it? Considering you're a newcomer, unfamiliar with Donghai City's regulations, this time the penalty is merely 100 gold coins. Should you transgress again, the consequences will be far graver." Perhaps due to the presence of the Frost, the squad leader added a cautionary note. To fly within Donghai City, one must first obtain a flying permit. Clearly, such a permit was not easily attainable, but given that this newcomer possessed a Frost Dragon, he was evidently qualified. Nonetheless, the Frost Dragon must still adhere to the city's rules. 100 gold coins? Why not just rob me? Su Mubai's eyes glimmered as he accepted the fine and inquired, "May I ask where Lord Sidaji is currently located? How could a newly arrived newcomer know the name of the city lord?" A flicker of astonishment crossed the squad leader's face as he suddenly realized that this newcomer was already at level 20. If his memory served him right, the newcomers had only arrived yesterday. The speed at which this individual had leveled up was astonishing. Moreover, he possessed a Frost Dragon. It was no wonder he could be associated with the city lord. "Little brother, if you know the city lord, you should have mentioned it earlier. This is akin to flooding the Dragon King's temple. What business do you have with the city lord?" "The city lord has given me a trial, which I have now completed, and thus I must submit my quest," Su Mubai replied with a slight smile. Even within the confines of the Forbidden Realm, the intricacies of human relations remain ever present. The squad leader's expression shifted, casting a penetrating glance at Su Mubai. "I shall escort you to the lord of the city." With that, the squad leader summoned a griffin and mounted it with agility. "Come along, my young friend. Are you capable of flight? It appears you are making special arrangements. We cannot keep the lord of the city waiting." Just as he prepared to take off, he noticed something amiss with the griffin beneath him. "Beast, is this all the courage you possess? A mere juvenile dragon has frightened you so?" He offered an awkward smile to Su Mubai. "My apologies, young brother." Observing the situation, Su Mubai promptly signaled Frost to retract its draconic presence, allowing the griffin to ascend into the sky. Frost followed closely behind, and soon they arrived at the city lord's mansion in EC City. However, plans often shift unexpectedly, and the visit to the jewelry workshop would have to be postponed. Yet this location was also one of Su Mubai's intended destinations. "My young brother, this is the city lord's mansion. Let us disembark." Before the squad leader could finish his sentence, a powerful surge of energy enveloped them. In midair, the space warped as Situ-ji emerged, standing suspended in the air. "What brings you here?" Upon recognizing Su Mubai, a flicker of astonishment crossed Situ-ji's face. He had sensed the approach of a mythical entity, albeit a weak one, prompting his personal investigation. To his surprise, it was none other than Su Mubai. However, his gaze quickly shifted to Frost. A Dragon King level Frost Giant. A Dragon King? The squad leader's eyes widened in disbelief, momentarily forgetting his lack of introduction to the city lord. Sidu then noticed the previously overlooked squad leader and waved him off, saying, "Very well, you may return to your duties." Understanding the gravity of the situation, the squad leader promptly guided the griffin away, acutely aware that what was to follow was beyond his comprehension. "My young friend, your prowess surpasses my expectations," Situ remarked, scrutinizing Su Mubai. In his estimation, Su Mubai should still be within the realm of oblivion. Such rapid advancement was not typically attainable before professional ascension. "City Lord Su Mubai began, only to be interrupted by Situ-G's dismissive gesture. "Come, let us proceed. This is not a place for idle conversation." With that, he flicked his staff, opening a portal and stepping through. "Ensure that little one diminishes in size. My reception room cannot withstand his exuberance." Chapter 63, Profession Ascension, and the Requirements of a Dragon Palace. Frost bared its teeth in response, but remained silent. It sensed the formidable strength of this elder. "Master, please enter first." Frost extended its head toward the portal, and Su Mubai nodded slightly before stepping inside. Shortly thereafter, Frost's body shimmered with icy blue light, rapidly diminishing in size before following closely behind Su Mubai. The portal closed with a hum, and tranquility returned to the skies above the city lord's mansion. Inside the reception room, Situ occupied the main seat, his gaze fixed intently on the Frost perched upon Su Mubai's shoulder. He remained silent, merely gazing intently for a full 10 minutes. "Old man, have you had your fill of staring?" Ultimately, Bing Shuang could no longer restrain herself and directed a retort at Situ. Upon hearing this, Su Mubai gently patted Bing Shuang's head, expressing his confusion as he inquired, "City Lord, is there something the matter with Bing Shuang?" "Nothing at all. Your swift emergence from the land of oblivion has genuinely astonished this old man. It appears your vocation is far more intricate than merely that of a dominator." Upon hearing these words, Su Mubai's heart tightened. He was acutely aware that any encounter with a formidable being from the God-forbidden land would inevitably unveil his secrets. However, refraining from such encounters would hinder his rapid growth. The land of oblivion had significantly enhanced his capabilities. Without this undertaking, he would have never reached level 20, let alone acquired advanced equipment, skills, and the mythical steed Bing Shuang. Thus, this posed an insurmountable dilemma. Even if he avoided cities, he might still encounter powerful adversaries in the wild, such as Huaijian. Although his mind was a tempest of thoughts, Su Mubai maintained a facade of puzzlement and asked, "Is there truly a distinction among dominator vocations?" Situ regarded Su Mubai with a meaningful glance before shaking his head. "I am uncertain about that myself. Do not be alarmed. I harbor no malice towards you. Since you have successfully completed the trial, I shall indeed elucidate some of your inquiries." As he spoke, the system notification resonated in Su Mubai's ears. "You have completed the epic quest, the trial of Situ. Is that all? What about the quest rewards?" The notification abruptly ceased, and Su Mubai cast a glance at Situ. "So, you merely promised to share information regarding the Death Dominator, and it amounts to nothing more than information? Not even a premium piece of equipment or skills? At the very least, a bit of experience and currency would suffice." Su Mubai internally grumbled a few times, yet on the surface, he feigned earnestness in listening. After all, he genuinely desired this information. "Let us begin with the profession." Situ set down his teacup and slowly began to explain to Su Mubai. After listening to his words, Su Mubai's understanding of the myriad realms of the game and the God-forbidden land deepened significantly. In the myriad realms, professions are also categorized by tiers. However, unlike the multiple tiers of equipment, there are only 4 tiers of professions. 1. Ordinary professions. 2. Hidden professions, advanced hidden professions. 3. Unique hidden professions. And 4. Exclusive hidden professions. Su Mubai's vocation, the Death Dominator, is the highest tier exclusive hidden profession. Even hidden professions can only be accessed by players upon reaching level 30. Even Situ could not fathom why Su Mubai was able to transition to the Death Dominator from the very start. Of course, he was unaware that this vocation had been conjured by Su Mubai's card. "City Lord, what do you mean by advancement?" Su Mubai astutely seized upon the information within Situ-G's words, directly voicing his curiosity. Advancement signifies breaking through limits, making oneself more attuned to the profession. In truth, even a mere ordinary profession cannot unleash its full potential without the necessary level of experience. Reaching level 29 signifies a critical juncture. Only through breakthrough can one ascend further in rank and fully unleash the potential of their vocation. This, indeed, is what we refer to as advancement. At this point, Situji paused, casting a glance at Su Mubai before continuing. The might of the Dominator class surpasses your wildest imagination. Only after the advancement will its true power gradually unfold. What you currently possess is merely the surface. Upon hearing this, Su Mubai's gaze sharpened. A tripled attribute enhancement and thrice the growth of free points. Is this merely the surface? To what extraordinary heights will the Dominator of Death ascend post-advancement? Little one, do not rejoice too soon, Situji remarked, sipping from his teacup while observing Su Mubai. The transition from an ordinary class to the second tier is relatively uncomplicated, yet your path is markedly different. The mightier the profession, the more arduous the breakthrough becomes. I humbly request your guidance, City Lord. Su Mubai understood that the forthcoming information held the essence of the matter. Guidance is perhaps too grand a term. Situji waved a dismissive hand. I do possess some insights regarding the Dominator of Death. He glanced at the frost creature resting on Su Mubai's shoulder and smiled. Before you transcend the limits of the Forbidden Realm, I am confident that advancement will pose no challenge for you. What I wish to discuss is the method of advancing as the Dominator of Death. Su Mubai, now wholly attentive, fixed his gaze upon Situji, awaiting further elaboration. To advance as the Dominator of Death, one must experience a profound encounter with death itself. Experience a sufficient amount of death? Su Mubai was taken aback. Does this imply that he must meet his own demise? Situji discerned the confusion in his expression and shook his head. It is not about your own death. Rather, it necessitates the taking of lives, a multitude of lives, and they must be human. Creatures spawned by the myriad realms that can respawn upon death will offer no aid in your advancement. With these words, Su Mubai felt an abrupt drop in the temperature of the room. Situji regarded him earnestly, enunciating each word with gravity. I hope you can grant me a request. Please, speak, City Lord. This is a request from the Elder of the Dragon Temple. Situji shook his head, elaborating. The purpose of the Dragon Temple is to safeguard the entire Dragon Empire. He raised his gaze, as if seeing beyond the ceiling. In the near future, the Forbidden Realm is destined to erupt into war. Only through unification can humanity truly earn the right to traverse the myriad realms. The Dragon Temple desires for you to advance in a foreign land. The magnitude of the request Situji made suggests the sheer number of lives required for the advancement of the Dominator of Death. Though Su Mubai comprehended this, he was already at level 20 and on the verge of his first advancement. How could he fulfill this request while also progressing himself? At present, the borders were still closed. Situji perceived Su Mubai's dilemma, gently waving his hand, causing a dense surge of elemental power to coalesce into a figure before him. This individual possesses the means to traverse borders. Your task is to locate him. However, even the Dragon Temple is unaware of his whereabouts. As he spoke, Situji revealed a letter and a parchment from within his palm. Upon locating the individual, deliver this letter to him, and he will undoubtedly acquiesce to granting you that coveted treasure. Naturally, you may request your assistance in locating certain items in return. As compensation, you shall receive this parchment, which contains valuable clues regarding a set of Death Dominator gear. Placing the letter and the parchment upon the table, Situji regarded Su Mubai with a serious expression and inquired, Bai, are you contemplating a contract with the Dragon Temple? You may ponder this. Currently, the myriad realms impose certain restrictions upon us. Yet should you enter into this contract, any breach would allow the Dragon Temple to act against you without constraint. Will you choose to swiftly ascend within the Dragon Empire at the risk of incurring the Dragon Temple's ire, or will you comply with Situji's request, fostering goodwill with the Dragon Temple in exchange for the clues regarding the profession set? In truth, acquiescence appears to be the most prudent choice. The sole dilemma plaguing Su Mubai is how to find this individual, as the Dragon Temple has provided no leads whatsoever. Should he remain unable to locate him, would he not remain stagnant in his advancement? Furrowing his brow, Su Mubai gazed at the shadowy figure, his expression suddenly shifting to one of realization. The only issue that once troubled him had vanished. As a citizen of the Dragon Empire, was there truly any need for further contemplation? I shall sign. Chapter 64. The Eastern Sea Token, A New Home. You truly aren't reconsidering? Situji remarked in astonishment at Su Mubai's decisiveness. He was acutely aware that this request was far from straightforward for an arrival. The whereabouts of that individual were notoriously erratic, and he often went off the grid. Even he lacked confidence in locating him within a short time frame. No need for contemplation. I, too, wish to visit the Cherry Blossom Kingdom. Su Mubai replied with a subtle smile, his gaze resolute. Was this shadow not Huaijian? He was still awaiting Su Mubai to gather 1,000 ancient gold coins for him, and had even provided contact information. Was there any need to search further? This opportunity would also allow him to unlock that treasure chest. Ha ha, splendid. Situ Ji exclaimed, taken aback by Su Mubai's swift agreement. I knew I had not misjudged you. As his words fell, a contract from the myriad realms materialized before Su Mubai. He perused its contents and decisively affixed his signature. Notification. You have entered into a contract with the Dragon Temple. Henceforth, you may only ascend in other nations. Should you breach this contract, the Dragon Temple will pursue you relentlessly. If the Dragon Empire unifies the Forbidden Lands, this contract shall become void. Do not fret. We shall also assist in locating Huaijian and will inform you at the earliest opportunity. After the contract was signed, Situ Ji's spirits lifted, and he jovially patted Su Mubai on the shoulder. Notification. Situ Ji has added you as a friend. Once you reach Tier 3, I shall recommend you for membership in the Dragon Temple. Thank you, City Lord. Su Mubai expressed his gratitude as he stowed away the letter and the parchment. You have made a concession for the Dragon Empire, and we old-timers cannot allow you to feel disheartened. Situ Ji lifted his teacup and drained it in one gulp, casually tossing a token to Su Mubai as he smiled. Take this. With it, you shall navigate freely within Eastern Sea City. Eastern Sea Token 007, a special item. A token personally crafted by City Lord Situ Ji in limited supply. Possessing it designates you as the master of the Eastern Sea City S007 courtyard. Exclusive to Bai Yi. Receiving the unremarkable EC token, Su Mubai once again expressed his gratitude. He wondered what this item would become after its promotion. However, Su Mubai had no intention of advancing. It was merely a symbol of status, typically bestowed by those in power, and its possessor would surely have their information recorded. Elevating the East Sea token held no advantages for him at this juncture. To his surprise, acquiring a courtyard without cost was a fortunate turn of events. In the myriad realms of the game, there is no concept of logging off. Players must find their own means of rest at night. The most economical option is to purchase a tent for survival in the wilderness, albeit fraught with significant peril. For safety, one must remain within the city while resting. Options include buying a home or renting a room, but both require financial resources. Thus, it is impossible for an ordinary player to indulge in idleness within the myriad realms of the game, unless one commits to being a full-time lifestyle player. They must venture out daily to battle monsters. With the 007 courtyard, Su Mubai now had a foothold in EC City. The courtyard, gifted by the city lord, was evidently not without value. However, what intrigued Su Mubai more was the extent of the so-called unrestricted access that Situ Ji had mentioned. Stowing the token away, Su Mubai tentatively inquired, with this, I can fly in EC City, correct? Not only can you fly, but you could also engage in combat within the city without issue. Really? Su Mubai's eyes brightened at the response. Situ Ji coughed slightly, but do refrain from excessive killings. Rest assured, I shall only target a few enemies. Su Mubai narrowed his eyes slightly. Being able to kill within the city meant that Zhao Su and Lu Ruyan would have nowhere to hide. That is satisfactory. Situ Ji exhaled a sigh of relief, slowly rising to his feet and raising the staff in his hand, causing two portals to materialize simultaneously. I must visit the headquarters of the Divine Dragon Hall. You should check out your new home. As his words fell, Situ Ji stepped into one of the portals, his figure vanishing. Su Mubai cast an envious glance before entering the other portal. He pondered whether he could learn such a skill that allowed one to travel to any desired location. Crossing through the portal, Su Mubai found himself outside a grand courtyard. This estate was expansive, surrounded by towering, sturdy walls. The entrance featured an imposing metallic gate, adorned with mysterious engravings. Flanking the gate stood two guards wielding long spears. Su Mubai's sudden appearance naturally drew the attention of the guards. Clang! The two spears crossed, blocking Su Mubai's path. This is a private courtyard. Entry is forbidden. The city lord is quite generous. Su Mubai gazed with satisfaction at his new abode and tossed the EC token to the guards. This courtyard far surpassed the villa he had in Blue Star. Ah, it is Lord Bai Yi. The guards, upon receiving the token, displayed clear astonishment in their eyes, promptly returning the token to Su Mubai with utmost respect. At that moment, another guard produced a land deed and presented it. Lord Bai Yi, this will now be your private territory. Should you encounter any trouble, feel free to notify us. You have acquired the 007 land deed. As the two guards walked away, Su Mubai finally pushed open the door and entered the courtyard. With the deed in hand, he could come and go as he pleased, while others required his consent. Upon stepping into the courtyard, a system notification echoed in Su Mubai's ears. After a moment's contemplation, he declared, "Bai Yi Courtyard." The system prompted, "Would you like to replace Bai Yi Courtyard with your teleportation point and resurrection point in Donghai City?" He confirmed the replacement. Having completed this task, Su Mubai approached the pavilion within the courtyard, where a faint glow flickered on the back of his hand as the Book of Death materialized. Franklin had generously bestowed upon him 1,000 soul points. It was time to turn the pages once more. In Chapter 65, titled New Skills, as he opened the Book of Death, Su Mubai distinctly felt a resistance. As the 1,000 soul points rapidly diminished, the resistance gradually lessened. When the soul points reached 0, he felt a sudden lightness in his hand, and the Book of Death was opened again. Once more, he encountered the ancient and enigmatic inscriptions, none of which he could comprehend. The chilling force of death surged forth, and the inscriptions coalesced into a stream of information that flowed into Su Mubai's mind. After a considerable time, the Book of Death closed once more, transforming into a mark on the back of his hand. Suddenly, a feeling of enlightenment washed over him, and the newfound knowledge brought a gleam of joy to his face. Simultaneously, a system notification rang in his ears. "You have learned a new skill, Death Domain Leap. Death Domain Leap, Level 1, 050, Active Skill. Traverse the Death Domain, moving with intent. Skill effects, instant release. Leap cooldown time is 15 seconds. Consuming 1 maximum mana point, with a casting range of 0-200 meters. The Death Curtain has a cooldown time of 120 seconds, consuming 1 maximum mana point per second, and can last a maximum of 30 seconds, with a casting range of 0-500 meters. Wherever your will points, the Legion arrives in an instant." Once again, he acquired a level skill, notably the mobility skill that Su Mubai had been yearning for. Upon his job change, he had awakened only a level skill and another skill. The Book of Death, having ascended to the Book of Death, surprisingly allowed him to learn 2 level skills consecutively. The magnitude of this enhancement astonished even Su Mubai. Recalling Sidu Ji's previous remarks, Su Mubai speculated that perhaps this was related to his advancement. Level and skill clearly did not align with the prestige of the Death Sovereign class. With a 15-second cooldown on the Death Domain Leap, his agility would be significantly enhanced. Furthermore, after leaping, he would gain a 3-second invulnerability effect, undoubtedly superior to Frost Protection. As for the Death Curtain, it would greatly augment the mobility of his undead legion. However, he needed to study this skill further to master its application. The level skills had reached the limits of the divine Forbidden Land, and he could not currently exploit them for advancement. After meticulously examining the skills, Su Mubai slowly rose to his feet. In the next instant, his figure vanished from its original location, reappearing before the gate, over 100 meters away. Meanwhile, Su Mubai unfurled up it. Light, gray veil of energy upon his shoulder, which immediately descended. The frost, still digesting the materials, felt an unexpected weight upon its body, and suddenly began to plummet freely through the air. Upon opening its eyes wide, it realized it had ascended to great heights. After traversing the Shroud of Death, a faint gray aura of demise enveloped its exterior, an energy that allowed it to defy death even when reduced to 0 life. Perplexed, Frost fervently flapped its wings, instinctively restoring its form. In an instant, a colossal frost dragon, stretching over 5 meters, materialized above the Bai Yi courtyard. Master? Frost, at a distance of 500 meters, gazed at Su Mubai with a hint of confusion, understanding that this peculiar situation was undoubtedly orchestrated by its master. "Do not be alarmed. Assist me in experimenting with the skill." Su Mubai's voice resonated directly within its mind. Before it could fully comprehend, Frost sensed a profound change in its surroundings. The previously palm-sized gray veil above it suddenly expanded, swiftly sweeping past its form. Concurrently, the Shroud of Death materialized before the pavilion, and Frost's figure was transported accordingly. Is this the master's ability? Manipulating space? Frost looked up at the lofty heights where it had been, astonishment flooding its heart. Soon after, the soul fire within its pupils began to dance wildly. The Shroud of Death unexpectedly expanded tenfold, nearly instantaneously sweeping across the small courtyard in front of the pavilion. The undead legion descended in an instant, with 20 headless knights wielding conical lances positioned at the forefront, followed by 160 shadow knights, along with 500 skeletal warriors, 400 skeletal archers, and 400 skeletal mages, all arranged in meticulous formation. This skill surpasses my expectations. A glimmer of brilliance flickered in Su Mubai's eyes. He had merely sought to experiment by connecting a Shroud of Death to his summoning space. To his astonishment, it had worked. As the numbers of the undead legion increased, the time required to release them all from the summoning space also lengthened. Now, with the Shroud of Death, Su Mubai could instantaneously deploy the legion to any location within 500 meters at his whim. With the elevation of skill levels, this distance would only continue to extend. Moreover, there was a potential for advancement. Su Mubai recalci tu ies verdes. The true power of the profession, Master of Death, would gradually reveal itself upon advancement. However, that would require time, and for now, the primary focus remained on mastering the skill Death Domain Transition. Soon after, Frost witnessed a series of remarkable displays. The Shroud of Death shifted direction and size at Su Mubai's will. The undead legion could either traverse actively or be passively relocated, continuously vanishing and reappearing within the Baiyi courtyard. Su Mubai gradually mastered the technique of the Shroud of Death. With a mere thought, his form vanished before the grand entrance. Death Domain Transition. Frost observed as its master suddenly took a seat within the pavilion and promptly shrank its size. 29:30. The gesture of waving was entirely unnecessary. The Shroud of Death moved in accordance with Su Mubai's thoughts. He simply wished to add a touch of drama to the moment. Master, you are truly remarkable. Frost flitted to the table with great enthusiasm, showering compliments upon Su Mubai while wagging its tail incessantly, resembling an exuberant pug. This behavior is acceptable here, but please refrain from embarrassing me in public. Su Mubai rubbed his forehead, pondering how the majestic Frost Dragon King could behave so dog-like. Fear not, I understand. Frost nodded, adopting an expression of profound comprehension. It was then that Su Mubai noticed that the experience bar of this creature had ceased its progression. Has it fully digested the materials? Indeed, Master. My current strength is certainly capable of assisting you. Frost grinned widely, brimming with confidence. Oh, let me see how much your power has increased. Su Mubai raised an eyebrow and opened Frost's attribute panel. He was immediately taken aback. Mythical creatures possess such astonishing attribute growth. Frost, basic attributes without aura, mythical mount, Frost Dragon King, high-level undead creature, level 10, experience points, 12 million 1 billion, loyalty 100, influenced by the Death Ruler profession. Loyalty never decreases. Movement speed bonus, 800 on land, sea, and air, health points, 26, for billion, mana points, 2 billion, attack power, 1, 32 million, spell power, 1 million, physical defense, 1 million, magical defense, 880,000, elemental resistances, ice 80, death 70, shadow 60, others 40. Skills, frost dragon breath, dragon might, size reduction, basic ice spells, frost freeze. Frost freeze, passive effect, doubles the chance and effect of all ice spells. Tenfold. The base attributes have increased tenfold. Such growth far exceeds Su Mubai's expectations. He had initially thought that a level increase would yield an enhancement of 10 to 20 in base attributes, considering that its initial attributes were already exceedingly formidable. Little did he anticipate that this creature would double its initial attributes with each level gained. Coupled with his high-level undead aura, providing a 60 increase, Frost's health limit surged to 422 per billion, compared to a mythical creature like Frost. His own 15 points in free attributes per level, along with a threefold professional bonus, seemed utterly trivial. He wondered how significant the enhancement would be at the second tier. Why has tier size increased? Closing the panel, Su Mubai gently patted Frost's head. What does it matter if it is a mythical creature? It has still become my mount. Master, I am currently in the newborn stage. My size will change once I reach level 30 and enter the juvenile phase. Is that so? Su Mubai nodded slightly. Level 30, the same level at which players advance. Could it be that these powerful beings also experience growth at the same level? Su Mubai furrowed his brow, pondering what lies beyond the juvenile phase. From level 60 to level 180 marks a period of growth. Beyond level 180, one reaches adulthood. Upon hearing this, Su Mubai let out a sigh of relief. It appears that these formidable races do not experience as many ascensions as the human race. According to Sidhu Ji, humans can advance every 30 levels until breaking through to level 240 and entering the 9th tier. This encapsulates the potential for human growth. Although their foundation may be lacking, they can gradually catch up to the most powerful races in the myriad worlds. However, only a select few can transcend to the 9th tier. If humans are to truly contend with these mighty races, their journey remains long. This is also the significance of the divine forbidden land, which restrains those beings that can be deemed divine. By the way, what ice-based fundamental spells do you know? After Su Mubai posed this question, he quickly felt the disparity once more. There are many, such as Ice Arrow, Ice Spike, Ice Armor, Ice Shield, and Blizzard, among others. I can perform them all. Frost proudly lifted its head, and after listing a series of skills, summarized, in total, there should be nearly 100 spells. Without comparison, one cannot grasp the true extent of the damage. For a moment, Su Mubai found himself at a loss for words. Why is it that players are limited to merely 20 skill slots? In comparison to these powerful races, humans seem utterly weak. Only through gradual advancement can humans hope to bridge the gap with these formidable races. Reflecting on this, Su Mubai found himself increasingly eager for the imminent ascension. However, he did not contact Huai Jin immediately, as he still lacked the requisite 10,000 ancient gold coins. When seeking assistance from others, one should naturally ensure they are adequately prepared. Moreover, from Situ Ji's implication, Su Mubai surmised that Huai Jian would ultimately require him to procure ancient gold coins to exchange for that treasure. Therefore, before approaching Huai Jian, he needed to amass a substantial sum of money. Once he had funds, his summon skeleton and corpse explosion spells could also be elevated. Yet prior to that, he intended to acquire this item for free. Su Mubai glanced at his lifespan and retrieved 58 primary soul stones from his backpack. Of these, 10 were sourced from the wealthy elite, while the remaining 48 were contributions from 2 epic-level endeavors. Cataclysm. Promotion to the next tier. You have acquired 58 intermediate soul stones. Having previously absorbed 50 advanced soul stones, his lifespan now exceeds 52 years, alleviating any concerns of an untimely demise. Since entering the Myriad Worlds game, Su Mubai had never engaged in such a prosperous battle. 52 years of lifespan is sufficient for 5 deaths. While he did not believe he would easily perish, with this newfound longevity, Su Mubai felt emboldened. As for the 58 intermediate soul stones, he intended to use them to validate certain ideas. Despite having gone 2 days without sleep, Su Mubai felt no trace of fatigue. He attributed this to having previously slept excessively during his vegetative state, indicating Frost to enlarge. Su Mubai ascended to the throne and soared into the sky. This time, no guards came to impede him, likely due to Situ Ji having informed them of his possession of the Eastern Sea Order. Many locals in the city witnessed Frost but did not exhibit excessive shock. They merely whispered among themselves for a moment before returning to their own affairs. From the lofty heights, Su Mubai truly comprehended the vastness of Donghai City. The city's periphery was entirely beyond his sight, with the teleportation square situated in the heart of the metropolis. For an ordinary player arriving here, it would take several hours to exit the city. Of course, the teleportation square is equipped with teleportation arrays, allowing one to reach any city gate with just a small fee. The cost of teleportation within the city is quite affordable, making it accessible to the majority. Within the city, one can also hire temporary mounts or summon a carriage for a fee. In essence, possessing wealth greatly enhances convenience in all endeavors. Before long, Bing Shuang arrived above the nearest jewelry workshop. With a swift application of Death Domain Transition, Su Mubai's figure vanished from the throne and materialized at the entrance of a jewelry shop. Bing Shuang was also stored in the mount space. Welcome, esteemed customer. You've certainly come to the right place. Our gem master at Yushizhai is renowned throughout the city. As he approached the entrance, a curvaceous young woman greeted him warmly. Her gaze swept over Su Mubai's attire, and her smile broadened significantly. A newcomer, so quickly entering the city, and adorned with such opulent gear, this was a significant client. Even if not now, surely in the future. Do you accept gemstones? Su Mubai inquired, revealing a level 5 power gem. This was dropped by the undead bone dragon, Kakis, and he was in no rush to upgrade it. Elevating the gem would not only increase the synthesis cost, but also diminish the success rate of the synthesis. Clearly, synthesizing before upgrading was the more advantageous route. Of course we do. The young woman's eyes sparkled, her voice becoming sweeter. Please come in. I will introduce you. Nodding slightly, Su Mubai followed her into Yushizhai. If his plans came to fruition, he would no longer face a shortage of gold coins. Chapter 67, Sudden Wealth. Contrarito Su Mubai's expectations. The attribute gems sold at Yushizhai were capped at level 5. This was consistent across all jewelry workshops in Donghai City. Having refrained from exploiting the upgrades of these level 5 gems, he now realized that the highest tier of ordinary attribute gems was indeed level 5. A level 1 attribute gem confers an additional 10 points to the corresponding attribute, with each level increase doubling the attribute's value, culminating in a level 5 gem that bestows an impressive 160 points. However, synthesis requires 3 gems of the same level. Combining level 1 gems into level 2 ones boasts a near 100 success rate, but subsequent levels see diminishing probabilities of success. Even the gem artisans at Yushirjai, with their extensive experience and the use of special materials to enhance success rates, only achieve around 70 success when attempting to synthesize level 5 gems from 3 level 4 gems. Above level 5 gems, known as brilliant gems, there exist 3 tiers, each contributing an additional point to the corresponding attribute, unless an attribute exceeds 16,000 points. The cost-effectiveness of a level 1 brilliant gem is inferior to that of a level 5 ordinary gem. The most crucial point is that ordinary gems cannot be synthesized into brilliant gems, apart from those dropped by legendary creatures or higher. Only a master jeweler possesses the ability to craft them. However, this poses no challenge for Su Mubai, as he can effortlessly acquire them. Mr. Bay, I am willing to offer 500 gold coins for the level 5 power gem in your possession. After the enchanting lady concluded her introduction, she smiled at Su Mubai and added, "This is the industry standard and the highest price I can offer." So Mubite silent, his gaze sweeping over the price list displayed on the counter. A level 1 attribute gem costs 8 gold coins each. A level 2 attribute gem is priced at 30 gold coins each. A level 3 attribute gem is worth 120 gold coins each. A level 4 attribute gem is 500 gold coins each, while a level 5 attribute gem is valued at 3,000 gold coins each. These are merely the prices for attribute gems. Special gems, such as those for critical hits or damage, are priced at 5 times more. The purchase price offered by the lady was merely half the value. Nevertheless, Su Mubai was unconcerned. For him, any acquisition was akin to a no-cost transaction. By purchasing level 4 gems and upgrading to level 5 before reselling them, he would still make a profit of 1,000 gold coins for each gem. The only limitation to his profit was the quantity of gems available at the Jadestone Workshop. After some contemplation, Su Mubai turned to the alluring lady and inquired, "What if I were to present a level 1 brilliant gem? What price could you offer?" "Sir, you truly put me in a difficult position," she replied playfully, casting a charming glance at him. "Brilliant gems are a rare resource in the Empire, and I cannot dare to buy them privately. If you truly possess one, I would recommend taking it directly to the auction house. I believe you would achieve a splendid return." "I was merely asking," Su Mubai replied with a faint smile, waving his hand to reveal all the gems he had. "Let's calculate the total value. I will sell these to you." "Oh my, I did not expect Mr. Bay to be so generous," the lady exclaimed, her smile widening upon seeing the abundance of level 5 gems. She immediately began to tally the amount. "Here we have 40 level 5 attribute gems, 6 level 5 special gems, 16 level 2 attribute gems, and 3 level 2 special gems. Everything is in order, correct?" "Everything is in order," Su Mubai confirmed. "Very well. The total comes to 105,465 gold coins." The lady promptly initiated the transaction, seemingly anxious that he might change his mind. Su Mubai smiled slightly and confirmed the transaction. "You have received 105,465 gold coins. Current balance, 108,625 gold coins." While he appeared calm on the surface, Su Mubai's heart soared with excitement. 100,000 gold coins. Why would he need to barter with other players? Trading with the locals was far more advantageous. Yet, he suppressed his exhilaration and continued, "I require a batch of level 4 gems. How many do you have available?" Though the lady was puzzled by Su Mubai's decision to sell level 5 gems in exchange for level 4 ones, she saw no reason to decline the business opportunity. With a seductive smile, she replied, "Currently, we have 100 level 4 attribute gems and 10 level 4 special gems in stock. How many does Mr. Bay require?" "Is that all?" Su Mubai furrowed his brow. The inventory of such a large jewelry workshop seemed rather insufficient. "Dear sir, you may be unaware that gemstones are inherently scarce commodities, and our daily acquisitions are limited, resulting in minimal inventory. Furthermore, our primary business revolves around jewelry processing." It was then that Su Mubai recalled that Yushirjai primarily profits from synthesis, inlaying, and extracting gemstones rather than merely trading them. "Very well. I shall take all the 4th-tier gemstones." With a grand gesture, Su Mubai was about to make the payment when a thought crossed his mind. He produced the Donghai order and waved it. Could this item entitle him to a discount? "Ah, it turns out you are a distinguished guest of the city lord." The beautiful lady gently covered her lips in astonishment, her tone shifting to one of reverence. "Lord Bai Yi, with your status, you can enjoy an 80 discount at nearly all shops in Donghai City." What a delightful surprise. Su Mubai raised an eyebrow, stowed away the Donghai order. and transferred all his funds to the vendor, stating, "I'll take all the 4th-tier stones and convert the rest into 3rd-tier gemstones." 10 minutes later, Su Mubai, having acquired a substantial collection of gemstones, was escorted to the entrance of Yushirzhai by the lovely lady. Fortunately, gemstones can be stacked. Otherwise, his current backpack would not suffice to hold them all. It seems that Donghai City is about to witness the rise of a significant figure. Onward to the next jewelry processing establishment. Su Mubai, brimming with excitement, took his seat on the throne and directed the Frost to the next destination. He then glanced at the gems in his backpack, a thought sparking within him. Cataclysm. Level up. For the next 2 hours, Su Mubai explored several jewelry processing shops in Donghai City. By this time, his equipment was adorned with 5th-tier gemstones. Even more astonishingly, the gold coins in his possession had surged to a staggering 980,000, just a hair's breadth away from breaking the million mark. Each shop exhibited a similar inventory of 3rd and 4th-tier gemstones. With an initial capital of over 100,000 gold coins, he bought from one shop and sold to another, averaging a profit of over 200,000 gold coins from each establishment. Had it not been for the limited capacity of these shops, he could have amassed a considerable surplus of 1st and 2nd-tier stones without cost. However, such actions would certainly draw attention. After all, regardless of how many hands they passed through, they remained the same items. To engage in such exploitation again, he would have to wait until these jewelry processing shops exhausted their stock of the gemstones he had previously leveled up. In addition to his equipment adorned with gemstones and the impressive sum of 980,000 gold coins, Su Mubai's backpack also contained over 40 unleveled 5th-tier attribute gems. Ignoring the beautiful lady's curious gaze, he turned and exited Yushirzhai. He intended to convert all these gems into 1st-tier radiant gemstones as Frost arrived at the next destination, the Donghai Auction House. Chapter 68. Donghai Auction House, Soul Coins. This grand structure resembled an ancient castle, built from majestic golden stones. The bronze doors were adorned with intricate designs that Su Mubai could not decipher, while the plaque above read the 5 characters, Donghai Auction House. After stowing Frost away, Su Mubai stepped into the 1st-floor hall. Inside, the crystal chandeliers sparkled brilliantly, the marble floor gleamed, and the walls were adorned with famous paintings and descriptions of auction items, all suffused with the sense of spices and the hum of conversation. Although the throngs of players had yet to enter the city, a considerable number of locals were still frequenting the establishment. The spacious lobby on the 1st floor was adorned with numerous windows, each serving as a venue for consignment and purchase of items. Here, players could display their goods and set a starting bid. Typically, the consignment duration was 24 hours, with the EC auction house levying a fee of 5. Naturally, players could opt to extend the consignment period for an additional fee of 1 for each extra day. In addition to the starting bid, a buyout price could also be established, allowing someone willing to pay the set amount to acquire the item immediately, without waiting for the consignment period to conclude. However, upon further inquiry, Su Mubai discovered that the auction systems utilized by the newcomers and the locals were, in fact, disparate. This meant players were unable to purchase items consigned by locals, and conversely, locals could not bid on items offered by the newcomers. It was said that this was a regulation set by the Multiverse Game to safeguard the interests of the newcomers in the early stages, preventing them from being outmatched by the locals of the divine Forbidden Land. After all, the players had only just arrived in this world, and their financial resources were considerably limited. From the staff, Su Mubai learned that only once a certain number of players advanced to the 2nd tier would the 2 auction systems merge. This was relatively favorable for players seeking to make purchases, yet for a seller like Su Mubai, it was not particularly good news. Even someone as affluent as the one possessing the wealth god, talent appeared to Su Mubai as a pauper. "Sir, have you decided which items you wish to consign?" The attendant gently prompted as Su Mubai remained silent. "I heard there will be an auction here." Su Muwei's response diverted from the inquiry, yet the staff remained unperturbed, smiling as they replied, "Indeed, our EC auction house holds an auction every month, in addition to a grand auction once a year. This month's auction is set to commence tomorrow." At this, the attendant gestured to the right and continued, "If you wish to participate, you must ascend to the 2nd floor from there and purchase a ticket first." "Thank you." Su Mubai nodded and turned toward the indicated location, where a staircase awaited. "A newcomer dares to attend the auction. I wager he will be deterred by the ticket price." A slender youth, standing behind him, smirked and muttered under his breath. In his view, even a newcomer who managed to enter the city with such swiftness would undoubtedly find the ticket too expensive. "You underestimate that gentleman," the attendant chuckled softly. Having dealt with auctions for a long time, he immediately recognized that Su Mubai was adorned with exceptionally remarkable equipment. Several pieces were of epic quality or above. Such a person was hardly likely to be dissuaded by the ticket price. Upon reaching the second floor, Su Mubai was indeed taken aback by the ticket prices. The cheapest seat in the rear demanded a full 1,000 gold coins, while the most expensive private room soared to a staggering 100,000. This was merely the price of admission. One could only imagine the exorbitance of the items up for auction. Gazing at the nearly 1 million gold coins in his backpack, Su Mubai suddenly felt far less affluent than he had initially perceived. With such ticket prices, this amount surely would not suffice to participate in the auction. Sir, may I inquire which type of ticket you wish to purchase? I must remind you that they are nearly sold out. The young lady at the ticket counter winked at Su Mubai. Is there any possibility of a discount? One must seize the opportunity when it presents itself. Su Mubai replied decisively, retrieving the Donghai token. In the next moment, the young lady's demeanor shifted, and she quickly stood up, presenting a golden card with both hands. Ah, you are a distinguished guest of the city lord. Mr. Bai, this is your VIP card. Please keep it safe. VIP card now. 007. You will receive notifications whenever an auction at the Donghai auction house commences, and you can use this card to be directly transported into the exclusive room 007. With this card, you're a VIP of the Donghai auction house. Is it complimentary? Su Mubai was momentarily taken aback. The advantages of the Donghai token exceeded his expectations. Indeed, the Donghai auction house is a property of the city lord, and your presence naturally entitles you to VIP treatment. VIP treatment? Su Mubai's heart soared as he accepted the card. You will enjoy a 50% discount on the service fees for consigning and auctioning items here. Furthermore, should you find yourself short on funds during the auction, we can provide you with an interest-free loan of no more than 10,000 soul coins. Soul coins. Su Mubai's eyes brightened at the mention of the term. He hastily inquired, what is the exchange rate between soul coins and gold coins? Typically, one soul coin is valued at 10,000 gold coins. Although few individuals actually exchange soul coins for gold coins, the receptionist explained patiently, shaking her head. Each soul coin contains a fragment of temporal energy equivalent to 1 hour of lifespan. However, this temporal energy cannot be directly absorbed. It must be refined through special methods. The life soul stone is forged by powerful individuals extracting this temporal energy from soul coins. Mr. Bai, how much do you believe a lifespan is worth? Upon hearing this, Su Mubai experienced a moment of clarity. The value of life is subjective. For someone nearing death, an hour of life is priceless. Yet for many, an hour may seem trivial, easily squandered in idleness. Su Mubai comprehended that in the Forbidden Land, soul coins were the true currency of worth, while gold, silver, and copper coins merely met everyday expenses. Though they might procure some initial equipment, only soul coins could purchase truly valuable items. He couldn't help but recall the god of wealth talent, which evidently concealed much information. Otherwise, such a talent could hardly be deemed exceptional. However, this was understandable, considering their lack of familiarity. Stowing away the VIP card, Su Mubai placed all of his first-level brilliant gems on the counter. Are these gems eligible for auction? Certainly, the brilliant gems qualify. The receptionist nodded. May I ask if Lord Bai wishes to transact in gold or soul coins? Soul coins. Very well. Our suggested starting price is 5 soul coins per gem, and based on previous experiences, the final transaction price should be around 910 soul coins. The auction house will charge a 10 fee on the total auction amount. Certainly, in your esteemed position, a payment of merely 5 will suffice. Mr. Bai, does this arrangement meet your approval? No concerns. Su Mubai nodded slightly, contemplating before inquiring. Can the value of the item sent for auction be utilized as my bidding limit? He feared that should an extraordinary item emerge, he would find himself without funds in his inventory, thus disqualified from participating in the auction. While others would not be granted this privilege, you certainly can. Is that so? A surge of joy filled Su Mubai's heart as he waved his hand to retrieve all the intermediate soul stones. He intended to submit these for auction as well, conducting the transactions in soul currency. Chapter 69, Treasures of Unfathomable Wealth, and these as well. After a moment's thought, Su Mubai presented 3 pieces of equipment and a tome of skills to the attendant. These items were naturally acquired from the Skeleton King, Reggie. Originally classified as Dark Gold Tier, the equipment had been elevated by Su Mubai to the esteemed level of Epic Gear at level 1060. The skill Thunderous Strike had also been upgraded to the illustrious skill tome Tempest Assault. Hence, Su Mubai resolved to auction them here as well. Upon hearing the starting bid announced by the attendant, Su Mubai hastily departed from the Donghai auction house. Suddenly, a thought struck him. The jewelry workshop in Donghai City had run out of stock, but other cities still possess supplies. If he were to traverse those cities, he could potentially amass a significant fortune. With this realization, his previously tranquil heart surged with excitement once more. With a frosty rush, he made his way towards the teleportation square, adjacent to which lay the teleportation hall of Donghai City. From there, one could be transported to other cities. During his journey, with newfound wealth, Su Mubai also decided to elevate 2 of his skills. Prompt: do you confirm the expenditure of 10,000 gold coins to overwrite the previous enhancement effect and upgrade the skill Summon Advanced Skeleton to a higher tier? Confirmed. Your skill Summon Advanced Skeleton has successfully ascended to the skill Summon Elite Skeleton. Summon Elite Skeleton, level 9 active skill. Summons 3 elite skeletons to fight by your side. Elite Skeleton Warrior, Elite Skeleton Archer, Elite Skeleton Mage. Casting time, 3 seconds. Cooldown, 30 seconds. Mana cost, 3,000 points. Cataclysmic traits. 1. The Elite Skeleton Warrior's maximum health is increased to 500, and its attack power is enhanced by 100. 2. Not activated. 3. Not activated. The Elite Skeleton's attributes are augmented by the player's mental attributes. The designation of Elite precedes the names of all 3 unit types, though the specific enhancements remain unclear. However, suspended in midair, Su Mubai did not hasten to summon them, but instead continued to elevate the next skill. Prompt: do you confirm the expenditure of 10,000 gold coins to overwrite the previous enhancement effect and upgrade the skill Corpse Explosion to a higher tier? Confirmed. Your skill Corpse Explosion has successfully ascended to the skill Chain Corpse Explosion. Chain Corpse Explosion, level 11, active skill, capable of sequentially detonating up to 3 corpses or remains, inflicting magical damage on all enemies within a 20-meter radius of each corpse or remains. Cannot be used on corpses. Damage: target S pre-mortem health 20, spell power 200. The casting range is 200 meters, instant release, with a cooldown period of 30 seconds, consuming 6,000 mana points. The Chain Corpse Explosion has seen enhancements in all aspects, significantly surpassing its previous strength. Su Mubai felt quite satisfied with this development. It was only then that he noticed he had already utilized 11 slots in his skill bar. This was achieved without learning any low-level skills. With only 20 skill slots available, he felt somewhat constrained. He wondered if there would be an expansion after his advancement. Murmuring softly, the teleportation square came into view. Beep beep beep. Just as he was about to control the frost to descend, Su Mubai's communicator suddenly chimed. It was Fu Jiatianxia. At the same time, 5 beams of white light illuminated the teleportation square in succession. Had he finally exited the novice village? Su Mubai raised an eyebrow and answered the voice call from Fu Jiatianxia. Brother Baiyi, are you free right now? I'm bringing you some money. The voice of Fu Jiatianxia came through, clearly having just left the novice village to contact Su Mubai. I'll come find you. Su Mubai replied with a slight smile, controlling the frost to lower his altitude. You're coming to find me? Fu Jiatianxia was momentarily taken aback. Sure, He was interrupted by a way. Look over there. Is that a dragon? The group turned in the direction of his pointing finger, their eyes widening in astonishment. Before them flew a fearsome frost dragon, racing toward the teleportation square. Incredible. There's even a frost dragon in Donghai City, exclaimed the fire elemental mage, who struggled to get out of bed. Beside him, Feng Yishao Shao glanced at the two with a resigned expression and said, Have you forgotten what Baiyi's mount is? Right? That must be Baiyi's Frost Dragon King, exclaimed Mian Huatang, his eyes gleaming. Look, there's indeed a person sitting on its back. As the frost lowered, they finally spotted Su Mubai seated majestically on the throne atop the dragon. A wave of envy washed over them. When would they possess such a formidable mount? Away in the fire elemental mage exchanged glances, their eyes filled with longing. Brother Baiyi's mount is of legendary caliber. It's best not to dream too much, Fu Jiatianxia remarked, shaking his head. Even I don't know when I'll be able to afford one. As he spoke, he quickly stepped forward to greet the descending Su Mubai. Su Mubai waved his hand to dismiss the frost and accepted the 500 gold coins handed to him by Fu Jiatianxia, smiling. Not bad. Your upgrade rate surpasses that of Hong Tu Baiyi. The talent of Hong Tu Baiyi grants a 20 experience boost to guild members. And Fu Jiatianxia's team had managed to exit the novice village ahead of others, which was indeed somewhat surprising. This is all thanks to the equipment Brother Baiyi sold us, Fu Jiatianxia said, casting a deep glance at Su Mubai. With those dark gold-level items, they had managed to surpass the Baiyi Guild and conquer the hell-level Misty Lands. However, they ultimately only acquired golden-level items. This indicated that unless they unlocked a disaster-level hidden dungeon, dark gold-level equipment would not appear in the novice village. It was precisely for this reason that they could slightly lead the way out of the novice village. The remaining individuals gazed at Su Mubai in astonishment, for they realized that, aside from the name Bai Yi, they could not discern even the opponent's level. Had the disparity in power reached such an extreme? Feng Yi Xiao glanced at his own talent level, pondering in silence. Equipment merely serves as assistance. The key lies in the individual. You all continue to explore Donghai City. I have some matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave, Su Mubai said with a smile, waving his hand as he prepared to depart. The equipment and skill books he had initially intended to sell were now entrusted to the Donghai auction house. Compared to the local denizens of the Forbidden Land, the wealth of the affluent provided no advantage in the early stages. Brother Bai Yi, do not be in haste. First, take a look at this, called out Fu Jiatianxia, hastily stopping Su Mubai and presenting a piece of parchment with a grin. This was just drawn from the money tree today. I believe it will pique your interest. Upon seeing the description of the parchment, Su Mubai's heart skipped a beat, and he cast a surprised glance at Fu Jiatianxia. The level of talent was indeed formidable. On only the second day, such a treasure had been procured. Chapter 70. The uniqueness of the Ruler of Death, Fate Parchment, legendary item. Upon use, you shall gain an opportunity to roll the dice of fate. Roll a 1, and face dire misfortune. Roll a 2, and nothing occurs. Roll a 36, and be graced by fortune. The higher the roll, the more bountiful the reward. Gambler, are you certain you won't roll a 1? A legendary item with a 1 in 6 chance of punishment, a 1 in 6 chance of nothing happening, and the remainder all rewards. Such odds, in the eyes of a gambler, seem akin to a certainty of winning. However, Su Mubai was no mere gambler. He was a master of the game. In his hands, this scroll transformed into a mythical artifact, possibly rendering the penalty null. Thus, when Fu Jiatianxia produced the parchment, Su Mubai halted in his tracks. He found himself intrigued by the fate parchment. How much for it? He inquired. Not for sale, Fu Jiatianxia replied with a smile, shaking his head. It is a gift. A gift? Su Mubai scrutinized him intently, withholding his response as he awaited further explanation. He understood that often, free offerings carry the highest cost. To bestow a legendary item without charge indicated that Fu Jiatianxia desired something in return. Brother Bai Yi, I harbor no ulterior motives. I merely wish to seize this opportunity to establish a profound collaboration with you, Fu Jiatianxia elucidated. Initially, he had aspired to bring Bai Yi under his wing. Yet, since their transaction in the novice village, he had come to realize that someone like Bai Yi would never be subservient. Collaboration was the only viable route. At that time, Fu Jiatianxia had still perceived himself and Bai Yi as equals. However, a series of system announcements had since altered his perspective, single-handedly defeating an epic-level foe, unlocking the mount leaderboard early, and acquiring a mythical mount on the very first day of the game. Each of these feats had reshaped his worldview. Such an individual must be courted, even if it meant incurring some personal loss. With his own financial resources, coupled with the strength of the other party, it was entirely feasible to swiftly establish a foothold in the Forbidden Land. Thus, the current scene unfolded. Deep collaboration? Su Mubai inquired with keen interest. Pray tell, how do you envision this partnership? A sudden thought of recruiting the wealthy struck him. Although he did not require a team, having such a benefactor to generate wealth for him seemed rather advantageous. This is not the place for discussions. Shall we find an inn to converse in detail? The affluent individual remarked while rubbing his belly, having not indulged in fine cuisine all day, seizing the opportunity to satiate his cravings. Finally, a sumptuous feast awaited. While steamed buns could alleviate hunger, they were far from delectable. Nearby, Away's eyes sparkled at the mention, whispering to himself, "Haha, for this grand meal. I've refrained from eating steamed buns for quite some time. My hunger level has reached 60 points, and I must feast soon." Cotton Candy clenched his fist, his eyes filled with anticipation for the culinary delights. However, Su Mubai was momentarily taken aback. Hunger level? Was this an attribute in the myriad worlds of the game? It suddenly dawned on him that since entering the game, he had never consumed anything yet had not experienced hunger. In a realistic gaming world, this was quite illogical. The reason Su Mubai had overlooked this issue was that he had not eaten for an extended period before entering the game. How does a vegetative state consume food? He promptly opened his attribute panel and scrutinized it thoroughly. Yet, there was no indication of hunger on the panel. Was it due to the Death Sovereign class? A faint speculation arose in his mind. Not only hunger, but there should also be attributes such as fatigue. In the early stages of the game, players with low attributes still required sleep and rest. This was evident from the unmistakable fatigue reflected on the faces of the affluent individuals. To expedite their exit from the novice village, they surely had not rested. Yet, Su Mubai felt not a trace of fatigue. "No worries, I am in no hurry. I shall reserve this parchment for Brother Bay. Notify me once you are done." The affluent individual smiled slightly in understanding. "Very well," Su Mubai nodded slightly, preparing to depart when his steps unexpectedly faltered. Not far off, 5 beams of white light flashed as others emerged from the novice village, led by the illustrious Hong Tubei. Hong Tubei initially intended to approach, but visibly recoiled upon seeing Su Mubai, his pupils narrowing in alarm. "How is it that I cannot even discern his level? How on earth has he leveled up?" For a moment, Hong Tubei's expression oscillated between various emotions. After some contemplation, he ultimately halted his advance and turned to leave. Until his own talents matured, it was prudent to maintain distance from this extraordinary individual. Now that he had entered the city, the Baya Guild's growth would exponentially accelerate. When his own strength burgeoned, he would surely not be inferior to Bei. Su Mubai's pause was not prompted by Hong Tubei and his companions, but rather a sudden realization that struck him. At this juncture, squads comprising high-level players should gradually be making their way into the city. One cannot help but wonder if Lu Ruyan and Zhao Su, that infamous couple, are among them. Regardless, it is prudent to wait and observe. Should they indeed be part of this influx of players, it would save oneself considerable trouble. With this thought, Su Mubai's gaze grew increasingly frigid. When compared to the pursuit of vengeance, matters of profit could certainly be postponed. As anticipated, beams of white light began to flicker, heralding the arrival of players at the teleportation square of Donghai City. Each player of notable talent had almost certainly formed their own small teams within their respective novice villages, selecting comrades who also possessed exceptional abilities. Nevertheless, this batch of players arriving from various novice villages amounted to merely a few dozen individuals. Their scattered presence across the expansive teleportation square rendered it difficult for Su Mubai to discern all those present at once. As players began to disperse from all directions, a thought struck Su Mubai. With the aid of the Death's Veil, the Undead Legion descended in a dispersed formation, swiftly encircling the teleportation square. The memories of years of deception, the horrors of accidents, the helplessness of vegetative states, and the suffocating despair prior to entering the game were all vividly recalled. The flames of hatred surged within him, causing Su Mubai to utterly disregard the sentiments of other players. His formidable strength was the very foundation of his audacity. The existence of the Donghai Order allowed him to encircle the teleportation square without restraint. Those wishing to depart would have to wait until he confirmed the presence of the infamous couple. Chapter 71. Mubai, I have finally found you. What has transpired? Why have so many skeletons suddenly appeared? I have only just exited the novice village. Surely, I am not encountering a monster siege already? What a ridiculous thought. This is one of the 10 primary cities of the Divine Dragon Empire. How could it possibly be breached? Yet look at these skeletons, aside from their names. Everything else is a question mark. Elite skeleton warriors, with a parenthesis stating, White Knight. What the hell, these skeletons have all been summoned by White Knight. What a joke. Did White Knight not just leave the novice village not long ago? How could he possibly summon so many skeletons at once? There must be at least 1,000 here, not to mention those impressive knights. What on earth does White Knight intend to accomplish? The sudden emergence of the Undead Legion ignited fervent discussions among the few dozen players who had just stepped out of the novice village, causing them to halt in their tracks, paralyzed by fear. Be it the enormous swords of the skeleton warriors or the lances wielded by shadow knights and headless knights, they made their skin crawl. At the periphery, watchful skeleton mages and archers lurked ominously. A singular question flashed through everyone's mind. What exactly does White Knight aim to achieve? Does he intend to slay them all? This is the main city. Any aggressive action would lead to capture. What gives him the audacity to act thus? Observing the elite skeleton warriors blocking their path, Hong Tubei's expression darkened considerably. Oh, White Knight, I chose to withdraw from confrontation, yet you insist on crossing swords with me. Do you? In Hong Tubei's eyes, White Knight's actions were clearly a direct affront to him. The ambitious figure turned, his expression fluctuating between uncertainty and agitation, only to find that Bai Yi had not spared him a glance. A sigh of relief washed over him. Yet he was suddenly engulfed by a profound sense of humiliation. The wealthy elite, poised to indulge in a feast, halted in their tracks. Their expressions a mixture of bewilderment and apprehension at the sudden emergence of the undead army. Even the extraordinarily talented Fu Jiatianxia was rendered speechless. Was this truly the extent of Baiye's power? It was utterly preposterous. Feng Yishao clenched his fists, only to release them weakly. A flicker of confusion flashing in his eyes. His own formidable combat prowess paled in comparison to Bai Yi's. No, he was utterly unworthy to be compared to Bai Yi. He could not even contend with a single skeleton summoned by him. Faced with the imposing elite skeletal warriors, a profound sense of helplessness welled up within Feng Yi Xiao Xiao. He had an inkling that he could not withstand even a single strike from the skeleton. Yet, Bai Yi had effortlessly summoned over 1,000 of such skeletons with a mere wave of his hand. Just how powerful was he? It's nothing. Just looking for a couple of people, Su Mubai remarked, leaping gracefully as Frost emerged from his mount's realm. This time, he did not take his seat upon the back of Frost, but instead stood directly between the dragon's dual horns. The appearance of the Frost dragon immediately captivated everyone's attention. Gazing upon this mythic steed, the elite players were filled with envy. There is no need for alarm. Simply cooperate with me to accomplish one task, and your safety is assured. Though Frost soared not high, it was sufficient for all to see Su Mubai and hear his voice clearly. Upon hearing this, discussions erupted among the crowd. Silence. Su Mubai huffed, and instantly, Frost exhaled a gust of icy breath. The temperature around them plummeted, and a terrifying pressure descended upon them. What the hell, my attributes just decreased by 50, they thought. Was this the capability of a mythic steed? This was absurdly overpowering. As Su Mubai's gaze swept across the throng, the murmurs ceased abruptly. The dragon's majesty, akin to that of a dragon king, easily subdued these newly minted level 10 players. Listen carefully. Su Mubai surveyed the crowd, and once silence was restored, he continued, "You may leave, but you must pass through me." As his words echoed, discontent arose among the crowd. Who do you think you are? What if we surround you? This is the main city. Try making a move. Talk big. Why don't you just come with me here? The first two to speak out barely finished their sentences before an arrow pierced through their bodies. 2 damage numbers in the 5-digit range flashed, and they collapsed lifelessly, dropping 2 pieces of equipment and several dozen silver coins. Gulp. Surrounding onlookers collectively swallowed hard, staring in shock at Su Mubai. None dared to approach to claim the fallen's possessions. Merely uttering a few words had cost them their lives. This was the main city. Had Bai Yi lost his mind? Meanwhile, the ambitious figure was drenched in cold sweat, filled with an overwhelming sense of dread. Thank goodness he spoke slowly, otherwise, he too would have met the same fate. Killing in the main city? How dare Bai Yi? Is he not afraid of being captured by the city guards? It would be wise to avoid provoking such an individual. He is nothing short of a madman. Does anyone have any objections? Su Mubai's gaze swept across the crowd, and no one dared to meet his eyes. The oppressive presence of Long Wei, coupled with his decisive actions and the terror of his undead legion, instilled a deep sense of fear in these individuals. However, Su Mubai was not observing them. He was searching for Lu Ruyan and Zhao Su. Yet among this group, there was no sign of either of them. Had they not awakened their innate talents? Scattered flashes of white light occasionally illuminated the area. Perhaps the couple was simply a step behind. The reason he directed everyone to proceed in this manner was to prevent chaos and ensure nothing was overlooked. Faced with Su Mubai's threat, those present had no choice but to comply. At this moment, 2 beams of white light flickered. A man and a woman appeared in the teleportation square. They were clearly bewildered by the situation, their expressions filled with confusion. Zhao Su hastily grabbed a passing player and asked, "What is happening here?" The player shot him a glare, venting his frustration onto Zhao Su. Yet the next instant, the player halted in his tracks, captivated by the sight of Lu Ruyan, who was adorned in a delicate lavender dress, holding a staff. Her exquisite features and stunning figure drawing attention. "This beauty, come with me this way. Be careful not to provoke Bai Yi, or you might get killed." Zhao Su's face darkened with anger, momentarily oblivious to the mention of Bai Yi. Only Lu Ruyan, with a single glance, spotted Su Mubai proudly standing atop the head of the frost dragon. It truly was him. Lu Ruyan's eyes widened in shock, her hand instinctively covering her mouth. Her voice a blend of astonishment and a hint of joy. At this moment, Zhao Su also realized the situation, quickly stepping back to create distance between himself and Lu Ruyan, excitement flickering in his eyes. To avoid complicating matters, he refrained from speaking and sent a text message to Lu Ruyan via his communicator. "Rising sun, Ruyan, whether we can continue to relish the myriad realms of the game depends on you. Red dust rain. Hee, with just a slight effort, I can easily handle this. Tonight, I shall show you the latest video." A confident smile graced Lu Ruyan's lips as she ignored the advances of other players and strode purposefully towards Su Mubai. Su Mubai also noticed the pair, and with a thought, he vanished from atop the frost dragon's head. When he reappeared, he stood before Lu Ruyan, tears welling in his eyes. Her current demeanor exuded an overwhelming desire to embrace him, yet she seemed at a loss. Mubai, I finally found you. Once, it was this Oscar-worthy performance that had deceived Su Mubai into foolishness. However, now, he was no longer susceptible to such tricks. In confronting Lu Ruyan, his previously tumultuous emotions found surprising calm. In the past, when he was kept in the dark, Lu Ruyan was to Su Mubai the epitome of perfection. Her character and impeccable responses rendering him utterly at ease. However, upon uncovering the true nature of her companion, Su Mubai was instantly overwhelmed by a wave of nausea. Deceptive, utterly deceitful. How could he have been so bewitched to have been misled by this woman for so long? With a mocking gaze fixed upon the utterly engrossed Lu Ruyan, Su Mubai's lips curled into a slight smirk. What a coincidence. I am as well. Chapter 72. Brother Bai, we must flee. The city guards are approaching. At that moment, Zhao Su also arrived, eager to assist. Mr. Su, you cannot fathom the lengths Miss Lu has gone to in search of you. Practically scouring the entire novice village. Oh, is that so? Su Mubai raised an eyebrow. Why would I dare to deceive? Zhao Su's face was adorned with a sycophantic smile. Yet before he could finish his sentence, his expression morphed into one of sheer terror, as if he had encountered a nightmarish vision. This indescribable sense of dread sent Zhao Su into a frenzy. He let out a wail akin to that of a slaughtered pig while attempting to flee. However, just as his piercing scream echoed, it abruptly ceased. Confronted by Su Mubai's chilling gaze, Zhao Su could not withstand even a heartbeat before collapsing lifelessly to the ground, an item dropping from his corpse. Another life extinguished. This Bai truly is a maniac. Where the city guards? It appears Bai has cordoned off this area solely to pursue these two individuals. Undoubtedly, the Undead Legion has ceased their efforts to hinder anyone's escape. How could they have so grievously offended Bai? We must hurry. What are we waiting for? Should we perish, it would cost us a decade of our lives. Patience. Let us observe the spectacle for a moment. I have not uttered a word. Why would Bai wish to kill me? Huh? Still wishing to watch the show? Be careful lest you become part of it. I shall take my leave first. Zhao Su's final cries drew the attention of all present, causing the Skeleton Legion to loosen their encirclement, allowing everyone to depart freely. Yet, a few lingered behind, watching the unfolding drama from a distance while murmuring amongst themselves. Zhao Su's sudden demise, coupled with the grotesque contortion of his features at the moment of death, elicited a gasp from Lu Ruyan. Mubai, why did you kill him? If it were not for their team affiliation and the system alert that would accompany Su Mubai's proactive aggression, Lu Ruyan would have never suspected his hand in the matter. Even now, her mind buzzed with confusion. What transpired? Su Mubai had done nothing. Why did Zhao Su perish so tragically? The half-scream she had just witnessed sent chills down her spine. What kind of divine ability was this? Could one glance be fatal? The more pressing question was, why had Su Mubai suddenly attacked Zhao Su? A flicker of terror flashed in Lu Ruyan's eyes, and her heart plummeted. It was over. He must have uncovered something. Instinctively, she attempted to retreat, only to be seized by Su Mubai. What is this? Did you not just say you finally found me? Why attempt to flee now? Su Mubai di Lu Ruyan. His reluctance to eliminate both adversaries in one swift motion was deliberate. He wished for this pair to witness each other's demise in excruciating detail. Only in this manner can they truly experience fear and despair, completely unleashing the fury within their hearts. No, they were merely startled. Lu Ruyan stammered, forcing herself to regain her composure while her mind raced with thoughts. How much did he actually know? If he merely understood her connection with Zhao Su, perhaps there was still a chance for redemption. But what if he was fully aware of everything? How could she possibly survive this? Damn it, despite all her calculations, she never anticipated that Su Mubai would suddenly turn against her. How could he know that she had become a vegetable? Just then, as Lu Ruyan was engulfed in panic, the voice of Fu Jiatian Xia echoed dramatically. Brother Bai, we must flee. The city guards are coming. A squadron of griffins appeared on the horizon, each powerful creature carrying a formidable member of the city guard. They were summoned to handle emergencies, thus arriving far more swiftly than their grounded counterparts. In a moment of urgency, Fu Jiatianxia had no time to send a message and shouted out loud. The players surrounding him instantly recoiled in fear, as if they had seen a ghost, hastily distancing themselves. To openly notify Bai like this was to court disaster. In an instant, only his four original teammates remained by his side. Feng Yi, Xiao Xiao, and the others wore somber expressions yet did not retreat, staying alongside Fu Jiatianxia. Bai is finished, having killed 3 individuals. Who knows how long he will be imprisoned? Indeed, Only a madman like him would dare to commit murder in the main city. No matter how powerful he was, could he truly resist the city guards? Huh. By the time he was released, we would have leveled up considerably. As the city guard approached, the onlookers began to revel in schadenfreude. However, recalling past events, they deliberately lowered their voices, fearing Su Mubai might overhear. Yet, Su Mubai remained unfazed. He did not even turn his body, merely raised a hand and waved dismissively. No worries, continue with your affairs. I will contact you once I am done. He showed no intention of fleeing, firmly holding onto Lu Ruyan, quietly observing Zhao Su's lifeless form. It was only when Zhao Su's body transformed into a wisp of white light and vanished that Su Mubai lifted Lu Ruyan and leaped onto the frost dragon's head. This way, he could lie there as a corpse, awaiting his teammates to resurrect him. At that moment, the city guard squad reached the teleportation plaza, their griffins disturbed by the frost dragon's might, becoming restless. Su Mubai lightly tapped his toes, signaling the dragon to retract its aura, and offered a slight smile to the leader. Once again we meet. Lord Bai Yi, your commotion is rather excessive, the captain, who had previously issued Su Mubai a fine, remarked with a wry smile, his gaze sweeping over the undead legion. He had received notification that this visitor wielded the 007 EC order, a token of esteem from the city lord. For someone of such stature, even the slaying of several newcomers or locals was hardly a significant issue. His presence here was merely to advise against escalating matters further. For instance, summoning the undead legion to encircle the teleportation square is best avoided. I apologize for causing you trouble. Su Mubai waved his hand to dismiss the legion of the undead, offering an apologetic smile to the squad leader. Rest assured, I shall resolve this matter swiftly. As his words fell, frost surged into the sky, leaving behind a handful of stunned elite players. Wait, are you just flying away like that? They could not fathom how, only 2 days into the game, Bai Yi had already become a figure of authority among the city guards. The squad leader, watching the direction in which the frost had vanished, sighed helplessly. It seemed this little ancestor would stir up trouble in the Resurrection Hall. Chapter 73. Confrontation at the Resurrection Hall. The frost moved with incredible speed, disappearing from sight in an instant. The squad leader let out a resigned sigh and retrieved his communicator to report the incident. Given the involvement of the lord of the city's esteemed guests, he had no authority to make decisions. Soon, the voice of the captain came through the communicator. Maintain order, leave the rest alone. Upon hearing this, the squad leader stowed the device and led his team skyward. The Resurrection Hall was not the teleportation square. It was situated in a bustling area with many pedestrians, and they needed to get there promptly. At the teleportation square, dozens of elite players who had exited the novice village were left utterly dumbfounded. They never imagined that Bai Yi possessed such prowess to commit murder in the main city without consequence. Many of them were relieved they had refrained from speaking loudly earlier. Had they been killed, who would they turn to for justice? In the depths of his eyes, the wealthy and powerful glimmered with a hint of excitement as he picked up the items dropped by Su Mubai. The others, having heard his earlier conversation with Bai Yi, naturally dared not intervene. With the excitement dissipated, the crowd soon dispersed, embarking on their exploration of the new city. Roar. Accompanied by a dragon-esque roar, Frost descended outside the Resurrection Hall. Passers-by turned to look. If they could turn back time, they would never dare provoke such a madman again. What started as mere bravado had turned deadly. Moreover, he had killed and remained brazenly in the city. Was this right? What terrified them the most was the realization that upon being slain by Bai Yi, their lifespans had been directly reduced by 20 years. From now on, one should never provoke Bai Yi, lest they find themselves unaware of how their demise would come to pass. Su Mubai waved his hand to dismiss the frost and walked straight into the Resurrection Hall. At that moment, Zhao Su had revived but appeared exceedingly weak, his gaze somewhat dazed, as if he had yet to recover from the profound terror of the death gaze. Bang! Su Mubai unceremoniously tossed Lu Ruyan beside Zhao Su, the commotion finally rousing him. Upon lifting his head and seeing Su Mubai, Zhao Su's already pale complexion turned even more ashen. Su. Before he could utter a complete sentence, the disheveled Lu Ruyan suddenly interjected. Mubai, he forced me. My heart has always belonged to you. You must believe me. Have you forgotten our 5 years of love? Please forgive me. I promise it was all under duress. As the conversation reached this point, the cool-down for death gaze concluded. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Mubai cast a fleeting glance at Lu Ruyan. In the next instant, she screamed in agony and collapsed to the ground, her face contorted in extreme anguish, her entire body trembling. The system notification echoed in Su Mubai's ears. Soul absorption activated, soul points, 0-1. He furrowed his brow slightly. When he had slain Zhao Su earlier, he had only gained 0-1 as well, a figure far lower than he had anticipated. The 1,000 soul points provided by Franklin had been consumed entirely upon opening the Death Chronicles, leaving him with nothing. The next time he sought to access it, the required soul points had skyrocketed to 5,000. This was an unforeseen turn of events. To acquire one soul point, he would need to eliminate 50,000 individuals. No wonder the Dragon Temple desired him to advance in foreign lands. At this rate, which nation could withstand such carnage? Only Sakura country seemed poised to relish this grim gift. The sight of Lu Ruyan's twisted demise left Zhao Su utterly petrified. With a crash, he fell to his knees before Su Mubai, opening his mouth, yet finding himself at a loss for words. If Su Mubai could so ruthlessly slay Lu Ruyan, it signified that he was fully aware of everything. It was over, utterly finished. Faced with such a terrifying Su Mubai, Zhao Su could scarcely conceive of a glimmer of hope. That recent death had cost him 20 years of life, leaving him with a mere 56 years remaining. In other words, should he face death 3 more times, his fate would be sealed. More intolerable than death itself was the overwhelming dread instilled by Su Mubai's abilities. Su, I was wrong. I truly was wrong. I beg you the pleas for mercy had barely escaped his lips when Su Mubai stepped forward, placing his foot firmly upon him. Zhao Su's face was pressed hard against the floor, his nose contorted, emitting muffled whimpers, yet he could no longer articulate coherent words. Such a wretched being, Su Mubai wished to spare no further words. He turned his gaze toward Lu Ruyan's lifeless form, narrowing his eyes slightly. Upon death, players could observe their surroundings from a third-person perspective before resurrection, though they could neither hear nor speak nor send messages. Lu Ruyan's body remained intact, indicating she had not opted for revival. This state could last no longer than 30 minutes, after which she would automatically resurrect in the nearest main city. Su Mubai felt no urgency. 30 minutes was but a fleeting moment. He could afford to wait. Today he must eradicate this wretched pair completely. 10 minutes passed, and Lu Ruyan's body still lay undisturbed. Su Mubai chuckled coldly, lowering his gaze to Zhao Su. Death gaze. The next moment, Zhao Su convulsed violently. Yet within less than a second, all movement ceased. Soul absorption activated, soul points, 0-1. An hour later, Lu Ruyan had met her end twice more, while Zhao Su had succumbed for the 4th time at the hands of Su Mubai. This time he left no remains, as he completely disintegrated before Su Mubai's eyes. The time-dragging Lu Ruyan, witnessing this scene, was so terrified that she chose resurrection, kneeling before Su Mubai, her eyes brimming with tears, and tremulously pleaded, Mubai, I beg you, spare my life. I have only 8 years left to live. If you kill me again, I will truly perish. Please, let me go. I have not yet lived enough. At this moment, Su Mubai's attention was entirely consumed by the system notification that had just sounded. Chapter 74. Revenge achieved, preparing for shopping spree. Soul absorption activated, soul points 1. Upon eliminating Zhao Su, he received a point of soul energy. Su Mubai dead slightly. Was completely killing a person the quickest means to absorb soul points? He pondered what the specific values were related to. Was it level or rank? Mubai, please say something. Lu Ruyan, disheveled and tear-streaked, noticed Su Mubai ignoring her and crawled desperately forward to grasp his leg. Having faced death gaze 3 times, her psyche was on the verge of collapse. She was willing to do anything to survive. You are the least deserving of life, wretched being. Su Mubai coldly scoffed, kicking Lu Ruyan away, uttering his first words upon entering the resurrection hall. Yet his frigid words plunged her into despair. In that moment, Lu Ruyan realized that Su Mubai would never spare her. Glancing up at him, her pitiful demeanor was indeed heart-wrenching. Her tearful eyes were a tumult of emotions, regret, fear, despair. Yet these sentiments had ceased to concern Su Mubai. Before Lu Ruyan could utter another word, a flicker of gray flashed in his eyes. Death gaze. The terrifying energy of death descended, and an overwhelming dread surged once more. Lu Ruyan emitted a heart-wrenching scream, no matter how many times she endured it. This terror was beyond her control. As damage numbers erupted, the Resurrection Hall in Donghai City fell into a profound silence. Lu Ruyan's body disintegrated before Su Mubai, leaving no trace behind, much like Zhao Su before her. Soul absorption activated, soul points 1. Su Mubai waved his hand to collect all the items dropped by the two, wordlessly turning to exit the Resurrection Hall. Taking a deep breath, he gazed up at the radiant sky, exhaling a heavy sigh. The long-awaited revenge had finally been fulfilled. Although it had only been 2 days since he learned the truth, and personally dealt with the two, he had felt an inexplicable sensation until Lu Ruyan's demise. At that moment, a wave of relief washed over him, and clarity filled his mind. Next, he would thoroughly enjoy the game of Myriad Worlds. Murmuring softly, Su Mubai stretched, as the resentment he felt upon entering the game had completely dissipated. The initial objective has been accomplished. His subsequent aim is to ascend, step by step, to the pinnacle of the myriad realms of the game. In this world, where strength reigns supreme, only by being sufficiently formidable can one truly seize control of their own destiny. Lord Bai, are you finished? The squad leader inquired, peering into the resurrection hall. Yes. I apologize for the trouble caused, Su Mubai replied with a courteous smile. It's no great matter. The squad leader waved dismissively. The lord of the city personally decreed that we need not concern ourselves. I am merely acting on orders. All right, everyone disperse. There is nothing more to see. The city guard dispersed the onlookers, and Su Mubai summoned Frost to depart. By this time, over an hour had elapsed, and the teleportation square had lost its earlier bustle. The latest batch of players emerging from a novice village had mostly all made their exit. Their numbers were few, with barely several dozen players in the entire EC city. However, the player count in EC City would soon burgeon. After all, the number of awakened and tier talent players far exceeds those of higher tiers. Though the difference between tier and tier is merely 1 level, the probability of awakening is drastically disparate. According to the information provided by the Myriad Realms game, the probability of awakening a tier talent is a mere 1 in 10 million. The probabilities diminish tenfold for higher tiers. Conversely, the awakening probability for tier talents rises significantly to 1 in 1,000. Based on the population of Blue Star, which stands at 8 billion, there are approximately 8 million tier talent players, a tribute to the 8 million warriors. The awakening probability for tier talent is as high as 10. Yet, the highest awakening probabilities are not attributed to tier or tier talents, but rather to tiers and tiers, with a cumulative awakening probability soaring to 70. This implies that the awakening probabilities for tier and tier talents are comparably similar to those of tier. However, for Su Mubai, the only aspect that piques his interest is the exceedingly rare tier talent players. The rest hold little significance for him. Guiding Frost to the teleportation hall adjacent to the square, Su Mubai concentrated his thoughts, retracting Frost as his figure vanished. Death Domain Leap. In the next instant, he materialized before the entrance of the teleportation hall. Unlike the desolate teleportation square, this hall was bustling with numerous locals coming and going. They traversed various cities through these teleportation arrays. The hall was vast, stretching beyond his immediate view. It was delineated into numerous sections. At the center stood a colossal stone pillar, adorned with nearly 100 directional signs. Each sign bore descriptive text, indicating the corresponding teleportation arrays. The teleportation array to the true north was the most substantial, and the guard station nearby exuded a notably stronger aura. This array led to the imperial capital. After inquiring, Su Mubai shook his head in disappointment. To access the imperial capital via the teleportation array, an individual must ascend to the 5th tier. This means the minimum level requirement to enter the imperial capital is 120. Even with the EC token, Su Mubai could not gain entry. Naturally, should one possess the requisite strength, they could also journey from the wilderness to the imperial capital. However, the formidable wild creatures along the route do not extend any courtesy to the players. Besides the teleportation array in the imperial city, there are 9 larger teleportation arrays leading to the other 9 first-tier main cities. The remaining smaller teleportation arrays correspond to the 81 secondary main cities. This place serves as the teleportation hub for the entire EC city. Su Mubai made his way directly to the nearest first-tier main city teleportation array. The guard gave him a fleeting glance and said, "The teleportation fee is 100 gold coins. We require a total of 100 people to teleport at once. And you are the 82nd. Please pay the fee and wait over there." Beside the teleportation array, there was a resting area where dozens of people sat. Su Mubai found himself at a loss for words. Not only was the teleportation fee exorbitant, but he also had to wait for others to gather before he could teleport. This was undoubtedly a scheme orchestrated by capitalists. Noticing Su Mubai's hesitation, the guard chuckled and continued, "If you prefer not to wait, you may pay 2,000 gold coins to use the individual teleportation array." At this moment, Su Mubai noticed a much smaller, exquisitely designed teleportation array adjacent to the larger one. A 20-fold increase in the teleportation fee for the privilege of a solo teleport? How remarkably reasonable. Su Mubai's lips twitched as he flipped his wrist and retrieved the EC token. A discount. The guard's expression shifted in surprise, and he quickly responded, "My lord. Yes. There is no fee for you to use the teleportation array. Please go ahead." What a delightful turn of events. Su Mubai smiled slightly and stepped onto the individual teleportation array, his destination set for Fengling City. Chapter 75, The Chosen Worker. You have entered the first-tier main city, Fengling City. Your resurrection point has been switched to the Resurrection Hall of Fengling City. A flash of white light enveloped him, and Su Mubai found himself in the teleportation square of Fengling City. Just like EC City, there were no players in sight nearby. Surveying his surroundings, as the closest first-tier main city to EC City, the architectural styles of the two cities bore little difference. However, Fengling City favored red as an accent, in stark contrast to the azure favored by EC City. Having learned from his previous interception, Su Mubai refrained from summoning Frost immediately, and instead summoned a carriage to register for a flying permit. It was rather expensive. After exiting the flight registration office, Su Mubai summoned Frost and headed straight to the nearest jewelry processing shop. The cost for merely obtaining a flying permit was 3,000 gold coins. Yet, this price was not entirely unreasonable. After all, who among those with flying mounts would quibble over such a sum? As Frost soared through Fengling City, it naturally attracted the attention of the players within. Due to the existence of the mount leaderboard, everyone recognized this as Baiye's mount. Consequently, news of Baiye swiftly spread throughout Fengling City. Su Mubai paid no heed to this. He even opened the Fengling City chat channel. His sole purpose for coming here was to earn money. Wasn't it delightful to wield the EC token at will in EC City? After spending over an hour, Su Mubai thoroughly looted the jewelry processing shops in Fengling City. The inventory here is quite similar to that of the Jadestone Studio, with Su Mubai adding over 60 level 5 gemstones to his backpack. This time, he had already embedded some gems on himself, thus acquiring more than his gains in Donghai City. Upon exiting the final jewelry processing shop, Su Mubai did not hasten to leave. Instead, he turned a glance at a nearby merchant establishment. After perusing the shop, he emerged with a sense of disappointment. This particular store primarily engaged in tailoring, offering various fabric armor and backpack items. However, the quality of these goods was rather low, with the highest rank merely at bronze. Their main business model revolved around charging production fees for crafting high-tier items, albeit requiring customers to provide the materials themselves. After visiting several other types of stores, it became evident that this was a common pattern. For Su Mubai, the cost-effectiveness of reselling these items was far too low. Not only was it a waste of time, but the total yield from a single shop paled in comparison to that of a single level 5 gemstone. Not lingering any longer, Su Mubai swiftly traversed to the teleportation hall, preparing for his next destination. He had come to understand the arrangement of the Wanjie game. Players seeking to procure high-tier items from locals could only do so once the auction house data was interconnected. Apart from this, attending the auction required purchasing tickets. In the early stages of the game, aside from players like Su Mubai, only the wealthy could possibly participate in such events. Observing the additional 580 level 5 gemstones in his backpack, he felt no exhilaration as he had anticipated. Instead, a soft sigh escaped him. It appeared imperative to have a serious discussion with the affluent player, as enlisting him could significantly alleviate his burdens. The time expended merely on acquiring these gemstones had consumed half a day. For Su Mubai, this was an excessive waste of time. Despite this, he had only traversed the 10 primary cities of level 1. The vast expanse of the Dragon Empire still boasted 81 level 2 cities and 80 level 3 cities. He could not possibly traverse them all on foot. Yet, money remained an essential commodity. Premium equipment, items, and even lifespan could be purchased with soul coins. Resources and longevity were crucial necessities for Su Mubai to significantly enhance his capabilities. Therefore, alongside leveling up, earning money was equally imperative. However, relying solely on himself would undoubtedly compress a considerable portion of his leveling time. Thus, Su Mubai found himself in urgent need of an agent to manage such commercial affairs on his behalf. Much like before becoming incapacitated, his company had been entrusted to professional managers. He merely needed to oversee the fundamental fiscal authority and personnel management, leaving the trivial matters to others. In the Wanjie game, possessing the wealth god talent, the affluent player was undoubtedly the optimal choice. Moreover, within this realm, the binding force of the system contract far surpassed that of the Blue Star continent. As long as everything was predetermined, there was no need to worry about the possibility of the affluent player indulging in personal gain. Furthermore, as long as Su Mubai maintained his overwhelmingly superior strength. Who would dare to jeopardize their life by coveting his possessions? This is the very confidence that empowers Su Mubai to believe he can bring the wealth of the world under his command. It is also a foundation far more reliable than any contractual agreement with the system. Contemplating this, Su Mubai had already made up his mind. As he exited the teleportation hall, he initiated communication with the wealthy world. However, before he could utter a word, the voice of wealthy world resonated through the communicator. Brother Bai, have you finished your tasks? It is evident how eager the other party is to engage in a profound collaboration with Su Mubai. This urgency is likely linked to Su Mubai's ability to kill indiscriminately in the main city. Prior to this, although wealthy world harbored such intentions, he had not demonstrated such impatience. As a businessman, he understood that such behavior could jeopardize the forthcoming negotiations. Yet, when faced with an existence like Su Mubai, who surpassed all players, wealthy world was willing to overlook such concerns. He weighed the pros and cons, as long as he could achieve a deep collaboration with Su Mubai. Even if he had to concede some benefits in the distribution of interests, the rewards would undoubtedly exceed his expectations. This was an instinct that had surfaced twice in wealthy world's past. The first time was 20 years ago when he resolutely invested all his assets into the real estate market, continually snowballing through pledged loans. That decision catapulted him from an ordinary individual to a higher social echelon. The second instance of this instinct arose when he judiciously divested the majority of his real estate projects, successfully evading a disaster in the property market. And now, this was the third occurrence. Upon hearing this, Su Mubai couldn't help but smile slightly. As the former CEO, Su, he could discern that the other party's demeanor had effectively handed the initiative over to him. After a brief pause of 2 seconds, Su Mubai calmly replied, "I'm done. Let us find a place to discuss." "Ha ha ha. I have been waiting for that response. How about we meet at the Fenghua restaurant?" "Very well." After disconnecting the communication, as Su Mubai located the position of Fenghua restaurant on the map, a message from Wealthy World arrived. "Wealthy World, Fenghua restaurant, room 1, awaiting the esteemed arrival of Brother Bai." Su Mubai raised an eyebrow, a smirk playing on his lips. Isn't the chosen worker being a tad too proactive? Chapter 76. Where's the artery to be severed with a single stroke? Although Fenghua restaurant is not the finest establishment in Donghai City, it is quite expansive, boasting 7 stories. Stepping into the restaurant, the luxurious decor immediately conveyed that the expenses here are considerable. Guided by a server, Su Mubai ascended directly to the top floor via the elevator. In room 1, only Wealthy World awaited him. In such a setting, he had not brought any other teammates. Upon seeing Su Mubai enter the room, Wealthy World promptly rose to greet him and instructed the staff, "You may begin serving the dishes. Brother Bai, you must savor the exquisite cuisine of this divine realm. It will undoubtedly astonish you." Clearly, after parting ways earlier, he had already indulged in the culinary delights here with his team members. "Oh, then I shall relish it thoroughly." Su Mubai smiled faintly, not rushing to address business matters. "Ha ha ha. Rest assured, you will be completely satisfied." The affluent figure raised his wine jug and poured a glass for Su Mubai, then lowered his voice to say, "It is said that there are even more exquisite dishes which can bestow additional effects or enhance attributes, but they are not yet available for public sale." As he lifted his glass, he continued, "Next time, I will make arrangements for some high-end delicacies. I hope you can forgive me this time, Brother Bay." With a light clink of their glasses, Su Mubai savored the fine wine in a single gulp. Although he did not possess a hunger attribute, he still relished the taste of gourmet food. For a while, neither of them broached the topic of collaboration, instead enjoying their drinks and meals. Once all the dishes had been served and the waitstaff had exited the private room, the affluent figure finally set down his glass and broached the main subject. "Brother Bay, let me speak plainly. You are aware of my talents. My combat prowess may be lacking, but when it comes to making money, none can rival me. To be candid, I am planning to establish a commercial guild, and I wonder how you would feel about a deep collaboration. Your strength, combined with my financial resources, would undoubtedly lead to swift ascendance in this forbidden realm." His eyes sparkled with ambition, as if he could already envision their prosperous future. However, Su Mubai slowly shook his head. "Let us forego the collaboration." Upon hearing this, the smile on the affluent figure's face faltered slightly. Yet Su Mubai continued, "Perhaps we could consider a different approach." The affluent figure's eyes brightened with interest, but he was soon taken aback. "I do not seek a collaborator. Rather, I require an agent." He toyed with a delicate wine glass, locking eyes with the affluent figure. "I believe you would be quite suitable." The affluent figure was momentarily stunned. Wasn't the plan to discuss collaboration? How did it turn into an interview? Even if he was exceptionally strong, this was a bit too overbearing, wasn't it? The corners of his eyes twitched slightly. He had contemplated conceding a portion of the profits. Even if it meant some loss, it was acceptable. However, he had never anticipated that Su Mubai would leap directly to the point of wanting him to work for him. What nonsense was this? He possessed a high-level talent. After all, although he might not match Su Mubai in strength, was this not overly oppressive? Chuckling, the affluent figure quickly regained his composure and politely declined Su Mubai's proposal, framing it as a joke. Yet Su Mubai shook his head earnestly. I'm not joking. The affluent figure cast a surprised glance at Su Mubai. From their first meeting, he sensed that this young man was extraordinary. Even without the multiverse game, he clearly was no ordinary person on Blue Star. Yet at this moment, he could not fathom why Su Mubai was proposing such a thing. Did he not grasp the meaning of his refusal? Furrowing his brow, the affluent figure was about to speak when Su Mubai waved his hand and produced a gem the size of a thumb, placing it on the table. A level 5 gem? The affluent figure's pupils dilated. A single gem could add 160 points to attributes, an immense boost for early-stage players. This must be that epic level drop. Before he could finish his thought, the affluent figure suddenly stood up in shock. He even reached out to rub his eyes, clearly astonished by the astonishing scene that had just unfolded. The gem, which had been rated at level 5 a moment ago, had inexplicably transformed into a dazzling level 1 gemstone. The description had shifted from a strength of 160 to a mere strength of 1. The percentage bonuses undoubtedly belonged to a more advanced realm. This was my unique talent. By consuming certain resources, I could elevate an item by 1 level. Su Mubai smiled faintly and briefly described the original promotion process. Becoming my agent will surely yield you greater profits. Such a talent exists. For the first time, he contemplated Su Mubai's proposal. To be honest, witnessing the effect of Su Mubai's talent had stirred his interest. The only lingering question was how much benefit he could derive from acting as the other S agent. With this thought, Fu Jia Tianxia steadied his emotions and turned to Su Mubai, inquiring, if I were to handle these matters for you entirely, what portion of the profits do you intend to share? Given Su Mubai's straightforwardness, he had no intention of beating around the bush. Profit was the only reality. Everything else was mere nonsense. The bait had been set. A subtle smile graced Su Mubai's lips as he slowly raised a single finger. 10. Fu Jia Tianxia squinted slightly, beginning to weigh his options. However, he soon found no need for further deliberation. As Su Mubai shook his head once more and softly replied, not 10 but 1. What? 1? Are you jesting? Even Fu Jia Tianxia, known for his emotional control, found it challenging to restrain his frustration at Su Mubai's words. Brother Bai Yi, this is quite excessive. I assent it? After a moment of silence, he finally spoke, who starts with a blunt strike to the jugular. He still chose to trust his instincts, deciding that cooperating with Bai Yi was essential. Oh no, now it was more like working for him. However, he needed to strive for as much benefit as possible. With this in mind, Fu Jia Tianxia took a deep breath and said, 1 is too low. Let us examine this first and discuss further, shall we? As he spoke, he unveiled the full extent of his talent for the first time. Chapter 77. The game officially begins. Fu Jia Tianxia's decision. Upon witnessing the complete version of the God of Wealth talent, Su Mubai could not help but gaze deeply at Fu Jia Tianxia. This old fellow had indeed concealed much in the previous talent information. God of Wealth, level-specific exclusive talent skill. Skill effects. 1. Money tree. Once a day, you may shake the money tree to randomly obtain 1999 gold coins, and, additionally, there is a certain probability of acquiring special treasures. When your wealth is below 10,000 gold coins, you will receive a minimum of 500 gold coins. When your wealth exceeds 10 million gold coins, the currency obtained from the money tree will be upgraded to soul coins. 2. Wealth accumulation. The currency you carry on your person increases by 1 each day, with a certain probability of increasing by 5 upon leveling up. The higher the level, the greater the probability. 3. No loss. Upon death, you will not lose any gold coins or items. In the moment of death, you may use your currency to offset the loss of lifespan incurred by death. 4. Prosperity in wealth. With every genuine transaction you make, there exists a certain probability of acquiring additional gains. The greater the proportion of the transaction amount relative to your total assets, the higher the likelihood of such gains. 5. The path of the God of Wealth. Upon your wealth first exceeding 10 million gold coins, you will transition into the unique hidden profession of the God of Wealth. Although players may share information regarding their talents, equipment, and items, the content remains unaltered while certain details can be concealed. Before attaining the status of being immensely wealthy, the majority of information was effectively hidden. Even the 3 messages sent to Su Mubai contained only half the information. Su Mubai had anticipated this. Yet he was taken aback to discover that the God of Wealth talent did not enhance combat prowess in the slightest. Its effects solely served to augment wealth and acquire treasures. Only the final aspect might endow the immensely wealthy with extraordinary combat strength. After all, a unique hidden profession is only second to an exclusive hidden profession. Even a God of Wealth, who is evidently more business-oriented, possesses numerous formidable abilities. However, to transition into this role, one must first amass 10 million gold coins. Upon thoroughly reviewing the God of Wealth talent, a flicker of doubt crossed Su Mubai's eyes. Could it be that every tier of talent inherently grants a unique hidden profession? Or is the God of Wealth merely an exceptional case? With this thought in mind, Su Mubai glanced at his own talent. Cataclysm, a unique forbidden level exclusive talent skill. Skill effects: 1. Promotion, permanently elevate any entity by 1 tier without cost. 2. Sublimation, by expending certain resources, elevate any entity by 2 tiers permanently. 3. Cataclysm, by sacrificing a portion of one's lifespan, elevate any entity by 3 tiers permanently and bestow upon it cataclysmic properties. Usage restrictions cannot be applied to the talent itself, the player's essence, or cataclysmic properties. Repeated use on the same target will override previous enhancements. Exceeding tier limitations, undetectable, irreplicable, and unplunderable. The player by Yi will vanish upon complete death. In comparison to the God of Wealth, although Cataclysm offers only 3 effects, each is immensely powerful. The mere act of promotion allows Su Mubai to amass wealth at a rate surpassing that of the God of Wealth. Furthermore, the cataclysmic properties justify this talent's classification as a unique forbidden level ability. Currently, the 3 cataclysmic properties he possesses are nothing short of monstrous, and he has only just unlocked 1 professional cataclysmic property. As long as his lifespan permits, he can endow all items with terrifying cataclysmic traits. The most critical aspect is that the God of Wealth talent lacks terms such as undetectable, irreplicable, or unplunderable. Observing Su Mubai's silence, the immensely wealthy smiled slightly, assuming that his complete talent effect had left the other in awe. Brother Bai Yi, do you truly believe this price is appropriate? Su Mubai chuckled softly, remaining silent as he revealed the quantity of gold coins within his backpack. The immensely wealthy abruptly rose from his seat, his expression shifting through a myriad of emotions: shock, confusion, and disbelief. At this moment, he could no longer conceal his emotions and exclaimed, 10 million gold coins? How is that even possible? Wealthy beyond compare even began to doubt whether he or Bai Yi was the true God of Wealth. Even if one could expend resources to enhance items, there would still be costs involved. How could the opponent amass such a fortune in such a short time? He understood that by revealing such a vast sum of gold, the other party was implying that if he agreed, he could immediately transition into the role of the God of Wealth. This was precisely why Wealthy Beyond Compare was so eager to collaborate with Bai Yi. He knew that only by partnering with his strongest contender could he expedite his own career transition and gain the capital necessary to establish himself in the myriad realms of the game. However, he never anticipated that merely 2 days into the game, Bai Yi could produce 10 million gold coins. In that instant, Wealthy Beyond Compare felt an overwhelming impulse to agree immediately. Yet, the thought of being solely responsible for all matters while only reaping a meager one of the profits caused him to hesitate. Su Mubai made no attempt to hasten him. Instead, he merely smiled and poured himself a glass of wine, savoring it leisurely. This sum of money, of course, was earned today. Aside from the level 5 gemstones, he could profit approximately 1 million gold coins by selling level 3 to 4 gemstones from each level 1 main city through strategic acquisitions. Coupled with the profits from Donghai City, the total amount of gold exceeded 10 million. Unlocks Dimina. Wealthy Beyond Compare was in a state of profound inner turmoil. He was leaning towards acceptance, yet a sense of reluctance lingered within him. 1% was simply too low. For a moment, the private room fell silent. Just as Wealthy Beyond Compare was embroiled in his internal conflict, a sudden flurry of system announcements decisively solidified his resolve. Blue Star Region announcement. The number of players entering cities has surpassed 10,000. The Myriad Realms game is officially launched. After 24 hours, the requirement to leave the novice village will be lowered to level 5, and after 3 days, all novice villages will close, with remaining players being teleported to their respective cities. Blue Star Region announcement. The level leaderboard, equipment leaderboard, and wealth leaderboard of the Blue Star region are officially opened. Simultaneously, Su Mubai also received a series of system notifications. Notification: you have ascended to the top of the Blue Star region level leaderboard, ranking first, with your total experience exceeding that of all others combined, enhancing your title's superior effect. Notification: you possess 6 pieces of equipment that meet the leaderboard criteria, occupying the top 5, further enhancing your title's superior effect. Notification: you have claimed the first position on the Blue Star region wealth leaderboard, with only you on the entire list, amplifying your title's superior effect. Notification: you simultaneously rank first on the Blue Star region level leaderboard, equipment leaderboard, wealth leaderboard, and mount leaderboard. Your title's superior effect has now transformed into a solitary triumph. Just as Su Mubai finished reading the notifications and had yet to check his new title or the 3 major leaderboards, he noticed wealthy beyond compare, seemingly resolute. Suddenly declare 5. I will only accept 5. Raising the price now, and only asking for 5? Su Mubai furrowed his brow, looking at wealthy beyond compare with confusion. He found it somewhat perplexing that the other party would present such a ratio, especially at the moment he had ascended to the pinnacle of the leaderboard. Under the scrutinizing gaze of Su Mubai, Fu Jiatianxia took a deep breath and continued. 5 is not what I would receive as your agent, but rather what you would retain for yourself in our sole contract. As long as you entrust all your commercial affairs to my management, 95 of everything I possess will belong to you. At that moment, his gaze was as resolute as if he were pledging allegiance. Su Mubai was momentarily taken aback. So you're saying that the 5 is not what I provide to you, but what you choose to keep for yourself. I merely intended for you to work for me, yet you opted to sell your very soul? Fu Jiatianxia's decision indeed caught Su Mubai off guard. A soul contract, once breached, entails far more severe consequences than mere penalties. It would result in a complete erasure from the realm of souls by the Myriad Realms game. One cannot deny that Fu Jiatianxia was both audacious and astute. This was a grand gamble. Once the soul contract was signed, aligning with Bai Yi, even if he retained only 5 of his wealth, the likelihood of surpassing his previous 100 would be substantial. More critically, this would essentially provide a robust backing within the Myriad Realms game. Chapter 78. Is there a limit to such advantages? No way, not even 5. But soon, his heart sank. Are you serious? Never been more serious, Fu Jiatianxia affirmed without hesitation, his eyes deep as if he could foresee the future through Su Mubai. Then let us collaborate joyfully. Su Mubai replied with a smile, extending his right hand toward Fu Jiatianxia. He understood that the other party was wagering on his continued supremacy. But what of it? For Su Mubai, this posed no detriment. Once the soul contract was signed through the Myriad Realms game, he could confidently delegate all commercial matters to Fu Jiatianxia. With the god of wealth talent, the other party would undoubtedly excel further. Furthermore, he would soon transition into a true god of wealth. Boss, I shall commence drafting the soul contract immediately. A smile finally graced Fu Jiatianxia's face as he clasped Su Mubai's hand. At the moment they signed the contract, all Blue Star players erupted in response to the previous system announcement. Countless chat channels and novice villages were inundated with messages, each racing to convey their thoughts. What does this mean? Has the game only just officially commenced? What was everything before this? Just luck on your part, giving you time to acclimatize to the data? No wonder leveling up was so arduous. It appears we could venture out at level 5 once the experts left the village. Tomorrow, we can enter the city. Fantastic. Fantastic. My foot. I barely understand a novice village. What can we do outside? I doubt we can even find a place to sleep. The Myriad Realms game is compelling us to find ways to enhance our strength. I was all set to slack off in the novice village. And now you tell me we must leave in 3 days? Damn, refund. Dude, are you feverish? The only thing you can refund is your life. Huh. Without life, there's no need to play anymore. It is imperative to hasten through the mists of the forest. None anticipated the existence of a mandatory exit from the village. In the novice village, at least free lodging was provided. However, once one enters the city, everything demands payment, even if one desires to take a leisurely approach. It is rendered impossible. The emergence of this announcement compelled many low-level players, who initially intended to adopt a passive stance, to strategize for the future. Fearing the dangers of venturing out to slay monsters for profit, they found themselves destined to become full-time lifestyle players. Nevertheless, many others gazed towards the future with hope, for entering the city signifies greater opportunities. In addition to this, players sequentially accessed the newly unveiled 3 major leaderboards. While they were somewhat prepared for Bai Yi to secure the top position, witnessing the leaderboard left them utterly astonished. Blue Star Region Level Leaderboard. First, Bai Yi, Level 20. Divine Dragon Empire. Second, San Chi Chin Feng, Level 11, Divine Dragon Empire. Third, Felix, Level 11, Holy Hall Empire. Fourth, Peiluan, Level 11, North Radiance Empire. Fifth, Indra, Level 11, White Elephant Kingdom. Sixth, Yu Du Ming, Level 11, Cherry Blossom Kingdom. Seventh, Ares, Level 11, Illuminated Federation. Eighth, Sun Descendant, Level 11, Kaoria Kingdom. Ninth, Qin Xia, Level 10, Divine Dragon Empire. 10th, Venus, Level 10, Illuminated Federation. On the level leaderboard, Baiye's name loomed like an insurmountable mountain, glaringly perched at the pinnacle with an impressive Level 20. From the 2nd to the 8th positions, all were Level 11. The rapid ascension of these 7 individuals to Level 11 was attributed to their exceptional talents. Yet, despite possessing formidable abilities, Fu Jiatianxia failed to even grace the leaderboard. This was an unavoidable circumstance, for the wealth-gathering talent did not enhance combat prowess. Though these talented players appear to be merely 9 levels behind Su Mubai, the reality was starkly different. Since entering the game, their total experience points amassed to less than 2 million, while Su Mubai's exceeded a staggering 66 million. This 9-level disparity translated to a staggering 30-fold difference in experience. This was compounded by the fact that Su Mubai had not continuously leveled up, disregarding other pursuits. Merely scavenging and reselling gems consumed over 10 hours. This was also the rationale behind his desire to find an agent. While he remained untroubled by the prospect of others catching up, Su Mubai's ambitions had never encompassed mere players. He did not wish to squander time on monetary concerns. The divine Forbidden Land was merely the beginning, while the myriad realms constituted the true journey. Prioritizing the enhancement of his strength was of utmost importance. Among the newly launched 3 leaderboards, the level leaderboard was relatively benign. The subsequent 2 leaderboards, however, truly widened the eyes of all. Blue Star Region Equipment Leaderboard. Minimum requirement, epic items. First, Dylan's Crystal Ball, legendary item, Bai Yi. Second, Curse Crown, legendary item, Bai Yi. Third, Forgotten One's Grief, legendary item, Bai Yi. Fourth place, Frost Guardian, legendary item, White Knight. Fifth place, Deathspeaker Robe, legendary item, White Knight. Sixth place, Azure Edge, epic item, 3 Feet of Azure. Seventh place, Undead Wool Necklace, epic item, White Knight. The equipment ranking abruptly halts at 7th place. To qualify for this list, items must be at least of epic quality. Aside from 3 Feet of Azure, which barely claims 6th place with the epic Azure Edge, the remaining equipment is exclusively from White Knight. Moreover, the top 5 are all legendary items. Outside of Beibei City, in the level 15 map, 3 Feet of Azure lightly brushed the Azure longsword in hand, lost in contemplation. This sword is a growth-type equipment granted by innate talent. Aside from that, the best gear he possesses is merely a level 5 golden item dropped by Reggie in the hell-level difficulty, Misted Forest. Where did White Knight acquire so many legendary items? There's been no announcement of any legendary first kills. Upon seeing this ranking, players of other talents were utterly disheartened. What nonsense is this? We are still reveling in a few golden items while you're already wholesale procuring legendary gear? Is this reasonable? Yet, no matter their thoughts, this remains an established fact. Furthermore, the absurdity does not end there. Wealth ranking of the Blue Star region. First place, White Knight 10, 23 million gold coins. That's it. The wealth ranking, like the Mount ranking, features only a solitary name. Upon seeing White Knight's name accompanied by the staggering 8-digit sum, players in the Divine Forbidden Land fell into silence. If possible, everyone would wish to report this. With a level far ahead, unparalleled strength, a plethora of legendary equipment, mythical mounts, and over 10 million gold coins, even the regional announcements are triggered solely by you. Good sir, it is only the 3rd day of the Myriad Realms game. Where do you find such a multifaceted warrior? There must be limits to cheating, right? Chapter 79, Galloping Ahead, the Trading Contract. In East Sea City, at the Fenghua Tavern, within the first private room. The external discontent did not in the slightest affect the signing of the contract between the two. Upon confirming the details, the Myriad Realms game descended a purple beam of light, and a contract, ethereal yet tangible, materialized. Rich beyond measure showed no hesitation and promptly inscribed his name upon the contract. Su Mubai did the same. Buzz. In the next moment, the soul contract transformed into 2 beams of light, merging into the foreheads of both parties. Notification. You have entered a soul contract with Rich beyond measure. From this moment forth, the other party will have full authority over all commercial matters between you, and 95 of future wealth will belong to you. Any violation of the contract will result in soul obliteration. As the system notification resonated, Rich beyond measure opened his eyes, grinning at Su Mubai, and said, "Boss, I look forward to your guidance. You may start your class change now." Su Mubai nodded slightly, a smile gracing his face. From this moment onward, the soul wealth god of the Myriad Realms game becomes his employee. After successfully signing the contract, Su Mubai directly transferred 10 million gold coins to Rich beyond measure. Immediately, a dazzling golden light emanated from the latter, indicating the commencement of his job change. The brilliance of the golden glow was quite intense, showing no signs of dissipating quickly. Su Mubai cast a brief glance and then turned his attention to the title that had undergone several enhancements, ultimately even altering its name. Unmatched Rider. When equipped with this title, all experience points gained through any channel are increased by 100. It remained as unpretentious and practical as ever. The name Unmatched Rider was indeed fitting. After re-equipping the title, a smirk appeared on Su Mubai's lips. Following successive enhancements, the experience boost had escalated from 20 to 100. With this title, Su Mubai's already extraordinary leveling speed guaranteed that other players would be left in the dust. 5 minutes later, Rich beyond measure's job change finally concluded. As the golden light faded, his appearance seemed unchanged, yet Su Mubai distinctly sensed a profound alteration in his aura. "So, have you learned any skills?" With a hint of disappointment, Rich beyond measure shook his head and displayed the skills he had just acquired. Money Shield, passive skill no level. For every gold coin in your inventory, you gain 1 point of shield with a maximum level of 100,000. If you're not attacked for 10 minutes, the shield will refresh. Transaction Pact, level 102, active skill. You can sign a transaction pact with your target. Once signed, both parties can trade at any time, disregarding spatial distance, as long as they are in the same realm. Current number of contracts that can be signed, 01. Instant release, cooldown time of 24 hours. Consumes 10 mana points. After showcasing his skills, a massive gold ingot suddenly appeared in Rich beyond measure's hand. Other skills must be purchased from this item. God of Wealth ingot, class specific, Rich beyond measure. Offhand item, non droppable, non tradable. Level 10 follows the character. Attributes, all attributes 50. Health 2000. Mana 2000. Special effect, level insufficient, not activated. This is the ingot of the God of Wealth. You can learn the God of Wealth's class skills through it, but the price is not inexpensive. The God of Wealth ingot is akin to the Death Tome, a class-specific item. However, its base attributes are merely comparable to a level 10 epic item, far inferior to the upgraded Holy Tome of Death. I just checked. The second skill can only be learned after the advancement, Rich beyond measure side. Feeling that the unique hidden class of the God of Wealth was not as formidable as he had anticipated. He had initially believed that upon job change, he would acquire battle prowess, but to his dismay, he found himself with only 2 skills, one defensive and the other entirely non-combat oriented. Yet Su Mubai chuckled. From what he gathered from Sidu-ji, only through continuous advancements could one fully unleash the potential of their class. A first-tier player is incapable of harnessing the true power of a formidable class. The God of Wealth has just transitioned to a new profession, possessing 2 advanced skills, which is commendable, considering he initially had only 1 skill of each level. Although the skills of both parties are of different types and lack comparability, the skill trade contract proves to be immensely beneficial for Su Mubai. However, further promotion is necessary. With a mere thought, Su Mubai utilized the Cataclysm to elevate both skills along with God of Wealth's gold in one fell swoop. By signing the soul contract, enhancing the wealthy beyond measure is akin to augmenting his commercial empire, and thus, Su Mubai has no reason to withhold. The only regret he harbors is that the God of Wealth profession cannot be upgraded without cost. The system notification, as before, indicated that he had surpassed the limitations of the divine forbidden zone. Su Mubai frowned. When he was a cataclysmic necromancer, he had not received such a warning. Could this be something that has now been rectified? Or is it possible that the profession selection at the Starry Palace does not belong to the divine forbidden zone? Yet, that does not seem right, as it appears that other Dominion professions still exist within the divine forbidden zone, according to Sidu-ji. Shaking his head, Su Mubai decided not to dwell on this issue any longer. After all, clarity would eventually come. What truly concerned him was whether the upgraded trade contract would meet his expectations. If it does, he would need no further preparations and could directly approach Huaijian and venture to the Cherry Blossom Kingdom. "My friend, your talent is astonishing," Wealthy beyond measure remarked, enviously observing the sudden enhancement of exclusive items and skills. Although this talent does not directly augment combat power, it harbors infinite possibilities. Enough. There will be more moments for your astonishment. Let us first examine the effects of the upgraded trade contract. Su Mubai waved his hand, and wealthy beyond measure promptly shared the skill attributes. A slight smile graced Su Mubai's lips. It is done, little cherry blossom. Are you ready to experience the necromantic calamity in advance? Chapter 80. The God of Wealth Contract, Soul Crystal. God of Wealth Contract, Level 105, Active Skill. You may establish a God of Wealth Contract with your target. 1. As long as both parties are on the same planet, they can conduct transactions at any time, disregarding spatial distance. 2. After engaging in a valid transaction with a contracted target, you will gain a certain amount of experience based on the transaction value. Current number of contracts that can be signed, 0. 2. Instant release, cooldown time, 24 hours, consumes 20 mana. It is accomplished. Gazing at the newly acquired God of Wealth Contract, a glimmer of excitement flickered in Su Mubai's eyes. He immediately had wealthy beyond measure sign, the God of Wealth Contract, with him. With this contract in place, he would no longer have any concerns about venturing to the Cherry Blossom Kingdom. After all, he was going there with intentions of violence, and it was highly likely that he would be wanted in the Cherry Blossom Kingdom, making it impossible to enter the city and convert his spoils into desired goods. Now, with wealthy beyond measure by his side, Su Mubai can focus wholeheartedly on engaging with the Cherry Blossom Kingdom. All other matters could be entrusted to his companion. After the promotion, the fundamental attributes have become equivalent to those of legendary grade equipment of the same level. However, the special effects remain dormant. Yet, what perplexes Su Mubai is that, like the Death Codex, the God of Wealth's ingot has not made its way onto the equipment leaderboard. As for the Money Shield, after being upgraded to a higher skill level, its capabilities have seen a significant enhancement. With this skill, the wealthy player, rich beyond measure, finds it nearly impossible to be defeated by others. Shutting off his own panel, Rich beyond measure rubbed his hands together and grinned at Su Mubai. Boss, could I possibly? Absolutely not. Su Mubai interrupted him with an eye roll. You wish to upgrade a tier 1 talent? Not a chance. Cough, cough, I know it's unlikely. I was merely asking out of curiosity, Rich beyond measure said, clearing his throat and swiftly changing the subject. The money tree hasn't been shaken today. I wonder if there will be a good start after my promotion to the God of Wealth. Upon hearing this, Su Mubai became intrigued. He watched as a burst of golden light emanated from Rich beyond measure's hand. In the next instant, an ethereal money tree, over 2 meters tall, materialized from the golden glow. Ah, it has grown quite a bit, Rich beyond measure remarked, a glimmer of joy flashing in his eyes as he grasped the trunk and gave a shake. In truth, he did not need to manifest the money tree to utilize his talent. He was merely demonstrating it for his boss. With a gentle rustle, the money tree swayed slightly, its golden branches surprisingly shedding purple-black coins. This process did not last long, but as Su Mubai glanced over, his pupils contracted slightly. The quantity of purple-black coins undoubtedly exceeded 500. It was worth noting that Rich beyond measure's current wealth surpassed 10 million gold coins. This meant that those purple-black coins were soul coins. In terms of value, the worth of such a plethora of soul coins might even exceed 10 million gold coins. This was the outcome of their close binding. Had Rich beyond measure not proactively proposed signing a soul contract, Su Mubai could never have directly bestowed that 10 million gold coins upon him. Consequently, had he wished to extract soul coins from the money tree, it would have taken an indeterminate amount of time. The same applied to Su Mubai. In just a few minutes, his wealth had nearly doubled. The combined effect of their efforts was far beyond mere addition. Their earning efficiency had soared to unprecedented heights. However, the spectacle was not yet over. After the soul coins cascaded down, the money tree erupted once more in dazzling golden light. With a crisp sound, a purple-black stone, roughly the size of a baby's fist, tumbled into the pile of soul coins. At that moment, the money tree gradually dissipated. Rich beyond measure waved his hand to collect all the items, a look of delight gracing his face. In total, there were 680 soul coins and 1 advanced fate stone. Excitedly, he placed all his gains on the table, gazing at Su Mubai with anticipation. Boss, quickly try to upgrade it. Upon hearing the mention of the advanced fate stone, Su Mubai's eyes also lit up, and he immediately focused his thoughts. Cataclysm. Target, advanced fate stone. Prompt, please select the promotion tier. Tier 1, Tier 2, Tier 3. Option 1, promote to Soul Crystal, without any cost. Option 2, sublimate to Soul Essence, consuming 100 Soul Crystals. Option 3, Cataclysm to Soul Source Crystal, consuming 10,000 years of lifespan. Promotion to the first tier. As Su Mubai made his choice, the advanced soul stone on the table suddenly gleamed, its surface gradually fading, transforming into a dark purple crystal. Soul crystal, a rare and extraordinary treasure. Upon absorption, it will extend one's lifespan by 100 years. Note, regardless of whether the soul crystal is placed in the backpack or the warehouse, it will incur a loss of 1/10 upon your death, with a minimum loss of 10 years. 100-fold. The effect has been elevated to an astonishing 100-fold. Gulp. The two stared in astonishment at the attributes of the soul crystal, unable to suppress their collective gulp. This was a full 100 years of lifespan. A mere crystal could more than double a human's life. For the two who had just recently ventured into the world of games, it was nothing short of a miraculous treasure. Su Mubai took a deep breath, suppressing the urge to immediately use the soul crystal, and turned his gaze toward the pile of soul coins. However, armed with the experience of promoting copper and gold coins, Su Mubai this time selected only one soul coin. Cataclysm. Target, soul coin. Hint, please select promotion tier, first, second, or third. Option 1. Promote to ancient soul coin without any cost. Option 2. Sublimate to primeval soul coin, consuming 10,000 soul coins. Option 3. Cataclysm to antiquity soul coin, consuming 100 years of lifespan. As expected, soul coins could not be directly upgraded to a higher value soul crystal. Su Mubai shook his head in disappointment, canceling the promotion. The name ancient soul coin resembled that of ancient gold coin, and it would not be too late to promote it when needed. This item was only accepted by those in need. Others had no interest in it. Previously, while scavenging for gems, he had whimsically tried it once, resulting in yet another ancient gold coin cluttering his backpack. He had no intention of using this currency, including the soul crystal. Unaware of the existence of auctions before, Su Mubai had squandered 50 advanced soul stones, and he still felt a twinge of regret, but at least it had resolved his lifespan issue, alleviating concerns about sudden death leading to forced account deletion. However, the situation was different now. Absorbing the soul crystal would merely extend his lifespan by 100 years. Yet if these items were used as initial capital for becoming immensely wealthy, the two could establish a vast commercial empire at a much swifter pace. Players lacked soul stones, but the locals of the divine Forbidden Land possessed them. The upcoming auction in East Sea City presented a splendid opportunity for wealth accumulation. Moreover, other first-tier main cities would also host auctions. Now, with the prospect of becoming immensely wealthy, Su Mubai no longer needed to toil personally. Entrusting these matters to the god of wealth would yield even greater profits. Chapter 81. The Favor of the Goddess of Fate. Let us put everything away. After the promotion, the soul coins become ancient soul coins, which are not of much use for now. The affluent individual, known as, displayed a flicker of disappointment in his gaze. He had anticipated that could directly enhance the value of soul coins. However, the distinction was negligible. It merely entailed selling the enhanced items. Were it truly possible to elevate the currency, he would hardly be needed. Upon reflecting on this, felt it was, in fact, a fortuitous turn of events. He waved his hand, stowing the items into his backpack, and subsequently retrieved several pieces of equipment along with a parchment scroll. These were the items he had previously promised, including the gear dropped during the skirmish at the teleportation square. You may keep the equipment. There is no need to give it to me, gestured dismissively, picking up the fate parchment. Just as he was about to invoke the catastrophe, continued, Boss, you misunderstand. What I meant was to enhance these pieces of equipment as well, thus increasing their value. S. lips twitched slightly. This fellow, after signing the soul contract, truly regarded him as one of his own. Who exactly was the laborer here? Wasn't this a reversal of roles? Nonetheless, recognized it was indeed the right course of action. He waved his hand, elevating all the equipment that had produced. Simultaneously, he discarded all other useless items in his backpack, including the entirety of the obnoxious couple's possessions, into his hands. Delighted, began to tally his gains, and, at that moment, S. mind stirred. Catastrophe. Target. Fate parchment. Hint. Please select enhancement tier, first or second level. He chose the first level. This item was already of legendary grade, thus presenting only two options, for there was no choice but to exploit it. With a hum, the parchment shimmered with a soft glow, significantly enhancing both its texture and intricacy. You have acquired the mythic grade item, Blessing of the Goddess of Fate. A mythic grade item. A glimmer of excitement sparked in his eyes. This was the first mythic grade artifact he had obtained, excluding the frost, which was a creature. Blessing of the Goddess of Fate. Mythic grade item. Upon usage, you shall receive an opportunity to roll the dice of fate. Regardless of the outcome, the Goddess of Fate will bestow her favor upon you, the higher the roll. the more generous the reward. Gambling enthusiast, the highest reward is indeed mythic grade. Are you certain you do not wish to go all in? Just as he had anticipated, upon ascending to mythic grade, the specter of misfortune faded. Any roll would yield a reward. However, after considerable contemplation, refrained from immediate use. According to the information provided by the Myriad Realms game, there exists a luck attribute within the game. Yet, this is a high-level hidden attribute, only revealed when equipped with items that enhance luck. Such items are evidently exceedingly rare. Nonetheless, was confident that if such items existed within the game, he would undoubtedly acquire them. Once he possessed a measure of luck, he would then utilize the scroll to maximize its value. Of course, he could also have sold the scroll, but its worth would certainly not compare to that of mythic-grade equipment. Thus, it was wiser to retain it for a gamble. If he were to truly draw a mythic-level equipment, it would mean he could acquire a sanctified annihilation-grade item for free. This is a tier that is not mentioned in the information provided by the Myriad Realms game, destined to be exceedingly rare. Come, let me take you somewhere. The two exited the Windflower Tavern, and Su Mubai summoned Frost, soaring into the sky with the wealthy and prosperous Tianxia. Frost let out a disgruntled huff, evidently harboring some reluctance towards anyone other than her master. This marked Tianxia's first experience flying atop the back of a colossal dragon, his eyes brimming with exhilaration as he tightly gripped the throne's backrest, surveying the splendid cityscape below. Before long, Frost descended at the auction house of Donghai City. Gazing at the grand and majestic structure before him, a glimmer of brilliance flashed deep within Tianxia's eyes. With the promotion of the owner and his own god of wealth talent, it wouldn't be long before they could establish their own auction house. Now, armed with startup capital and a solid backing, Tianxia's envisioned commercial empire was soon to unfold. Following Su Mubai into the auction house, despite the late hour, the place was still ablaze with lights. Ascending to the second floor, the ticket booth attendant was no longer the previous young lady, but had been replaced by a middle-aged man. However, this change had no bearing on Su Mubai. He promptly presented the Donghai token to assert his identity, causing the previously languid middle-aged man to sit up straight. Lord Baiyi, how may I assist you? He inquired. Can my VIP card be used by someone else? Su Mubai gestured towards Tianxia beside him. With a worker on hand, there was no need for him to personally attend the auction. It was far more beneficial to level up or slay a few cherry blossoms in the meantime. After all, the two had signed a God of Wealth contract, allowing for trading at any time. Remote manipulation would suffice. Yes, but it must be a person designated by you. The middle-aged man nodded repeatedly. However, this requires the supervisor's record. Please wait a moment, Lord Baiyi. After speaking, he picked up a communicator and made a call. Subsequently, he led Su Mubai and Tianxia into a meticulously decorated private room. Lord Baiyi, please wait a moment. The supervisor will arrive shortly. Gently placing tea before the two, the middle-aged man then exited the private room. Boss, how did you manage this? Tianxia asked, his eyes filled with curiosity. With a talent like promotion, he could comprehend Su Mubai's strength and wealth. But how did such a high status come about? Could it be that the first person to leave the novice village could be this impressive? Consider it a reward for an epic quest. Su Mubai replied with a faint smile. Initially, he had felt somewhat disappointed that there was no reward for the trial by Sitaji. Yet, it now appeared that the Donghai token was exceedingly useful. Before they could wait long, a knock resounded at the door of the private room. Come in. A portly middle-aged man pushed open the door and entered. If one were to ignore his face, he and Tianxia appeared almost like two peas in a pod. Lord Baiyi, I am Qian Shangxian, the supervisor of the Donghai City Auction House. After a brief self-introduction, he turned his gaze towards Tianxia. Is this gentleman the one you specified? Su Mubai nodded slightly. Qian Shangxian immediately produced a crystal ball, documenting the details of Fu Jia Tianxia. Moments latte. He retracted the crystal ball and remarked, My Lord Baiyi, all is in order. Henceforth, this gentleman may represent you at the auction with his VIP card numbered 007. Thank you, Su Mubai acknowledged, gesturing to retrieve all the upgraded first-level radiant gems. Simultaneously, Fu Jia Tianxia presented all the items available for auction. Qian Shengqian's eyes sparkled with excitement. The soul crystal. My Lord Baiyi, this is an exceedingly rare treasure, typically only found in the imperial capital. Are you certain you wish to auction it? Is it very expensive? Su Mubai raised an eyebrow. If memory served correctly, converting a mid-level soul stone into a soul crystal required the expenditure of 1 million soul coins. By conversion, that equates to approximately 10,000 soul coins per year of life. Based on previous information, each soul coin embodies an hour of temporal energy. A year's lifespan should be valued at 760 soul coins. However, extracting that energy necessitates some specialized techniques. Considering these costs, 10,000 soul coins seemed quite reasonable. Yet, if the expenses for the elevation were nearly equivalent to the value of the upgraded item, there would be little point in pursuing profit. Su Mubai digardi Qian Xingyan. Awaiting his response, the latter nodded. Of course, you may believe that the effects of 100 high-level soul stones are akin to those of the soul crystal. Yet in truth, the latter possesses irreplaceable attributes, thus commanding a premium. What attributes? I'm not entirely certain. However, treasures, such as the soul crystal, typically only appear at annual auctions. We recommend a starting bid of 1.5 million soul coins. Based on past experiences, the final price should hover around 2 million soul coins. Are you quite sure you wish to proceed with the auction? Qian Shangqian reconfirmed. Su Mubai nodded and murmured in affirmation. It seemed that profit could only be derived from the elevation process. The items post-elevation bore little premium. While 100 soul coins might represent significant profit for others, it paled in comparison to the potential gains from elevation. The primary benefit of elevation lies in consuming resources to continuously enhance usable items to higher tiers, thereby augmenting combat strength. Very well, Qian Shangqian beamed, his eyes narrowing into slits from his broad smile. He retrieved the crystal ball once more, commencing the documentation of Su Mubai and Fu Jiatianxia's auction items. In addition to the soul crystal and 580 first-level radiant gems, there were also 58 mid-level soul stones. The proceeds from this auction would serve as the initial capital for their burgeoning commercial empire. After a final verification, Su Mubai affixed his signature. The details of these items, as before, would be recorded on his VIP card. Mr. Baiyi, I shall take my leave to attend to other matters. With the signing of a rather lucrative contract, Qian Shangqian's smile grew even more congenial. Wait a moment. Su Mubai called out to Qian Shangqian, then turned to Fu Jiatianxia and inquired, what kind of agreement have you forged with them? Fu Jiatianxia immediately grasped that them referred to Feng Yi Xiao and his companions. He promptly replied, I provide them with comprehensive logistical support. They are obliged to join my team or faction, and all actions must adhere to my interests as the fundamental principle. Naturally, I cannot intentionally lead them to their demise. Su Mubai nodded slightly, pondering for a moment. The binding nature of the contract was indeed formidable, with significant penalties for breach. In essence, Fu Jiatianxia had invested in a few loyal enforcers. This arrangement was beneficial, despite his preference for solitude. Fu Jiatianxia's aspiration to establish a commercial empire necessitated a certain degree of influence. While the number of members could be limited, their quality was paramount. Fu Jiatianxia, adept at reading the room, noticed Su Mubai's contemplation and quickly assured him, Rest assured, boss at dawn, I will establish a mercenary group, appoint you as the leader, and amend their contract to prioritize your interests. His decisiveness stemmed from the fact that such actions posed no detriment to him. Having already formed a deep bond with Baiyi, their interests were inherently aligned. Although bound by a soul contract, he understood the necessity of being pragmatic. Such sentiments were not something he could expect his boss to articulate. Su Mubai regarded Fu Jiatianxia with a nod of approval. Engaging with astute individuals was indeed effortless. Bring them to Baiyi Court at 9 tomorrow morning. Baiyi Court? Fu Jiatianxia questioned, perplexed by the existence of such a place. My residence, easily locatable on a map, Su Mubai succinctly explained, dismissing Fu Jiatianxia's astonishment with a wave. He then turned to the waiting Qian Shangqian and said, Manager Qian, I wish to retract the 3 epic-level items I consigned for auction yesterday. Is that permissible? Of course. Qian Shangqian replied. Thank you for your assistance. Su Mubai acknowledged as Qian Shangqian nodded and departed the private room. Having perused the auction catalog, Su Mubai noted that no equipment at the auction was below level 60. His 3 items could only be upgraded to level 60 at best. Their worth paled in comparison to the soul crystal. However, during the early stages of the game, powerful low-level gear was scarce, and even with wealth, purchasing it proved challenging. Not to mention, acquiring dark gold-level items for free was out of the question. Even gold-level items were non-existent. Thus, these 3 pieces of equipment were evidently better suited for arming the soon-to-be-formed mercenary group. As for the skill book, it would be sold for currency to acquire other skill books for enhancement. Before long, Qian Shangqian personally delivered the 3 items. Once he departed, Su Mubai stowed the belongings in his backpack and addressed Fu Jiatianxia, saying, My VIP card can be utilized to leverage the value of consigned items for auction credits. If funds permit, purchase all the soul stones available at the auction. Should there be any surplus, feel free to bid on items that offer higher premiums post-upgrade. Notify me immediately should any special items arise. Rest assured, my esteemed boss. I comprehend. Fu Jia Tianxia nodded with a smile. I trust you will manage it well, but there is one point to remember. At this juncture, Su Mubai paused before continuing. Henceforth, the Soul Stone and similar artifacts must be prioritized as primary objectives. As long as I do not call a halt, feel free to amass them. Lifespan is always the most coveted asset for Su Mubai. With ample lifespan, he can perpetually utilize calamity, acquiring an increasing array of calamity traits. I believe that with Fu Jia Tianxia's capabilities, good news will soon follow. Very well, I understand. Fu Jia Tianxia nodded gravely, acknowledging the first directive issued by Bai Yi after the contract was signed. Now, you should take your rest. We shall meet tomorrow. The two exited the East Sea auction house, and Su Mubai summoned Frost, departing swiftly. It was the dead of night, and he dared not disturb Huai Jian. Any communication would have to wait until daylight. Frost soared towards the wilderness while Su Mubai leaned against his throne, propping his chin with one hand. 3 days had passed, yet he felt not a trace of fatigue. Could it truly be attributed to the Death Sovereign class? A flicker of doubt crossed his eyes as Su Mubai opened his attribute panel to examine his formidable stats post-level 20. Chapter 83, Baiye's level 20 attribute panel and skill details. Player, Baiye, level 20, 4621, class, Death Sovereign, exclusive hidden class, class calamity traits, secondary profession, intermediate appraiser, intermediate appraisal technique, mentality, 4178, agility, 841, constitution, 779, strength, 721, free attribute points, 0, health points, 11, permanently unable to increase due to unknown reasons. Life share, 6,989 billion, 6,989 billion, exact value, 698,866,4000. The combined health of all skeletons, headless horsemen, and shadow knights is doubled. Mounts are not summon creatures and do not contribute to this calculation. Mana points, 2791802798180. 1 point of mentality equals 60 points of mana. Mana recovery rate, 83,565 seconds, reduced by 80 in combat. Spell power, 18,520. 1 point of mentality equals 3 points of spell power. Spell critical rate, 50. Critical damage, 275. Physical defense, 1531. Magical defense, 7632. Elemental resistance, curse 40. Ice 40, others 10. Exclusive talent, calamity, unique forbidden level, skill bar, 1121. Scorch, 2. Summon space expansion. 3. Summon elite skeleton. 4. Advanced undead aura. 5. Chain corpse explosion. 6. Summon headless horseman. 7. Life share. 8. Death summoning. 9. Death absorption feedback. 10. Death gaze. 11. Death domain teleportation. Available skill points. 4. Common summoning space. 13401340. Commander summoning space. 2020. Legion 160160. Equipment. Slight. Occupation exclusive. Death sacred text 20. Lifespan. Over 52 years. Skill details. 1. Burning. Level 1 active skill. Unleashes the soul's fire to scorch the target, inflicting a total of 200 spell power and magical damage within 5 seconds. Attack range, 30 meters. Casting time, 2 seconds. Cooldown, 5 seconds. Mana cost, 20 points. 2. Expansion of summoning space. Passive skill, no level, summoning space 8. 3. Summon elite skeletons. Level 9. Active skill. Summons 3 elite skeletons to fight on your behalf. Elite skeleton warrior, elite skeleton archer, elite skeleton mage. Casting time, 3 seconds. Cooldown, 30 seconds. Mana cost, 3,000 points. Disaster traits. 1. Elite skeleton warrior's health cap raised to 500. Attack power increased by 100. 2. Not unlocked. 3. Not unlocked. The statistics of elite skeletons are influenced by the player's mental attributes. 4. Advanced undead aura. Passive skill, no level. All allied undead creatures receive a 30 enhancement to all attributes. Affected range, 500 meters. 5. Chain corpse explosion. Level 11, active skill. Capable of triggering a chain explosion of up to 3 corpses or remains. Dealing magical damage to all enemies within a 20-meter radius of each corpse or remnant. Cannot be used on corpses. Damage, based on the target's pre-mortem 20 health. 200 spell power. Casting distance, 200 meters. Instant release. Cooldown, 30 seconds. Mana cost, 6,000 points. 6. Summon headless horseman. Level 17, active skill. Summons a headless horseman to fight on your behalf. Casting time, 5 seconds. Cooldown, 10 minutes. Mana cost, 9,500 points. The statistics of the Headless Horseman are influenced by the player's mental attributes. 7. Life sharing. Passive skill, no level. Skill effect. You share life force unidirectionally with all your summoned undead beings. 8. Death summoning. Passive skill, no level. Skill effect. 9. Death drain feedback. Level 1 active skill. Skill effect. 1. Drain. Extracts death energy from corpses and stores it, with a maximum single extraction of 10. Cooldown, 30 seconds. No cost. Maximum casting distance, 100 meters. Death energy value, 800, level 20, career trait effect doubled. 2. Feedback. Instantly restores your own health or mana, and can also be used to strengthen a summoned entity. Cooldown, 30 seconds. Consumes 1,400 points of death energy. 1 point of death energy restores 200 points of health or mana. 1 point of death energy strengthens the target's primary attribute for 60 seconds. Aside from the death value, the remaining descriptions do not include the doubled effects of class-specific calamities. Actual usage will result in a doubling. 10. Death Gaze. Level 1, 050. Active skill. Fix your gaze upon the target, incinerating their soul. Skill effects. 1. Inflicts 500 points of true damage per second for a duration of 10 seconds. 2. The creature under your gaze will continuously experience the effects of fear. 3. All beings with a life level lower than yours will forcibly have all attributes reduced by 20 upon being gazed at. This effect is determined solely by life level and cannot be mitigated by any form of resistance. 4. Creatures slain by death gaze will endure excruciating torment, entering a weakened state upon resurrection, with all attributes diminished by 40 for a duration of 12 hours. Instant release, cooldown time of 60 seconds, consuming 5 maximum mana. No sustained casting is required after release, with a maximum attack range of 100 meters. Wherever your gaze falls, death follows closely. 11. Domain of the Dead. Level 1, 050. Active skill. Traverse the realm of death, moving as you will. Skill effects. Instant release. Transition cooldown time of 15 seconds, consuming 1 maximum mana, with a casting range of 200 meters. The Shroud of Death has a cooldown time of 120 seconds, consuming 1 maximum mana per second, capable of lasting up to 30 seconds, with a casting range of 500 meters. Wherever your will directs, your legion arrives in an instant. Chapter 84. Equipment details and gemstone settings for level 20 White Knight. Death Codex. Class-specific, White Knight, special item. Cannot be dropped, damaged, or traded. Can be summoned or retracted at will. Level 20 follows character level. Base attributes. Spell power 600. All attributes 200. Damage to undead creatures increased by 100. This enhancement also applies to your summoned entities. Spirit 10, added at level 20. Special effects. 1. Soul absorption. You and your summoned creatures, along with contracted beings, will absorb a portion of the soul power from slain targets. Monsters killed by you will weaken upon their next spawn, while players slain by you will suffer double penalties, including a reduction in lifespan. Current soul points. 28. Consuming 5,000 soul points grants you a third opportunity to unveil the Death Codex. The second special effect is unlocked after reaching level 30. This is a tome of rules, accessible only to you, upon meeting the requirements. You may learn the exclusive skills of the Lord of Death from its pages. Woe of the Forgotten. Staff. Level 10200. Legendary item. Durability 10001000. Equipment requirements. Advanced hidden class of Undead Sorcerers, Spirit 500. Base attributes, level 20. Spell power 2400. Spell critical rate 10. Critical damage 20. All attributes 100. Affixed skills, the Lament of the Forgotten. Active skill that inflicts a fusion of frost, death, and shadow elemental damage with a spell power of 1000 within a 100-meter radius of the target, causing all enemies within the area to forget their skills for the next 5 seconds. Casting time is 3 seconds, with a cooldown of 10 minutes. Gems. Level 5 critical gem. Grants a spell critical hit rate of 5, can only be embedded in the main weapon. And only one gem of the same type may be embedded. Level 5 critical damage gem. Grants a spell critical damage of 5, can only be embedded in the main weapon. And only one gem of the same type may be embedded. Level 5 amplification gem. Increases spell power by 5, can only be embedded in the main weapon. And only one gem of the same type may be embedded. Forgetting is the most profound liberation. Dylan's Crystal Ball. The true name of the item shall be revealed upon unsealing. Orb offhand. Level 0200. Legendary item. Durability, 1000. Equipment requirement. The quest Dylan's Lament must be in the taskbar. Base attributes, level 20, spell power, 300, all attributes, 100 health, 4000, mana, 8000 affixes, 1, spell critical rate, 30, critical damage, 50, 2, sealed state, effect unknown, 3, sealed state, effect unknown, skill, sealed state, quest item, automatically disappears upon quest failure, curse crown, headgear, level, 10200, legendary item, durability, 1000. Equipment requirement. Advanced hidden class of necromancer, spirit, 500. Base attributes, level 20, physical defense, 140, magical defense, 270, health, 2500 mana, 5500, all attributes, 100 affixes, 1, spirit, 10, 2, curse resistance, 30, 3, the wearer shall be incessantly eroded by the miasma of death. Skill, curse power, passive skill that causes all your spells to carry a curse effect. Randomly applying 2 curses to the target that last for 5 seconds, with a cooldown of 5 seconds. Cursed Aura, aura skill that, when activated, reduces the speed of all enemies within a 100-meter radius by 30, including but not limited to attack speed, movement speed, and casting speed. Consumes 200 mana per second, with no cooldown time. Gems, level 5 spirit gem, spirit, 160, can only be embedded in armor. Level 5 spirit gem, spirit, 160. Level 5 spirit gem, spirit, 160. Cursing is an art. Brutal pauldrons. Shoulder armor, cloth. Level 10. Golden grade. Durability, 100. Physical defense, 28. Magical defense, 35. Spirit, 15. Constitution, 15. Spell power, 20. Gems. Level 5 spirit gem, spirit, 160. Wraith collar robe. Upper garment. Cloth. Level, 10120. Legendary item. Durability, 1000. Equipment requirements. Undead mage class, spirit 300. Base attributes, level 20. Physical defense, 300. Magical defense, 600. Health, 3000. Mana, invincible. All attributes, 100. Affixes, none. Skills, none. Gems, level 5 spirit gem, spirit 160. Level 5 spirit gem, spirit 160. Level 5 spirit gem, spirit 160. You are not hallucinating. This is indeed the whisper of the undead. 7. Wrist, none available. 8. Hands, none available. 9. Waist, emerald belt. Waist belt, cloth armor. Level, 5, bronze grade. Durability, 2240. Armor, 10. Constitution, 310. Legs, frost guardian. Pants, cloth armor. Level, 10200. Legendary item. Durability, 1000. Equipment requirements. Undead mage class, spirit 300. Base attributes, level 20. Physical defense, 240. Magical defense, 440. Health, 2400. Mana, 5600. All attributes, 100. Affixes, none. Skills, instant release, lasting up to 10 seconds, cooldown of 10 minutes. Level 5 spirit gem, spirit 160. Level 5 spirit gem, spirit 160. Level 5 spirit gem, spirit 160. Frost guardian, reliable and steadfast. 11. Feet, double layer cloth shoes. Shoes, cloth armor. Level, 5, black iron grade. Durability, 30. Armor, 6, movement speed, 2, double layer protection, providing greater peace of mind. 12. Neck accessory, necklace of undead will. Necklace accessory. Level, 1060, follows player level. Increases every 5 levels, up to a maximum of level 60. Epic item. Durability, 500500. Equipment requirements, spirit 150. Base attributes, level 20. Spell power, 240. Health, 1600. Mana, digaribu. Spirit 100. Constitution, 30. Agility, 30. Affixes, 1. Increases spell power by 10. 2. Attacks inflict multiple curse effects, reducing target's physical and magical defenses by 10, attack speed by 10, casting speed by 10, and movement speed by 10. Summons can also trigger this effect. Skills, Undead Will. Passive effect, reduces the impact of charm, fear, and sleep negative states by 80. Active effect, removes 1 negative state of charm, fear, or sleep affecting you, granting immunity to these 3 negative states for the next 5 seconds. Instant release, cooldown time of 120 seconds. Undead Will, unyielding and indomitable. 13. Back accessory, Misty Cloak. Cloak. Accessory. Level 5 Golden Grade. Durability, 100-100. Physical defense, 28. Magical defense, 20. Constitution, 10. Spirit, 10. Upon equipping, it reduces one's presence, thereby diminishing hostility effects. 14th Ring Accessory 1. Venomous Ring. Ring Accessory. Golden Grade. Durability, 100-100. Spell Power, 30. Agility, 10. Spirit, 10. There is a certain probability that spell skills will inflict an additional 150 points of poison damage, with a maximum activation of once every 10 seconds. 15th Ring Accessory 2. Not available. 16th Other Accessory 1. Level 5. Golden Grade. Durability, 100-100. Health points, 200. Mana points, 400. Spell Critical Strike Rate, 5. Upon achieving a critical strike with your spells, you will gain Spirit 20, lasting for 10 seconds, non-stacking. 17th Other Accessory 2. Not available. Gem Embedding Configuration. Special gems can be freely embedded, while basic attribute gems may only be affixed to armor. Accessory equipment cannot accommodate gems. Note, the Death's Codex is exceedingly powerful, and the primary city's Jewel Crafting Master at level 1 cannot unlock embedding slots. Golden Grade Equipment, 1 gem, maximum level 5. Dark Gold Grade Equipment, 1 gem, maximum level 5. Epic Grade Equipment, 2 gems, maximum of 1 level of Brilliant Gem. Legendary Grade Equipment, 3 gems, maximum of 2 levels of Brilliant Gem. Mythical Grade Equipment, 4 gems, minimum of 2 levels of Brilliant Gem. Sanctified Grade Equipment, 5 gems, minimum of 3 levels of Brilliant Gem. Current total of embedded gems in White Knight, 13. Level 5 Critical Strike Gem, 1. Level 5 Damage Amplification Gem, 1. Level 5 Enhancement Gem, 1. Level 5 Spirit Gem, 10. Total enhancements. Spell Power, 5. Spell Critical Strike Rate, 5. Spell Critical Strike Damage, 5. Spirit, 1600. Equipment Percentage Additions. Damage increase against undead creatures, 100. Spell Power, 10. Spirit, 40. Spell Critical Strike Rate, 45. Spell Critical Strike Damage, 70. Casting Speed, 20. Curse Resistance, 30. Ice Elemental Resistance, 30. Overall Elemental Resistance, 10. Mana Recovery Speed, 100. Chapter 85. White Knight, Level 20 Summon Creatures and Mount Panel. Auras. 1. Advanced Undead Aura. All allied undead creatures receive a 60 attribute increase, originally 30. The class Catastrophe trait effect is doubled. 2. Defense Aura 17. Within a 340-meter radius, all allied defenses are enhanced by 17, and this effect does not stack. The following are the statistics enhanced by the 2 major auras. Mount Space, 11. Frost. Mythical Grade Mount. Frost Dragon King. High Tier Undead Creature. Level, 10. Experience Points, 12-1. 2 million, 1 billion. Loyalty, 100. Due to the influence of the Death Sovereign profession, loyalty will never decrease. Movement Speed Bonus, 800 on land, sea, and air. Health Points, 4,224 billion. Magic Power, 35, 2 billion. Attack Power, 21, 12 million. Spell Strength, 1, 76 million. Physical Defense, 205, 92 million. Magical Defense, 164, 74 million. Elemental Resistance, Ice 80, Death 70, Shadow 60, Others 40. Skills, Frost Dragon Breath, Dragon Might, Size Reduction, Basic Ice Spells, Frost Freeze. Frost Dragon Breath. Inflicts 500 points of ice damage per second within a 5-meter radius around the target, accompanied by debilitating and burning effects, lasting up to 30 seconds. Attack range is 50 meters, cooldown is 120 seconds, and it consumes 2,000 magic power per second. Attack range and distance are proportional to size. Dragon Might. The overwhelming pressure of a Dragon King instills fear in all creatures within a 1,000-meter radius, reducing all attributes of beings with a life level lower than that of the Frost Dragon King by 1050. The lower the life level, the stronger the intimidation effect. The effect of Dragon Might diminishes when there is a significant level disparity between both parties. Size Reduction allows for a degree of size reduction, facilitating combat or entrance into otherwise inaccessible areas. Frost Freeze, passive effect that doubles the chance and efficacy of all ice spells freezing. The ruler of the Frost Dragon lineage. A formidable mythical being. Summoning Space, 1340. Skeletons receive a mental enhancement coefficient of 0, 6 from the player. 1. Elite Skeleton Warrior, 540. Elite Skeleton Warrior. Level 20. Strength 43, 318. Constitution 43, 318. Agility 43, 318. Health 43, 318 million. 1 point of Constitution equals 20 points of health prior to sublimation at 15. Attack power 2, 166 million. 1 point of Strength equals 25 points of attack power prior to sublimation at 2. Physical defense 760, 000. 1 point of Constitution equals 15 points of physical defense prior to sublimation at 1. Skills: Heavy Strike 9, Wild Charge 9. Heavy Strike, level 9. Swings the weapon to strike the target, inflicting 190 points of physical damage, with a cooldown of 30 seconds. Wild Charge, level 9. Charges towards the target at a speed of 300, causing 300 damage, potentially stunning the target for up to 5 seconds, depending on the strength disparity between both parties. Charge distance is 10, 100 meters. Cooldown is 60 seconds. 2. Elite Skeleton Archer, 400. Elite Skeleton Archer. Level 20. Strength 43, 318. Constitution 43, 318. Agility 43, 318. Health 64, 98 million. 1 point of Constitution equals 15 points of health prior to sublimation at 12. Specific value 649, 77, rounded to 2 decimal places. Attack power 8, 66 million. 1 point of Strength equals 1 point of attack power prior to sublimation at 0, 75. 1 point of Agility equals 1 point of attack power prior to sublimation at 0, 75. Physical defense 4, 0.5 million. 1 point in Constitution 0.8 physical defense pre-transcendence 0.5. Skills: Double Shot 9, Deadly Sniping 9. Double Shot, level 9, instantaneously releases 2 arrows, inflicting a dual strike on the target, each arrow delivering 99 physical damage, with a cooldown of 30 seconds. Deadly Sniping, level 9, focuses to execute a powerful shot at a maximum range twice that of normal, dealing 450 physical damage to a single target, with a doubled critical hit rate. Casting time, 2 seconds. Cooldown time, 60 seconds. 3. Elite Skeleton Mage, 400. Elite Skeleton Mage. Level 20. Spirit 43,318. Agility 43,318. Constitution 43,318. Health points 4, 332, 000. 1 point in Constitution grants 10 health points. Pre-Transcendence 8. Spell power 108,295. 1 point in Spirit grants 25 spell power. Pre-Transcendence 2. Physical defense 2, 530, 000. 1 point in Constitution grants 0, 5 physical defense. Pre-Transcendence 0, 33. Magical defense 3, 040, 000. 1 point in Spirit grants 0, 6 magical defense. Pre-Transcendence none. Skills: Fireball 9, Fire C9. Fireball, level 9, casts a fireball to attack the target, dealing 220 spell power and fire damage. Casting time 15 seconds. Cooldown time 30 seconds. Fire C, level 9, unleashes a sea of fire, inflicting 100 spell power and fire damage every second within a 30-meter radius of the target. Casting time 3 seconds. Duration 9 seconds. Cooldown time 60 seconds. Commander Space 2020. 1. Headless Horseman 20. The Headless Horseman receives a mental enhancement coefficient from the player of 1. Headless Horseman, level 20. Strength 72,196. Constitution 72,196. Agility 72,196. Spirit 72,196. Health points 72,196 million. 1 point in Constitution grants 100 health points. Attack power 722 million. 1 point in Strength grants 1 point of attack power. Physical defense 1, 689 million. 1 point in Constitution grants 2 physical defense. Magical defense 1, 689 million. 1 point in Spirit grants 2 magical defense. Elemental resistance Death 20, Shadow 20. Skills: Death Charge 9, Headless Immunity 9. Death Charge, level 9, charges towards the target at a speed of 900, dealing 900 damage to all enemies in the path. Enhancing strength effects by 900 during the charge. Unstoppable and unaffected by control skills. Charge distance 10, 200 meters. Cooldown time 60 seconds. Headless Immunity grants immunity to all negative effects targeting the head, such as blindness, dizziness, etc. Legion summoned Shadow Knights to join the Legion. With a maximum summoning capacity equal to 425 of the player's commander summoning space, discarding fractions, with a minimum of 2 summoned. Dominion, within a radius of 340 meters. All allied units receive a dual defense enhancement of 17, which cannot be stacked. Without a head, one cannot be dazed. Legion summons. Shadow Knight, level 20. Strength, 36,098. Constitution, 36,098. Agility, 36,098. Spirit, 36,098. Health points, 36,098,000. Attack power, 3,610,000. Physical defense, 8,450,000. Magical defense, 8,450,000. Skill, Shadow Charge 9. Shadow Charge, at level 9, rush towards the target at a speed of 300, inflicting 300 damage on all enemies along the path, while enhancing strength effects by 300 during the charge. Charge distance, 100 meters, cooldown time, 60 seconds. Chapter 86. This creature seems insufficient for farming. Outside the outskirts of East Sea City, despite the late hour, numerous players are diligently hunting monsters. With the lifting of teleportation restrictions, many players above level 5 decisively left the novice village. After all, aside from the Misty Forest dungeon, there was little to cherish in that place. Players who had acquired some equipment and skills in this initial dungeon now faced ordinary wild monsters without the initial embarrassment. No matter the location, there are always those who prefer to grind. They would rather forego rest to seize the early days of the Myriad Realms game and level up as quickly as possible. The bright moon hung high, and visibility at night was far inferior to that of day. However, there were items and skills within the game that could enhance visibility. The cheapest torches could be purchased with a handful of copper coins. Su Mubai gazed downwards, spotting the flickering lights below. Naturally, he had no intention of competing with these players for monsters. Frost swiftly swept through the sky, the surrounding air crystallizing under its chilling temperature, scattering tiny ice crystals upon the ground. Why does it suddenly feel a bit cold? Has it started to snow? What was that just passed by? So fast. The nighttime visibility was too poor to discern, and in the blink of an eye, it vanished. It couldn't possibly be what I think it is, could it? Overthinking it. Who would dare approach East Sea City without foresight? The chilling effect of the frost immediately drew the attention of many players. However, they could not see clearly, and after a brief discussion, they returned to their leveling endeavors. In a remote leveling spot away from East Sea City, the wild monsters had risen to around level 15. A 100 elite team was leveling here. Their lighting tools were not the cheap torches, but illumination stones worth 10 silver coins each. This item granted an 80 visibility effect in a 50-meter radius, akin to daylight. This was the elite team of the Dominance Guild, led by the adept known as Su Mubai, a master with a formidable talent level. Aside from him, all others were of the same talent level. Su Mubai observed the frost gliding through the air, his pupils narrowing slightly. Bai has left the city? Before departing the novice village, he was filled with confidence about his future, until he witnessed the true prowess of Bai in the teleportation square. He had harbored no thoughts of comparison. That individual was nothing short of extraordinary. Could his elite 100-man team possibly contend with even a single skeleton from him? They needed to muster their spirits and earn gold as swiftly as possible. Indeed, he now solely yearned to accumulate enough gold for the teleportation fee, to lead the elite members of his guild to develop in another city. He no longer wished to remain in East Sea City. What if one of his subordinates unwittingly provoked Bai, the harbinger of death? Wouldn't all his efforts then be rendered futile? Glancing at his talents, a flicker of ambition ignited within him. As long as he could evade the anomaly that was Bai, with his own capabilities, where could he not flourish? East Sea City was beneath his consideration. After soaring swiftly for over 10 minutes, Frost gradually reduced its speed and lowered its altitude. Upon exiting the novice village, the mini-map ceased to provide detailed information. Only areas that had been explored would display the distribution and levels of monsters. One well-known fact remained. The closer one got to the main city, the lower the levels of wild monsters. As the flight altitude diminished, Su Mubai, illuminated by the ice-blue glow emanating from Frost, began to survey the monsters below. Toxic Spider, level 21, Comet. Onward they flew. Given the current stats of the Undead Legion, these creatures were far too trivial. After a thorough exploration, they soon arrived at the seaside. As the most prosperous coastal city of the Dragon Empire, East Sea City was in close proximity to the endless sea. Gazing at the boundless ocean, Su Mubai furrowed his brow and directed Frost to land on the shore. Upon the vast beach, enormous sea crabs scuttled about in search of food, simultaneously serving as prey for other creatures. With the arrival of Frost, these wild monsters were instantly cowed by the formidable dragon might, resulting in a 50 reduction in their attributes. Giant sea crab, dragon might suppression, all attributes reduced by 50. Common, level 30, health, 30,000. Southland hyena, dragon might suppression, all attributes reduced by 50. Level 35, elite, health, 500,000. Corrupted sand leopard, dragon might suppression, all attributes reduced by 50. Level 40, enhanced elite, health, 200,000. Indeed, level 30 proved to be a significant threshold. Su Mubai observed the health bars of the three types of wild monsters and murmured to himself. Throughout his journey, those ordinary monsters below level 30 boasted health that was scarcely below 20,000. Now, even with their attributes diminished by 50, the giant sea crabs still possessed a staggering 30,000 health points. The effects of the dragon might were evident, whether common monsters or enhanced elites. They all succumbed equally to Frost's presence. Even with levels exceeding by over 20, they remained fully subjected to the oppressive effect of the dragon might. Go ahead and play, he declared. Utilizing Death Domain Leap to depart from his throne, Su Mubai waved toward Frost. The latter's eyes brightened instantly, and it soared toward the beach to commence its unrestrained slaughter. Ever since becoming a mount, it finally had the opportunity to stretch its limbs. Roar! The roar of the dragon shattered the stillness of the deep night, rousing the wild creatures that had been cowed by its might. Yet, what awaited them was naught but death. The frosty wings unfurled, sweeping low through the air as an icy element mingled with the searing breath of the dragon, unleashing a torrent of terrifying energy. Frost breath. 8. 82 million 15. 98 million 8. 79 million. Where the frost breath had passed, cascades of damage numbers soared, reaching heights of 7 digits, interspersed with 8-digit critical hits. Even the level 40 elite, the demonic sand leopard, could not withstand a single second under such a dreadful breath. A mythic creature, fearsome indeed, the chasm between life levels was as vast as a gulf. The path of Frost left behind a 10-meter-wide trail, littered with the corpses of monsters and their loot. Simultaneously, the system prompts for Su Mubai began to flood the screen. Killed a level 30 giant crab. Receive an additional 150 experience bonus, totaling 3,000 experience points. Level difference bonus 50, title bonus 100. Killed a level 35 elite monster, the salty hyena. Received an additional 150 experience bonus, totaling 17,500 experience points. Killed a level 40 elite monster, the demonic sand leopard. Receive an additional 150 experience bonus, totaling 60,000 experience points. Thanks to Su Mubai's designed experience distribution method, all the experience from the monster slain by Frost was entirely his to claim. In just 30 seconds of Frost breath, though the majority of the kills were giant crabs, Su Mubai's experience bar surged nearly 10 levels. However, the 200 to 300 wild creatures in that vast area had been completely wiped out. This was indeed a rather insufficient spawn rate. Su Mubai found himself unexpectedly troubled by the rapid pace of monster clearing. Turning to face the opposite direction of the frost, he focused his mind and summoned the spatial rift to activate the Death's Veil. In the next instant, 20 headless knights led 160 shadow knights and 1,300 skeletons into existence. As the undead legion descended, the leading headless knight pointed his spear forward, issuing commands through a wave of soul energy. In an instant, all the knights transformed into shadows, charging towards the furthest target within range. Death Charge. Shadow Charge. Chapter 87. Before the battle even began, it was already over. Clack, clack, clack. The elite skeleton warriors had just raised their colossal swords, only to find themselves momentarily frozen in place. Meanwhile, the elite skeleton archers and mages lowered their weapons in unison. All the skeletons turned to look at Su Mubai, awaiting his next command. At that moment, all the knights had completed their charge, yet their forms were concealed by the night, beyond Su Mubai's line of sight. The farthest headless knight was already 200 meters away. 64, 98 million, 650, 000, 1, 32 million, 10, 83 million, 1, 08 million, 2, 164 million. Countless damage numbers erupted as the combination of 20 headless knights and 160 shadow knights left Su Mubai astounded. As they charged together, 180 beams of black light intertwined, plowing through the front lines with ferocity. Even the monstrous sand panther, with its staggering 2 million health points, was no match for the relentless onslaught of dark energy, which sent it soaring into the air, only to be reduced to a lifeless corpse before it even touched the ground. In an instant, the area before Su Mubai was devoid of any wild creatures, leaving behind a scattered array of corpses and coins, with the occasional piece of equipment glimmering amidst the remains. Meanwhile, the frost continued to unleash blizzards and ice spikes as the slaughter persisted. Defeated a level 30 giant crab, gaining an additional experience bonus of 150, totaling 3,000 experience points. Defeated a level 35 elite creature, the salt flat hyena, gaining an additional experience bonus of 150, totaling 17,500 experience points. Defeated a level 40 enhanced elite creature, the monstrous sand panther, gaining an additional experience bonus of 150, totaling 60,000 experience points. The experience bar surged dramatically, leaping by 13 levels. However, Su Mubai awkwardly realized that there were no remaining monsters within his field of vision. The Frost and Night Legion had swiftly decimated nearly 1,000 wild creatures. Even the Skeleton Legion had yet to engage, and the battle was already concluded. With a resigned pat on his forehead, Su Mubai directed his thoughts, prompting the Skeleton Legion to commence their sweeping of the battlefield, while he himself vanished from his location. Death Domain Teleportation. When he reappeared, he found himself beside the Headless Night Legion at the forefront. Fortunately, the coastline was sufficiently extensive. Although the previous area had been cleared, there were still creatures to be found here. Without the use of skills, the Headless Knights led the Shadow Knight Legion in a normal monster hunt. With their formidable attributes, they could easily disregard the damage dealt by these wild creatures, although their efficiency in basic attacks was notably slower. Nevertheless, the countdown for the life of the wild creatures in this region had commenced. Once 60 seconds had elapsed, 180 streaks of black light surged across the beach beneath the night sky. Death Charge. Shadow Charge. In an instant, the monsters within a range of over 100 meters were obliterated. At that moment, the Skeleton Legion, who had been tidying up the battlefield, had just finished collecting the drops to present to Su Mubai. Continue the cleanup, Su Mubai instructed, glancing at the pile of copper and silver coins before him. Gesturing for the Skeleton Legion to resume their prior task. There was little they could do. The number of monsters was limited, and they could hardly compete with the Night Legion. Su Mubai's chain corpse explosion was rendered ineffective in this context. With a wave, he collected the dropped items into his backpack. Aside from currency, there were also some pieces of equipment and materials. However, they were all low-quality gear from levels 30 to 40, the best being merely black iron grade. Even with the chance to ascend, they would amount to nothing more than bronze equipment. Before the auction system connected players with locals, these worthless items could only be sold at a pittance in stores. Yet, a gain, however small, was still a gain. Moreover, Su Mubai had no concerns about inventory space, as he could always engage in remote transactions with the affluent to offload these items. Suddenly, a golden light shot into the sky, tearing through the inky darkness of the night. Congratulations to player Bai Yi for reaching level 21, gaining 1 in all attributes, 1 skill point, and 15 free attribute points. Continuing in the same vein as before, Su Mubai allocated his free attribute points and utilized Dead Zone Leap to catch up with the advanced troops, resuming his leveling journey. Meanwhile, the exhilarated Frost became increasingly thrilled with the madness inherent in undead creatures fully unleashed. At this moment, he was unaware of the distance separating him from Su Mubai, even as the experience points began to belong solely to him. Su Mubai's experience notifications continuously flooded the screen, rendering him oblivious to this fact. It was only after he had finished collecting the drops and traded the junk in his backpack to the wealthy merchant that Su Mubai recalled Frost. A slight sensation in his mind caused him to pause. According to the feedback, the two were already separated by more than 10 kilometers. A look of astonishment crossed Su Mubai's face. Even with the disaster characteristic of summoning space expansion, his current control range over summoned creatures was merely 500 meters. Leveling up would not extend this range. That would only occur upon advancement. However, why was Frost's range of activity so extensive? Sensing Su Mubai's confusion, Frost's voice resonated directly in his mind. Master, I'm a true being, unlike summoned creatures. As long as you permit it, I can move freely without any constraints. Upon hearing this, a flicker of shock passed through Su Mubai's eyes, his heart fluttering. Unconstrained? That was not entirely accurate. He could sense the presence of powerful barriers surrounding this realm. Specifically, as long as he remained within the confines of these barriers, he could move without restriction. The barriers likely referred to national borders. After contemplating this, Su Mubai continued to inquire, "Can all mounts operate as freely as you do?" "Impossible." Frost's voice carried a hint of disdain. "Only truly sentient beings possess such freedom. If their mounts spawn from the myriad games, repeatedly refreshed monsters would have their mobility limited to that of summoned creatures." Frost then added, "By the way, Master, if we stray too far apart, the monsters I defeat will no longer provide you with experience points." Through Frost's explanation, Su Mubai gained further insight into the rules of the myriad games. He was not particularly concerned about the experience points. After all, even without Frost, the monsters in this area were insufficient for the undead legion to farm. He was more preoccupied with another matter. "Is that permissible, Master?" "That's good to hear." Su Mubai smiled, preparing to test this notion, when Frost's voice echoed in his mind once more. "Master, I have discovered one." "What grade?" Su Mubai raised an eyebrow, a sudden idea blossoming within him. "Golden grade." "Bring it here." "Understood." Chapter 88, Verifying the Hypothesis. The golden grade was inconsequential to Su Mubai. The items dropped after collecting were merely dark gold grade. What he sought was to validate his inner thoughts. Over the past few days, he had been utilizing disaster to enhance his possessions, leading to a habitual line of thinking. It was only after upgrading the wealthy merchant's skills that Su Mubai contemplated this possibility. Could the grade be elevated using disaster? If possible, it would allow for yet another layer of complexity. The mere thought of it ignited a spark of excitement within Su Mubai. Before him lay a formidable sea serpent. Measuring over 10 meters in length, its robust form firmly grasped by the frost-laden dragon claw. Despite its fervent struggles and the relentless thrashing of its tail, it could inflict no damage upon the frost. With a staggering physical defense exceeding 2 million and magical defense surpassing 1,600,000, this golden tier creature was not easily vanquished. Corrupted Sea Serpent King. Dragon's Might Suppression, all attributes reduced by 45. Level 50. Golden tier. Health, 5, 945, 945. Even though this creature boasted a formidable level of 50, it was still subdued by the frost, which diminished all its attributes by 45, despite being only level 10. The disparity in life levels within the multiverse of games is far greater than one might envisage. Even a young dragon cannot be trifled with by a golden tier adversary. Moreover, the Frost is a more powerful Dragon King. With a resounding crash, the corrupted Sea Serpent King was hurled from the heights by the Frost, its descent kicking up a cloud of dust. In the next moment, the Frost descended, a dragon claw pinning the corrupted Sea Serpent King to the ground. As it raised its head to Su Mubai and declared with a hearty voice, "Well done." Su Mubai nodded in agreement, a smile gracing his lips. To capture and experiment on such a creature, he would surely be considered the first of his kind throughout history. Without further ado, he fixed his gaze upon the struggling corrupted Sea Serpent King, his thoughts coalescing. Cataclysm. Target, corrupted Sea Serpent King. Prompt, please select an Ascension tier. First, second, or a third. Option 1. Ascend to Dark Gold tier, corrupted Sea Serpent Emperor, no cost. Option 2. Transcend to Epic tier, Sea Covering Demon Serpent, cost of 10,000 soul coins. Option 3. Cataclysm to Legendary tier, 9-headed Sea Covering Serpent, cost of 5,000 years of lifespan. Indeed, it was feasible. A glimmer of brilliance ignited in Su Mubai's eyes as he excitedly surveyed the three options that materialized. To be candid, the costs here far exceeded those of comparable items or skills of the same tier, especially the Transcendence, which astonishingly required a full 10,000 soul coins. If converted to gold coins, that would surpass 100 million. As for the third option, Su Mubai dismissed it outright. Even if he had sufficient lifespan, he could never justify using it to elevate an enemy, setting aside the possibility of a level 50 legendary creature being capable of defeat. The additional cataclysmic traits alone were enough to induce a headache. Should the enemy acquire a level of traits, would that not be a self-inflicted wound? Lacking the requisite 10,000 soul coins, he was left with no choice but to opt for a free upgrade. Ascend to the first tier. As soon as Su Mubai made his choice, the corrupted Sea Serpent King's eyes suddenly shimmered with an eerie light, its forked tongue flicking out, emitting a hiss. In an instant, a dense, dark golden radiance enveloped its entire form. The rules of evolutionary energy directly repelled the Frost Dragon Claw. It curiously examined the being shrouded in dark golden light and questioned, "Master, have you elevated this creature?" "Indeed," Su Mubai affirmed, his gaze unwaveringly fixed. The evolution lasted for over 2 minutes, and, as the light dissipated, the creature's size had doubled. A colossal demon serpent, as thick as a water bucket and nearly 30 meters long, emerged upon the shore. Demonized Sea Serpent King, Dragon's Might Suppression, all attributes reduced by 30. Level 50, Dark Gold Grade. Health, 42,000,000. Attack Power, 6, 860,000. Magic Power, 5, 740,000. Physical Defense, 840,000. Magical Defense, 70,000. Elemental Resistances, Water 20, Poison 20. Skills, Water Series Spells, Death Strangulation, Lethal Venom, Rocket Hammer. An inexplicably evolved fortunate being. Its power significantly augmented. Now seeks vengeance against the one who just humiliated it. Hiss. The demonized Sea Serpent King flicked its elongated tongue. Its eerie green slit eyes fixated on Frost, though it did not comprehend the reason behind its sudden evolution. Its sole desire at that moment was to devour the immense dragon before it. Setting aside its hatred, the bloodline of its opponent held a profound allure. If successful, it might undergo yet another transformation. What are you staring at? Frost glared menacingly, but before Su Mubai could speak, he refrained from taking action. This creature sought revenge against you. Su Mubai smiled and waved his hand. Go ahead and slay it. The experiment is over. What purpose does it serve to keep it alive? Very well. Frost grinned, immediately placing a claw upon the Serpent King's vital point. Although the creature had grown significantly larger post-evolution, it was of no consequence in the face of absolute power. Take a look. Frost scoffed, opening its maw wide. Frost breath. Boom! A torrent of ice and fire energy cascaded down, crashing violently upon the Serpent King's head. Despite radiating waves of heat, it instantaneously encased the creature in ice. 8. 765,000, 881,000, 1, 754,000, 1, 802,000. In just 4 seconds, this dark gold grade beast succumbed to the dragon's breath. It even left Frost with some health points to spare. Below the epic grade, even at level 100, one could not stir a ripple against the mythic Frost. In the realm of universal gaming, there exists no notion of level suppression to mitigate damage. The only factor at play is the suppression of life levels. Chapter 89. The genuine ones are hard to find, but there are far too many cherry blossoms. Defeated the level 50 dark gold grade, demonized Sea Serpent King, receiving an additional 150 experience bonus, totaling 22,500 experience points. Soul Absorption activated, soul points 25. Wow. Congratulations to player by Yi for leveling up to level 22, gaining 1 in each attribute, 1 skill point, and 15 free attribute points. At the moment of death, yet another golden light soared skyward as the recently leveled Su Mubai ascended once more. Surpassing level 30 significantly enhanced his combat prowess and experience points. Su Mubai murmured to himself. The overall combat strength of this demonized Sea Serpent King was comparable to that of the level 20 Undead Bone Dragon in the Forgotten Land. However, the experience gained from its defeat still paled in comparison to that of epic-grade foes. The soul points were far too meager. Observing the system notification, Su Mubai furrowed his brow. A formidable level 50 dark gold entity provided a mere 25 soul points. The previous minor creatures, one must not even mention. It took hundreds of them to yield a mere single point. What counts for such a staggering discrepancy? Su Mubai found himself perplexed, recalling that in the Land of Oblivion, Franklin had directly granted 1,000 points. Could it be that Franklin was not a creation of the Multiverse Game? As this thought crossed his mind, Su Mubai felt a surge of conviction. It appeared that to amass soul points, one must resort to taking lives. With this realization, a glint of determination flashed in Su Mubai's eyes. At dawn, he would seek out Huaijian. With his rapid progression, reaching level 29 would soon be a reality. Thus, he must hasten to the Cherry Blossom Kingdom. Authentic beings like Franklin are rare, but there are countless little cherry blossoms. A cold smile curled at the corners of Su Mubai's lips as he accepted the spoils from a skeleton, his thoughts directing the allocation of freedom points. Before he could examine further, Frost leaned in curiously. Master, I am hungry. It gazed at Su Mubai with eager eyes. You shall not go hungry. Su Mubai chuckled, affectionately patting Frost's forehead and tossing the 20-plus materials he had acquired into its mouth. The epic-grade materials precisely met Frost's minimum dietary requirements. Though not as efficient in conversion as ice or death-related materials, they would nonetheless provide a considerable amount of experience. Thank you, Master. I shall continue to play, came Frost's cheerful response. the flames of its soul flickering with delight. Wait a moment, Su Mubai interjected, shaking his head to indicate Frost should not rush. He finally turned his attention to the fallen items. In addition to several hundred gold coins, he discovered a level skill book, 2 level skill books, 3 pieces of dark gold grade equipment, and over 10 level 2 gems along with 2 intermediate skill books. The 3 skills did not meet his learning criteria, and the equipment was all light armor. The only items of utility to Su Mubai were the 2 intermediate skill books. Almost forgot about these. Gazing at the 3 unidentified pieces of equipment, Su Mubai suddenly recalled he was an appraiser, previously in the land of oblivion. The items dropped by Franklin and Kaku's did not require identification, and he had momentarily overlooked this aspect. Before indulging in the spoils, he needed to appraise the equipment to avoid the low success rate of identifying epic grade gear later. Contemplating this, he focused his thoughts. Cataclysm. Target. Intermediate appraisal technique. Tip. Please select the tier for promotion. First, second, or third. Ascend to the second tier. Tip. Do you confirm the consumption of 50,000 gold coins, overriding previous promotion effects, and elevating the skill of basic appraisal technique to a higher tier? Confirm. Now that he had amassed wealth, the sum of 50,000 gold coins was inconsequential. Although a significant portion of 10 million gold coins lay temporarily in the coffers of the affluent, Su Mubai still had over 200,000 gold coins in his inventory. Tip. You have lost 50,000 gold coins. Your secondary profession skill of basic appraisal technique has successfully ascended to advanced appraisal technique. Tip. Your secondary profession title has changed to advanced appraiser. As the series of system notifications concluded, Su Mubai opened his secondary profession panel to examine the details of his skills. Advanced appraisal. 1,050,000. With the increase in skill proficiency, the success rate of appraisal will experience a slight enhancement. Success rate for identifying dark gold items, 90. Success rate for identifying epic items, 20. Success rate for identifying legendary items, 2. Casting time, 25 seconds. Cooldown time, 60 seconds. Mana cost, 5,000 points. The secondary profession does not constitute a genuine occupation. It merely serves as a title corresponding to the skills of the secondary profession. Therefore, one cannot exploit it through cataclysms as one would with a primary profession. Nevertheless, the advanced appraisal skill suffices for the time being. Su Mubai picked up the 3 pieces of equipment that had dropped and began the appraisal process one by one. This time, the appraisal duration was reduced to 2 seconds. With a success rate of 90, what difference is there from 100? 3 minutes later, all 3 pieces of equipment were successfully appraised. Cataclysm. Su Mubai immediately upgraded all the items without cost. Upon reviewing the attributes of the 3 pieces, he found they were epic equipment ranging from level 30 to 120 with commendable attributes. He stowed them all in his backpack, planning to trade them later to the wealthy merchant for processing. Equipment of this level should fetch a decent price in the auction house. Gazing at the 2 advanced skill books in his hands, Su Mubai pondered for a moment before opting to use them directly. Elevating to a perfect skill book would require a staggering 5 million soul coins, an amount unattainable in the short term. Selling them for intermediate skill books before acquiring them at no cost was unnecessary, as the wealthy merchant already possessed sufficient startup capital and did not lack these 2 advanced skill books. Besides, there were not many suitable items available in the auction house. It would be more prudent to wait until players had developed further before purchasing these items in bulk from market. You have used Advanced Skill Book 2. Skill points, 30. Current available skill points, 36 points. After a brief contemplation, Su Mubai allocated the skill points to the Summon Headless Horseman skill. You have consumed 15 skill points. Your skill Summon Headless Horseman has been upgraded to level 20. As Su Mubai had anticipated, the skill reached its maximum level at level 20. While there was no enhancement in attributes, each Headless Horseman could now summon 2 additional Shadow Knights. Consequently, the Shadow Knight Legion swelled to 200. Simultaneously, the defensive aura of the Headless Horseman also reached its maximum level, increasing dual defenses by 20. The overall dual defenses of the Undead Legion experienced a modest improvement. With 21 skill points remaining, Su Mubai contemplated and decided to elevate Death Drain Feedback by 2 levels. After the upgrade, the skill's casting range and maximum target increased by 20. The limit of Death Energy also ascended to level 24. In summary, a level 50 Dark Gold entity did not confer any significant enhancement upon Su Mubai. However, this experiment bestowed upon him a novel perspective on upgrading. A bold idea began to blossom within him. Chapter 90. If one is to grind, let it be thorough. Su Mubai's thoughts were remarkably straightforward, yet undeniably audacious. Due to the soul-draining effects of the Death Testament, the respawn time of the monsters he had slain would inevitably be doubled, rendering them incapable of keeping pace with the spawning speed of the undead legion. Given this, why not promote each one individually? This course of action would not significantly prolong the respawn time. Rather, it would substantially enhance the rewards. Furthermore, the elevation from Cataclysm would yield at least a first-tier upgrade. If a standard monster were to be promoted, would it become an elite or even a Black Iron level creature? Should it be the latter, the implications would be truly terrifying. The drops from such creatures would far exceed those of mere minions. If he were to further elevate the acquired items, the bounty from his monster hunting endeavors would multiply by a staggering 100-fold. With this wild idea in mind, Su Mubai focused his thoughts, and his figure instantly vanished from his spot. Death Domain Leap. In the next moment, he found himself seated upon the throne of Frostback. Fly forward, but do not ascend too high. Control your speed to ensure the undead legion remains within my command. Understood, Master. Although Frost was somewhat perplexed, he complied with Su Mubai's instructions, flapping his wings to commence a slow, low-altitude flight. Simultaneously, under Su Mubai's guidance, the undead legion ceased their attacks and began to form ranks. Soon, Frost soared past the foremost ranks of the Headless Knights. Su Mubai's gaze swiftly locked onto a colossal sea crab ahead. Cataclysm. Target. Giant sea crab. Prompt. Please select promotion tier. First tier, second tier, or third tier. Option 1. Promote to Black Iron level, Giant Sea Crab Chief. No cost. Option 2. Elevate to Bronze level, Giant Sea Crab Leader. Cost 15 gold coins. Option 3. Cataclysm to Silver level, Giant Sea Crab King. Cost 30 days of lifespan. How exhilarating. Gazing at the three options, a look of ecstatic joy spread across Su Mubai's face. The settings within the myriad realms of the game aligned precisely with his conjectures. Whether they were standard monsters, elite monsters, or enhanced elite monsters, they all belonged to the lowest first-tier classification. Black Iron level signified the second tier. Following this logic, mythical level corresponded to the 9th tier. As for the sanctified Oblivion level beings, they represented entities that transcended the 9th tier. For Su Mubai, the 15 gold coins were a trivial sum. Elevating 1,000 monsters would merely amount to a cost of 150,000 gold coins. The rewards from these drops, after a second elevation, would undoubtedly exceed 1,000,000. Without hesitation, Su Mubai's eyes sparkled. Elevate to second tier. In the next instant, 15 gold coins vanished from his inventory, and the colossal sea crab before him was enveloped in a bronze-hued glow. The evolution to bronze level did not require much time. Within mere seconds, the bronze light dissipated, revealing a giant sea crab chief of doubled size. Giant sea crab leader, dragon's might suppression, all attributes reduced by 50. Level 30, bronze level. Health, 1, 321, 321. Crack. The giant sea crab chief, bewildered by its sudden evolution, moved its pincers, its large eyes filled with confusion. However, the uncertainty soon dissipated as a deluge of arrows and fireballs rained down upon them. Upon defeating the level 30 bronze giant crab boss, an additional experience bonus of 150 was awarded, bringing the total experience to 300,000. In an instant, the newly evolved giant crab leader was reduced to a lifeless corpse. The skeletal warrior, ever prepared, promptly advanced to collect the dropped items. Recognizing the success of their plan, Su Mubai signaled Frost to continue soaring through the skies. Along their path, every lesser creature that fell under his gaze was enveloped in a bronze light, commencing their evolution. Even the elite and enhanced elite monsters, upon transcendence, merely ascended to the bronze level. Nonetheless, due to their higher levels, the cost of their enhancement was slightly elevated. However, in comparison to the bountiful rewards, such costs paled into insignificance. Even in the absence of drops, the rich experience garnered from their sublimation was more than sufficient for Su Mubai to indulge thoroughly. A remarkable scene unfolded along the extensive coastline. Creatures that typically required luck to encounter began to appear in droves wherever Frost had passed. Yet, what awaited them was not a resurgence of foes, but rather a comprehensive funeral service orchestrated by the Undead Legion. The Knight Brigade charged forth. The mages and archers executed pinpoint strikes, and the skeletal warriors meticulously cleared the battlefield, leaving no room for ambiguity in their arrangements. Congratulations to player by Yi for reaching level 23, with a stat increase of 1 skill point, and 15 free attribute points. Congratulations to player by Yi for ascending to level 24, with a stat increase of 1 1 skill point, and 15 free attribute points. As the Undead Legion unleashed their slaughter, Su Mubai swiftly leveled up twice. The issue of insufficient minor creatures to farm was entirely resolved. From now on, the only entities to perish at the hands of the Undead Legion would be players. No lesser creatures would remain. The slow pace of leveling through lesser creatures was no longer an option. They needed to be farmed en masse. With such an accelerated pace of advancement, even Su Mubai found it somewhat outrageous. In the realm of the myriad worlds, items that remained uncollected for too long would vanish. Although the skeletal warriors could clear the battlefield, they could only hold on to these items, not officially pick them up. The summoning space could only accommodate Su Mubai's summoned beings. Of course, it was unnecessary for him to collect each item individually. With a mere wave of his hand, a shroud of death materialized, and the items gathered by the skeletal warriors instantly fell forth, accumulating at his feet. These were merely bronze-level items and naturally yielded nothing of great value. Su Mubai retained 15 basic skill books from the spoils, promptly promoted the rest in bulk, and then contacted Fu Jiatianxia. Prepare a spacious area. I have a substantial amount of items that require your handling. In Donghai City, Fu Jiatianxia was momentarily taken aback. A substantial amount? In a spacious area? Just how much could it be? Was the boss about to clear out a high-level lair in one fell swoop? Before Fu Jiatianxia could voice his thoughts, Su Mubai continued, "Never mind, just head directly to the Donghai auction house. There's too much to manage. I'll contact you once you arrive." "All right, I'm on my way." Though Fu Jiatianxia was filled with confusion, he hastened to the Donghai auction house without delay. Upon entering the previous private room with Su Mubai's VIP card, the affluent Tianxia initiated a remote transaction with Su Mubai through the Fortune God contract. Despite being mentally prepared, he unexpectedly leaped 2 meters high, exclaiming, "Boss, take it slow with the transactions. I'm about to be buried." Chapter 91. I harbor grave suspicions that he is playing a custom version. Most players, having rested through the night, rose to embark on a new day's journey across the myriad realms. However, when certain players habitually opened the level leaderboard, they found themselves utterly stunned. This time, there was no district-wide announcement, yet soon, the entire God-forbidden land was in a frenzy. Blue Star Region Level Leaderboard. First place, Bai Yi, Level 29, Dragon Empire. Second place, San Chi Ching Feng, Level 11, Dragon Empire. Third place, Fei Lai Kisi, Level 11, Holy Hall Empire. 10th place, Qiding Shun Xian, Level 10, Dragon Empire. Perhaps due to Bai Ye's overwhelming lead in levels, the other players on the leaderboard, seeing no hope of catching up, chose to rest. Throughout the night, the levels of those in 2nd to 9th place remained unchanged, while the 10th place, Venus, found herself ousted from the rankings, replaced by yet another player from the Dragon Empire. This signified that 4 out of the top 10 positions in the Blue Star region were now occupied by the Dragon Empire. However, this was not the sole reason for the astonishment among the players. It was the fact that Bai Yi had astonishingly risen by 9 levels overnight. Why is he leveling up so rapidly? Is he the illegitimate child of a deity? This Bai Yi must be hacking. I haven't even reached level 6. Yet he is already at 29. Bai Yi, you ought to surrender. If you continue this level of absurdity, you will inevitably be branded by the myriad realms. Are we truly playing the same game? A sense of disbelief washed over them, as they seriously questioned whether Bai Yi was playing a custom version. The top-tier experts on the level leaderboard gazed blankly at the name Bai Yi, momentarily at a loss for how to respond. The number 29, though seemingly modest, was magnified in their eyes, deeply impacting their spirits. Just yesterday, when the rankings were first announced, Bai Yi's 9-level lead had already plunged them into despair. They never anticipated that after a single night's rest, the gap would double. This was merely from a level perspective. If one were to consider experience points, the disparity was likely unfathomable. At that moment, a cascade of questions arose within the minds of the onlookers. Was a level talent truly the strongest talent in the Myriad Realms game? If so, how could Bai Yi lead by such a margin? If not, what level of talent did he possess? 4 or 5? These questions, naturally, remained unanswered. Su Mubai cast a glance at his own level 29 with 100 experience points, the corners of his mouth twitching slightly. He had been so engrossed in his gaming that he hadn't noticed when his experience bar had filled. Indicating for Frost to settle beside the spoils collected by the skeleton warrior, Su Mubai finally began to peruse the system prompts. Note, your experience points have reached level 29, and you must break through to the second tier in order to continue absorbing experience points for advancement. Is that all? Su Mubai furrowed his brow. As an ordinary class, one could venture to the various main cities' guild halls to accept advancement quests. Yet his class was Death Sovereign. Where could he possibly accept such quests? He had initially assumed that upon reaching full experience points, a quest would automatically activate, but now he found himself without any tasks. After some contemplation, Su Mubai contacted Sitaji. Moments later, he finally grasped the situation. The Book of Death was, in fact, the key to unlocking his advancement quest. No, it should now be referred to as the Holy Classic of Death. It was time to head to the cherry blossoms. As he gazed at the rising sun, a smile curved at the corners of his mouth. If his assumptions were correct, absorbing 5,000 soul points and opening the Holy Classic of Death for the third time would enable him to accept the advancement quest. For him, this was not a daunting task. He merely needed to eliminate a few more small cherry blossoms. On average, each one yielded 14 points, and combined with the evening's harvest, 3,000 small cherry blossoms would suffice. Although he had forgotten to procure this item before heading out, with the wealth of the world at his disposal, he could acquire it at any time. It must be said that the skill God of Wealth's contract was undoubtedly the most formidable logistical support skill. A flash of white light enveloped him as Su Mubai vanished from his location. On the coastline, only a multitude of corpses, yet to be refreshed, remained. Stretching lazily, Su Mubai waved his hand gently, causing the door to swing open automatically. Standing outside were the 4 members of Maple Leaf Whisper. They were supposed to have been brought by the wealthy one, but that fellow was still busy at the auction house in EC City, unable to break free. Boss, Maple Leaf Whisper led the group, and they all eagerly called out. Clearly, they understood that their boss had transitioned from the wealthy one to the White Knight. However, rather than any dissatisfaction, the 4 were filled with excitement. Have you all heard? Su Mubai nodded at them. Yes, the chubby uncle has already informed us. Maple Leaf Whisper extended an invitation to Su Mubai. Note, Maple Leaf Whisper invites you to join the Dark Knight Mercenary Corps. Note, you have successfully joined the Dark Knight Mercenary Corps. Note, you are now the leader of the Dark Knight Mercenary Corps. Due to the wealthy one being conscripted in the middle of the night, the task of forming the mercenary group naturally fell to Maple Leaf Whisper. However, this did not affect the outcome. Everyone come in. Su Mubai then turned to walk towards the courtyard, pointing towards the adjacent annex and stating, I will grant you access to that area. For now, it shall serve as the temporary base of the Dark Knight. The annex contained numerous rooms, more than sufficient to accommodate the Dark Knight Mercenary Corps. The 4 surveyed the opulent courtyard, their eyes gleaming with delight. Although it was merely a temporary shelter, they finally had a place to rest within the Forbidden Land. I have matters to attend to, so let us dispense with the pleasantries and dive right into it. Su Mubai beckoned them to the pavilion and got straight to the point. Before long, the 4 had each signed contracts with Su Mubai. They were, indeed, the founding members of the Dark Knight Mercenary Corps. Subsequently, the elite members who joined would see the contract's principal entity transformed into the Knight Mercenary Corps, for Su Mubai was hardly idle. As long as Su Mubai remained the leader of the Knight, the subject of the contract could be altered at any moment. Soon, under the eager gaze of the 4, Su Mubai concentrated his thoughts. Catastrophe. After more than 10 minutes, the 4, whose equipment, skills, and talents had been comprehensively enhanced, departed from the White Knight courtyard with exhilaration. They could hardly contain their excitement to test their newly acquired talents, particularly Fengye Xiao Xiao, who had become one of the few possessors of a high-level talent. The foundation was laid, now it depended on how they would develop it. Su Mubai smiled gently, although he did not believe that the knight would offer him much assistance. One could never be too certain. After all, there was no harm in it. Glancing at the time, Su Mubai was about to make his first call through the communicator. Chapter 92, Pursuing Shadow, Sword Chi. As the 4 stepped out of the White Knight courtyard, Away eagerly inquired, Brother Xiao, you must be quite strong now, right? Fengye Xiao Xiao smiled slightly in response. Absolutely, a high-level talent is incomparable. His excitement was palpable, and his admiration for the White Knight ascended yet another level. The boss not only possessed formidable strength, but could also elevate others. The 2 companions, the difficulty rising in Away, looked at their new talents with exhilaration, filled with joy at the prospect of testing their current strength. Cotton Candy smiled sweetly, dousing their enthusiasm with a splash of cold water. Do you really think you can handle a skeleton summoned by the boss? At her words, silence fell abruptly. The 3's eager spirits were quelled. Indeed, what were they so thrilled about? A roar echoed from within the White Knight courtyard, followed by a surge of frost shooting skyward under the envious gazes of the 4. Looking in that direction, it seemed the boss was preparing to head to the teleportation hall. Was he leaving East Sea City? That was beyond their concern. Let's first visit the East Sea auction house. You have entered the secondary main city, Red Maple City. The resurrection point has been switched to the resurrection hall of Red Maple City. A flash of white light, and Su Mubai materialized in Red Maple City. This city, a secondary main city belonging to East Sea City, did not require him to obtain a flight permit. Following yesterday's system announcement, the Multiverse Game had officially commenced, significantly lowering the conditions for leaving the village, resulting in an influx of players emerging from the novice villages to various cities. Different novice villages corresponded to different cities. Yet regardless of whether they were primary or secondary main cities, the players' growth rate would not be significantly hindered. The most pronounced distinction among cities of varying levels lay in the high-end resources available. Those qualified to access such resources were invariably top-tier players. With their abilities and earning potentials, they were hardly constrained by the initial cities. Once again stepping onto the teleportation array, Su Mubai proceeded directly to the north gate of Red Maple City, ignoring the astonished gazes of nearby players. He summoned Frost with a wave of his hand and swiftly vanished into the horizon. Is that the White Knight? Having a flying mount is splendid. Why would White Knight come to a secondary main city? Could there be some hidden quest? Even if it exists, it bears no relevance to us. Indeed, while we partake in a singular game, the likes of Bai Yi and ourselves inhabit entirely distinct realms. It is akin to the time before the arrival of the Myriad Worlds game. You and Ma Xiaoyan lived on Blue Star, yet you were also inhabitants of separate worlds. Were you not? There remains a distinction. On Blue Star, opportunities eluded me, yet now I possess a glimmer of hope. Well said. Come, my friend. Let us form a party and level up. While we may not ascend to the pinnacle of mastery, at the very least, we must carve out a semblance of existence in this sacred domain, mustn't we? The sudden appearance of Su Mubai naturally sparked a flurry of discussion. His arrival in this city was undoubtedly to seek out Huai Jian. Frost soared through the air for nearly an hour before finally approaching the coordinates provided by Huai Jian. Notification: you have discovered the Silver River Waterfall. This was the system's alert that resonated upon entering a new map. A magnificent waterfall materialized before Su Mubai's eyes. Beside the waterfall lay a verdant forest, and not a single trace of a wild creature was visible upon the grassy expanse ahead. Master, that individual below possesses remarkable strength. Frost's voice echoed within Su Mubai's mind. As their altitude diminished, he discerned a small dark figure on the grass. Without the need for speculation, it was evident that this person was Huai Jian. How does he compare to Sida Ji? Hard to say, as neither has revealed their true prowess. Frost shook her head, and Su Mubai nodded slightly. Let us descend. Recalling the previous encounter with the skeletal warrior, he instructed Frost to land at a distance. He then employed Death Domain Leap to draw nearer. Upon witnessing Huai Jian's actions, despite his expectations, Su Mubai's brow involuntarily twitched. Could this fellow truly be oblivious to the abstract nature of his artwork? Such splendid scenery, rendered by him, was nothing short of shameful. Hey there, you arrived rather swiftly. Come take a look at this masterpiece of mine. I'm not exaggerating. It's undoubtedly my most satisfying work to date. The Elder's painting was, without a doubt, a masterstroke, truly magnificent. I find myself at a loss for words to adequately describe it. Su Mubai's expression brightened, and he spoke without hesitation. What one thinks internally bears little relevance to what one articulates. Huai Jian, satisfied with the response, turned to scrutinize Su Mubai closely. His gaze lingered momentarily on Su Mubai's left hand. I wondered how you summoned so many skeletal remains. Turns out you are the ruler of death. I hadn't realized this since I hadn't opened the Book of Death last time. I'm not certain whether to deem you fortunate or unfortunate. As he spoke, Huai Jian's expression was somewhat peculiar, and he chuckled, shaking his head. Having heard this commentary for the second time, Su Mubai felt no particular inclination. Wasn't he the final step merely challenging? That was a concern for the future. Why should he invite unnecessary worry now? Moreover, Cataclysm was certainly no mere decoration. Huai Jian mentioned Su Mubai's profession briefly before refraining from further discussion, instead extending his hand, handed over. I want to inquire into where you acquired it. Just remember me in the future should you come across similar items. Rest assured, I shall never forget my senior. Su Mubai smiled gently, presenting the 10,000 ancient gold coins he had meticulously prepared to Huai Jian. The latter's eyes sparkled with delight as he carefully examined each coin before stowing them away in his backpack. He then slowly raised his hand, his fingers forming a sword-like gesture, and with a delicate motion, he pointed into the air. A sound reminiscent of a sword's ringing echoed, although no blade was present. Yet Su Mubai distinctly heard that resonant chime. Suddenly, the air before him erupted with a thunderous roar, warping as if an invisible sword energy emanated from the tip of Huai Jian's fingers. Take this, Is my surprise for you. With a wave of his hand, the distorted air began to draw closer. Su Mubai's gaze sharpened as he reached out to touch it, and the system prompt sounded immediately. You have completed the hidden quest. Collect ancient gold coins too, and have acquired the temporary skill, Shadow Sword Chi. Shadow Sword Chi, a temporary skill that does not occupy a skill slot and can be used only once. Upon activation, it conjures a manifestation of Huai Jian's sword energy. This manifestation carries a fragment of Huai Jian's power, capable of unleashing legendary combat prowess for a duration of 60 seconds. The destructive power of the sword energy manifestation is extraordinarily formidable. Do not utilize it within city limits, lest you invite imprisonment. Chapter 93, Crossing Borders, a Fragment of Power. Legendary? Su Mubai's pupils constricted slightly as he beheld the description of Shadow Sword Chi. Just how formidable is Huai Jian himself? Is he mythical in strength? Or perhaps even of a higher tier, the saintly annihilation level? While pondering, Su Mubai felt a profound satisfaction with the reward of this quest. Although Huai Jian's task bore no experience or currency rewards, this Shadow Sword Chi far surpassed those trifling offerings. If he could further exploit this advantage, it could serve as a powerful trump card. However, he refrained from immediately taking advantage of Huai Jian's generosity. Instead, he retrieved the letter given by Situ Ji from his backpack and handed it over. Alongside the letter, he had also received a parchment detailing the components of the Death Sovereign class set. Yet, Su Mubai could glean no information from the parchment at present. According to Situ Ji, only after advancing could he decipher the first clue. The Dragon Temple? Huai Jian glanced at the envelope, a slight frown crossing his brow as he accepted it for inspection. Shortly thereafter, he lifted his gaze, a bemused smile playing on his lips as he regarded Su Mubai. You wish to cross borders? Indeed, Senior. You're likely aware that to advance in my profession, I must eliminate numerous foes. Where do you intend to go? The Sakura Kingdom. A rather splendid choice. Let us proceed. Huai Jian clapped his hands, a smile illuminating his face. Thank you for your assistance, Senior. Su Mubai expressed his gratitude, only to abruptly sense an oddity. Proceed? To where exactly? Should you have me assist you in acquiring more ancient gold coins and then hand over that treasure needed to cross borders? What I gather from your tone is that you intend to accompany me. Why, do you think I'm incapable of going? Huai Jian stretched lazily and produced a communicator. Although Su Mubai was momentarily taken aback, he remained silent, standing quietly by. In the Dragon Empire, at the heart of the imperial capital, within the grand headquarters of the Divine Dragon Hall, an elderly man, still drowsy, answered the communicator. A voice emerged from the device, saying, Hey, old man, sending this little fellow out is not impossible, but I must accompany him. Instantly, the old man's sleep vanished, and he resolutely replied, No, while you remain here, we can help you conceal your presence. What if you expose yourself outside and attract those beings? Do you truly believe you can evade them? Wake up. This is the fate of the divine forbidden land, and those entities are merely a part of the myriad realms. He continued, furthermore, what I promised you was to maintain stability until the arrival of the descendant, and this does not constitute a breach of that promise. Upon hearing these words, the elder fell into silence, his murky eyes gradually clearing. After a moment of contemplation, he inquired, Is it absolutely necessary? Could we not grant the divine forbidden land a little more time? Time, the voice scoffed. Do you genuinely think that if I do not venture out, they will not come? Cast aside your illusions. I am merely informing you. Do not misconstrue my intentions. With that, the communicator went silent. The elder managed a wry smile, looking up at the ceiling as if reflecting the vast expanse of countless galaxies. After a prolonged moment, he sighed heavily. What is destined to come will inevitably arrive. Before the Silver River waterfall, the voice had ceased to be heard by Su Mubai, who stood perplexed. Are we leaving now? He asked. Isn't it too soon? Do you expect a propitious day? The elder shot a glance at Su Mubai. You may revel in your good fortune, with me as your companion. You shall remain unscathed in that cherry blossom kingdom. Are you suggesting we act together? Su Mubai's eyes lit up, envisioning the advantage of having such a powerful protector, rendering the local inhabitants of the cherry blossom kingdom inconsequential. You're overthinking it. Do I appear to be that free? Su Mubai smirked inwardly, thinking there was no one more leisurely than him. The elder narrowed his gaze at Su Mubai and swiftly pointed his finger at his forehead. The speed was such that Su Mubai had no time to react. Notification. The elder has concealed your presence. This is arranged by the Divine Dragon Hall for you. With this barrier, the inhabitants of the Cherry Blossom Kingdom will be unable to locate you. Hearing this, Su Mubai felt a surge of joy. The foresight of the Divine Dragon Hall was commendable, Thus, the greatest peril was mitigated. As long as he kept moving, the local experts of the Cherry Blossom Kingdom would pose no threat. Eagerly, he asked, "Elder Huai, shall we set off now?" "Indeed," the elder nodded, producing a small token interlaced with black and white hues. For reasons unknown, as he retrieved it, a barely perceptible sigh escaped him, tinged with nostalgia. However, he quickly masked his emotions and activated the token. Buzz! The black and white token erupted with a vast energy, surging forth and impacting the surrounding space. Boom! The sky suddenly erupted with a tremendous roar, and a translucent barrier gradually materialized in the heavens. This unexpected occurrence startled everyone in the realm of the Divine Dragon. Fortunately, the Divine Dragon Palace had received prior notice, preventing any significant repercussions. However, the players and numerous local citizens were not so fortunate. They all gazed upward, their eyes filled with profound confusion and astonishment. What had transpired? How could such a commotion arise so suddenly? Could that barrier be the national boundary described in the world game? Is highly plausible. Is someone attacking the national boundary? In the Cherry Blossom Kingdom, a similar scene unfolded. The intangible national boundary enveloping the entire kingdom revealed itself at that moment. The ground trembled as the boundary continued to quiver, and a resounding noise echoed throughout the Cherry Blossom Kingdom. Unlike the calm demeanor of the Divine Dragon Palace, the high-ranking members of the shadowy secret society, the guardians of the Cherry Blossom Kingdom, turned pale. Why was there an anomaly at the national boundary? This was a barrier established by the world game. Who had the audacity to disrupt it? A foreboding feeling washed over me. I feared that the Cherry Blossom Kingdom might soon face a calamity. I commanded preparations for all possible contingencies. While the high-ranking officials were perturbed, the common folk and players remained utterly bewildered. The turbulence of the two national boundaries persisted for over 10 seconds, and suddenly, the space before Su Mubai and Huai Jian began to twist violently. In an instant, the fabric of space was violently torn apart, revealing a gap. "Let us go." Huai Jian grasped Su Mubai's hand and stepped forward, plunging into the rift. The next moment, a district-wide announcement resonated once more in the Forbidden Land. Chapter 94, Invaders and Guardians, Bidirectional. Blue Star District Announcement. Congratulations to the player Bai Yi from the Divine Dragon Empire for becoming the first player to cross the national boundary in the Blue Star District. We encourage all players to learn from this achievement to reap generous rewards. Upon the release of this announcement, all players erupted into frenzy. What? It's only the third day, and Bai Yi has already left the country? At times, I truly wish to report this. We all entered the game together. Yet why was it that I had not even exited the novice village while Bai Yi had crossed the boundary? No wonder the national boundary trembled earlier. It was indeed caused by the illustrious Bai Yi. Aside from the Divine Dragon Empire, the chat channels of other nations were equally vibrant. Wake up. Stop deceiving yourselves. Bai Yi cannot possibly be from our Korea kingdom. Damn it. This Bai Yi is simply inhuman. How can he cross the boundary so swiftly? This freak better not come to our illuminated federation. Do you think Perrin, the strongest in our North Empire, stand a chance against Bai Yi? In stark contrast to the lively exchanges in the chat channels of other nations, the Cherry Blossom Kingdom was enveloped in silence. Everyone seemed frozen in disbelief, for they had heard announcements that surpassed those of the other kingdoms. Cherry Blossom Kingdom announcement. Attention! Player Bai Yi from the Divine Dragon Empire has successfully entered the Cherry Blossom Kingdom. Cherry Blossom Kingdom announcement. As the national war has not yet commenced, Bai Yi will be regarded as an invader. All Cherry Blossom players are granted national shared dual roles as guardians of the Cherry Blossom Kingdom. Announcement from the Kingdom of Sakura. All players of Sakura are urged to unite against the invader and swiftly eliminate or expel him. Guardians of the Sakura Kingdom. National shared duality. Forward. Successfully defeating or expelling the invader before the experience points percentage diminishes to 0 will grant all players in the Sakura Kingdom a 100 increase in experience points gained from monster hunting thereafter. Conversely, for every 24 hours the invader remains in Sakura, the experience points gained from monster hunting for all players will decrease by 2. Unique, non-stackable. Effective only within the borders of Sakura. Upon reviewing the description of a national shared duality of the Guardian, the chat channel of the Sakura Kingdom erupted with fervor. Rather than despair, the players found themselves imbued with an extraordinary excitement. Huh, this White Knight dares to come alone? What a delightful gift. No matter how powerful he may be, can he truly contend with so many of us? Everyone, let us venture out of the city and strive to slay White Knight on the very first day. A 100 experience boost. Just imagining it sends shivers of thrill down my spine. Do you think he might hide away? If so, won't we lose all experience points after 50 days of hunting monsters? Hiding? Where could he possibly conceal himself? I've just seen a notice from the Lord's Manor declaring a bounty on White Knight. This is not merely our affair. The kingdom of Sakura will be in pursuit as well. Therefore, it is assured, as long as we locate him within 25 days, we will not suffer losses. The allure of the experience boost drove a multitude of excited Sakura players to flood out of the city, hunting monsters while vigilantly observing their surroundings. Should White Knight dare to reveal himself, they would immediately disclose his whereabouts. At that juncture, regardless of how formidable White Knight might be, he would undoubtedly meet his demise. Even if the players could not best him, surely he could not withstand the might of the Sakura Kingdom's army. Could he? Joyeux City. This is a secondary main city. One of the few cities in the kingdom of Sakura, second only to the primary royal city. In a level 20 monster zone outside the city, Moon Red picked up an item that had fallen to the ground, a glint of cold light flickering in his eyes. White Knight, you've arrived so soon. I hope you do not perish too quickly. Murmuring this, Moon Reed opened the chat channel of Joyeux City for the first time, pinning a message with 1,000 gold coins. Though this represented a significant portion of his wealth, he felt no regret. He had come to understand that gold was not as valuable as one might presume. To procure truly exceptional items, one needed a currency known as soul coins. Moreover, his talent allowed him to grow stronger by defeating the powerful. In comparison, what was gold worth? Moon Reed, the first person to help me find White Knight, will be rewarded with a piece of golden grade equipment. Upon this announcement, the players of Joyeux City were instantly electrified. Everyone aspired to be the first to discover White Knight and claim the reward. Yet, they seemed to forget that White Knight was not merely an ordinary foe. He was the strongest among players. The reward might be within reach, but it was highly probable that it could cost them their lives. However, at this moment, the players of the Kingdom of Sakura were oblivious to such considerations, their minds clouded by the intoxicating allure of the 100 experience boost. In their minds, they were eager to find the White Knight as swiftly as possible, aiming to seize the experience boost it offered. The sooner they obtained it, the greater the advantage the players of the Sakura Kingdom would possess in the Multiverse Game. Once the national war commenced, they might achieve what had eluded them back on Blue Star, thanks to their level advantage. In the outskirts of Beihai City, Sakura Kingdom, the fabric of space tore apart, and two figures emerged. The surrounding wild creatures immediately detected their presence and lunged at them, baring their teeth. A pack of brutes. With a cold snort, without any visible motion, an invisible sword aura instantaneously pierced through all nearby monsters. Not a single scream was heard as every creature fell lifeless to the ground. At that moment, Su Mubai had just finished receiving the system notification. Congratulations! You have become the first player from the Blue Star region to cross national borders. Your Title 1 Riding the Dust has been enhanced. Note, as the national war has not yet commenced, you are regarded as an invader by the Sakura Kingdom. All factions and players within this nation will pursue you relentlessly. Find every means to survive. Note, you have acquired the dual status of Sakura Kingdom Invader. Sakura Kingdom Invader, single directional dual status. Forward, for every 24 hours spent in the Sakura Kingdom, the experience gained from defeating monsters will increase by 2, with a maximum enhancement of 100. Reverse, for each death, the experience gained from defeating monsters will decrease by 20. Unique, non-stackable. Effective only within the borders of Sakura Kingdom. Gazing at the newly appeared information in his status bar, Su Mubai's lips curled into a slight smile. Wasn't this a delightful surprise? Just then, Huai Jian surveyed his surroundings and said, I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. You can entertain yourself for now. I'll notify you when I'm ready to depart. Show me what you're capable of, kid. The louder the ruckus, the better. With me around, you needn't worry about those old geezers. They lack the energy to trouble you. Chapter 95. Ambushed from above. One Riding the Dust. While equipped with this title, experience gained from all sources is increased by 100, and movement speed is enhanced by 50. Upon enhancement of the title effect, an additional movement speed boost of 50 is granted. However, this attribute holds little significance for Su Mubai. Since acquiring Death Domain Leap, he seldom relied on walking. For long-distance travel, he had Frost to carry him. Nevertheless, this effect greatly augmented Frost's flying speed. Su Mubai glanced at the battlefield strewn with corpses and summoned Frost with a wave of his hand. Death Domain Leap. In the next moment, his figure vanished from the spot, taking his place upon the throne. Frost exhaled 2 jets of frigid air from its nostrils, freezing the ground beneath and slowly unfurling its wings, inquiring, Master, where shall we go? Show me the way to Jingli City. Su Mubai opened the map and searched for the coordinates on the dark gold treasure map. Let us fly south. With directions set, Frost soared into the sky, and with the enhancement of One Riding the Dust, its speed increased by 50. Su Mubai had once uncovered a dark gold treasure map in the green pasture, and the destination coordinates were precisely located in the wilderness of Jingli City. At that moment, he felt a fleeting exhilaration, believing that it would be a long time before he could open this treasure chest again. Unexpectedly, by a twist of fate, he found himself in the Cherry Blossom Kingdom so soon. This journey was primarily about advancing in level, but opening the treasure chest was also a worthy goal. Beneath the ultimate nesting dolls, this treasure chest could yield legendary items, and Su Mubai was eager to reach it at the earliest opportunity. Given this, he decided to commence from Jingli City. Glancing at the map, a smirk crept across Su Mubai's lips. This was a Tier 3 city, perfectly suitable for him. Even if he stirred the local inhabitants, they would likely not pose a formidable threat. Frost flew rapidly through the clouds. Although his level was low, the dragon's might he exuded deterred the airborne monsters from approaching. Leaning against his throne, Su Mubai contemplated his forthcoming strategy while retrieving a small pile of basic skill books. These were the spoils from last night's collective endeavor, the only remnants he had retained. In total, there were 15 volumes. With ample initial capital at his disposal, he resolved to enhance his strength. Cataclysm. Target, basic skill books. Hint, please select the promotion tier. First, second, third. Option 1, upgrade to intermediate skill book, no cost. Option 2, refine to advanced skill book, each costing 2,000 gold coins. Option 3, Cataclysm to perfect skill book, each costing 1,000 years of lifespan. He chose to refine to the second tier. With wealth at his disposal, he could act freely. You have spent 30,000 gold coins and acquired 15 advanced skill books. You have utilized 15 advanced skill books, gaining 225 skill points. Current available skill points, 233. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Mubai decisively allocated the skill points to Death Drain Feedback. You have consumed 80 skill points. Your skill Death Drain Feedback has been elevated to level 11. Death Drain Feedback, level 11, active skill. Skill effects. 1. Drain. Absorb death energy from corpses and store it, with a maximum single target absorption limit of 20. Cooldown time of 30 seconds, no cost. Maximum casting distance of 200 meters. Death energy value, 13, 922, 320, level 40. 2. Feedback. Instantly restore your own health or mana. Can also be used to enhance a summoned entity. Cooldown time of 30 seconds. Consumes 1,500 points of death energy. 1 point of death energy restores 400 points of health or 400 points of mana. 1 point of death energy enhances the target's primary attribute for 120 seconds. The fully leveled Death Drain Feedback nearly doubles in effectiveness. The only drawback is that the maximum limit for death energy consumption remains at 500 points. Su Mubai was not overly disappointed. With the profession's cataclysmic characteristics, it meant that every 30 seconds, he could enhance a summoned entity's primary attribute by 1,000. Hint, you are being eroded by the death energy of the Cursed Crown. Death energy value, 10. Death energy value, 10. The upper limit of death energy was elevated, causing the mobile charging treasure to spring into action. In less than 2 minutes, Su Mubai's death energy reached its maximum. Observing the remaining 153 skill points, Su Mubai pondered briefly before elevating Death Domain Transition by 3 levels. He was not in need of additional damage, and thus had no urgency to upgrade Death Gaze. As a high-level skill, the points required for an upgrade were indeed considerable. Yet the enhancements it offered were equally monumental. The transition distance surged from 200 meters to 320 meters, while the cooldown period was reduced to a mere 12 seconds. The immunity time post-transition also expanded from 3 seconds to 33 seconds. The augmentation of the Death Veil was equally astonishing. Its casting range increased to 800 meters. And although the cooldown remained unchanged, the duration extended to 39 seconds. The most significant improvement was in the quantity of Death Veils. Upon upgrading the skill to level 4, Su Mubai could now activate 5 Death Veils simultaneously across different coordinates, allowing his undead legion to manifest at various locations instantly. Gazing at the upgraded Death Domain Transition, Su Mubai felt a twinge of astonishment. He pondered how many levels this skill could ascend before reaching its pinnacle. If it could be elevated further, under the influence of the class disaster characteristics, would he not become invincible? Transitioning to immunity, then transitioning again, what a formidable prospect. Although he harbored doubts, Su Mubai resolved to prioritize augmenting Death Domain Transition with any skill points he acquired in the future. Master, we need to alter our course, Frost's voice resonated, momentarily startling Su Mubai. A moment later, a piercing eagle cry echoed across the heavens. Su Mubai's gaze sharpened as he noticed a small black appearing directly ahead, rapidly expanding in size. The entity that prompted Frost's warning must be formidable indeed. However, at this distance, Su Mubai could not discern its details. Frost instinctively sought to change direction, but Su Mubai halted her. "Do not panic. Let us proceed." "Master, I am no match for it," Frost's voice conveyed urgency, clearly concerned for Su Mubai's safety. "I will not perish. Have faith." Su Mubai straightened his posture, his expression turning grave as his eyes fixated on the swiftly approaching black. As the distance shrank, he finally discerned the approaching figure. It was a colossal vulture, its plumage a dark purple, shimmering with a metallic sheen in the sunlight. Most peculiar was the fact that this creature possessed two heads. Its size was hardly smaller than when Frost had summoned it with the Horn of Frost.